In the bustling 1980s of Hong Kong, Liao finds himself reborn, armed with knowledge from the future. As the city faces economic turmoil and declining property values, he sees a golden opportunity to rewrite his fate. With a keen understanding of the looming market rebound and a unique ability to read minds, Liao embarks on a journey to amass wealth, turning setbacks into advantages. As he navigates through the highs and lows of the vibrant city, he aims to rise to the top and win the heart of his beloved Hui Min. Will he conquer the challenges of this era and transform his destiny? This is a tale of ambition, romance, and the relentless pursuit of success in a time of change. Liao's journey is not just about riches. It's about understanding the pulse of a city, seizing chances, and making connections that could change everything. With his instincts sharp and his resolve unwavering, he is determined to thrive in a world filled with uncertainties. As he delves deeper into the heart of Hong Kong, will he manage to turn his dreams into reality while facing rivals and unexpected twists along the way? Join him as he navigates this thrilling landscape, aiming to emerge victorious in both love and fortune. In the year 1983, on the 6th of May in Shangdao, the city continues to grapple with a trifecta of declining property prices since the onset of the economic crisis. The populace of Shangdao finds itself enveloped in trepidation. With a sluggish market and a high vacancy rate, coupled with the commencement of the LNG-YNG negotiations, the future remains uncertain, leading to a flourishing business for immigration companies. Various news articles flood into Li Yao's view, yet he observes the unfolding events with remarkable composure. As someone well-versed in the course of history, he comprehends that such significant crises often conceal profound challenges. Particularly for him, a traveler from a later era, this notion is imbued with certainty. Indeed, Liao stands as a time traveler from the 21st century. In his previous life, he was a successful entrepreneur, having dabbled in investments with considerable acumen. However, inexplicably, he found himself transported to Shangdao in 1983. Although the circumstances of his arrival are bewildering, he perceives it as a fortuitous opportunity. Observing the stock market news ignites a spark of contemplation within him. The plummeting stock prices present a splendid opportunity to capitalize on bargains. Yet, to seize such opportunities, one must possess capital. Without funds, one cannot engage in reckless endeavors. He must devise a way to acquire some money, for only then can he delve into the stock market and reap rewards. He perused the Shangdao Business Daily, known for its left-leaning stance. Today's editorial primarily discusses the currency exchange rates. Last year, the Shangdao dollar depreciated by 8%, with the average exchange rate skyrocketing to 6.086. This year's decline has been even steeper. As of May 5th, the exchange rate reached 7.175, a depreciation exceeding 20%. Speculative currency trading has inflated prices to exorbitant levels, leading citizens to scramble for essentials like cabbage. Clearly, this floating exchange rate system is unreliable, necessitating the swift implementation of corrective policies. If Shangdao cannot resolve the livelihood issues of its citizens, it may be prudent to pack up and leave. Liao continued to peruse numerous newspapers, noting that the front pages were dominated by discussions of the economic situation and the LNG-YNG negotiations. The sole piece of entertainment news was about the upcoming Miss Hong Kong pageant, with the favorite to win being the returnee from the UK, Zhang Manyu. This future cinematic star seemed poised to embark on a lucrative career. In 1983, the atmosphere in Shangdao was stifling, with citizens anxiously guarding their finances. The stock market had crashed, the real estate sector was in disarray, and the Shangdao dollar was in freefall. However, Liao's mind was as clear as crystal. He understood that once the LNG-YNG negotiations concluded in December of the following year, the market would stabilize almost immediately. Shangdao would be viewed favorably, and the economy would soar as if rejuvenated by a potent elixir. It would not be until the global stock market crash of 1987 that the economy would falter once more, though the real estate market would remain resilient that year. From the following year onward, property prices in Shangdao would reach unprecedented heights, heralding a bull market that would last over a decade. Liao found this prospect invigorating. The elderly vendor at the newsstand approached leisurely, not rushing Liao, who was absorbed in reading. The vendor, a rotund fellow with a shrewd glint in his eyes, was casually flipping through a local magazine, featuring a provocatively dressed beauty on the cover. Liao couldn't help but glance a few extra times, pondering the identity of this unfamiliar figure, who bore no resemblance to any celebrity he had previously known. The chubby vendor, noticing Li Yao's curiosity, raised the magazine and, with a wry smile, inquired, "Young man, do you recognize her? This is the newly promoted starlet, Iman, from the Shaw Brothers. Earlier this year, she starred in a rather provocative film titled Beauty's Fragrance, and the 7th edition even featured real-life photos. Care to take a look?" Li Yao nonchalantly set aside his newspaper and asked the vendor, "What is the name of this magazine?" "It's called Sapphire." The vendor enthusiastically promoted it, continuing, "This is the hottest local sensual weekly, only $5. The talented writer N.I. Kwong, under the pen name Hong Xin, serialized an incredibly thrilling piece titled Heavenly Hands Soaring High in the 3rd edition. I assure you, you won't be able to put it down. N.I. Kwong, that renowned writer, also writes such content." "Humph," Li Yao scoffed. "If there's money to be made, why not write anything?" "Principles won't fill your stomach," the vendor retorted with conviction. $5 is too steep. I'll give you 50 cents, Li Yao began haggling. 50 cents? That is only enough for the cover. Young man, you possess an appealing demeanor and charm. You could use a bit of fun from me, man. I'll give you a discount, just $4.80. You'll even get the original photo of E-Man. A bit of fun? With your slick tongue, why not pursue a career as a comedy show host? Li Yao chuckled. Before the vendor could respond, Li Yao continued, eyeing the vendor's ample physique. You and the chubby lady would indeed make a perfect pair. I support your foray into comedy. How about a little extra discount for a future devoted fan? Devoted fan? Just for that, I'll knock off 20 cents, making it $4.60. Let us settle on $4. $4? I might as well sell it to you at the original price. Such magazines should be sold at their listed price, Li Yao thought disdainfully, turning to leave. What was the appeal of such a magazine? Since he had been reborn in this golden era of Shangdao, why not seek real experiences? With his pre-rebirth skills and a touch of divine favor, it was entirely feasible to achieve everything. After wandering outside for a while, Li Yao returned empty-handed. This body had only recently celebrated its 18th birthday. Half a year prior, the original owner's parents had perished in a car accident, with the driver fleeing the scene. The location was remote, and surveillance cameras were not as prevalent at that time, making it impossible to locate the responsible party. Consequently, the incident remained unresolved. Li Yao's parents had fled from the mainland over 20 years ago. The Li family had no relatives in Shangdao, save for a few friends with whom they maintained decent relationships. With the assistance of his parents' acquaintances, the original owner managed to handle their funerals. Bereft of parental support, the original owner dropped out of school and drifted aimlessly for an extended period until he was ultimately replaced by the present-day Li Yao, who had traversed time from the 21st century. As a time traveler, Li Yao had not bound himself to any extraordinary system, which left him feeling quite frustrated for a period. However, he possessed some unique abilities, including telepathy and the capacity to unleash lightning skills. Though he was uncertain how these two talents would aid him, they were certainly better than having none at all. Although Li Yao's parents had passed away early, their hard work over 2 decades had ultimately bequeathed him a modest abode of 500 square feet in Shenshuipa. This provided Li Yao, newly reborn, with a refuge from the streets. The 500 square feet corresponded to less than 50 square meters in more familiar terms, comprising a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom, ideal for a solitary occupant. After returning home, perhaps due to his still adjusting physique from reincarnation, Li Yao felt an overwhelming fatigue over the past few days. He plopped down on the sofa and soon dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 6 in the evening. He prepared a simple meal in the kitchen, managed a few bites, and then turned on the television, watching with great enjoyment. The television was a 20-inch Sony Trinitron, devoid of a remote control, requiring manual knob twisting to change channels. At that time, there were just 2 television networks, TVB and ATV, offering a total of 4 channels. TVB had 2 channels, Jade Channel, broadcasting in Cantonese, and Pearl Channel, airing in English. The programming differed significantly, with the more popular shows airing on Jade Channel, often achieving ratings of 30 to 40 points. After all, the local populace predominantly spoke Cantonese, while viewers of the English channel were typically affluent expatriates or wealthy locals. Interestingly, the 2 channels were also accessible across the border in the Zhuhai region, despite stringent regulations against viewership. Nevertheless, resourceful residents managed to rig up fishbone antennas and satellite dishes to indulge in these broadcasts. ATV offered a similar setup, with one channel in Chinese and another in English, aptly named Chinese Channel and English Channel. In July of the previous year, Chiu Degan, the owner of the Far East Group, purchased half of the shares of Lee's Television for 100 million Hong Kong dollars, renaming it Asia Television by September. Liao recalled that in 2 years, Chiu would rename the channels to Gold Channel and Diamond Channel. By 1988, after the acquisition of ATV by the tycoon Lam Pak Shin, it would evolve into the Hong Kong Channel and the international channel that viewers still recognize today. At 7 o'clock, TVB's Jade Channel was airing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, featuring the performances of Huang Yuehua and Wang Meiling. The first installment, Iron-Blooded Heart, had premiered on February 21st, consisting of merely 19 episodes, which concluded in less than a month. After a nearly 3-month hiatus for filming, the eagerly anticipated second installment, Eastern Evil, Western Poison, had officially debuted 3 days prior. In his past life, Liao was aware of the immense popularity of this rendition of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, captivating audiences both on the island and the mainland. Following the news, TVB featured its flagship variety show, Happy Tonight. Meanwhile, Asia Television was broadcasting a horse racing program in direct competition with Happy Tonight. Observing the rough footage of the racing horses galloping, Liao momentarily froze. Suddenly, a surge of heat coursed through his mind, as a particularly vivid memory flooded back to him, as if he had lived it himself. Retaining all memories related to his role in the horse racing industry, he exclaimed internally, from 1980 to 2021, the results of horse racing in Hong Kong. After clarifying this memory in his mind, Liao sincerely marveled at his extraordinary retention of information. The following day, he perused newspapers and magazines to comprehend the current state of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. This exploration astonished him. The official population of Hong Kong was reported to be 5.34 million, yet all media sources unanimously stated that there were over 1 million horse racing enthusiasts throughout the territory. It seemed that everyone held a passion for horse racing. In Hong Kong, nearly every adult had placed a bet on a horse at some point, establishing it as a cultural emblem of the region. Films, gossip, the Miss Hong Kong pageant, and Cantonese opera are all facets of the local culture, yet it is horse racing that truly penetrates the very marrow of the Hong Kong populace. The saying, "With horses comes hope, without horses there is despair," is not mere jest, but rather the heartfelt sentiment of the older generation. Horse racing brings excitement to life, allowing everyone to harbor dreams of overnight riches. As the only legal gambling activity in the territory, it contributes significantly to tax revenues, even surpassing those of any listed company. The annual betting amount from Hong Kongers exceeds 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, comparable to the yearly gambling revenue of a major casino across the ocean. With the memories of his role in the Jockey Club, Liao could effortlessly amass a fortune through horse racing alone. It was akin to winning the lottery consistently in the mainland, akin to picking up money without effort. Unless significant changes occurred, such as a complete turnover of participating horses and jockeys, historical patterns were likely to persist. He contemplated that his plans for wealth would remain unaffected until the conclusion of the negotiations with Long Eng. Moreover, if he merely aimed for his first pot of gold, a few million in winnings would suffice. With his mind made up, Liao felt a surge of elation. His first fortune after rebirth was finally within reach. Presently, apart from the modest 50-square-meter residence inherited from his parents, he possessed only a paltry sum of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars in his standard chartered bank account, and a few hundred in cash. Determined, he first withdrew 3,000 Hong Kong dollars from the bank, then made his way directly to the racecourse. Chapter 2. De Lai Jianyi. In the vibrant locale of Xiangdao, 2 prominent racecourses stand out. One is located in the bustling area of Tong Luo Wan, known as Pao Ma Di, boasting a rich history of over 130 years. It is the earliest established racecourse, hosting races every Wednesday evening, referred to as the night races. The first race commences at 7:15 p.m., continuing through 6 to 8 races. The other is the newly constructed Sha Tin Racecourse, situated in the Sha Tin district of the New Territories, alongside the scenic Chengmen River, facing the sea with an enviable vista that rivals that of Victoria Harbor. Its distance from the city makes it an ideal venue for communal festivities. Established in 1978, Sha Tin Racecourse currently accommodates 35,000 spectators, somewhat smaller than the venerable Pao Ma Di. However, an expansion is imminent, and by 1985, Its capacity is expected to multiply several times, reaching 80,000. At that time, it is destined to emerge as a premier racecourse globally. There are even whispers that the equestrian events for the 2008 Olympics in a parallel universe are slated to take place here. Each weekend, Shah-Tin Racecourse hosts afternoon racing events, sometimes on Saturdays and sometimes on Sundays. A total of 10 races are held, each lasting half an hour. Commencing around 1 p.m. and concluding around 6 p.m., a phenomenon referred to as the day races. One midday, Liao hurriedly made his way to the racecourse, heading straight to the betting hall's prize redemption area, bombarding them with queries. He was informed that the regulations were quite straightforward. If the winnings exceeded 10,000 Xiangdao dollars, one must present their identification to claim the prize. For amounts surpassing 1 million, which constituted a grand prize, cash would not be dispensed directly. Instead, one would need to register their identification information via telephone, then proceed to the headquarters at number 1, Palma D Sports Road in Tongluo 1 to collect a check. Liao spent the entire day at the racecourse, purchasing tickets for all 10 races. The tickets were unregistered, so even if he won them all, it posed no issue. After meticulous planning, he calculated that he had amassed over 3 million Xiangdao dollars in winnings. In truth, he had the chance to win even more. However, should the prize amount have been higher, it would undoubtedly have attracted significant media attention in Xiangdao. The place is small enough that even trivial matters can become headline news. Hence, he opted for the figure of 3 million, believing it to be a safer choice, less likely to draw attention. The local tabloids seldom focused on such winnings, especially when there were reports of individuals winning tens of millions. The gambling culture in Xiangdao is such that many have lost their fortunes to horse racing. It is not uncommon for individuals to win over 100 million. Given these precedents, Liao's prize of over 3 million, particularly since it was derived from separate tickets, seemed almost inconsequential. With several days devoid of races, he would have to wait until Wednesday for the next day race. The following day, Liao made a phone call to confirm details and then proceeded to the headquarters at number 1, Palma D Sports Road in Tongluo 1 to collect his check. Amidst the well wishes, he took the check to HSBC to open an account, depositing the after-tax sum of 15 million Xiangdao dollars. This initial windfall was finally secured. Liao contemplated his next steps. With the knowledge and experience akin to a financial mogul swirling in his mind, profiting from the stock market, foreign exchange, and futures market seemed like a breeze. Particularly in Xiangdao, which stood in stark contrast to the realms dominated by titans on Wall Street. This was the first avenue toward establishing himself as a financial heavyweight in Xiangdao. However, the financial market in Xiangdao is relatively limited, comparable to merely a city in scale. Before the stock market crash in 1981, the stock market was indeed booming. Even then, daily trading volumes in Xiangdao barely reached over 50 billion Xiangdao dollars. In contrast, the American and European markets easily surpassed 500 billion US dollars in daily trading volumes, and even the Japanese stock market of that era boasted daily trading volumes exceeding 500 billion Xiangdao dollars, 10 times the peak of the Xiangdao stock market. Alas, following the catastrophic stock market crash of 1981, the situation for Xiangdao's stock market was dire, failing to recover since. 2 years have passed, yet the Hang Seng Index still lingers between 700 and 900 points, unable to breach the 1,000-point mark. In retrospect, prior to the crash, the stock traders were brimming with confidence, fervently believing that the index would soar to 2,000 points. Now, however, the daily trading volume in the Hong Kong securities market has dwindled from its former peak of 50 billion Xiangdao dollars to a mere 20 billion, at best. At that time, Xiangdao had yet to return to the embrace of our motherland, and the local real economy was faltering, leaving the financial securities market in a state of limbo. The Hong Kong stock market would have to wait until the 21st century to surpass a market capitalization of 1 trillion and daily trading volumes to reach 100 billion Xiangdao dollars. Without robust mainland companies listing here, the Hong Kong market could hardly support such vast capital. Thus, while Xiangdao proudly claims to be one of the world's financial centers, the absence of prominent financial moguls is glaringly evident. Even Lu Wanxiong, who made a name for himself in the stock market, ultimately amassed his fortune through real estate, becoming a billionaire. In a small pond, how can one expect to cultivate a crocodile? Hoping for Xiangdao to emerge as a global financial titan at that time was a mere pipe dream. Unless one transcended the confines of this limited space and sought to harvest retail investors worldwide. Although one could not become a financial giant in the Xiangdao market, there were still opportunities to benefit from this small pond. Moreover, with HSBC and the historical backdrop of the former British colony, it was not particularly challenging for Xiangdao residents to venture into the global financial market. At that time, London was the undisputed leader of global finance. With the Xiangdao residency, one could effortlessly gain entry into the London financial market through HSBC and Standard Chartered Bank. On May 9, 1983, a Monday morning, Liao, residing in the northwest corner of the Kowloon Peninsula in Sham Shui Pe, set out for the Kowloon Stock Exchange. He hastily grabbed a bite on the way, and upon arrival at the Kowloon Stock Exchange, he found a bustling crowd, a striking testament to Xiangdao's concerted efforts to forge its image as a global financial metropolis. Reflecting on the 1981 stock market crash, it was indeed a harrowing event that caused many to lose their lives. Yet, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Those who were meant to fall have done so, and those unable to cope have leaped into the abyss. The retail investors have regained their long memories. The real estate market remains in a state of stagnation, yet the stock market is gradually showing signs of improvement. The recent resurgence of the stock market in Xiangdao can be attributed to several factors. Consider this. A significant portion of Xiangdao's population hails from our mainland, particularly from the Dongnan region, with a concentration of individuals from Chaoshan and Wui. These two areas are renowned for their adventurous spirit and a robust entrepreneurial culture, making the stock market in Xiangdao exceptionally vibrant, with nearly everyone holding some shares. Consequently, the number of investors in Xiangdao's stock market has surged. Moreover, the emergence of Xiangdao as an international financial hub is closely linked to its advantageous geographical position. Xiangdao serves as the gateway for our mainland to the outside world, bolstered by a backing of 1 billion people, making its development almost inevitable. To gauge the state of the stock market in Xiangdao, one must refer to the Hang Seng Index, established by Hang Seng Bank in 1969, commonly referred to as the Hongji. Presently, Xiangdao boasts 4 stock exchanges, underscoring the fervor of its stock market. It is worth noting that the Xiangdao United Exchange had yet to materialize during this time, only officially launching in 1986. Currently, the Xiangdao Stock Exchange, established in 1947, the Far East Stock Exchange, 1969, the Gold and Silver Stock Exchange, 1971, and the Jiulong Stock Exchange, 1972, coexist harmoniously. Liao resides in Jiulong, naturally opting for convenience by visiting the Jiulong Exchange. Prior to the market's opening, he decided to purchase a few newspapers, hoping to uncover some insider information. Instead of mingling at the exchange's entrance, he headed directly to the newspaper stand. In all honesty, those who engage in stock trading at the exchange are not ordinary individuals. They must possess considerable wealth. Individuals who earn a mere 1,000 or 2,000 Xiangdao dollars a month find it challenging to afford basic necessities, let alone invest in stocks. Truly affluent investors are well-versed in market insights, making newspapers invaluable to them. Thus, the newspaper stand thrives, with the owner too busy to spare a moment for transactions. Liao, not being picky, grabbed one of each newspaper, paid, and departed. Without delay, he began perusing the topmost publication, the Xian Bao. Today, Xian Bao stands as Xiangdao's largest and most esteemed financial newspaper, holding significant weight in its commentary. Liao turned to the economic and financial section, swiftly scanning for useful information, committing valuable insights to memory. Time seemed to fly as he immersed himself in the newspapers. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and after reviewing numerous publications, Liao closed his eyes to contemplate. He paid particular attention to reliable information, weaving together all the relevant data he could connect. This meticulous organization led him to discover a few gems. He often found the analyses presented by newspaper editors to be somewhat lacking in substance. Based on his mental repository of financial experts' experiences, he deemed many of these analyses superficial, with some riddled with inconsistencies. Even when correct, they merely skimmed the surface, rendering them of little value to the average reader, and even less so to him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that some editors indeed provided unique insights, demonstrating commendable expertise, particularly from major publications like Xian Bao, Sing Tao Daily, and Ming Pao, which he followed closely. As the time for the market's opening arrived, an announcement echoed from the Jiulong Exchange, signaling that trading would commence. Liao rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and made his way toward the Jiulong Exchange. As for the newspapers he had purchased, he unceremoniously discarded them into a trash bin, having already committed their contents to memory. Upon entering the Jiulong exchange, Liao headed straight to the HSBC Securities Investment Department. Regardless of where one engages in stock trading, the first step is to open an account. After completing the necessary account opening procedures, he stood in the hall, observing intently. Although it was now 1983, Xiangdao had already witnessed a considerable number of listed companies. Most of these were enterprises owned by affluent and influential families from Xiangdao. Yet some were founded by self-made tycoons who had risen from humble beginnings. After all, many individuals in Xiangdao originated from the entrepreneurial rich Dongnan region, where the spirit of commerce flourishes. Merchants from Zhujiang, Wenzhou, Chaoshan, and others are known for their daring and tenacity, making their success rather predictable. Given the overwhelming number of listed companies, Liao did not have the luxury of time to scrutinize each one individually. Instead, he relied on the information from the newspapers, supplemented by his recollections of the financial magnates' insights regarding the Hong Kong stock market, to begin identifying potential targets. Before long, he set his sights on a promising prospect, Dalai Jianyi. Chapter 3. 8,370,000 Indeed, this is the one. Dalai Jianyi is a small to medium-sized enterprise primarily engaged in the sale of construction materials such as cement and rebar. Due to its singular focus, the company possesses a relatively weak risk-bearing capacity. Even the slightest disturbance can significantly impact its stock price. Reports indicate that a much larger competitor in the same industry, Lan Shui Group, is currently negotiating a partnership with an investor from an island. Furthermore, various clues suggest that the discussions between Lan Shui Group and the island investor are nearing completion, with an announcement imminent. In recent days, the stock price of Dalai Jianyi has exhibited volatility, clearly indicating that some individuals possess prior knowledge of the impending news. Liao surmised that it is quite possible that individuals from Lan Shui Group are orchestrating this situation, intending to leverage the opportunity to disseminate information and profit at the expense of Dalai Jianyi and its retail investors. Consequently, Liao faced two choices: to either invest in Lan Shui Group's stocks, anticipating a rise, or to short sell Dalai Jianyi's stocks, expecting a decline. This is commonly referred to as buying the rise of Lan Shui Group or shorting Dalai Jianyi. However, considering Lan Shui Group's size, which dwarfs that of Dalai Jianyi, even positive news would likely not propel Dalai Jianyi's stock price upward as effectively as Lan Shui Group's potential decline. Thus, shorting Dalai Jianyi presents a more lucrative opportunity. Liao also intended to employ leverage, which would enhance his potential returns significantly. Naturally, the risks associated with short selling are considerable should the market maker artificially inflate the stock price post-purchase. Using leverage could result in substantial losses for Liao. The crucial factor hinges on when Lan Shui Group will make its announcement. Nevertheless, risk and reward are often intertwined. Based on the financial mogul's experiences stored in Liao's mind, utilizing leverage below 5 times for betting on Dalai Jianyi's decline presents minimal risk. Hence, he hardly regarded this risk as significant. Moreover, the funds he possessed had been acquired with relative ease. Even in the event of a loss, his concern would be fleeting. Should the situation turn dire, he could always return to the racetrack for another withdrawal. After contemplating for a while, Liao believed he had not overlooked anything and promptly headed to the trading floor of HSBC's investment department. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the staff, he fully financed a threefold leverage position, activating a total of 9.45 million funds, all committed to shorting Dalai Jianyi. It was not that he lacked the courage to utilize greater leverage. As a new client at HSBC, 3 times leverage was the maximum permitted. HSBC, being a renowned bank, does not extend generous leverage to its clients. Unlike smaller brokerage firms that might offer exorbitant leverage to clients with only a few thousand Hong Kong dollars, HSBC, as a premier institution, typically provides a maximum of 10-fold leverage. In stock trading, the concepts of shorting and going long are not trivial matters. Among those who go long, aside from institutional giants engaged in long-term investments or acquisitions, most other institutions and retail investors partake in a game of passing the baton, hoping for someone to take their position at a high price to reap rewards. Conversely, short selling operates differently. It is essentially a pre-sale, resembling commercial practices. Most short selling transactions represent a contest among institutions. If going long is a baton passing game, then short selling is akin to gambling within the stock market. As a division under the largest bank, HSBC's Securities Investment Department is financially robust and possesses extensive connections. They swiftly assisted Li Yao in placing a short order valued at 9.45 million Hong Kong dollars. While HSBC Securities boasts substantial strength, backed by HSBC Bank, the mere abundance of capital does not guarantee profitability. On the contrary, the security of being backed by a bank diminishes the urgency, resulting in HSBC Securities having a rather average profitability in the market. Aside from a few conservative locals willing to entrust their funds to HSBC Securities, those genuinely seeking to profit in the securities market typically do not choose HSBC. The primary objective for subsidiaries of major banks is capital preservation, ensuring clients do not incur losses, while profit generation is secondary. However, in the vast ocean of the stock market, fearing losses equates to a reluctance to venture far from shore. Under such a mindset, it is easy to become a victim of the aggressive and audacious small financial players. The order placed by HSBC was quickly taken up by another institution. Thus, a silent wager commenced. After finalizing these arrangements, Li Yao ceased to inquire further. He procured paper and pen, found a quiet spot to sit, and began diligently recording and analyzing the current stock market trends. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the midday market recess. The TVB midday news coincidentally reported on Lan Shui Group's developments, aligning perfectly with Li Yao's prior analysis. This industry titan had accepted investment from an investor. During an interview with a TVB reporter, the chairman disclosed that the company intends to expand into new markets, specifically targeting Europe and North America. They claimed aspirations to export their cement and rebar to these regions and islands. From our contemporary perspective, this notion appears utterly fanciful. Given the scarcity of resources, how could such materials be transported to such distant locales? It is akin to a company in Singapore declaring in the 21st century its intention to sell counterfeit electronic products to Huiqiangbei in mainland China. Yet, for the people of that era, this was a splendid occasion to enhance their company's reputation. The success of such endeavors remains uncertain. Nonetheless, investors and the stock market relish these legendary tales. Coupled with substantial monetary investments, the Securities Regulatory Commission publicly disclosed information regarding this transaction. Consequently, the stock price naturally surged. Upon witnessing this news, a satisfied smile graced Li Yao's lips. It worked. When trading resumed in the afternoon, Lan Shui Group's stock price skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket booster. Meanwhile, the other companies within the same industry did not share such fortune. Given the small circle in which they operate, with only a handful of publicly listed companies, the positive news surrounding Lan Shui Group, the industry leader, undoubtedly meant it would seize a larger market share. For the remaining companies, this was far from favorable news. As anticipated, the stock prices of these other companies plummeted. In this narrative, Dalai Jianyi is depicted as the most vulnerable entity, characterized by a singular profit-making approach and a frail capacity to withstand risks, leading to persistent skepticism from observers. The impact brought forth by Lan Shui has predominantly fallen upon Dalai Jianyi, exacerbated by certain institutions engaging in short selling. As a result, the stock price of Dalai Jianyi plummeted precipitously, akin to an untamed steed. It was only when the stock value began to nosedive that the short-selling institutions reacted, yet the overwhelming momentum and risk deterred them, causing them to retreat in trepidation. While the stock price of Dalai Jianyi continued its relentless descent, Li Yao remained steadfast, patiently awaiting the fruits of victory. The situation appeared dire, with Dalai Jianyi seemingly destined to be suffocated by Lan Shui, leaving no prospects for resurgence. Nonetheless, Li Yao had already secured his gains, yet he remained industriously engaged, adhering to his strategy of meticulously analyzing various companies within the stock market to unearth new lucrative opportunities. In the ensuing days, the stock market operated as usual, with Dalai Jianyi's stock price incessantly declining and daily rumors circulating that further tarnished its reputation. Li Yao, possessing clarity of thought, deduced that the machinations of the short-selling institutions were at play behind the scenes. These entities were singularly focused on profit, intent on draining Dalai Jianyi to facilitate a continuous drop in its stock price. Did they care if Dalai Jianyi collapsed? Not in the slightest. Their objectives were straightforward: profit, profit, profit. Li Yao needed only to follow the prevailing trend, allowing others to engage in the fray while he seized the opportunity for his own gain. This exemplifies the power of capability, those skilled in stock trading. even if merely retail investors, can profit by aligning with market trends and withdrawing at the opportune moment. Conversely, those lacking such prowess rely on chance, subject to the whims of market movers, often facing devastating losses without understanding why. During those days, Liao immersed himself in the Jiulong Stock Exchange, diligently researching stocks and documenting valuable data in his notebook. By night, he returned home to contemplate various business plans. 3 days later, he liquidated his short position in Dalai Jianyi, and his capital swelled to an impressive 11.52 million Xiangdao coins. This was genuine wealth. After accounting for his initial investment of 3.15 million, he netted a profit of 8.37 million Xiangdao coins. Frankly speaking, the stock price of Dalai Jianyi was severely battered. Were it not for the involvement of major players manipulating the market, allowing the stock price to fall freely, Liao would not have had the chance to amass such wealth. A glance at the stock prices of other companies within the same industry, which were in disarray, underscores this point. It is evident that Dalai Jianyi was too weak, having drawn the attention of those major investors. The capital market is a merciless arena, where short selling, futures, and foreign exchange are all part of the same game. For every winner, there is a loser. A portion of Liao's profits was derived from the shareholders of Dalai Jianyi, while another segment came from institutions that had wagered against him. Engaging in stock trading is akin to passing a hot potato. Short selling resembles a game of musical chairs where for every seat taken, another participant must stand. The capital market shows no mercy to losers, yet is exceedingly generous to winners. In just 3 short days, he earned over 3 million, with some even claiming his profits exceeded 8 million. Such returns are seldom seen outside the realms of finance, securities, and lotteries. The common thread among these 3 domains is capital. To achieve such profits on his first investment filled Liao with excitement that is beyond description. However, he was already a well-known entrepreneur prior to his rebirth, though not among the ultra-wealthy, with a fortune of around 1 billion. After his rebirth, he gained access to the memories and strategies of several super business tycoons. Faced with financial success and commercial triumph, he felt a tinge of exhilaration, yet his mind remained lucid. He had reincarnated in an era brimming with opportunities as a child of the 80s who grew up watching Hong Kong films. If one were to claim that he was indifferent to the breathtaking beauty of characters like Xia Yulin, Hong Xian Lin, and Xian Xiong, it would be sheer nonsense. Yet, at present, his singular focus was on how to generate wealth. He intended to master the intricacies of capital, aspiring to become a prominent figure in the city, which stood as his paramount objective. Chapter 4 At least tenfold. On Friday, May 13th, Liao departed at 9 in the morning, destined for the Ian Long Rinching building located on Queens Road. His objective was the temporary headquarters of HSBC Bank, situated within that edifice. As the economy of Xiangdao flourished, the original headquarters of HSBC had become insufficient. Consequently, demolition and reconstruction of the old building commenced in July 1981. The new HSBC headquarters in Xiangdao was projected to be completed by 1985. Until then, the bank's main operations were temporarily relocated to the Ian Long Rinching building. Liao had now ascended to the status of a millionaire, although his wealth was entirely liquid, deposited with HSBC. Upon arrival at the bank, he presented his identification, and the bank staff promptly received him with warmth and hospitality. For clients of his financial stature, the bank had dedicated account managers. The account manager assigned to him was Xiao Lin, a young and attractive woman clad in professional attire. Mr. Li, greetings. This year, our bank has launched a premium client service tailored for clients like you, she said with a smile. From this moment on, you shall be regarded as a VIP client with us. Xiao Lin continued. In the future, various banks and financial institutions will offer an array of conveniences to attract high-quality clients. The most renowned and memorable among them was the ever-present American Express Company. Within the domestic sphere, it appeared that China Merchants Bank had excelled in this regard. The specialized service for high-end clients first emerged in the 1980s. Naturally, Liao welcomed such advantageous offerings and inquired, "Since I am a distinguished client, will you be providing financial magazines or information consulting services?" "Absolutely," Xiao Lin responded eagerly. "Do you require these services, Mr. Li? Please, allow me to elaborate." Thus, Xiao Lin commenced her introduction. In truth, the suite of services HSBC offered to high-net-worth individuals was still in its nascent stages, having only recently been initiated. Banks worldwide were similarly endeavoring to explore these offerings. HSBC's early attempts were largely due to its headquarters being situated in London, allowing it to stay abreast of emerging trends in the financial sector. European and American banks were the pioneers in contemplating such services. The advantage of its headquarters enabled HSBC to keep pace with the world's premier banking institutions as they navigated a new operational path. Xiao Linlin, a recent graduate from a prestigious university, had been assigned to this newly established department due to her striking appearance. However, unlike her more seasoned colleagues at HSBC, she was a novice, only capable of performing rudimentary tasks and had never previously catered to high-profile clients. In this scenario, both were inexperienced, one a newcomer and the other unfamiliar with HSBC's VIP services, yet they found themselves engaging in a remarkably congenial conversation. Li Yao felt a tinge of awkwardness. Although his mind was filled with the memories of banking magnates, during this era, the VIP services of global banks were still rather rudimentary. Thus, he sought insights from the novice, Xiao Linlin. After listening to her exposition for a while, he grasped the essence of the situation. This specialized department serving affluent individuals seemed to be composed of personnel previously managing corporate clients. Considering the current service experience, it was rather subpar and lacked professionalism. Li Yao nodded subtly, first inquiring about information services before expressing his desire to subscribe to several foreign financial magazines, after which he fell silent. Meanwhile, the young woman, Xiao Linlin, was undeniably captivating. Due to her charm, Li Yao lightened the mood with a playful jest before delving into serious matters. He possessed an uncanny ability to read minds, well aware of her thoughts. This client is truly handsome. I must ensure he is well taken care of. He is indeed attractive and has over 10 million in savings. He must be from a prominent family. The surname Li is rare among the affluent in Xiangdao, isn't it? Wow, he is so charming. How wonderful it would be to date him. With his mind-reading prowess alongside his adeptness in courting women, a few casual remarks made Xiao Linlin blush and her heart race, rendering her utterly enchanting. Li Yao complimented her charm, assuring her that he would undoubtedly return frequently. Xiao Linlin, flustered and momentarily speechless, was then met with Li Yao's serious inquiry. As your bank's client manager, I wish to engage in stock trading and seek financing through HSBC. Do you possess the authority for this? This was the true purpose of his visit to HSBC. Meeting the young and beautiful account manager was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Are you referring to financial securities? Xiao Linlin asked, striving to suppress her shyness. Li Yao nodded affirmatively. I must connect with the securities department personnel. I will call them immediately. How does that sound? Very well. Xiao Linlin's role was to assist Li Yao in presenting various service requests to HSBC. But the specifics would need to be handled by professionals. For instance, the deputy manager of the securities department, Ida, was a rather distinguished middle-aged foreigner. Upon encountering this affable man, Li Yao straightforwardly stated his intention. I wish to obtain the maximum financing limit from HSBC. Currently, the leverage offered to me is merely threefold. I require at least tenfold leverage. Ida paused momentarily before responding. Tenfold? That is exceedingly high. The risks are substantial. Sir, we should. If you cannot accommodate this, I shall seek assistance from another bank. Standard Chartered may prove more suitable. Utilizing his mind-reading abilities, Li Yao had discerned the opponent's limitations and thus employed this direct yet effective pressure tactic without hesitation. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Ida's demeanor shifted immediately. Very well, it is not entirely out of consideration. Securing tenfold leverage from HSBC was the crux of Li Yao's visit that day. After a thorough discussion with Ida, he was granted the necessary operational permissions. Within the limit of 10 billion Xiangdao dollars, he could employ tenfold leverage, which meant he could mobilize up to 10 billion Xiangdao dollars in funds, contingent upon depositing 1 billion Xiangdao dollars as collateral. To utilize even higher leverage, Li Yao would need to deposit additional funds with HSBC. After the terms were agreed upon, Li Yao signed a plethora of documents. Only upon completing all signatures did he officially acquire trading privileges. From then on, with a mere flick of his hand on the HSBC securities account, or even a simple phone call, he could execute trades. However, Li Yao was not inclined to wait even a moment. As soon as he stepped out of the Ian Longren Bank building, he instructed Ida to utilize the entirety of his 52 million Hong Kong dollars from his HSBC account to purchase stocks valued at 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, he opted for the highest leverage ratio, effectively acquiring stocks worth 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Are you truly intending to purchase stocks of the Hong Kong Electric Company valued at 100 million Hong Kong dollars? Asked the foreigner Ida in fluent Cantonese. Indeed, Liao readily affirmed. Let me see. Ida glanced at the documents handed over by his subordinate and remarked. The stock price of Hong Kong Electric before the morning close was 3 Hong Kong dollars. If you buy 100 million Hong Kong dollars worth, you would acquire over 33 million shares. Is that not acceptable? This account is mine, and the funds are mine. As long as the rules permit, I shall buy as I wish. Liao furrowed his brows. Absolutely. We shall proceed as you desire. Ida promptly nodded in agreement. As the afternoon trading commenced, HSBC's investment department swiftly placed an order to purchase 100 million Hong Kong dollars worth of stocks in Hong Kong Electric. Hong Kong Electric is a significant entity in the region, a veteran in the global power industry, supplying electricity to over 500,000 households on both Hong Kong Island and Num Yau Island. Although Num Yau Island has a sparse population, Hong Kong Island is bustling, with commercial electricity prices being exceedingly high. The revenue generated from just 1 year of electricity on Hong Kong Island fills Hong Kong Electric's coffers abundantly. On April 26, 1980, the stock price of Hong Kong Electric skyrocketed dramatically. It reached a low of 3 Hong Kong dollars, significantly higher than the previous day's closing price of 13 Hong Kong dollars, with a peak soaring to 75 Hong Kong dollars. After the close, the Yifu company revealed that they had purchased 220 million shares of Hong Kong Electric for their clients on that day. Who was this client? It was the British Land Company. The Land Company acquired nearly 35 of Hong Kong Electric's shares at a premium of 27 to 31, swiftly becoming the major shareholder. Now, the chairmanship and actual control of Hong Kong Electric belong to the Land Company. Furthermore, the Land Company is a core subsidiary of the influential Jardine Matheson Group in Hong Kong. Thus, Hong Kong Electric is now effectively under Jardine's purview. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it is Jardine or not, any listed company in Hong Kong was not spared from the stock market crash 2 years prior. The stock price of Hong Kong Electric plummeted from around 7 Hong Kong dollars at the end of 1981 to its current range of 1 to 3 Hong Kong dollars. Even with the stock price dipping to over 3 Hong Kong dollars, Hong Kong Electric's total market value remains a steady 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Liao's order to buy stocks worth 100 million Hong Kong dollars barely grazed the threshold set by the Securities Regulatory Commission, which mandates a disclosure line of 5. After the market closed, Liao became a minor shareholder of Hong Kong Electric, holding over 77 million shares valued at 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Due to his strategic maneuver, the stock price of Hong Kong Electric rose from 3 to 6 Hong Kong dollars. This is quite typical. When a substantial buy order enters the market, the stock price invariably ascends. Concurrently, within a company on Central Financial Street in Hong Kong, a high-ranking executive who had been closely monitoring Hong Kong Electric turned pale. He immediately stood up and rushed towards his boss's office. Mr. Lee, you instructed me this morning to monitor Hong Kong Electric and their stock. I have discovered that, aside from us, there is another party making large-scale acquisitions of Hong Kong Electric stock. They have already placed a buy order for 100 million Hong Kong dollars, reported the executive. Upon hearing this, Li Banqing furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a knife, and quietly asked, "Has the news leaked?" After a brief moment of reflection, he inquired, "How much have we purchased?" "We began to gradually acquire shares this morning, cautious of a rapid price increase. Thus we did not dare to buy too many. Currently, we hold approximately 20 million shares," the executive replied. After listening, Li Banqing contemplated for a considerable time. With a total of 670 million shares of Hong Kong Electric, 20 million shares account for merely 35, leaving a considerable gap from their target. Even multiplying that by 10 would not provide sufficient security. I understand that this quantity is still at least 200 million shares short of our target. However, I noted that aside from this sudden buy order, the trading volume of Hong Kong Electric has been rather sparse, the executive continued. He had been meticulously recording each order's data. Can we ascertain who made the purchase? There are not many in the city capable of producing 100 million Hong Kong dollars in one go, Li Banqing queried. We can trace it. The order was placed by the HSBC Securities Department. HSBC? Chapter 5 The daughter of the neighbor indeed. At this moment, Zheng Wenqing, the financial manager of Changjiang Shirya, interjected. Mr. Li, since you have such a close relationship with Shenzhou, perhaps you could. No. Li Banqing immediately interrupted. He was well aware of Zheng Wenqing's implication. Indeed, He had a solid friendship with Xin Zhou, a senior figure at HSBC. Changjiang Shirya and Hysan Development also shared deep ties with HSBC. If he truly wished to inquire, he could certainly extract the information about who purchased this batch of Hong Kong Electric stocks from Xin Zhou. However, it was unnecessary to owe a favor for such a trivial matter. A favor is not something one should refrain from owing, but it is crucial to reserve it for significant moments. Just like 3 years ago, when Changjiang Shirya acquired Hysan Development. Even if it meant incurring substantial favors, it was worth it. But for a trivial matter, incurring a favor would not seem wise, as favors must eventually be repaid. No more waiting. Let us take action. The land of Hong Kong Electric on Nanya Island and Yali Island is vital for our group's future development. We must secure it. Li Banqing waved his hand decisively and issued the order. Engage in discussions with the small shareholders of Hong Kong Electric as per our plan. We will offer a price 20% higher than the market price. No, let us raise it to 25%. Tomorrow morning, we will storm the stock market and start acquiring Hong Kong Electric shares. Acquire as many as possible. We must outpace GD and secure a larger stake. Li Banqing was a man of prompt action. Previously, he had casually overheard a conversation at a party, and the next day, without batting an eye, he invested a substantial sum to acquire a company worth several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. As a result, within a week, he profited 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now, he had set his sights on Hong Kong Electric. Having heard rumors of a potential competitor emerging, he immediately decided to act. Understood, Mr. Li. I will take care of it. Zheng Wenqing nodded vigorously in agreement. After Zheng Wenqing left, Li Banqing did not remain idle. He picked up the phone and began making calls. Brother Bao, I heard you hold 156 of Hong Kong Electric shares. Sell them to me, and I will give you a 30% premium. Brother C, let us be straightforward. I want to buy your 2 stake in Hong Kong Electric. Name your price. Mr. Zheng, I have a matter to discuss with you. I heard that New World holds 1/5 of Hong Kong Electric shares. Let us see if we can. Once Li Banqing made up his mind, his extensive network and resources began to work in his favor. He was determined to acquire Hong Kong Electric. Meanwhile, Liao remained oblivious to Li Banqing's resolution to take over Hong Kong Electric. His significant purchases of Hong Kong Electric stocks stemmed from hearing a financial mogul mention that the stock price would surge in late May 1983. The mogul was not a local, so he could not recall the specifics, only that the stock price was set to rise, though the reason was unclear. Based on this somewhat unreliable information, Liao concluded that the stock would experience a meteoric rise during that period. Why hesitate? Naturally, he decided to acquire a substantial quantity. The next day, when he arrived at Geelong Stock Exchange, he was both astonished and not entirely surprised to see that Hong Kong Electric stock price had already begun to climb. Due to Liao's hefty purchases before the previous day's market close, the last price of Hong Kong Electric had been 3 Hong Kong dollars, 60 per share. This morning, as the market opened, the stock price surged to 4 Hong Kong dollars, 10. By noon, it had risen to 4 Hong Kong dollars, 20. In just one morning, it had increased nearly 17. Many local investors had noticed this unusual rise in the stock. Naturally, the true owner of Hong Kong Electric, GD, had also taken notice. Liao thought to himself that the stock price would continue to rise in the afternoon, which reassured him. The memory of that financial guru had indeed not led him astray. He was certain he would reap significant profits from this investment. Hong Kong Electric stock did not disappoint him. As trading resumed in the afternoon, the price continued its ascent. By the time the market closed at 5:30 p.m., the stock price had reached 4 Hong Kong dollars, 80. In just one day, the increase had reached 33. If Liao sold all his Hong Kong Electric shares at that moment, he would gain over 30 million Hong Kong dollars in profit. After deducting the interest, fees, and transaction costs owed to HSBC, his net profit would still exceed 31 million Hong Kong dollars. Adding to his principal, his fortune had now surpassed 40 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Liao understood that this 33 increase was merely the beginning. If he held on for a few more days, he could earn even more. At this point, which investor was unaware that Hong Kong Electric had caught the eye of a major player? The stock would undoubtedly continue to rise. No one would sell at this time. Liao certainly would not. However, today was Friday, and the market would be closed for the next 2 days, not reopening until the following Monday. As he exited Geelong Stock Exchange, the sky was beginning to darken. In summer, it would only truly darken after 7 o'clock. It was still just past 6, so there was still some time before nightfall. The stock market would be closed for 2 days. This week, the races at Shatan Racecourse would be postponed until Sunday. After a full week of activity, Liao suddenly realized that if he did not go to watch the horse races, the next 2 days would indeed lack excitement. Very well, it was time to take a break. Since the early days of his rebirth, his mind had felt like a supercomputer, inundated with vast amounts of memory and various new skills, leaving him somewhat dazed. Finally, he had managed to sort everything out. His spirits had returned, and he had begun to grasp his skills, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on making money. Only today did he feel like he could finally take a breath. Nearly half a month had passed since his rebirth, and he had yet to take a close look at what this so-called golden era truly entailed. Currently, Liao's residence was located in the deep waters of Jiulong Peninsula, specifically in Shamshuepa. Shamshuepa referred to that old urban area, which was one of the earliest developed regions on the island, historically a hub for industry, commerce, and transportation. However, that was all in the past. The economic data released last year clearly indicated that the median monthly income for households across the city was 5 Hong Kong dollars, 250. In Shamshuepa, the median monthly household income barely reaches 150 Hong Kong dollars, establishing it as the poorest district in the city. Here in Hong Kong, even supermarket workers earn a monthly wage of around 400 Hong Kong dollars. However, the employees in Shamshuepa typically earn between 600 to 700 Hong Kong dollars a month. This place is so backward that it leaves one speechless. In truth, Shamshuepa is not far from the Kowloon Stock Exchange, and Hong Kong itself is not particularly vast. Liao usually commutes by car, but today, in a spontaneous fit of nostalgia, he decided to stroll home and experience the local culture reminiscent of 1980s Hong Kong. The Kowloon Stock Exchange is located on Lee Song Street, not far from his residence on Sai Yong Choi North Street. He slowed his pace, observing his surroundings, and after half an hour of wandering, he arrived at Sai Yong Choi North Street, standing before a dilapidated 5-story building. The Lee family once resided here, specifically in a small room on the 4th floor. The property deed indicates a mere 580 square feet, which translates to less than 38 square meters. Considering the shared space imposed by the developer, the usable area is scarcely 30 square meters, resembling a pigeon coop. This is the living condition of the average citizen in Hong Kong. Before his rebirth, Liao was a wealthy tycoon and entrepreneur accustomed to spacious, well-lit flats or standalone villas with gardens. He had long grown weary of such an environment. Engrossed in amassing wealth, he had neither the time nor the means to enhance his living situation. Now, with a liberated heart, thoughts of relocation quickly surfaced. As soon as he could liquidate his stocks, he envisioned acquiring an entire villa. With current property prices being relatively low, one could secure a house in Repulse Bay for just a few million. While contemplating this, he firmly resolved to book a hotel room for the night. Although much of his money was tied up in stocks, he still had 520,000 Hong Kong dollars in his HSBC account. While 520,000 Hong Kong dollars might not suffice for a mansion, it would easily cover a stay at the luxurious Peninsula Hotel for an entire year. Liao was determined to settle in the Peninsula Hotel that very night. As for this place, let anyone who wishes to reside here do so. Ascending the stairs to the 4th floor, he had just taken out his keys to unlock the door when a creaking sound emerged from behind him, and the door opened. Instinctively, he turned to see a delicate face, marked by surprise, standing at the doorway, observing him. Memories of Liao's past flooded back. This was the daughter of his neighbor across the hall. That family consisted of 3, a grandmother, a mother, and their daughter. The one who had opened the door was their daughter. Liao recognized this somewhat shy girl, Zhang Min. He involuntarily called out the name he once used for her. Zhang Min was the daughter of Auntie Li next door, a widow who lived with her daughter and mother opposite Liao's home. They had not always lived there. They moved in about 4 years ago. In Liao's eyes, Auntie Li was a strong and exceptionally hard-working woman. With her elderly mother and young daughter to care for, she was the sole breadwinner of the household. Auntie Li, who was Zhang Min's mother, worked 3 jobs daily, perpetually busy. If Auntie Li was unavailable or if her mother had an urgent issue, such as a clogged pipe or gas problems, they would typically seek assistance from the Li family. After all, the Li family was the closest neighbor, and they were always willing to help. Ayao Gu. As the door opened, Zhang Min softly called out. Liao examined her. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, not yet reaching 1.5 meters in height, slender, likely due to long-term inadequate nutrition. Yet, she had already begun to develop, possessing an appealing physique, exuding a sense of health and youthfulness. Her round face, though not yet fully matured, hinted at future beauty. She wore a simple white dress and carried a small backpack. Was she heading to piano lessons? Liao remembered that after moving in, she would always go out for an hour of piano practice after school. Her diligent spirit was often cited by Liao's parents as an example during his childhood. However, back then, Liao remained perplexed. He found it astonishing that Auntie Li, unable to afford a decent home, would insist on her daughter learning the piano. This was not something children from impoverished families could typically pursue. That had been Liao's perspective. Okay, Zhang Min obediently nodded. Liao replied, then you should hurry along. Be careful on the way, and don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. You know our phone number, right? Telephones were quite common in Hong Kong, primarily established by private companies eager to profit. The Li family had installed a phone, and sometimes Auntie Li's family would borrow it. In truth, Auntie Li was so financially constrained that she hesitated to install a phone, yet she tirelessly worked to earn money solely to allow her daughter to learn the piano. All right, Yao Ge, goodbye. Bye-bye. The young girl left, and Liao watched as the hem of her white dress gradually disappeared around the staircase corner. Previously, Liao could never comprehend why Auntie Li, despite her poverty, insisted on her daughter's piano lessons. However, now he seemed to grasp it somewhat. It was perhaps due to Auntie Li's unwavering dedication that Zhang Min could rely on her musical talent in the previous world and ultimately become a renowned singer. Liao had never anticipated that the daughter of his neighbor in a low-income area would one day rise to stardom. Chapter 6. Registering a company. The girl who just left was named Zhou Huimin. Indeed, she later became the renowned star known as the Pearl of Xiangdao. After Zhang Min departed, Liao did not rush home. New memories and knowledge began to surge forth in his mind. These recollections belonged to some prominent figure, and the moment Zhang Min appeared, they were triggered. This individual seemed to be an exceptionally influential director, producer, and the head of a certain entertainment company in Asia. His mind was brimming with significant events from the Asian entertainment industry spanning over 4 decades, from the 1980s to 2021. Additionally, fragments of other memories surfaced, all related to the entertainment industry, encompassing both Asian and Western contexts. Directors, singers, actors of various kinds, all top-tier figures in the industry. Otherwise, how could they possibly mingle in high-end venues like the Davos Forum? With this influx of new memories and knowledge, Liao's understanding of the golden age of Xiangdao transformed him from a complete novice into a seasoned insider of the industry. Zhou Huimin, known in English as Vivian Chow, was born on November 10, 1967, in Xiangdao. She could sing, act, and host. In 1985, she participated in a singing competition for newcomers, and in 1986, she secured the runner-up position in the amateur DJ competition held by Xiangdao Radio. It seemed undeniable. As he organized this information, Liao felt a mix of emotions. The city of Xiangdao was indeed quite small. Even the daughter of the neighbor could rise to stardom. However, Zhou Huimin's emergence also reminded Liao of an important matter. In the coming decade, Hong Kong films and Xiangdao, often referred to as the Eastern Hollywood, would experience a golden decade. During this period, the economy, influence, box office performance, and the popularity of stars would reach unparalleled heights, marking one of the most illustrious eras for Xiangdao. In other words, establishing a film and media venture in Xiangdao during this decade would not merely be a dream for substantial profits. For Liao, who was solely focused on making money, this avenue was undoubtedly worth exploring. Despite having a future superstar living next door, Liao was determined to move out. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable life in his previous existence, he felt little discomfort while busy. However, when idle, the cramped living conditions in Xiangdao, akin to a pigeon coop, dampened his spirits. That evening, he planned to take a taxi directly to the Peninsula Hotel. He had even called ahead. The suite on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel was only $3,000 Xiangdao dollars per night. $3,000 was equivalent to a month's salary of an elementary school teacher in Xiangdao, and he could only stay for one night. However, Liao could afford the expense. Reflecting on it, a suite at the Peninsula Hotel for $3,000 was not even considered a peak luxury experience. The truly extravagant rooms cost over $10,000 Xiangdao dollars per night. Yet, that evening, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to remain in his old house. Firstly, it was getting late, and it was already past 8 when he called to book a room at the Peninsula. If he intended to stay long-term at the hotel, he needed to pack his belongings and arrange matters at home. He even made a special call to his client manager at HSBC, Xiao Linlin, thinking that since HSBC prided itself on high-end customer service, a VIP client manager should be readily available. However, that evening, Xiao Linlin was off duty, and another employee answered the phone. This employee was quite accommodating, promising to relay the message to Xiao Linlin the following day to handle Li Yao's affairs. If Li Yao was in urgent need, HSBC could promptly offer assistance. Although this premium service was still in its nascent stages, it demonstrated that HSBC was genuinely attentive. Li Yao did not wait for Xiao Linlin's return to work the next day. He immediately engaged in conversation with the on-duty employee. His inquiry revolved around the process of registering a company in Xiangdao. To his surprise, he discovered that registering a company in Xiangdao was remarkably simple and expedient, with a plethora of advantages. Firstly, regarding the scope of business, there were minimal restrictions for companies registered in Xiangdao. A single business license allowed for the conduct of various operations. For instance, if one originally operated in comic publishing, the owner could suddenly decide to venture into hotels or real estate without complications. They could simply add a new department within the existing company. In Xiangdao, a single license sufficed for all industries, except for those requiring special permits and qualifications, such as securities, banking, and insurance. Moreover, the capital requirement for registering a company in Xiangdao was exceedingly low, with no need for capital verification. Occasionally, one could even register a company without having any business, merely for the sake of having a name. There was no obligation to rent office space. One could register at another office building, making it more convenient than in the mainland later on. The tax rate was also favorable. Xiangdao only levied a profit tax, taking a modest percentage from profits rather than taxing based on revenue. A new company could defer its first tax filing for up to 6 months. This meant that once Li Yao established his company, he would not need to pay taxes for at least a year, which was quite delightful. The only aspect that left Li Yao feeling discontent was that when registering a company in Xiangdao, he was required to provide not only a Chinese name, but also an English name, with the latter being the primary name and the former optional. These foreigners truly take advantage of others. With the premium services of HSBC, Li Yao could register his company without ever stepping outside. HSBC would handle all the arrangements, and when it came time to sign, he would simply need to go to the bank to put his signature on the documents to complete the process. Given the convenience, Li Yao promptly decided to have HSBC assist him in registering his company. He had already thought of a name, Li Yao Holdings. It was straightforward and clear, using his own name for the company, which exuded a sense of authority. After discussing the details with HSBC's client manager, starting the next day, Xiao Linlin would begin to assist Li Yao in processing the necessary paperwork. However, the following day and the day after were weekends, and the registration office would be closed, so they would have to wait until the 25th to proceed. On the 24th, even if HSBC acted swiftly, it would still take 3 days to finalize all the procedures, meaning it would be a matter for the following week. 3 days. Li Yao contemplated and found this timeline quite suitable. By then, the shares of his Hong Kong Lantern Company would also be ready for sale. He could directly invest that sum into Li Yao Holdings, thereby minimizing his tax liabilities. In the future, all investments in the stock market would be conducted under the company's name, which would not only be convenient, but also save a considerable amount of expenses. After making a few phone calls, Li Yao hastily took a shower and began to pack his belongings at home. In truth, there were only a few essential items worth taking, some identification documents and a change of clothes. Everything else held little significance for him. Once he finished tidying up, he glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the evening. Li Yao turned on the television, tuning into TVB Jade Channel, and immersed himself in the television dramas of this era. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Saturday arrived, bringing with it a rare day of rest for Li Yao. He woke up quite late, having slept until nearly 10 in the morning. On ordinary days, he would rise around 8 to head to Geelong Trading Exchange to study stocks. After dressing, as he was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, he heard someone knocking at the door. In this old building in Sham Shui Po, devoid of a doorbell unless one was installed, knocking was the only option. After finishing his dental hygiene, Li Yao walked into the living room to answer the door. Upon opening it, he saw Zhou Huimin standing there, clad in flared jeans and a white t-shirt, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Zhongmin, Yao Gu," she stammered, looking a bit flustered. This girl had always been shy, speaking in a timid manner, which made one wonder how she managed to navigate the social intricacies of the entertainment industry. Her rise to stardom was likely attributed to her rare, youthful visage in Xiangdao, complemented by a pleasing voice and a decent musical foundation. "What is it?" Liao inquired, noticing her front door ajar, with voices emanating from within. The sounds were loud but indistinct. "Yao Gu, I would like to use your phone to call my mother." The girl hesitated, speaking softly. There was no reason for Liao to refuse such a simple request. In that brief moment, his intuition led him to suspect she was in some sort of trouble. Thus, he nodded and said, "Sure, come in." Zhou Huimin stepped inside, while Liao walked over to the shoe cabinet, removing his slippers and donning his outdoor shoes. At that time, men typically wore leather shoes or marten boots. Young people favored sneakers, known locally as bo xia, which refers to shoes worn for sports. The term bo here denotes playing ball, encompassing various ball games. Liao had little interest in leather shoes. He preferred skate shoes. However, during that era, skate shoes were not particularly fashionable in Xiangdao. As he looked down at his shoes, thoughts of wealth flooded Liao's mind, inspiring him with a business idea centered around footwear. He recalled memories of influential figures from the 1980s, a time when brands like Nike and Adidas were still in their infancy. If he could replicate the successful designs of their future iconic shoes and enlist some well-known personalities or local celebrities to promote his brand, perhaps he could establish his own sports label. In the early 1980s, the opportunity was indeed promising. Adidas was a notable player in Europe but had yet to make a significant impact elsewhere. Nike had only been around for a little over a decade, still regarded as a small-town brand. Liao realized that his mind brimmed with insights and knowledge from those business magnates, allowing him to conceive numerous avenues for potential success. Their innovative thought processes had transformed Liao's perspective, enabling him to identify lucrative opportunities from seemingly trivial matters. Last night, upon seeing Zhou Huimin, a plethora of ideas to penetrate the entertainment industry sprang to his mind, each idea meticulously detailed. If he devoted time to refine these concepts and adapt them to the current circumstances, the likelihood of success would be considerably heightened. This morning, merely by spotting a pair of shoes, he had begun to contemplate the establishment of a sports brand. Alas, it was the commotion from Zhou Huimin's residence that pulled him back from his reverie of prosperity. Zhou Huimin was on the phone, desperately trying to connect, as she raced home in a frenzy. She was so anxious that she forgot to bid Liao farewell. Hearing the escalating argument between Zhou's mother and another woman, Liao followed Zhou Huimin over. "What you're saying is unreasonable, landlord. I was only a day late. I will definitely pay the rent in 3 days." 3 days? You haven't paid rent in 2 months and still wish to delay until next month? If you can't afford it, then don't rent. Go pitch a tent in Yuan Long. It's free in the mountains. Landlord, that really hurts my feelings. We didn't intend to delay the rent. Then hurry up and pay. I intended to pay last month, but coincidentally had to cover my daughter's piano lesson fees, which caused the delay. Is that a delay? You've delayed for an entire month. What is the point of learning piano if you can't afford it? Why pretend to keep up appearances when you're broke? Chapter 7. Let's go to the movies. On the 26th day, while Liao accompanied Zhou Huimin, they chanced upon 2 middle-aged women embroiled in a fierce argument, seemingly on the brink of physical confrontation. At first glance, Liao recognized Zhou Huimin's mother, Li Yi, while the other woman was presumably their landlady. He keenly observed that upon hearing the landlady's scornful remarks, Zhou Huimin's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Earlier, when Zhou Huimin had knocked on the door, Liao had surmised the situation. The matter was rather straightforward. The Zhou family was in arrears with their rent, prompting the landlady to come demanding payment. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. Li Yi, a middle-aged woman of modest education and without substantial connections, was striving to support her daughter and mother-in-law, all while aspiring for a better life for her daughter. Despite her relentless efforts to earn a living, financial constraints persisted. Delays in rent payments had happened before, and on 2 occasions, Liao's parents had lent them money in times of need. However, Zhou Huimin's mother was a proud woman who insisted on repaying borrowed sums promptly, often with added interest. Although her circumstances were dire, she never took advantage of others. After being neighbors with the Li family for so long, she had only recently mustered the courage to seek their assistance. Liao reminisced about the time 6 months prior when his own parents had passed away. During that challenging period, Zhou Huimin's mother, being a good friend and neighbor, had taken leave from work to help him navigate the unfamiliarity of arranging a funeral. Now that she was in distress, he felt compelled to offer his support. As Zhou Huimin blinked back tears, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. In this world, 99% of issues could be resolved with money. The remaining 1% could be handled more smoothly with wealth. The Zhou family's predicament was trivial in comparison. Li Yao stepped forward, offering Zhou Huimin's mother a sum of money to settle the rent. He then expressed his intention to work in Xiangdao's central district for the next few years, implying that he would seldom return to Shenshuishi. He generously proposed that the Zhou family could reside in his family's house, suggesting that the rent was inconsequential. In fact, Shenshuishi was the most impoverished area in the city, and rent was not expensive. In the building where they lived, the rent ranged from 900 to 1,200 Xiangdao dollars. Even property prices had plummeted, with a square foot costing around 300 Hong Kong dollars. Thanks to the stock market crash and the real estate crisis of '81. Zhou Huimin's mother's rent arrears stemmed primarily from her desire for her daughter to lead a life above the median income bracket. Li Yao straightforwardly declared that the rent would be waived entirely, allowing the Zhou family to stay for as long as they wished. All he requested in return was a small favor on the 1st and 15th of each month, along with certain holidays. What kind of favor, you may ask? The ancestral tablets of his parents still resided there. He requested the Zhou family to light incense and present offerings on his behalf. Many people in their community had come from the eastern regions of the mainland, where such practices were held in high regard. Consequently, numerous families maintained altars for their deceased ancestors at home, honoring them with incense and offerings during the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, as well as during various festivals. Originally a northern man, Li Yao had never been particularly concerned with such customs. However, after experiencing the extraordinary events of his rebirth, he found himself reconsidering the notion of divine presence. It seemed plausible that there might indeed be spirits watching over him. Ultimately, it required little effort to have the Zhou family assist him in honoring the divine. His parents had always held Zhang Min in high esteem, and his mother shared a warm relationship with Li Yi. If they could extend this favor, he felt certain his parents in the afterlife would not hold it against him. He jestingly conveyed this to Zhou Huimin's mother. Li Yao's parents had genuinely cared for Zhou Huimin, and their affection was not solely rooted in the kindness typical of ordinary families. It was intertwined with other sentiments. Zhou Huimin was not only beautiful and charming, but she was also of an age that aligned perfectly with Li Yao's. The Li couple had even entertained the notion of nurturing a romance due to their proximity. Li's mother had previously regarded her as a potential daughter-in-law, treating her with particular kindness. Their families had maintained a cordial relationship, and given the Zhou family's current financial struggles, Zhou Huimin's mother ultimately agreed to move in. However, she firmly stated that once her circumstances improved, she would promptly vacate the premises, vowing not to impose for too long. Li Yao was unconcerned by this arrangement. He sensed that Zhou Huimin's mother was sincere in her intentions. That very afternoon, he departed from Shenshuishi, checking into the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel, the oldest hotel in Xiangdao, was renowned not only in the region but across the globe for its opulence. Its prime location at the heart of Tsim Sha Tsui allowed guests to gaze upon the breathtaking vistas of Victoria Harbor from their windows. Surrounded by esteemed shopping, commercial, and entertainment venues, it also served as the starting point of the longest and most significant street in Tsim Sha Tsui, Nathan Road. Li Yao secured a suite on the top floor for a month, becoming one of the hotel's esteemed patrons. The cost amounted to a reduction of 100,000 Xiangdao dollars from his HSBC account. However, for Li Yao in his current circumstances, this sum was negligible. Once settled in, he promptly requested the hotel staff to deliver that day's Xiangdao newspaper to his room. Having been reborn in this era for a fortnight, he had developed a habit of reading the newspaper daily. In this age, without a reliable source of information, one could only rely on television and newspapers to stay informed about Xiangdao and the outside world. His preferred publications were typically the Ming Pao or the Sing Tao Daily. Today, a particular news article in the corner of the Ming Pao caught his attention. It reported on a company in Xiangdao, which specialized in toys. What piqued his interest was the accompanying image, a small toy car depicted in a semi-upright position, its doors open like wings. Li Yao observed it with a sense of familiarity, pondering, wasn't that a transformer? He delved into the article with keen interest. The news content is quite straightforward, reporting that a certain Tijia Li toy company has filed a lawsuit against a local medium-sized toy company, claiming that the latter has plagiarized their products and failed to pay patent fees. Such circumstances were rather common on island at that time, with many prominent brands from Europe and America being extensively imitated. As long as the accused party had some influence, most accusations ultimately faded into silence. Li Yao contemplated the situation in his mind, piecing together the sequence of events based on his understanding. Let us rewind to the year 1983, when the brand Transformers had yet to be born. Jiao Li's toy line can be considered a precursor to Transformers. Historically, it would not be until the following year that Hasbro would acquire Jiao Li's transformation patents, officially naming them Transformers and launching them worldwide. Following this, Hasbro would introduce a series of comic books and animated series under the same title. By the 21st century, there would also be a film series, 5 movies that collectively grossed $4 billion at the global box office. This is undoubtedly a promising intellectual property, comparable to Jurassic Park and Harry Potter. After reading the news, Li Yao pondered whether Hasbro would initiate discussions regarding the acquisition of patents this year. He needed to investigate promptly, as this lucrative deal should not be monopolized by others. He immediately called the senior customer service hotline of HSBC. It was daytime, and the person who answered was Xiao Linlin. Li Yao expressed his thoughts to her, requesting HSBC's assistance in establishing contact with Jiao Li. He wished to purchase their patented products. At that time, Jiao Li, while not insignificant, was not a major corporation either, or they would not have sold the future Transformers the following year. HSBC had business dealings with them, and Xiao Linlin assured Li Yao that he would receive good news by tomorrow at the latest. The sooner, the better. By the way, Linlin, do you work on weekends? Yes. We have just established a premium client department, providing 24-hour service with staff on duty even at night. Such dedication. I have a business to discuss tomorrow and need a professional bank representative to accompany me. Can you arrange that? Certainly, Mr. Li. What kind of banking professional do you require? An accountant, legal advisor, or a financial expert? Just you. Come by tomorrow. Linlin, here is the address, Hennessy Road in Causeway Bay. Li Yao alighted from the bus and waved at the approaching Xiao Linlin. Today was the weekend. He had already scheduled an appointment with his private client manager at HSBC, stating that he had business to discuss. This was a premium service offered by HSBC, where they would dispatch their top talents to provide banking and accounting assistance when clients needed it. Of course, this service incurs a fee. However, today was a weekend, the stock market was closed, and since Li Yao had no company under his name, he had no real business to address. He had asked Xiao Linlin to come out because it was Sunday, and he was feeling rather idle, seeking an opportunity to spend more time with her. Xiao Linlin approached, dressed in the bank's uniform, with her name tag displayed. Hello, Mr. Li. What banking services do you require today? Investment management, accounting, or assistance in other areas? Upon hearing her words, Li Yao suddenly grasped her outstretched left hand. What I need today is personal company. Your task today is to accompany me for the entire day. Xiao Linlin was momentarily caught off guard by his grip. Her face instantly flushed. Does he harbor some feelings for me? I am not the type to sacrifice everything for work. Yet, to be fair, he is Mr. Li, remarkably handsome. His hand is so large, it feels particularly reliable. If this is indeed Mr. Li's intention, it seems rather appealing. Her thoughts were in disarray, yet she had to maintain a facade of composure, although her heart was tumultuous. In truth, she held some interest in Li Yao, but his directness made her feel that their progression might be a tad too swift. She contemplated withdrawing her hand, but how could Li Yao allow that? I haven't bought new clothes in a long time. Let's take a good stroll today, purchase some clothing, and then watch a movie. Without waiting for Xiao Linlin's response, he pulled her hand and led her towards the commercial district. Causeway Bay, located on the northwest side of island, is the most vibrant commercial and entertainment hub on the island. It boasts numerous large department stores and shopping centers, such as Sogo and Lee Theater. The rental prices in the Causeway Bay shopping area are notoriously high, making it a globally renowned, bustling metropolis, the commercial heart of Island. Here, one can find everything from clothing stores to entertainment venues, and any luxury brand can be found. If it is not available here, it is likely difficult to find anywhere else on the island. In Island, Causeway Bay holds a status akin to that of Mixi in Shenzhen, Wangfujing in Beijing, Nanjing East Road in Shanghai, and Shangxiaju in Guangzhou. Upon arriving in Causeway Bay, Li Yao naturally held Xiao Linlin's hand, pointing to a men's coat and asking her, "What do you think of this one?" If she found it appealing, he would purchase it immediately. If not, he would guide her to the next item. They meandered leisurely through the shopping street, stopping and going. As time passed, the relationship between Xiao Linlin and Li Yao grew increasingly intimate. Presently, Xiao Linlin no longer resented Li Yao holding her hand. It felt quite natural. She herself was uncertain whether this trajectory was appropriate. Occasionally, She would contemplate Li Yao's background and his handsome visage. A man like him, even with her status as an exceptional student from Island University, possessing a good figure and beauty, was difficult to resist. Thus, even if Li Yao's jokes were not particularly amusing, she would muster a smile, not wanting to embarrass him. After all, wealthy individuals possess a distinct advantage in courting women. If he were as striking as Li Yao, it would be even more overwhelming. As the time approached, Li Yao felt it was the right moment and conveniently found himself next to the Li Theater Cinema, broaching the subject of watching a movie. Chapter 8. The Michelin 3-star Li Wutai Cinema is renowned within the Shaw Brothers film circuit. Although it may not be the largest cinema in Xiangdao, and its decor appears somewhat antiquated and not in vogue, it undoubtedly ranks among the most popular and bustling cinemas in the area, nestled in the prime locale of Tongluan. Xiao Linlin, of course, would not refuse him, eagerly nodding in agreement. The duo casually selected a film titled Zhuang Daozhang, a work by the female director Su Anhua, featuring the illustrious actors Xiao Fangfang and Zhong Jintao. The genre of the film, in truth, held little significance. Li Yao brought her here not primarily to watch the movie. Upon entering, the pair initially felt a touch of shyness. However, as they exited the cinema, Xiao Linlin's face was flushed with bashfulness, leaning slightly against Li Yao. They strolled along the bustling streets of Tongluan, engaging in light conversation, shopping bags in hand. As they passed by the Channel store, Xiao Linlin's gaze was instantly captivated by a pair of golden high heels showcased in the window. Observing her reaction, Li Yao chuckled knowingly and suggested, "Let us go in and take a look. I have yet to explore Chanel." Xiao Linlin had no objections. In her heart, it was crystal clear that a child from a wealthy family like Li Yao must have frequented Chanel before. With millions in the bank, how could he have avoided indulging in luxury? Although he dressed quite ordinarily, lacking ostentatious designer labels, perhaps that was simply his style. Many affluent families in Xiangdao were known for their extravagant spending, yet some wealthy individuals lived quite frugally, even leading a modest lifestyle themselves. Xiao Linlin pondered. Perhaps he was one of those rare types? Upon reaching the entrance, the doorman bowed graciously, exclaiming, "Welcome." A well-poised female attendant approached, her demeanor unaffected by Li Yao's casual attire. "Welcome to Chanel." She glanced at Li Yao and was momentarily taken aback by his striking good looks. Nonetheless, trained in professionalism, she swiftly regained her courteous composure. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Li Yao pointed towards the golden high heels in the window. "Please bring that pair for this lady to try on." Upon hearing this, the attendant's face lit up with delight. "You have an exceptional eye. This is Chanel's new spring collection, exclusively available here in Asia." Xiao Linlin was taken aback, hastily shaking her head. No, I'm just browsing." The attendant, well-versed in social etiquette, secretly envied the girl's fortune while cheerfully encouraging, "It's perfectly fine, just try them on. There's no obligation to purchase." Seizing the moment, Li Yao placed a hand on Xiao Linlin's shoulder and gently urged her to take a seat on the shoe-fitting stool. Smiling as he said, "Give it a try. If they don't look good, I won't let you pay for them even if you wish to." He then turned to the attendant. "Please fetch a suitable pair." The attendant assessed Xiao Linlin's foot shape and estimated her size before smiling and departing to retrieve the shoes. Although Xiao Linlin harbored affection for Li Yao and they had just enjoyed a film together, she was utterly unprepared for the current situation. Watching a movie was one thing, but these shoes cost at least 100,000 yuan. Accepting such an extravagant gift left her wondering how she could ever repay him. Nevertheless, the shoes were simply exquisite. If she were to save up on her own, it might take an eternity to afford them. In a hushed voice, she implored Li Yao, "This is truly too expensive." The attendant soon returned with the shoes. Li Yao bent down. "Here, let me help you try them on." With that, he grasped Xiao Linlin's slender ankle, effortlessly removing her shoes. She felt a peculiar current as his touch sent tingles through her feet. A soft gasp escaped her lips, and her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Li Yao quickly assisted her in slipping on the high heels and encouraged her to stand. "Come, stand, and take a few steps to try them out." Xiao Linlin rose slowly, her face still aflame as she cast her eyes downward, avoiding his gaze. Li Yao glanced around and cheerfully remarked, "They look splendid, don't you think?" The attendant eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Those shoes suit her perfectly." Xiao Linlin's heart raced like a drum, and she could only manage a timid murmur of agreement. Her long hair partially obscured her face, revealing delicate earlobes adorned with fine fuzz. Reminiscent of a startled little rabbit, trembling slightly. Li Yao observed her reddened ears with delight, fully aware of the reason behind her shyness. It was all due to his mischief. He possessed a unique ability. Earlier, he had experimented with a new technique, employing the electrical prowess he had been studying for some time. By subtly channeling a weak current through physical contact, he stimulated the bioelectricity within Xiao Linlin, influencing her internal hormones, particularly the secretion of dopamine, often associated with joy. Previously, he had only tested this on animals. Today marked the first application on a human. So far, the results appeared promising. Li Yao felt a surge of happiness within. This ability, the power to manipulate electricity, was not solely for confronting foes, but could also be wielded to amuse young ladies. As he contemplated this, he turned to the attendant. How much for these? The attendant, eyeing the delicate Xiao Linlin, felt a twinge of uncertainty, but maintained a smile. Sir, they are 88,000. Li Yao nodded. Please wrap them up for me. The vibrant atmosphere of Tongluan in Xiangdao was palpable. Inside, the Yi Chiao restaurant occupied an entire floor. At the entrance stood an irregularly shaped, thick wooden board inscribed with the words Yi Chiao. Upon lifting the curtain, one entered a long corridor lined with two traditional Japanese rooms on either side. Li Yao provided the name he had reserved under, and they were escorted into a room called Xiao Xia Lu Shui. The interior was tastefully decorated with a hint of foreign flair, yet in consideration of the locals, tatami mats were omitted in favor of a bamboo table. Li Yao took Xiao Linlin's hand and guided her to sit down. At that moment, a silver-haired elderly lady knelt on the floor, sliding open the paper door and presenting 2 cups of green tea on a tray while apologizing for any inconvenience. Li Yao quietly explained to Xiao Linlin, "This is a rare Michelin 3-star restaurant in Xiangdao. The proprietress is married to a Nianjin and is also the chef here." Upon their arrival in Xiangdao, the couple established this restaurant, and for nearly a decade, they have managed it themselves. The Michelin standard has long been established. It originated from a weekly publication by a tire company that set benchmarks for the culinary industry. The authority of this rating system is a matter of debate, but its historical significance is undeniable, tracing back to around the year 1900. Initially, Michelin classified restaurants into 2 categories, starred and unstarred. By 1931, the Michelin Guide began to employ a 3-star rating system, and it was only 5 years later that the criteria for different star levels were clearly defined. Now, in the year 1983, the total number of Michelin-rated restaurants in the entire region can be counted on one's fingers. Most locals have never even heard of Michelin. Yet, Kaya Linlin is well aware of it. She is an academic achiever from Hong Kong University, currently employed at HSBC, where she is responsible for liaising with high-end clients. Occasionally, when clients seek to discuss significant business deals, they require venues such as this. She is certainly well acquainted with upscale dining establishments. This particular restaurant caught her attention from HSBC's internal documents. Although she has not yet visited, she is aware that the expenses here are considerable. After listening to Li Yao's introduction, Kaya Linlin nodded and politely smiled at the white-haired proprietress. Li Yao did not elaborate further. While the essence of the Japanese cuisine is not the focus of discussion, it is evident that the establishment excels in creating an air of sophistication. Although he finds it less appealing, he recognizes that many young women are drawn to such an ambience. The truth is, numerous girls are not genuinely enamored with neon cuisine. What captivates them is the feeling of superiority and exclusivity it evokes. In reality, high-end Chinese cuisine does not lag behind in terms of quality, ceremonial experience, and flavor when compared to Japanese cuisine. However, high-end Chinese dining differs from Japanese in that the latter primarily relies on the ingredients themselves, while high-end Chinese cuisine not only demands superior ingredients, but also places great importance on the chef's skills. Only top-tier chefs can create genuinely exquisite Chinese dishes. Consequently, high-end Chinese cuisine has particularly stringent requirements for chefs, unlike high-end Japanese cuisine, which is more readily available. Nonetheless, this restaurant possesses its unique charm. Li Yao lifted a cup of green tea and took a gentle sip. Initially, he assumed it to be ordinary green tea, but upon tasting, he discovered a refreshing aroma reminiscent of bamboo leaves. The initial bitterness gave way to a hint of sweet and sour lemon in the aftertaste. Li Yao silently admired. Michelin 3 stars are indeed not merely boastful. Kaya Linlin took a sip and her eyes sparkled. This establishment does not offer a la carte service. Instead, the menu is entirely determined by the chef based on the seasonal vegetables of the day, meaning that the dishes vary depending on the time of visit. They arrived at noon to enjoy specially prepared dishes for the day. The main course consisted of 7 courses. The first dish was a cold appetizer, served on rustic, coarse plates containing 7 or 8 delicate green fava beans. Kaya Linlin could not help but exclaim, "How exquisite!" They paired the fava beans with a locally brewed sake from Chiao's family, savoring the delightful flavors that heightened their anticipation for the forthcoming dishes. The dishes arrived promptly. The second course featured tempura, a staple in Neon cuisine, mainly consisting of seasonal vegetables, corn, and lotus root cakes filled with shrimp, all visually enticing. As they progressed to the sixth course, a plate of pristine white Kagoshima Wagyu beef, resembling snowflakes, was presented. The meat was astonishingly fatty, with the pale red lean portions appearing like a splash of color on a snowy canvas. Once the grill was heated, each of them tossed a piece of white beef fat into the pan, immediately releasing an alluring aroma. As the fat melted and the beef along with the sauce hit the grill, a rich meaty fragrance enveloped the entire room. Here it is. Li Yao picked up the communal chopsticks, placing a piece onto Kaya Linlin's plate. Wow, delicious. Kaya Linlin took a bite, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, reminiscent of a young girl. Li Yao also tasted a piece and exclaimed, "This is leagues above the street food." They soon became comfortable, eating and chatting amidst laughter. The meat was indeed delightful, though it could become quite rich if consumed in excess, and before they knew it, they had enjoyed quite a bit of sake. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or simply the joy of the moment, both began to feel slightly intoxicated. Kaya Linlin's cheeks flushed, and while fanning herself gently with her hand, she gazed at Li Yao, her thoughts momentarily slowed. In truth, her family background is quite favorable. Both parents are educators at a reputable private school, with her father serving as the dean. She possesses commendable qualities herself, having grown up beautiful and clever, with an excellent figure. And she is a graduate of Hong Kong University, a prestigious institution globally. Even without a profound connection with Li Yao, she is aware of his interest in her. Moreover, a person like Li Yao, hailing from affluence, may not necessarily be dependable in the long run. However, reflecting on it, Kaya Linlin gazed at Li Yao's handsome face, realizing she was merely one of his targets, perhaps just one among many. Yet, the prospect of living such a life seemed acceptable. After all, he is undeniably handsome. Once they finished the meat, they shared a few green stalks of tonghao, feeling significantly relieved. Satiated and content, Li Yao stretched lazily, gazing at Kaya Linlin's face, his heart stirring with excitement. Suddenly, he noticed a large blotch of oil on her collar, a remnant from their beef meal. Li Yao picked up a clean, warm towel provided by the restaurant and pulled Kaya Linlin close, saying, "Let me help you clean that up." Chapter 9. Acquiring a toy factory. Jiao Linlin lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "I can manage on my own." Li Yao smiled in response. "It's no trouble at all. Assisting a beautiful lady is my privilege." After a few moments of wiping, Jiao Linlin's face turned even redder. Li Yao hung a do not disturb sign on the door of the private room, and then, half an hour later, the two emerged. With Jiao Linlin looking bashful, her flushed cheeks captivating to behold. "Thank you for bringing me here today." The silver-haired proprietress smiled warmly, kneeling as she bid them farewell. Such service was comparable to that of a five-star hotel. Jiao Linlin had never considered such implications. With her slender figure, striking appearance, and a well-off family background, she was a proud student from university. Yet, who could have anticipated? Monday, HSBC headquarters. In the office of the Senior Client Services Department, Jiao Linlin sat alone, her thoughts adrift. She had been busy throughout the weekend. However, she glanced down at her expensive Chanel heels, realizing that the events of the past few days were not something she could share with others. Alas, she wondered if he might tire of her one day and cast her aside. As she pondered, the director of the securities department, Mr. Ida, entered the office. The dozen or so employees, including Jiao Linlin, stood up. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ida," they greeted the foreign leader. Mr. Ida, 45 years old and of British descent, was a skilled professional dispatched from headquarters. He served as the director of the securities department at HSBC in Hong Kong, a division not particularly esteemed within the bank. Compared to other profitable departments like the loan division, the securities department seemed insignificant. However, it was common knowledge at HSBC that Mr. Ida's cousin, Shen Zhou, was the current president of the bank. Due to this connection, despite his considerable abilities, Mr. Ida enjoyed a relatively comfortable position at HSBC, where relationships were highly valued. Jiao Linlin, a mere junior employee, dared not offend someone of Mr. Ida's stature. She stood respectfully with her colleagues to greet him. To her surprise, while Mr. Ida casually nodded to the others, he approached Zhao Linlin with a warm smile. Calling out her English name in a gentle tone, "Linda, good afternoon." Zhao Linlin was taken aback, feeling flustered. It was astonishing that someone of Mr. Ida's caliber would acknowledge a lowly employee like her. She almost believed the sun had risen in the west. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ida," she quickly replied. Her colleagues cast her curious and envious glances as Mr. Ida continued. "By the way, has your significant client, Mr. Liao, contacted you today?" Zhao Linlin hesitated. "No, not today." In truth, he had spent the entire day yesterday embracing her in a luxurious suite at the Peninsula Hotel. She had been thoroughly exhausted, yet he showed no signs of letting her go. Had she not insisted on coming to work, she might have taken the day off. "Oh, I see." Mr. Ida's tone carried a hint of disappointment as he nodded. "Linda, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Of course. Please go ahead," Zhao Linlin eagerly responded. "I hope that when Mr. Liao calls, you can invite him to the bank," Mr. Ida said promptly. Zhao Linlin considered mentioning that she could contact Liao right away. She had memorized the suite number perfectly and was contemplating returning to the Peninsula Hotel for another delightful evening after work. Yet, she kept her plans to herself and nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. I will invite him as soon as he calls." "Thank you, Linda. I won't take up more of your time," Mr. Ida replied with a smile. "I will inform David that you are our department's most outstanding and fortunate employee." With that remark, the gazes of her colleagues shifted, filled with not only envy but also a touch of jealousy. David, a foreigner, was the head of the newly established Senior Client Services Department at HSBC in Hong Kong. Previously part of the Securities Department, he had once been Mr. Ida's subordinate. Mr. Ida's comments implied that Zhao Linlin would receive special attention from David in her role, making future promotions and salary increases seem effortless. Having only recently joined HSBC, Zhao Linlin had just completed her probation period. She found it perplexing that a foreigner would suddenly place such importance on her. However, her quick wit led her to sit down and utilize her access to check Liao's accounts and transactions at HSBC. Before long, she uncovered the astonishing truth. My goodness, in just 2 days, including the weekend, his investments had doubled? The former goddess of HKU stared wide-eyed at Liao's stock account. Hong Kong Electric Company, certain stock, priced at 7 Hong Kong dollars, 3 per share, totaling over 200 million Hong Kong dollars. As she was absorbing this revelation, her phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Linlin?" "Yes, it's me." Upon hearing Liao's voice, Zhao Linlin's tone trembled. "Please inform your securities department to sell all the stocks I hold." All of them?" "Yes, all of them." When Zhao Linlin called back to inquire, she discovered that Liao's account at HSBC had already accrued 113 million Hong Kong dollars. This was the profit he made after instructing the securities department to liquidate his holdings in Hong Kong Electric. Last week, when Liao purchased the shares, they were priced at only 3 Hong Kong dollars. 3 each. By that Monday, the stock price had surged to over 7 Hong Kong dollars. 3 per share. Utilizing a 10-fold leveraged account, the total value of his stocks had surpassed 200 million Hong Kong dollars. After selling the stocks and deducting HSBC's interest, fees, and exchange costs, he netted over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. This is precisely why the world's most astute individuals gravitate towards Wall Street. Compared to engaging in scientific research and running enterprises, the financial sector offers a far swifter avenue for profit. Everyone is inherently drawn to wealth. Wherever the margins are ample and earnings facile, individuals gravitate toward those opportunities. Currently, Liao possesses over 100 million Shangdao coins, and the meticulously crafted business plans he has devised over the past fortnight can finally be set into motion. He first instructs Zhao Linlin to accompany several accountants and business negotiation specialists from HSBC, embarking on a journey to Sha Tin. Their destination is a toy factory located in the Fo Tan industrial area of Sha Tin. This factory once thrived, employing over 2,000 workers at its peak. In those days, the average monthly salary for a typical Shangdao worker was merely $1,600, and factories of slightly better standing would even provide accommodation and overtime compensation. Yet, no factory, regardless of its generosity, would offer housing. Employees were free to reside wherever they pleased, as the factory would not concern itself with such matters. Liao bypasses the workshop and heads straight for the administrative building, which stands 3 stories tall. The owner's office is situated on the 3rd floor, an entire level dedicated to his private domain. In addition to the office area, there is a lounge and a small bar resembling a living room. He has already scheduled an appointment with the factory owner for this morning. The proprietor of the toy factory, a foreigner named Xia Wenk, is seated on a sofa in the bar, awaiting the arrival of Li Yao and the HSBC representatives. Xia Wenk, now in his 40s, is both portly and unattractive, akin to a stereotypical Texan. However, he is not actually from Texas, but hails from England. A woman, elegantly attired as though she were a socialite, leads Li Yao and his companions to Xia Wenk. With his legs crossed and a cigar in hand, Xia Wenk gestures for them to take a seat, casting a cold glance at Li Yao before inquiring, "So, you are the one who wishes to purchase my factory? You appear rather youthful, young man. Do you genuinely possess such wealth?" Li Yao smiles broadly. The Englishman is indeed correct. His intention for visiting today is to acquire this toy factory, a pivotal component of his recent plans. He has already formulated strategies pertaining to the factory and the toy industry. Upon reading in the newspaper that there are currently no transformers available, he began to contemplate this idea. Subsequently, through HSBC's premier client services, he established contact with a toy company in Neon. After several days of diligent negotiations by the HSBC team in Neon, progress has been made. The counterpart is willing to sell the copyrights and patents for the toy, and discussions regarding the price are ongoing. It is estimated that around 10 million Shangdao coins would secure all the copyrights and patents for the Transformers prototype. Negotiations are still progressing vigorously on that front. Once Li Yao has accrued funds from the stock market, he immediately sets his plans into action. The stock market is lucrative, with high profit margins. However, the financial market in Shangdao is inherently flawed, incapable of producing financial magnates like Buffett or Soros. Even if the mainland were to be included in the future, it would still fall short. It seems that only the capitalist nations of the West can cultivate such talent. Although Li Yao can extract wealth from finance and the stock market, he does not intend to pursue this path as his primary vocation. Consequently, the businesses he undertakes span a myriad of fields, from transformers to the toy factory at hand. This is Qiao Linlin from HSBC, this is accountant Lin Jingye, and this is Delanwin, the deputy manager of the corporate business department. Li Yao refrains from directly answering Xia Wenk, opting instead to introduce the HSBC personnel he has brought along. No need for introductions. I am already acquainted with them. Delanwin, can this young man truly afford to purchase your factory? Xia Wenk remarks, scrutinizing the high-ranking foreigner among the HSBC group. Delanwin, also an Englishman and well-connected with Xia Wenk, grins and assures, he can indeed purchase your factory. Mr. Li's wallet is quite substantial, and HSBC is eager to endorse him. This revelation puts Xia Wenk's mind somewhat at ease. What follows is the matter of haggling. It is not a complicated affair. A year and a half ago, during the stock market crash, Xia Wenk suffered severe losses, leaving him financially destitute. In desperation, he began contemplating his own toy company, diverting funds to fill the gaping holes in the real estate and stock markets. Ultimately, the meager profits from the toy company were insufficient to cover even the daily expenses, and he could not pay his workers' wages. With no viable options left, the foreign owner contemplated closing the factory for good and returning to England to enjoy a life of leisure. He placed advertisements in the newspapers and informed banks of his intention to sell the factory. Ironically, this was precisely when the market was still recovering from the stock market crash, and no one was willing to take on such a hot potato. Furthermore, negotiations with the Lingying side were fraught with difficulties, leaving the entire Xiongdao community in a state of unease, with foreign capital fleeing at an alarming rate. The factory remained unsold for over 6 months until it finally caught Li Yao's attention, and he has now arrived to make his move. Chapter 10 Registration of Audi. This toy factory is situated in the Fo Tan industrial area of Shatin district, nestled against a grand mountain, with a river flowing in front. When the river recedes, it reveals a stretch of muddy flats, initially referred to as Hetan or Kutan. In Hakka dialect, Kutan signifies a favorable location. Over time, due to a shift in pronunciation, it gradually evolved into Huatan. Such a minor alteration ultimately led to the name Fo Tan, which has persisted to this day. Within the factory, there are 4 large workshops, 2 warehouses, 8 toy production facilities, and 16 assembly lines, currently employing approximately 600 individuals. The total area spans over 160,000 square feet, equivalent to around 65,000 square meters. Compared to other factories in the vicinity, this toy factory is quite expansive. It was precisely because of this that Li Yao set his sights on it. Otherwise, during the 1980s, when the industrial sector of Shangdao began to gradually shift inland, he would not have traveled specifically to acquire a factory in Shangdao. After all, the future of global manufacturing outsourcing appeared to be far more potent. Li Yao was drawn to this factory not only for its comprehensive equipment, which allowed for immediate production upon acquisition, but also due to the sheer size of the land. In Shangdao, land is privately owned, and once this factory was secured, the land would become Li Yao's own. Although it is located in an industrial area and somewhat remote, owning such a substantial plot of land was undeniably advantageous, ensuring that the purchase would not be in vain. Thus, the transaction of the day was set in motion. Thanks to the assistance of personnel from HSBC, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. Primarily, Xia Wenk was eager to return to London and wished to finalize the sale promptly. Ultimately, the agreed-upon price was 3 million Shangdao dollars for the entire factory, alongside approximately 8,500,000 in debts and outstanding payments for raw materials. In total, Li Yao would need to invest over 10 million to acquire this factory. At that time, over 10 million Shangdao dollars was indeed a significant sum. To provide some context, if one were to compare this with the celebrity remuneration of the present day, that sum would be worth at least over 1 billion in 2021. Currently, the wealthiest celebrities in the entertainment industry, such as Zhang Yijia and Zhao Yaji, earn between 200,000 to 300,000 Shangdao dollars per film. Lin Qingxia was once at the pinnacle, but her recent film, New Shu Mountain, flopped, causing her market value to halve, relegating her to the second tier. Actors in this second tier, including Zhong Chuang, Lin Qingxia, songstress Su Xiaofeng, Miss Hong Kong champion Zheng Wenyia, ATV star Mi Shui, and this year's Best Actress at the Golden Bauhinia Awards, Lin Biki, typically earn between 100,000 to 200,000, depending on their rapport with the actors. There are many actors in this tier, and their earnings are still relatively decent. Other actresses generally earn below 100,000, often with fixed salaries, lacking bonuses, assistance, or any special treatment such as hotel accommodations. Compared to male stars, their earnings are quite meager. The most popular male stars, such as Su Guangjie and the prominent actor Long, are valued around 3 million, which is 8 to 10 times that of their female counterparts. Even in 1993, a decade later, this disparity remains significant. The earnings of second-tier male stars vary widely. Recently emerging talents like Shen Xinfa, Tin Yonglin, and Lin Zixiang can command around 300,000. However, their income is less stable. Poor box office performance can lead to a significant drop in value. Conversely, established second-tier veterans like Zheng Xiaoqiu, Su Guanzhong, Hong Jinbao, Shi Tian, and Mai Jia earn between 500,000 to 1 million. Even if their new films flop, their value does not decrease drastically, highlighting the difference between seasoned actors and newcomers. For the past half-month, Li Yao has been diligently gathering information related to business affairs, ensuring he remains well-informed about the film industry. Observing the remuneration of Shangdao stars provides clarity on the remarkable value of the factory Li Yao purchased for 11 million Shangdao dollars. It is essential to remember that this was in 1983, during a tumultuous time of negotiations regarding the future of Shangdao, when the populace was anxious. The stock market was struggling, and the real estate market was rife with speculation, prompting foreigners and mixed-blood individuals to hastily withdraw. Honestly, Li Yao felt no regret in his heart. Why? Because the factory's expansive area and complete equipment represented a substantial opportunity. Just 2 years prior, amidst stock market turmoil and widespread anxiety, one would not dare to dream of acquiring it without a minimum of 30 million Shangdao dollars. Moreover, with the negotiations with Long Ying nearing completion, the economic situation in Shangdao would soon improve dramatically. Consider this. Simply by purchasing the factory and doing nothing, in 10 years, the land alone could easily sell for over 100 million Shangdao dollars. Additionally, the copyrights and patents for Transformers were on the verge of being secured, and Li Yao was in dire need of his own factory to produce toys. It was undeniably a judicious investment, one that promised substantial returns. The crucial point was that the 3 million Shangdao dollars down payment was soon to be disbursed. The remaining 8,500,000 in debts and material payments could be settled gradually. Li Yao had over 100 million Shangdao dollars at his disposal, making this sum a mere trifle for him. After discussion, the contract was meticulously drafted. As the sun began to set, both parties signed and affixed their seals. The 3 million was promptly transferred from Li Yao's HSBC account, and from that moment on, This factory became Li Yao's domain. The following day, Li Yao's newly established company received its business license, facilitated by HSBC. The tax bureau provided the commercial registration certificate, a complete set of company seals, small round seals, steel stamps, signature seals, and a plethora of documents including meeting minutes, articles of incorporation, and checkbooks. Li Yao's investment officially commenced. The former toy factory was transformed into Audi Shuangzuan Toy Company, a wholly owned subsidiary of Li Yao's investment, with a resounding name. The company's slogan resonated with clarity: Audi Shuangzuan, my partner. The company logo featured two diamonds stacked elegantly, simple yet grand. Some may wonder if this name might coincide with that of the automobile brand. Indeed, this is the advantage of registering early. In 1983, in Shangdao, Audi was referred to as Yadi, which is the same as the electric vehicle brand. As for the mainland, during that time, Audi was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until May 17, 1988, that FAW signed a technology transfer agreement with Audi, allowing them to begin developing the Audi 100. Thus, Audi finally stepped into the mainland market. Li Yao has now registered the name Audi in Shangdao and plans to do the same in the mainland. If Audi wishes to enter the mainland market, it must adopt the local nomenclature. It is Yadi Automobile. Oh, I almost misspoke. It is Yadi Automobile indeed. Speaking of which, I reckon people in the mainland will find the translations of these automobile brands rather novel and somewhat unfamiliar. In Shangdao, Audi is not called Audi but Yadi. Ferrari is called Filali. Lexus is referred to as Lingji. Volvo is known as Fuhua. In this world, anything is possible. By the way, it is likely that everyone is already aware that Fuchsia is actually Subaru, and Fuji is the same brand. Shinbao corresponds to Saab, while McLaren is another name for Maiclun. Wanshida refers to Mazda, and Luhua is better known as Land Rover. Lin Baojin and I is indeed Lamborghini, and Jejia is commonly known as Jaguar. Huai corresponds to Fiat, while Lotus is known as Letici, and finally, Alfa Romeo is truly named Alfa Romeo. I shall not dwell on this further. Now that the factory is established and the company is set up, the next step is naturally to recruit personnel, design products, and ramp up production. This recruitment is not only essential for Audi, but also for Li Yao's investment, which must also mobilize its workforce. As a significant corporation, Li Yao's investment has numerous aspirations for the future, requiring a diverse array of talents. He certainly does not wish to have a contingent of HSBC employees accompany him with every acquisition. However, as he is just starting his entrepreneurial journey and maintains a favorable relationship with HSBC, he is not inclined to disregard this convenient avenue. This will also enhance the performance metrics of HSBC's high-end client services, resulting in a win-win situation. After all, he incurs costs whenever he seeks assistance from HSBC personnel, and the expenses are far from negligible. Fortunately, these achievements ultimately count towards Qiao Linlin, who has become a fortunate asset for Li Yao since his rebirth. In this manner, the benefits remain within the family. As night descends, the lights shine brightly. In Shangdao, at 22 Salisbury Road, Sim Sha Sui, stands the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is one of the oldest hotels in Shangdao and is recognized as one of the most luxurious and famous hotels in the world. It opened its doors on December 11, 1928, originally known as the Far East Grand Lady, and was among Asia's premier luxury hotels. By 1983, it had yet to undergo expansion, comprising only 7 stories, resembling the letter H. Li Yao rented the presidential suite for a month, located on the top floor. The suite faces Victoria Harbor, offering a view of one of the most stunning seascapes in Shangdao, day or night. Inside the room, Li Yao is engaged in conversation with Qiao Linlin. For the past few days, Qiao Linlin has been tirelessly assisting him. From acquiring the toy factory to establishing Li Yao investment and recruiting personnel, she has been instrumental in these endeavors. Utilizing HSBC's funds and resources, these tasks have proceeded smoothly. Thus, Li Yao's first business plan post-rebirth in Shangdao commenced successfully. However, his ambitions extend beyond these initial ventures, as he yearns for much more in this era. Therefore, he must exert greater effort. He gazes at Qiao Linlin and states, "Linlin, you will need to assist me further." Qiao Linlin replies, "Haven't I been helping you all along?" Although she currently works at HSBC, her thoughts predominantly revolve around Li Yao, whether in professional matters or personal affairs. Since the establishment of HSBC's high-end client services, Li Yao has been their most significant contributor, which has greatly solidified Qiao Linlin's standing within the bank. She is not mistaken. Ever since encountering Li Yao, she has been entirely devoted to him, managing both work-related and personal matters. Li Yao gently shakes his head, while Tao Jiming nearby bursts into laughter. Let us set work aside for now. HSBC personnel can handle most matters. Linlin, starting tomorrow, you shall indulge in the pleasures of beauty. Upon hearing this, the talented Qiao Linlin from HKU is left utterly astonished. What on earth? Li Yao extinguishes his cigarette, retrieves a check from the bedside drawer, and hands it to Qiao Linlin. Here is $100,000. Qiao Linlin is taken aback, her mind racing with anxiety, fearing this might be a breakup fee from Li Yao. Li Yao embraces her, his smile radiant. Linlin, aside from your work at the bank, you must assist me with another matter. Visit beauty salons and upscale shopping centers, frequented by affluent ladies and socialites. You need to adorn yourself splendidly and confidently engage with the wealthy. Qiao Linlin struggles to keep pace with his thoughts, staring blankly at the $100,000 check. Li Yao continues with fervor. Do you understand? My target is those wives who hold the financial reins at home, as well as wealthy socialites. Qiao Linlin gazes at him, utterly perplexed. She wonders, are you interested in those ladies? I don't quite understand. Qiao Linlin is genuinely baffled. 100,000 Xiangdao dollars, simply given to her, to become beautiful, to buy luxury brands, and to mingle with those affluent ladies? And then what? She muses, is Io merely hoping for her to enhance her appearance? Chapter 11 Lin Jing Li Yaoxin, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, do not be hasty. The quantity is not what matters. Given your character, intellect, and emotional intelligence, combined with the auspicious background of Huisheng, you are bound to meet a myriad of individuals. Adorn yourself in fashionable attire, don exquisite jewelry, and frequent upscale dining establishments. You must cultivate an image of a successful woman. Qiao Linlin felt a swirl of confusion. Is that truly me? Regardless, you must skillfully disseminate the news. Li Yao, with a serious demeanor, emphasized, originally, you were merely a recent graduate from Hong Kong University, earning a modest salary of 4,000 to 5,000 Xiangdao currency. However, upon entering Huisheng, you encountered a prominent figure and swiftly amassed wealth. The goddess of Hong Kong University, possessing considerable intellect, seemed to grasp Li Yao's intent and could not help but inquire, Yao, do you mean that I should befriend the wives of wealthy magnates, affluent ladies, and persuade them to entrust their funds to you for investment? Li Yao regarded her, a smile curving his lips. You are truly astute, Linlin. However, it is not about persuasion, it is about guidance. Upon witnessing Qiao Linlin's continued bewilderment, he could not suppress a chuckle. In 3 years, I vow to elevate you to the pinnacle of the affluent circle in Xiangdao, and indeed, throughout the entire Hong Kong and Macau region, rendering you the most resplendent female magnate among all women. Trust me, as long as you adhere to my counsel and wholeheartedly assist me, in 3 years, you shall be the driving force behind their wealth, a legend in their eyes. As my foremost confidant, I have high hopes for you. At that moment, Qiao Linlin found herself at a loss for words. Could this truly come to fruition? Yet, Li Yao firmly clasped her hand and gently placed a check into her palm. Remember, you must first cultivate an aura of sophistication and affluence. Once you identify the first group of such ladies, I hope you will resign from your banking position and dedicate yourself to our endeavor. By then, I eagerly anticipate the manifestation of your yet unrevealed success. Qiao Linlin's lovely visage bore traces of innocence and naivety. Nevertheless, the future Li Yao painted had quietly sown a seed of hope within her heart. A future wealth goddess in the Hong Kong and Macau region? The most illustrious female tycoon in the area? Could I truly achieve this? This recent graduate from Hong Kong University felt a mix of confusion and anticipation, a surge of ambition gradually awakening within her. She clenched her teeth and nodded emphatically. All right, Yao, I will heed your guidance. On May 21st, 1983, Saturday, Li Yao exited the Peninsula Hotel, where a doorman promptly approached, respectfully presenting him with the keys. He promptly hopped into a brand new Ferrari 288 GTO sports car. In the mainland, we typically refer to it as Ferrari. This Ferrari 288 GTO is the flagship model newly launched this year, recently introduced to the European market. Priced at a staggering 85,800 euros, when converted to the depreciating Xiangdao currency of that time. It amounted to approximately 900,000. This vehicle was procured by Li Yao through Huisheng Bank. Including import duties, taxes, licensing fees, and service charges from Huixing Bank, the total cost exceeded 1 million Xiangdao currency. In that era, it was undoubtedly the most formidable sports car in Xiangdao. Prior to acquiring this vehicle, Li Yao relied on taxis or enjoyed the premium services provided by the Peninsula Hotel and Huixing Bank. This week, he had earned over 100 million Xiangdao currency in the stock market. Once his deposits at Huixing Bank surpassed 200 million, he resolved to forsake traveling in others' vehicles and invest in his own luxury car. Fortuitously, Huixing Bank had a Ferrari 288 GTO that had been pledged as collateral by a client who could not repay their loan. Thus, Li Yao purchased it at market price. The Ferrari 288 GTO is regarded as the progenitor of modern Ferraris. It is on par with the Porsche 959, a top contender of that era. This vehicle is equipped with a 285-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine. Although its displacement is not particularly large, it boasts a maximum output of 400 horsepower and a torque of 490 Newton-meters, far surpassing the performance of its predecessors. The car employs lightweight materials such as fiberglass and honeycomb aluminum, resulting in a total weight of only 160 kilograms. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 4.9 seconds, achieving a top speed of 294 km/h. A performance that remains exceptional to this day. Driving this ultra-cool flagship Ferrari, Li Yao followed the address meticulously arranged by Qiao Linlin, heading towards Julong with the destination being the Jia Cinema. The Jia Cinema is situated directly across from Diamond Hill. In 1980, Shaw Brothers produced a film titled De Shi, narrating the tale of someone who ventured to find riches. The male protagonist, deceived by compatriots, was led to believe that Diamond Hill in Xiangdao was strewn with diamonds. After enduring numerous hardships to arrive there, he discovered that it was merely an unremarkable small town devoid of any signs of prosperity. In despair, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming with anguish, "This is not Diamond Hill at all." The film was remarkably realistic. At that time, Diamond Hill was quite dilapidated, surrounded by construction sites, with only a few buildings serving as public housing amidst a sea of uncertainty regarding ongoing developments. In another world, prior to Li Yao's rebirth, Jia Cinema had long since ceased to exist, fading into oblivion. Unfamiliar with its current location, he inquired of several people before finally locating the entrance to the cinema. The cinema nestled against a small hill, with the filming site constructed on a sloping hillside, boasting a history of merely 3 to 4 decades, and was much smaller than the factory he had just acquired. Upon arriving at the entrance, Li Yao meticulously surveyed the surroundings, noting the unique terrain where the building ascended like a staircase, requiring one to enter through the main door and ascend. The appointment was set for 9 o'clock, and upon his arrival at 8:50, he waited momentarily before a portly figure emerged from the corner of the cement path. Standing at the entrance, the individual surveyed the area, and upon spotting the Ferrari and Li Yao, his eyes brightened instantly. He hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, "Greetings. You must be Mr. Li, correct? You've been here for a while, haven't you?" "Just arrived," Li Yao replied with a smile, inquiring. "You are the guide from Huixing who arranged this for me, correct? What is your name?" "Li Liqing. The Li with the radical for wood, and Liqing as in jasmine flower and success," he introduced, beaming. "Hello, Mr. Li. Today, I will show you around." The portly figure clad in a floral shirt is Li Liqing, a staff member from the Jia Cinema, summoned by Qiao Linlin at Li Yao's behest to liaise with HSBC's elite client services. Today, he is tasked with guiding Li Yao on a tour. The former supervisor, Mai Li Hao, once remarked that in Hong Kong, the true power does not reside with him. The real magnates of Hong Kong are, first and foremost, followed closely by HSBC, and then the Jardine Group. This hierarchy underscores the preeminent status of HSBC in Hong Kong. Presently, HSBC is ardently promoting its high-end client services, striving to cater to affluent clients with all their capabilities. With HSBC's extensive network and resources, should Li Yao be willing to invest, it is conceivable that not only Sir Run Shaw or Zhou Wenhui could be enlisted, but even both could be invited to serve Li Yao. However, Li Yao is fully aware that such endeavors would require a hefty sum, and he has no intention of naively pouring money into it. Hence, he opted for an ordinary tour guide with some connections in the film industry, who happens to be the jovial Li Liqing. Upon their meeting, Li Liqing instructed Li Yao to park his vehicle in the lot. Without uttering much more, she warmly led him towards the entrance. Upon arrival, a security kiosk awaited them, where Li Chung had already acquired a visitor's pass for Liao, allowing them to proceed without hindrance. After entering and turning right, they soon beheld the main building of Jia's cinema, where the prominent characters Jia He were displayed above. Although the building is merely 3 stories high, it serves as the heart of the cinema, housing the publicity, finance, planning, and public relations departments. The office on the west side of the 3rd floor, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows, belongs to the Jiahe owner, Zhou Wenhui. He has resolved many difficult matters here, including the bitter dispute with his former employer, Sir Run Shaw. Li Chung pointed out that beside that window was once the office of Bruce Lee, which Zhou has kept intact. Although Bruce Lee has been gone for a decade, both his adversaries and friends fondly remember him, especially Zhou. It is said that whenever Zhou has the time, he visits Bruce's office and spends a full hour there. This nostalgia is evidently genuine. When Li Xiaolong suddenly departed, Zhou Wenhui even produced a film titled The 5 Lucky Stars to express his sentiments. While somewhat contrived, it nonetheless signifies his loss and yearning for Li Xiaolong. Who does not know Li Xiaolong? His mere presence ignited a wave of fervor, disseminating his strength, talent, charm, and charisma across the globe, introducing the world to Chinese Kung Fu. His brilliance remains unparalleled, yet his passing was abrupt. His emergence laid the groundwork for the era of superstars in Hong Kong, and now, this era is just beginning. Liao has inadvertently stumbled into this realm, poised to witness the allure and glamour of these stars firsthand. However, he does not wish to be merely a passive observer. As working hours commenced, the throngs outside the studio began to swell, converging in clusters. Li Chung remarked that most were crew members, not high-ranking officials. With his arms crossed, Liao attentively observed the myriad activities within the crew. A group of actors gathered, laughing and chatting leisurely, awaiting their turn to be filmed. The props team, bustling with activity, meticulously organized the items needed for the day, directing the crew to transport them to designated spots within the studio. Among the items were police uniforms, sunglasses, briefcases, and even a forklift. Additionally, the makeup, cinematography, and lighting assistants were equally engrossed, preparing for the shoot with remarkable orderliness. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Liao finally encountered a familiar face, Lin Zhengying. Through Li Cheng's introduction, he had previously learned that today's shoot involved a major production financed generously by Jiahe. The film, titled The 5 Lucky Stars, is a comedy featuring the immensely popular star Cheng Long, alongside the renowned Hong Peng Zi and a host of second- and third-tier actors. The film boasts 3 action directors, Yuan Biao, Lin Zhengying, and Chen Huiyi. Lin Zhengying, maintaining a serious demeanor, was the first to arrive at the studio. Clad in the favored white shirt and black trousers of martial artists, he sported a traditional Tang suit. As he encountered crew members along the way, he greeted them with a respectful fist salute, showcasing his earnestness. He initially intended to head to the meeting room within the studio, but halted upon seeing Li Chung and Li Yao exiting, adopting a serious yet playful tone as he remarked, "Chenggu, you arrive so early every day. Shouldn't Uncle Raymond consider giving you a raise?" Liao was already aware that Li Chung is a distant relative of Jia's owner, Zhou Wenhui, serving as both a screenwriter and assistant director at Jiahe. In the realm of Diamond City, he holds a modest celebrity status. Lin Zhengying is a skilled action designer associated with the Hong family, and Li Chung quietly introduced him to Liao, adding with a smile, "One salary is sufficient." Following this, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering, "Here, Ingu, have a smoke." Lin Zhengying waved his hand, declining. "In a few days, I plan to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Charlie recommended a clinic specializing in gastrointestinal issues, as this ailment recurs several times a year. Upon hearing this, Li Chung promptly retracted the cigarettes. Lin Zhengying curiously glanced at the tall, smiling Li Yao standing behind. Then, his gaze returned to Li Chung as he inquired, "Chenggu, the shoot for this film will wrap up in no more than 3 days. With your screenwriting talent and experience as an assistant director, have you secured any prospects for your script?" Li Chung sighed deeply, responding, "Alas, you know well that I have submitted my script several times, yet there has been no positive feedback." Lin Zhengying hesitated briefly before advising him. The production of The 5 Lucky Stars has incurred considerable expenses. In the latter half of the year, Jack intends to initiate a new project. Jack is a prominent figure within the company, and whatever budget he requires, Uncle Raymond will provide. Thus, from a financial standpoint, it seems unlikely that Uncle Raymond will invest in any new films this summer. Lin Zhengying is a vital member of the Hong family, which forms the core strength of Jia, so he possesses some insight into these matters. Chapter 12. A glimpse into filmmaking. The Jack he mentioned is none other than Cheng Long, the star of Jia, while Layman is the English name of Zhou Wenhui, as it is common for Hong Kong locals to adopt Western names. Due to insufficient funds, it seems reasonable that Li Liqing would not be granted the opportunity to serve as a screenwriter or assistant director for a minor role. Yet both he and Lin Zhengying are acutely aware of their circumstances. In the realm of Jia, the prospects for Li Liqing to ascend to a directorial position appear bleak. After all, he is merely a distant relative of Zhou Wenhui's first wife and has long since severed ties with that family. More significantly, the favored secretary of Zhou Wenhui is Lu Wenliang, who is not only the apple of his eye but also a shareholder and one of the executives at Jia. The bond between this lady and the big boss of Jia, Zhou Wenhui, is remarkably close, akin to the tight-knit relationship between Sir Run Run Shaw and Lady Fong on the TVB side, who in Jia would be oblivious to the need to align with the powerful rather than a distant, neglected relative. Only someone as forthright as Lin Zhengying would dare to associate so closely with the corpulent Li Liqing, despite his amiable disposition. Li Liqing scratched his head, aware that Lin Zhengying's desire to assist was futile, leaving him to merely sigh in silence. Once Lin Zhengying entered the filming studio, Li Liqing appeared somewhat despondent. With a sigh, he turned to seek out Li Yao. Li Yao stood nearby, having overheard their conversation, and with a smile, inquired, "Ah Cheng, you seem quite familiar with Lin Zhengying. He was so quiet on his way here, yet he engaged with you so eagerly?" "Well, we get along quite well. Though Brother Ing appears stern, he is genuinely kind-hearted," Li Liqing quickly explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." At this point, Li Yao's gaze shifted suddenly, spotting 4 familiar figures approaching, 3 men and 1 woman. The men were renowned kung fu stars in the film industry, all disciples of the 7 Little Fortunes. Leading the group was Hong Jinbao, who, though short and plump, was as solid as a stone and bore a serious demeanor, reminiscent of a commanding general. Cheng Long walked in the middle, flanked by Miss Hong Kong, Zhong Chuhong. Zhong Chuhong walked with her head down, her long curls partially obscuring her face, leaving her expression a mystery. Whether she was shy or lost in thought was unclear. In contrast, Cheng Long wore a beaming smile, waving enthusiastically and calling out greetings. A throng of employees gathered at the studio entrance, yet it remained uncertain whom he was greeting. At the rear was Yuan Biao, who occasionally yawned, likely having stayed out late the previous night and not getting enough rest. Seeing the energetic Cheng Long stirred something in Li Yao, prompting him to ask, "Ah Cheng, has there been any media coverage regarding Jack's rumored secret marriage?" He vaguely recalled that Prince Long welcomed a child last year, suggesting that Cheng Long must have married by now. "Indeed, there are many rumors," Li Liqing replied enviously. "Once someone gains fame, controversies abound. Every actress from Xiangdao who has collaborated with Brother Jack has been linked to him in scandal. The most credible rumor involves a starlet with the surname Lin. The Daily News even reported their marriage, yet Brother Jack adamantly denies it. Who knows what the truth is?" He paused briefly before lowering his voice to add, "Even if they truly wed, Uncle Layman would ensure everything is settled. Brother Jack is exceptionally popular in Dongnan, Neon, and Hongwa. He is a financial asset for Xiangdao, and Jia would go to great lengths to protect him." Li Yao nodded in acknowledgement. In the past, Xiangdao was dominated by 4 prominent families, the He, Luo, Li, and Li families. However, those days are now long gone. The original 4 families have either declined or transitioned into urban governance. They evolved from wealthy elites to power brokers and eventually to the ruling class. Yet, since last year, 1982, the media has begun to mention a new quartet of families. The so-called new 4 families include the Gua, Li, Zheng families, and another family of even higher status, the Bao family. Why have 4 families become 5? Everyone knows that the 4 heavenly kings actually comprise 5 individuals. Thus, it is not a peculiar notion that the 4 families have expanded to 5. Presently, these 4 real estate moguls control at least 70 to 80% of the real estate market in Xiangdao. As the 21st century dawns, this city is almost entirely under their influence. By that time, Li Huanghua had nearly monopolized the telecommunications, water supply, electricity, and port industries in Xiangdao. Li Zhaoji presided over the natural gas and ferry services. The Guo family owned the majority of rental properties in Xiangdao, collecting hundreds of billions of Xiangdao dollars in rent annually. They also ventured into telecommunications, department stores, and hotels. The Zheng family, apart from real estate, is the largest jewelry merchant and also controls Xiangdao's ferry services. Essentially, every aspect of the common people's lives, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, is in the hands of these real estate tycoons. It is no wonder that the citizens of Xiangdao often say, upon opening one's eyes, one must pay the four families. The ordinary populace of this city relies on water, electricity, gas, and telephone services provided predominantly by them. In the past, these sectors were monopolized by British companies. However, in recent years, as British capital has gradually withdrawn, the control of these industries has slowly fallen into the hands of the four families. Moreover, beyond the domains dominated by the so-called new four families, various other industries in Xiangdao have also been monopolized and controlled by affluent magnates. For instance, in the realm of dining, by the 21st century, the fast food chains in Xiangdao are primarily represented by Dai Jiala and Dai Kuaiwa. Although these two companies do not belong to the same group, they are actually descendants of the same family, one family that supports half of Xiangdao's fast food industry. Their only competitor is the Maxim's Group, which operates Maxim's Restaurant. The Maxim's Group is a quintessential example of a family merging with capital, jointly controlled by the Wu family and a dairy company. Out-of-town visitors dining in Xiangdao might unwittingly step into a restaurant owned by Maxim's, of which there are countless, offering a variety of cuisines, from local to northern, western to budget-friendly. One can find them everywhere. Let us speak of the renowned restaurants under their group, such as Qian Xiaobai Wei, Mei Xian Huanggong, and Mei Xian de Jiulu, alongside Mei Xian Jinggu, Mei Xian Guing Yulu, Yu Chui Xian, and Chui Yuan, which also belong to them. Yi Chui Xian, Chui Yu Xian, Yu Jiang Chun, Ba Yu Hua, Ba Yu Ju, Hai Yi Xian, Ba Shi Chao Kai, and Chao Jiang Chun are likewise their establishments. Zhu Hao Gu, Chao Ting, Didu Lu Ziyulan, Dong Ting Lu, as well as Yui Zhan, Yingshan Hong, Shi Bai He, and Didu Rinjiao are also part of their portfolio. Even Xing Ba Cook Coffee falls under their management. The largest bakery chain in the region, Mei Xian Bing Wu, is also part of their family. Observing the array of restaurants opened by Mei Xian Group in this locale reveals that the business world has largely been monopolized by a select few. Li Yao was reborn in 1983, a time when such a landscape had already taken shape and was becoming increasingly solidified. During this half-month of rebirth, aside from delving into the stock market and financial matters of the area, he spent much of his time investigating commercial conditions. Based on this foundation, he began to contemplate his own path to development. Ultimately, he realized that had he been reborn a decade earlier, in 1973, with his skills and vision, he would undoubtedly have made a significant mark. By now, he would surely surpass the so-called new four prominent families. Conversely, had he been reborn 10 years later, in 1993, he would have undoubtedly returned to the mainland for development. The potential and prospects of the mainland far exceed what this small locale can offer. Unfortunately, he found himself reborn in the interstice of these two eras, coinciding perfectly with the zenith of these prominent families. Lacking any substantial background, his situation was indeed quite awkward. The profitable sectors of the city had nearly all been divided among them. Reflecting on the original timeline, after entering 1980, the remaining top wealthy families in the area were primarily those who had risen through finance and ultimately established themselves in real estate, such as Lu Wanxiong. Even Lu Wanxiong could only be considered at the bottom of the top aristocracy, hardly making a significant impact. In truth, there were scant vacancies among the top families in this city. These revelations stemmed from Li Yao's commercial investigations and information gathering over the past half-month. However, nothing is absolute. This seemingly monolithic situation is not entirely devoid of loopholes and opportunities. Two exceptional prospects lie ahead that could enable capable individuals to shatter this deadlock. The first opportunity is the stock market crash of 1987, the most severe in the region's history. Should one possess sufficient capital to buy into the market post-crash, even with the worst luck, they could ascend to the status of a top-tier tycoon in this city. In the original timeline, Lu Wanxiong capitalized on that very chance, propelling himself into the upper echelons of wealth. Another instance was the quantum storm orchestrated by Soros, which caused chaos in the stock market. However, it presented a prime opportunity for investment. That occurred in 1997. Yet, 1997 has long passed, leaving a 4-year wait until the 1987 crash. Both of these golden opportunities require considerable patience. Is there no alternative to merely waiting for these two chances to break through the formidable barriers established by the elite families? Initially, Liao believed it was futile, yet he later recognized an industry in Hong Kong that had yet to produce any major tycoons, entertainment. The realms of film, television, and media are burgeoning, particularly in cinema, which has developed over 2 decades in Hong Kong, drawing a plethora of talent from the mainland, and is on the verge of a significant boom. The golden age of Hong Kong films is imminent. Furthermore, this industry differs from those requiring early entry. In film and entertainment, the timing of involvement is not of paramount importance. True success hinges on genuine talent, the ability to produce exceptional films and television series. And notably, Liao possesses this talent in abundance. His mind is a reservoir of memories from hundreds of brilliant individuals, including the skills and experiences of 4 or 5 top directors. Liao is unaware of the origins of these directors, but he surmises, based on their experiences and methods in the industry, that they are likely from the West. Should he choose to unleash their cinematic talents and insights, he could instantaneously rise to the pinnacle of this field. Thus, to establish a foothold in this city and await the opportune moment to breach the stronghold of the elite families, he must ascend to the highest echelons himself. It is with this epiphany that Liao hastened to Jiahe Studio to observe how films are crafted in the present-day Hong Kong. Chapter 13. Lin Qingxia's signature. Why would he be here, and why did HSBC invite Li Liqing to act as a guide? The reason lies here. In the film Qi Mao Miao Ji Wu Fu Xing, directed by Hong Jinbao and Cheng Long, several prominent figures took on significant roles. With the lead actors present, the filming was bound to commence. Li Liqing, one of the screenwriters and co-directors of this film, had few tasks at hand. Yet he needed to attend to them, so he requested a leave of absence from Liao, promising to return in no more than an hour to continue his guiding duties. Liao had no objections. After all, he was already inside. Once Li Liqing left, the crew immediately began their day's work. Unfortunately, the scenes planned for that day were all shot in the studio, inaccessible to Liao, who could not witness the filmmaking process of that era. He lingered in the visitor area for over an hour without seeing Li Liqing. Just as he was about to leave out of boredom, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback before stepping forward and extending his hand, saying, "Hello, Qingxia. I presume you are here to find Charlie?" The person approaching was none other than Lin Qingxia, who was then regarded as the most beautiful woman in Dongnanya. Liao, having only seen her graceful silhouette in old films from Hong Kong and Taiwan or in entertainment headlines of the 21st century, was captivated. In those classic films, Lin Qingxia exuded an air of confidence and radiance, her charm utterly remarkable. However, in news reports, she appeared older, yet her face still retained an extraordinary elegance. Yi Shu once described her beauty as flawless from head to toe, with not a single imperfection. Even the contours of her hairline, earrings, eyebrows, teeth, fingers, shoulders, feet, and toes were impeccably exquisite. The renowned director Su Ku remarked that such a stunning beauty was rarely encountered in 50 years, embodying a noble spirit combined with a hint of heroism, outshining many men in her allure. Lin Qingxia's captivating beauty was etched in memory for a lifetime. At this moment, witnessing the living Lin Qingxia, who still possessed the youthful charm of her prime, left Liao. Despite being well acquainted with various beauties and advanced photographic techniques, utterly mesmerized. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly realized the need to greet her. Upon seeing Li Yao's initiative, Lin Qingxia paused, thinking, what a handsome young man. Is he a new actor signed by Jiahe? He is more striking than Shun Xinfa and Lai Sili. She noted his youthful demeanor and commendable aura. While she did not respond immediately, Liao sensed her thoughts intuitively and smiled lightly. It seemed she truly had come to inquire about Charlie. The Charlie mentioned by Liao was known in Xiangdao as Playboy Charlie, whose real name was Qin Xianglin. He was one of the 5 main leads in the film Wu Fu Xing, playing the role of a character who pretended to be injured by robbers to steal a watch. In the original storyline, Qin Xianglin and Lin Qingxia were engaged in San Francisco in September 1980. Their engagement lasted for 3 years without culminating in marriage. When they eventually separated, it caused a significant uproar, becoming one of the top 10 entertainment scandals. After their breakup, Lin Qingxia entered into a relationship with Qin Han, which endured for 8 tumultuous years, but ultimately did not last. Lin Qingxia eventually married the wealthy Xing Liyuan and retired from acting. Lin Qingxia was astonished by Li Yao's appearance and demeanor, but out of politeness. She merely intended to shake his hand. Her smile was perfectly calibrated, neither overly warm nor cold, and she spoke little without directly answering Li Yao's question. However, upon grasping Li Yao's hand, she was taken aback by the sensation. Why does his hand feel tingly? His hand was remarkably comfortable, almost oddly so. The esteemed beauty of Dong Nanya widened her eyes, her gaze revealing something special, as if she had forgotten or simply did not wish to release Li Yao's hand. Li Yao smiled softly, realizing that his unique ability was indeed an effective charm. By subtly manipulating the biological electricity within her, he influenced her endocrine system, prompting the release of dopamine, the hormone associated with joy, creating a sense of blissful attraction. Conversely, if misused, he could trigger fear responses by sending signals to the amygdala, instilling anxiety. Now, as Lin Qingxia held his hand, she found it exceptionally pleasant and was reluctant to let go. Who would wish to relinquish such a feeling, especially someone like Lin Qingxia, who exuded artistic grace? The studio doors were closed, only to open during lunch. Li Yao took the initiative, saying, "Qingxia, if you wish to see Charlie, there are security personnel at the entrance who can call for him." He already understood her purpose for being there. Observing the most beautiful woman of Dong Nanya, Li Yao decided to take action and begin his pursuit. "No need, I just wrapped up filming a period martial arts drama." Lin Qingxiao replied leisurely, her Cantonese not particularly fluent. She instinctively brushed her long hair back, exuding charm, and continued, "I called Charlie to inform him I would be back tomorrow, but I intentionally came today to surprise him. If I have the security notify him, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore." Li Yao smirked internally, thinking, "You are 28, no longer a little girl, and still playing the surprise game. How pretentious. Do you think I am trying to act young?" Lin Qingxia discerned his expression, her tone tinged with a hint of gentle resignation. "You wouldn't understand." Li Yao, relying on his near telepathic abilities, realized that his previous actions had borne fruit. She was beginning to take an interest in him. He discerned her thoughts and directly uttered a remark that left Lin Qingxia profoundly impressed, treating him as a confidant. The degree of surprise one expresses reveals the depth of their feelings for their partner. If he appears genuinely astonished, it signifies his true love. If he feigns surprise, it indicates that his heart has already moved on. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Qingxia was momentarily taken aback. The words spoken by Li Yao were precisely what she had been contemplating. How fortuitous that he articulated her innermost feelings. Noticing a hint of wariness on her face and uncertainty in her heart, Li Yao hastily reassured her, "Do not worry, I am not a journalist. A friend of mine works in the production crew, and I am merely here to visit." Lin Qingxia paid little heed to Li Yao's words. His demeanor and aura hardly resembled that of a gossiping reporter. However, as soon as she spoke, doubts began to creep into her mind. After all, she was a public figure. Should Li Yao truly be a journalist and she unwittingly indulged him, the next day would undoubtedly see sensational headlines proclaiming Qin Xianglin and Lin Qingxia's relationship in turmoil, on the verge of breakup. Although she recognized the truth in Li Yao's statement and felt it resonated deeply within her, she couldn't shake the feeling that this man was exceedingly captivating. Continuing this conversation might lead her to waver in her resolve. Thus, she hastily sought to conclude their dialogue. Yet, Li Yao was unwilling to let it end so abruptly, and he began conversing with her in standard Mandarin, gradually easing her apprehension. "Qingxia, are you filming while I'm with Zhouguan? When is the release date? I shall certainly purchase several tickets to support you. You are quite well informed." Lin Qingxia responded, slightly astonished. Earlier in the year, she had filmed Xinshu Shan Jinsha with Zhouguan, which had dismally flopped in the mainland, so much so that hardly anyone was aware of it, and the media had relentlessly criticized her, vilifying her thoroughly. Since then, her standing in the entertainment circle of Xiangdao had plummeted, relegating her from a first-tier star to a second or third tier, leaving her without roles. Thus, she had no choice but to return to Taidao to shoot films, for in Xiangdao, no one dared approach her, and her news had nearly vanished. Were it not for her loyal fans, no one would even know what she was currently undertaking. What surprised her most was Li Yao's fluency in Mandarin, prompting her to inquire, "Your Mandarin is quite proficient. Where are you from?" "You haven't yet answered me," Li Yao said, a bit assertively. The release in Taidao is set for August, with midnight screenings on the 14th and a formal release on the 21st. The schedule in Xiangdao has yet to be determined. Lin Qingxia found his thoughts clear and his demeanor unique, leaving a deeper impression on her than those who merely sought to flatter her. She smiled, Now you may reveal your true identity. All the roots of the Long people lie in the mainland. Li Yao replied, his words precise and unwavering. I identify with our ancestral heritage more than the average Hong Kong resident. My fluency in Mandarin serves as a testament to my stance. So, you are in favor of the return? Lin Qingxiao realized she had encountered a leftist, which did not displease her. She had an elder sister in Northeast Mainland, and she herself could be considered left-leaning. At that moment, several staff members approached her for autographs, and she graciously obliged. After signing, she waved her Parker pen. Would you like one? Of course, that is highly sought after. Li Yao patted his pocket, but found no suitable notebook. Thus, he stepped a few paces away to retrieve a notepad from his Ferrari. It was a type of loose-leaf notebook with a leather cover and a clasp. He had purchased many such notebooks. In an era devoid of tablets, laptops, and even widespread smartphones, he relied on traditional notebooks to record any information while gathering business intelligence and studying the market in Xiangdao. However, the notebook he displayed today was unlike the others. Instead of mundane business data, it contained meticulously transcribed and refined screenplays of future cinematic masterpieces, inspired by his remarkable memory and seemingly infused with the essence of several prominent Western directors, alongside bold adaptations of renowned literary works. His intentional display of this notebook clearly indicated he was well prepared. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Qingxiao's bright eyes remained fixed upon him. Her gaze fluctuated between the Ferrari 288 GTO and Li Yao. She recognized it as a Ferrari but was astonished that such a seemingly youthful man could command such a luxury vehicle. Who exactly was this remarkable individual? Chapter 14 Perfect Film Industry in her heart. She pondered deeply. Li Yao presented his notebook to Lin Qingxia, opening the cover and saying, "Please sign here, Qingxia, and kindly add a line. To all those who look down on me and love to compare me to others, go to hell. Love yourself, no reason needed." This phrase originates from another world, from Chuang Li Chuang Y, authored by none other than Lin Qingxia herself. This statement, Lin Qingxia widened her eyes at Li Yao, internally exclaiming, how profoundly true. After all, it was indeed the voice of her future. This gesture endeared Li Yao to her even more. She picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed her name, not waiting for Li Yao's nod before eagerly flipping open the notebook. Normally, she would not behave so impolitely, but her curiosity about Li Yao was overwhelming, compelling her to delve deeper. Li Yao did not deter her. He had intentionally allowed Lin Qingxia to see it. The notebook contained but one script, nothing else. The script was titled Wu Shuang. It was a crime film he cherished, released in 2018. It possessed depth and a gripping narrative, notable for the counterfeit money appearing more authentic than real currency, providing ample intrigue and texture. Moreover, the film relied little on special effects or untested technologies. Instead, it demanded exceptional directorial skill and a stellar cast. Since Li Yao had transcribed this script, he undoubtedly intended to bring it to life. He planned to make this film his debut, for two reasons. Firstly, he was financially affluent, possessing sufficient funds to invest in a film, unlike those protagonists in entertainment narratives who could only start with hundreds of thousands or millions. Thus, he was entirely capable of embarking on a grand cinematic project. Secondly, should this film succeed, he could likely garner several awards. In 1983, if one were to showcase a film from 2018, it would surely evoke a sense of novelty and intellect. For the next 2 decades, both the mainland and Hong Kong and Taiwan regions would place significant emphasis on the endorsements of outsiders. Winning an Oscar during that period would elevate one's status tremendously within the Asian entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxia, holding the notebook, was engrossed in the film. She had entered the industry at 17, and now a decade had passed. Although she primarily starred in Xiangyao dramas and martial arts films, she was exceptionally dedicated to her career. Perhaps it was this commitment that allowed her to portray so many unforgettable roles. Her passion, combined with her remarkable acting skills, enabled her to immediately recognize the extraordinary quality of this script. Thus, she was genuinely astonished by Wu Shuang, considering it a masterpiece of divine caliber. If it was indeed written by him, that unexpectedly wealthy young man was truly talented. This script is magnificent, simply a work of genius. Is there any investment in place? Lin Qingxia could not restrain her curiosity. Such an outstanding script, if left unproduced, would be a grievous waste of such talent. Of course not. You are the first person to view it after I completed the script, Li Yao replied with a smile. While I may not have navigated the entertainment industry, I am aware that it is a treacherous realm. Sometimes, an excellent script can lead to adverse consequences, as certain film companies can be quite unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao immediately recalled some rumors and unspoken rules within the industry. She felt he was quite right. She wished to say more, but Li Yao had already taken her notebook away. Since you were so fond of it, when I commence filming, I would like to invite you to play the role of Ruan Wan, he said with a smile. Lin Qingxiao responded, Huh? I am currently a box office draw. If you truly dare to invite me, I will certainly come. Deal, Li Yao affirmed. He did not linger further, not even waiting for Li Li, and waved goodbye to Lin Qingxiao before turning to his Ferrari GTO 288, starting the engine and smoothly accelerating away. Recruitment must be timed perfectly, and this encounter had left a profound impression. With more interactions in the future, Li Yao was confident he could win her over. Today's meeting had fulfilled its purpose. Encountering Lin Qingxiao was a delightful surprise. After leaving the Diamond Mountain Jazz Studios, Li Yao promptly returned to his own company, Li Yao Investment Company. It was still just noon. Having been established for less than a week, the company was actively recruiting. Thanks to connections at HSBC and the high salaries he offered, the hiring process was progressing smoothly. Among the candidates, two stood out as particularly promising talents, Zhang Jingye and Lin Anbang. Zhang Jingye's origins elude my memory, but he is a graduate of MIT, a brilliant mind. He had spent years striving on Wall Street until returning to earlier this year. He had come to for tourism, only to be recruited by HSBC due to his extensive connections. He is a master in the financial sector, thoroughly knowledgeable about the financial markets of Wall Street and Neon. Lin Anbang is also a returnee, having previously held a mid-level leadership position in a large company. Unlike Zhang Jingye, who specializes in finance, Lin Anbang excels in corporate governance and logistical support. Now, both serve as deputy general managers at Li Yao Investment, while Li Yao himself holds the positions of general manager and chairman. Their roles are clearly defined. Zhang Jingye currently leads a financial team dedicated to managing Li Yao's investments in Hong Kong stocks, while keeping a vigilant eye on fluctuations in the financial market. He is indeed quite capable. Lin Anbang, on the other hand, has been assigned to integrate the newly acquired Audi Double Diamond toy company and is responsible for negotiating patent collaborations for Transformers with the Neon side. In just a few days, nearly 100 employees have populated the office of Li Yao Investment. Upon entering the company, Li Yao observed his staff diligently engaged in their work, operating in an orderly manner. He transformed his office into a meeting room and called Lin Anbang in. As soon as Lin Anbang arrived, Li Yao spoke. Anbang, I would like you to register a new subsidiary. I've already decided on a name, Perfect Film Industry. Upon hearing this, Lin Anbang immediately responded. No problem, Mr. Li. What will this company primarily focus on? Making films, came the reply. Making films? Lin Anbang felt a bit bewildered. Was the boss's notion not a bit too far-fetched? Presently, our company has two main businesses, a toy factory and financial investments, which seem entirely unrelated. Suddenly, the boss desired to embark on a third venture that bore no connection to the previous two. After a brief moment of hesitation, he inquired, Mr. Li, producing films is a monumental undertaking. It requires at least a couple of million to get started. If the box office flops, the investment could vanish into thin air. I'm aware that making films in Xiangdao carries significantly more risk than stock trading. He then posed another question, Mr. Li, what genre of films does this new company intend to produce? Will they be of an avant-garde style or aimed at the mainstream market? Certainly mainstream, Li Yao answered. We are still in the preparatory stage. The company hasn't even been registered yet, and it is uncertain when we will commence shooting our first film. You should prioritize getting the company registered. Lin Anbang nodded. The boss, with his wealth and whims, could pursue filmmaking as he pleased. No problem. I can complete all the necessary procedures by Wednesday at the latest, he assured. Filmmaking, a toy company, and a foray into the entertainment industry. This was Li Yao's strategy to establish a foothold in Xiangdao and break through the upper-class ceiling of the city. To ensure this foundation remains as stable as Mount Tai, substantial financial backing is essential. At this juncture, financial strategies must be employed. In simpler terms, it involves earning quick profits in the stock market. Li Yao had been tirelessly engaged in this endeavor. Zhang Jingye, a returnee from the distant shores of Wall Street, currently managed an investment team of over 20 individuals. They were responsible for trading stocks according to Li Yao's vision and constantly monitoring market fluctuations. Li Yao's investment base was situated adjacent to the Central Financial District, occupying the 33rd floor of the mobile building, covering 2 entire floors, although it appeared rather quiet at the moment. After all, The entire company comprised only about 100 people. The investment department's office was exceptionally spacious, featuring a large room exceeding 1,000 square meters, with a prominent blackboard in place. Zhang Jingye and his deputy, Liang Meili, were currently standing before the blackboard verifying purchase data. Liang Meili, an ordinary-looking woman estimated to be around 40, had recently been recruited from HSBC Securities. Zhang Jingye, the head of the investment department, was her superior. Behind them, a dozen traders were busy making phone calls, directly connecting with the stock market. In the trading hall, there were representatives from both HSBC Securities and their own personnel. All stock trading orders originated from this location, which brokers then executed. At that time, Xiangdao had 4 stock exchanges known as Xiangdao Club, Far East Club, Gold and Silver Club, and Jiulong Club, collectively referred to as the era of the 4 clubs. The trading halls of each exchange operated manually, featuring a large blackboard where individuals wishing to buy stocks would call brokers inside the hall, commonly referred to as red vests. The red vests would then write the client's orders on the blackboard, a process known as listing. The blackboard displayed stock codes, prices, and quantities for purchase. If a seller was willing to sell, the respective brokers would negotiate and transfer funds via wire. Due to the manual data recording, efficiency was inherently low. Meanwhile, in Europe, electronic trading systems had long been adopted, allowing transactions to be executed via computer terminals. However, at that time, the internet had not yet emerged, compelling individuals outside to call brokers for assistance in trading. In an alternate reality, retail investors could complete transactions effortlessly from home, tapping away on keyboards or smartphones. Unfortunately, that was not the case in the present. Technology had not yet advanced to that extent, making stock trading quite laborious. Major investors conducted trades via telephone, with brokers assisting throughout the process. Retail investors had to go to the stock market, awaiting listings for buying and selling. Since transactions executed by red vests required time, trading volumes were severely limited. The New York Stock Exchange had already embraced electronic systems, achieving daily transaction volumes of 50 to 60 billion US dollars. In contrast, the combined daily trading volume of the 4 exchanges in Xiangdao barely reached 5 to 600 million Xiangdao dollars, illustrating the disparity between electronic trading and manual operations. Li Yao turned to Zhang Jingye and asked, "Jingye, have the stock exchanges over there adopted electronic trading systems?" "Since the beginning of this year, this initiative has been fully implemented," Zhang Jingye replied. The young man, 25 years of age, wore thick glasses that revealed his severe nearsightedness. His demeanor was composed, and he approached tasks with meticulous attention. The stock exchanges on the island were only established 20 years ago, and the market was quite chaotic. In earlier years, many traders colluded with regulatory personnel to engage in illegal trading. Since 1982, the financial authorities have been working to reform the exchanges, replacing several heads of regulatory committees, yet the market order remains disarrayed to this day. Zhang Jingye spoke the unembellished truth. But with the rise of electronic trading, the stock exchanges on the island were likely to shine brightly in the near future. For Xiangdao to achieve comprehensive electronic operations, several more years would need to pass, likely until the 1990s. Even during the merger of the 4 clubs in 1986, stock trading on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange still relied on manual processes. Such backwardness was lamentable. As soon as Li Yao arrived, Zhang Jingye hurriedly reported the situation. "Boss, after the market opened today, the stock price of Shunlong Securities surged by 8.9. Since our intervention, this stock has already risen by 45.5. Chapter 15. Acquiring 2 publicly listed companies. We shall proceed with the planned divestment of Bilibo Company's shares as the market stabilizes, allowing us to swiftly realize our expectations. In the realm of stock trading, the unit of transaction is referred to as a lot, a term universally recognized, albeit with varying quantities across different locales. Within the 4 principal exchanges of Xiangdao, the number of shares constituting a lot for each publicly listed company is determined by the respective company. The operations of Li Yao Investment Company are conducted through the Securities Department of HSBC Bank across these 4 stock markets, naturally incurring brokerage fees. Li Yao has an agreement with HSBC to settle accounts weekly, positioning him as a major client, particularly of high caliber. Whether in premium customer services or financial solutions, HSBC has profited significantly, thus elevating Li Yao's standing within the bank, making him the foremost client among all but the elite few. Upon concluding Zhang Jingye's report, Li Yao nodded in acknowledgement. With May nearing its end, and after a month of diligent work, his account balance had reached a three-digit figure. His net worth now exceeds 300 million Xiangdao dollars. The majority of his assets are in liquid forms, either cash or stocks, offering substantial liquidity. If assessed solely on monetary value, he would rank among the top 100 in all of Hong Kong. However, this 300 million in assets, primarily in cash and stocks, wields minimal societal influence. The connections of a lottery millionaire differ vastly from those of an entrepreneur who has amassed wealth through business endeavors. Determined to alter this dynamic, Li Yao presented Zhang Jingye with a merger and acquisition proposal. As Zhang Jingye perused the document, astonishment rendered him nearly speechless. The audacity to acquire two publicly listed companies at once was staggering. His excitement surged as he read through the plan, akin to a cat captivated by the scent of fish. He had long aspired to penetrate the capital market, much like an athlete yearning for a chance to compete. Innately suited for capital investment, he harbored the ambition of a conqueror. The plan drafted by Li Yao detailed the acquisition of two companies. The first was My Lihua Grand Hotel, situated at 118-130 Minden Road in Tsim Shui, Xiangdao, a prime location. This hotel has been in operation since 1957, boasting 525 guest rooms. Its advantageous position offers seamless access to transportation, adjacent to Tsim Shui Station on the Tsuanwan Line, Tsim East Station on the West Rail Line, and the China-Hong Kong Ferry Terminal, with a quick subway ride to Hung Hom Station. Managed by My Lihua International Hotel Group, the hotel is publicly listed under the same name. Compared to the mainland stock market or other international markets, Xiangdao's market is considerably smaller, making it relatively easier for companies like My Lihua, reliant on a single major hotel, to go public. The second company Li Yao targeted was Jinlebao Property Group, primarily engaged in property leasing and management, essentially renting properties to others and overseeing some upscale residential complexes. However, their main focus is on commercial real estate, renting out shops and small supermarkets. The market capitalization of these two companies varies. My Lihua Hotel's current valuation is approximately 480 million Xiangdao dollars, while Jinlebao Property stands slightly higher at around 550 million Xiangdao dollars. Li Yao's current financial standing is in the realm of several hundred million Xiangdao dollars. Acquiring two companies with a combined market value exceeding 1 billion Xiangdao dollars with only 300 million Xiangdao dollars might seem audacious. However, such maneuvers are not uncommon in capital markets. The phenomenon of a snake swallowing an elephant is facilitated through acquisition loans, a lucrative business for banks. This strategy, which originated in certain markets, has become highly refined over time. In such scenarios, the acquirer's own capital often constitutes merely 10% of the total, with the remaining 90% sourced through borrowing. There are two primary methods for acquisition loans: securing a bank loan or issuing acquisition bonds. In essence, it involves borrowing funds to purchase a company and subsequently using the acquired company's profits to repay the debt. A prominent Xiangdao businessman, Lu Wanxiong, adeptly leveraged this strategy to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the region. Now, Li Yao intends to follow suit. Upon successful acquisition, he plans to gradually repay the debts. Should the venture falter, he can simply sell the stocks of the two listed companies to the bank, relinquishing the burden. To put it bluntly, this approach resembles borrowing money from banks or the public to facilitate a marriage, wherein one secures a beautiful and capable spouse who can eventually earn to repay the debt. Such practices are often met with disdain by many listed companies, being labeled as unscrupulous behavior within the stock market, attracting widespread criticism. Nevertheless, Li Yao remains undeterred, for results are what truly matter in this era. Zhang Jingye, a financial expert returned from overseas, is exceptionally skilled. Once Li Yao has identified his targets, Zhang immediately springs into action. In Li Yao's investment office, Zhang reports, "Boss, after today's market opening, My Lihua Hotel stock is on a downward trend, and our purchase has not significantly influenced the market." Seated in the executive chair, Li Yao nodded, setting aside his script. "Given the current market conditions, our prepared capital is more than sufficient, is it not?" he inquired. "Indeed, our share continues to grow." Zhang's tone was infused with excitement. "You are all performing excellently," Li Yao commended, simultaneously purchasing shares in both My Lihua Hotel and Jinlebao Property. Due to poor management, My Lihua Hotel's first quarter financial report revealed substantial losses, prompting small shareholders to seek an exit from their investments. Zhang's assistant, Liang Meili, remarked with a smile, The market remains pessimistic, with a significant sell-off occurring daily. Even with our continued acquisitions, the stock price remains relatively stagnant. At this rate, we could initiate a comprehensive takeover bid within a month. In truth, both Xi and Zhang Jingya exercised considerable caution during their operations, as they adeptly managed to maintain the daily trading volume within a specific range, thus preventing excessive buying pressure from inflating stock prices. At this juncture, all that is required is a modicum of patience and a well-padded purse. Li Yao articulates this with sound reasoning. According to the regulations outlined in the Securities Ordinance, if an investor holds over 30% of a listed company's shares and wishes to continue purchasing, they must notify the company's board of directors and inform all shareholders of their intention to acquire the remaining shares. The announcement must candidly disclose the company's circumstances and elaborate on the management strategy post-acquisition, all in the interest of protecting minority shareholders. At this point, the existing board of directors will undoubtedly seek to maintain their positions. They often resort to financial maneuvers to elevate stock prices, and should Li Yao lack sufficient capital, the acquisition could be jeopardized. However, even if the acquisition fails, it is of little consequence. Once a comprehensive acquisition is proposed, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the opposing party to obstruct it. Should he succeed, Li Yao will gain full control of the company. If he fails, he can withdraw gracefully. This is why Lu Wanxiong later found himself vexed by numerous businessmen from Xiangdao, as he resembled a gluttonous butcher, preying upon venerable families and ruthlessly extracting their wealth. Li Yao is not merely seeking a quick profit. He is genuinely intent on a merger and acquisition. For various reasons, he is particularly eager to obtain the assets behind these two listed companies. Thus, he nodded and instructed his two subordinates to continue discreetly purchasing, emphasizing that this opportunity must not be squandered. As for financial concerns, he assured them he would handle it. He instructed them to ensure that sufficient funds remained for other projects to sustain operations for 6 months, with the remainder allocated entirely for acquisitions. Most of Li Yao's wealth is derived from the stock market. He possesses the acumen and expertise of several top financial magnates and Wall Street titans, especially in the context of the 1983 stock market. However, no matter how skilled he is, the returns are limited. The current stock market pales in comparison to the future influx of high-quality stocks from Xiangdao. When compared to the present markets of Europe, North America, and even the neon stock market, it resembles a mere puddle. In such a small puddle, even if Li Yao is a concealed financial shark, there are no substantial catches to be made. It is worth noting that with his capabilities, he could easily earn significantly more money in New York or London. Yet, he chooses to firmly establish his foothold in Xiangdao, laying a solid foundation before contemplating broader ambitions. The two listed companies he currently has his sights set on are precisely the treasures he has long coveted. First, consider the Mei Lihua Hotel, a structure over 30 years old, which now appears somewhat dilapidated. Coupled with its poor management, what was once a prestigious hotel is now operating at a loss. Nevertheless, its prime location in the bustling area of Tsim Sha Tsui is advantageous. It is rumored that Li Zhaojie subsequently acquired it, demolishing half to construct a shopping center, with annual rental income potentially reaching 10 billion Xiangdao dollars. Li Yao is particularly attracted to both the land and the brand. In 1983, with the Xiangdao stock market in a downturn and Li Zhaojie yet to recognize the opportunity, this presents an ideal moment for a bargain. Now, turning to the Jinlibao property group, why is Li Yao fixated on it? The reason lies in its possession of over 50 well-located retail spaces. With assistance from HSBC, he has secured the copyright and patents for Transformers. He plans to open a chain of stores selling merchandise from Audi's Double Diamond Toy Company, along with various related products. To thrive in Xiangdao, one cannot overlook the real estate sector. He also intends to capitalize on the stock market's downturn in 1987 to make strategic acquisitions, aiming to establish himself as a significant figure in Xiangdao's real estate scene before the 1990s. Acquiring Jinlibao property serves as a stepping stone for his future endeavors in the real estate industry. The covert acquisitions are ongoing, with the scholarly Zhang Jingya aiding him, and with Liang Meili as an assistant. Li Yao is not required to personally oversee these matters. He allocates part of his energy to the stock market to generate additional income, while the other part is focused on the entertainment industry in Xiangdao, which has yet to be dominated by major players. Chapter 16. Unfathomable Zhang Jingya is responsible for the operations behind the scenes, while Lin Onbong primarily handles matters on this end. Li Yao aspires to enter the entertainment industry and make films. To do so, he must first establish his own film company and supporting enterprises, such as a cinema chain. In the early 1980s, the cinema chains in Xiangdao were largely dominated by major chains like Shaw Brothers, Jiahe, and Jinganzhuzhanjia, leaving only a few small and medium-sized chains. From the inception of Perfect Film Industry, Li Yao instructed Lin Onbong to begin acquiring those smaller chains gradually. To date, Perfect Cinema has amassed 11 theaters. The largest among them boasts 458 seats, while the smallest has merely 135. Currently, Perfect Cinema totals 2,050 seats, and with some temporary additions, this could rise to 500. They now hold 1 of the total seating in Xiangdao cinemas. However, compared to the 3 major giants, their cinema locations are relatively obscure. As Lin Onbong reports the progress to Li Yao listens attentively, nodding in approval. In just half a month, having spent 9.5 million Xiangdao dollars, they have achieved this milestone, which has left Li Yao exceedingly satisfied. Unlike those who profit first before establishing cinema chains, they are backed by substantial capital. To produce films, one must grasp the entire industrial chain, overseeing everything from production to distribution. Thus, even when Perfect Film Industry was merely a fledgling company with only a handful of employees, Li Yao took the initiative to establish Perfect Cinema as a subsidiary, laying the groundwork for the cinema chain to connect both upstream and downstream of the industry. He advised not to overthink the acquisitions. If the price is right, negotiations would be straightforward. My goal is for us to possess at least 20 cinemas within 3 months, with a total seating capacity exceeding 5,000. Currently, the sluggish real estate market in Xiangdao makes cinema prices reasonable, presenting an opportune moment for us to act. Onbong, if you can successfully manage this, the position of president of Perfect Entertainment Group will be yours. Li Yao painted a grand vision for his trusted aide. Lin Onbong nodded excitedly. He cherished this role. His enthusiasm was not merely due to a passion for films or the entertainment industry, but rather because he relished working for a financially robust and generous boss. Li Yao is precisely such a boss, offering not only a substantial salary, but also a promising future. Most importantly, he has the backing of formidable financial resources, allowing him to operate without reservations. No problem. I assure you that I will complete the tasks assigned by the boss within 3 months. Lin Onbong vowed confidently. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction. Currently, he only has one company under his name, Li Yao Investment Company, which has already birthed 2 subsidiaries, Audi Schwanzwen Toy Company and Perfect Entertainment. These 2 companies also encompass numerous other entities. For instance, under Perfect Entertainment, there are Perfect Film Industry, Perfect Cinema, and the newly established Personnel Scares Perfect Comics. Remarkably, he has only been reborn in this era for less than a month. Today is May 31st. Achieving so much in such a brief period, Li Yao felt quite pleased with his performance. Early in the morning, Xiao Linlin awoke in the faculty dormitory area of Xiangdao Chinese University. Both her parents are educators. Her father is the principal of a top 5 private high school in Xiangdao, while her mother is a professor at Xiangdao Chinese University, qualifying them for a spacious faculty apartment of over 1,000 square meters. With such a background, she embodies the quintessential scholarly lineage. From a young age, she was not only beautiful but also excelled academically. Although her mother is a professor at Hong Kong University, Xiao Linlin gained admission solely through her own merit, with no assistance from her mother. Because of her impressive family background and academic credentials, she quickly secured a position at HSBC, a prestigious firm, after graduation. Regardless of circumstances, even in the post-handover era, working at HSBC is considered both prestigious and lucrative for most. Besides the elite and affluent families like Xiao Linlin's are regarded as well-to-do by ordinary standards. Today is the weekend, and typically she would have to work at HSBC, even on weekends, as the senior customer service department operates year-round, requiring around-the-clock staffing. Only when truly necessary can she arrange for time off. However, thanks to Li Yao, Xiao Linlin, recently promoted to Deputy Director of the Senior Customer Service Department, is now only responsible for matters concerning Li Yao and his company. Yesterday, Li Yao mentioned that he would be traveling next week, allowing Xiao Linlin to enjoy a well-deserved week off this week. This is a legitimate break, with her salary intact, and no one can object. Thus, although she woke early this morning due to her biological clock, today was different. She lingered in bed for quite some time. It was not until she heard her mother knocking on the door that she slowly got up, washed up, brushed her teeth, changed her clothes, applied makeup, and then stepped outside. Taking a break today? Her mother inquired curiously at the door, not needing to teach. Yes, my client is traveling, so I have no business for the next few days, Xiao Linlin replied sweetly while enjoying breakfast prepared by her mother. Xiao mother nodded, asking with concern, is work going smoothly? I hesitated to ask when you were so busy before. Everything is great, Xiao Linlin beamed with joy. A promotion, a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Most importantly, her work has become exceedingly easy lately. Xiao Linlin feels that since meeting Li Yao, she has experienced the happiest times of her life. After finishing her meal, Xiao Linlin pondered a moment before making a few phone calls. Although her boyfriend said she could take a break this week, she decided to work nonetheless. After all, her job is genuinely effortless. Informing her mother that she was stepping out, Xiao mother asked, puzzled, aren't you on break? Why are you still heading out? I have plans to hang out with friends, not to go to work, Xiao Linlin responded. Understood. Be careful, her mother cautioned. Exiting the dormitory building, leaving the faculty area of Hong Kong University, and stepping into the bustling streets, Xiao Linlin felt a surge of emotions. Perhaps it was due to her more refined appearance that she unconsciously felt akin to a lady of high society. Even her gesture of hailing a cab had transformed into an elegant display. Upon noticing a vehicle halt before her, she scrutinized the driver and, reassured, stepped inside. The female driver, Li Hong, uttered no words but promptly inquired, Xiao Linlin, where to? It was evident that they were acquainted with one another. Xiao Linlin courteously replied, thank you for your efforts, before revealing her intended destination. This arrangement was a special provision from Li Yao. Li Hong was a member of the newly established security department within Li Yao's investment company. Li Yao's business had been expanding, encompassing automobiles, drivers, and bodyguards. To elaborate on the vehicles, as a perk, Li Yao provided luxury cars for the executives, while the employees had access to company shuttles. Our company currently boasts a fleet of 34 vehicles, which includes business vehicles for the toy factory and cars designated for VIP receptions, all regarded as the company's treasures. With such a considerable number of vehicles, the need for over a dozen drivers necessitated stringent management, prioritizing safety and establishing rigorous dispatch regulations to curtail expenses. Furthermore, Li Yao had established a general affairs department to oversee logistics, including cleanliness, dining services, and fire safety. Now, turning to the security department, Li Yao, emulating the paths of affluent tycoons from Xiangdao, selected personnel from the special units of the Xiangdao police force. Most of these individuals were retired members of protection teams and the Flying Tiger Squad, each having undergone professional training, adept at erecting a formidable security wall for their charges. Nonetheless, Li Yao remained somewhat dissatisfied. Why, you may ask? Firstly, the salaries of retired police officers in Xiangdao were exorbitant. Head bodyguards could earn between 300,000 to 400,000 annually. Secondly, these individuals tended to be arrogant, exhibiting a picky attitude towards their work environment and displaying a lack of professionalism. To be frank, serving as a bodyguard for the wealthy was relatively leisurely, with minimal danger, often involving mundane tasks. When these bodyguards signed contracts, they were choosy, dragging their feet in the process. Ultimately, Li Yao selected 3 reliable candidates and chose several with commendable attitudes for training, also seeking assistance in recruiting skilled individuals from the mainland. Li Hong is one such former member of a protection unit. Her steadfast character led Li Yao to believe she possessed the greatest sense of responsibility and a genuine desire to excel in her duties. Additionally, being a woman, Li Yao specifically assigned her to serve as Xiao Linlin's driver and bodyguard. Upon leaving her home, Xiao Linlin had never envisioned that one day she would have both a bodyguard and a driver. As she contemplated her forthcoming endeavors, her heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. I truly have stumbled upon incredible fortune. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point with her friends, a wellness establishment, 2 poised women in their 30s glanced at Xiao Linlin and remarked with subtle significance, Linlin, you seem increasingly different lately. Really? Xiao Linlin felt a surge of pride. Of course, she was different. Her complexion had improved remarkably, not solely due to her visit here. Moreover, it was thanks to her that they could secure such a high-end venue on short notice. Previously, a Xiang had informed her that the establishment was fully booked for the day. Indeed. Linlin, how did you manage that? Inquired Zhang Lixiang, a 30-something white-collar worker, unable to contain her curiosity. The woman providing facial treatment smiled and replied, actually, We always reserve 2 VIP rooms to accommodate such special situations. Linlin booked through the VIP Client Club. If you're interested, you might consider obtaining a VIP card. Linlin, did you get one? Zhang Lixiang, having visited this place once, was aware of the card's exorbitance. This upscale beauty salon typically catered to the wealthy and celebrities. For someone like Qiao Linlin, an office worker, an occasional visit was acceptable. But acquiring a membership card for regular visits was rather impractical. With a hint of shyness, Qiao Linlin replied, "Not quite. I received this offer when I applied for a credit card, and I simply called to inquire, not expecting to secure an appointment." "What credit card grants access to VIP treatment?" Another woman asked, intrigued. "Perhaps it's due to the high credit limit. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics." Qiao Linlin feigned modesty. Echoing Li Yao's teachings, "It's his card. I didn't ask much else." "Oh, that person," Zhang Lixiang sighed knowingly, glancing at the server and then smiling. "Your husband is truly generous. What is the limit?" 50,000. Qiao Linlin hesitated before responding, quickly adding, "But I haven't intended to use this card yet. After he managed my finances, my own savings have increased to over 400,000. So soon? It's only been a few days." Zhang Lixiang exclaimed in astonishment. "The last time I saw you, wasn't it just over 200,000? Ah, I heard the market conditions have been favorable lately. Excuse me, Miss Qiao, could you please remove your necklace and place it here?" The server inquired politely. "Oh, certainly, thank you." Qiao Linlin removed the necklace and handed it to her earnestly. The sparkling necklace immediately captured the attention of the 2 women, with the discerning Zhang Lixiang exclaiming, "That necklace, your husband must have gifted it to you. It's surely isn't inexpensive? He insisted on giving it to me. I truly couldn't refuse." Qiao Linlin refrained from disclosing the price, yet she noted that they indeed appeared more envious, just as Li Yao had suggested. The more she interacted with such individuals, the more Qiao Linlin realized the depth of Li Yao's understanding of human nature. Chapter 17. Earning money in Neon. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Qiao Linlin does not exhibit the demeanor of someone who feigns sophistication. The admiration and gratitude she expresses when mentioning that man are heartfelt and genuine. If anyone were to inquire about her relationship with Li Yao, what secrets could possibly remain in the presence of those astute individuals? Once the attendant completed the treatment, the 3 women remained in the room, resting while awaiting the effects of the lotion. Zhang Lixiang remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Linlin has become increasingly beautiful, and her figure is exquisite. Surely, the one you adore will find you even more appealing. Perhaps in the future, you might even become a bride." Qiao Linlin smiled tenderly, harboring a similar hope in her heart, though she considered it rather unlikely. Li Yao was simply too exceptional, without any flaws to speak of. The 2 women were entirely unaware of Li Yao's existence, merely deducing from previous casual conversations with Qiao Linlin that he must hold a significant position in the financial sector. Only someone of such stature could facilitate Qiao Linlin's rapid accumulation of wealth. This was precisely the identity Li Yao had meticulously crafted for her. He would not make a personal appearance, but ensured that the funds Qiao Linlin raised would yield returns. Qiao Linlin spoke half-truthfully, asserting that the arrangement seemed utterly seamless. For someone like her, who had suddenly become wealthy due to sheer fortune, it was initially challenging to convince her friends. Yet, the arrangement prompted contemplation. If one were to endure a sense of disdain for the sake of money and approach this lover seeking to ascend the social ladder with a request for her husband to assist in managing assets, surely the other party would not refuse? This was the psychological warfare Li Yao had orchestrated in advance. Qiao Linlin was indifferent to such matters, for she understood this was merely a small component of the grand plan. As Li Yao articulated, this task required those women who were already inclined to participate to take the initiative. Therefore, at present, Qiao Linlin needed to focus on one thing: to let those around her see that she earnestly aspired to elevate her status to match that of the prominent figure, while also making it clear how her wealth was swiftly multiplying. The more she appeared content, the more her friends would perceive that she harbored ambitions, albeit unspoken. After all, who would exert themselves so vigorously to become a socialite? Once she successfully convinced these individuals that her assertions were true, when the time came for them to invest, they would ponder. Even though they entrusted their funds to her, they held knowledge of her most private affairs, and she must not allow them to incur losses, or her fate would be sealed. When they eventually discovered that Qiao Linlin could indeed deliver stable returns, the situation would be irrevocably transformed. That initial disdain would pale in comparison. Who among them was free from secrets? Observing the meticulous execution of the plan, Kaya Linlin sincerely admired Li Yao's understanding of human nature. Was she not the best testament to this? So swiftly, she had fallen entirely into his trap. Fortunately, she was still the one being cherished. Indeed, as their conversation progressed, Zhang Lixiang hesitated before asking, Linlin, can your husband help us with financial management as well? Kaya Linlin feigned surprise, responding, Oh, this matter. I cannot make decisions on my own. He must have taken significant risks to assist me to this extent. If it were someone else, no worries. Those who are inclined will find their own way. We can entrust you with our funds, simply stating that it is emergency money you had saved previously. Each of us will contribute 100,000, which is not excessive. We can agree privately that you will distribute dividends regularly. You may keep a portion for yourself. Kaya Linlin waved her hands in a flurry, exclaiming, No. If I deceive him, in the future, just give it a try? Are you not considering your future? Zhang Lixiang began to persuade her, unable to suppress her laughter. Especially when the opportunity arises, use your charm to put him at ease, and then feign a pitiful demeanor when broaching the subject. It will surely succeed. She laughed while glancing at Kaya Linlin. Sister, would you like me to teach you a few tricks to entice men? Kaya Linlin was utterly taken aback by how events had unfolded, truly at a loss for words. Yet, perhaps learning a few tricks could indeed prove useful. Kaya Linlin was wholly absorbed in her endeavors. Meanwhile, Li Yao had arrived in Neon by plane. It was currently June 5, 1983. The investment department's covert acquisition of the Meleho Hotel and Jinlabeo properties was still in progress. The transformation of the toy factory and the rehiring of workers were also advancing methodically. The acquisition of those small and medium-sized cinemas by Wanmei Yuanxian was proceeding smoothly. However, Li Yao still felt financially constrained, lacking capable assistance. Thus, he brought along 2 senior executives proficient in Japanese, along with a retired bodyguard from the Flying Tigers, and flew from Xiangdao to Dojing. At that time, Neon was experiencing its most prosperous phase post-war. After 3 decades of vigorous development, Neon's economic scale had ascended to become one of the top 3 in the world. By the late 1980s, this tiny island had even surged to become the 2nd largest economy globally. In that era, Neon not only offered a plethora of employment opportunities, but also an abundance of wealth. Experts estimated that if the entirety of Dojing were sold, it could purchase the entire territory of. In a few years, the people of Neon would begin a global shopping spree. Even those later notorious for their fervent purchases could not match the zeal of the Neon populace at that time. It is said that a writer, while visiting Bali, overheard a group of Neon elderly ladies debating whether to buy a few buildings or simply acquire them all. Li Yao arrived in Neon just before the onset of that frenzied era. Stepping out from the terminal of Dojing International Airport, also known as Haneda Airport, Li Yao observed the vibrant spirits of the Neon citizens. He found this quite understandable. As a nation rises, its citizens typically exhibit a positive and optimistic outlook on life. Much like the present state of, the collective demeanor of its people was hardly inferior to that of the fortunate Neon populace. Ironically, 30 years later, while Neon and maintained a semblance of vitality, their economies had stagnated, giving rise to a myriad of social issues. Many Heisei slackers emerged in Neon, while here, some yellow-haired cockroaches made their appearance. This illustrates that the state of a nation and its people are inextricably linked. In times of national prosperity, the populace often exhibits a spirit of ambition. Conversely, during periods of decline, the citizens tend to become apathetic and indifferent. Li Yao, reflecting on this sentiment, led his 3 attendants out of the airport. Outside the waiting hall, the representatives from HSBC were already there. Holding signs in anticipation, Li Yao approached them, and that evening, they checked into the luxurious 5-star hotel that had been reserved by HSBC. This grand establishment is situated in the Marunouchi district. Many friends from the Middle Kingdom may not be familiar with this name. Marunouchi is located in Chiyoda, adjacent to Tokyo Station. While many may recognize Ginza, they might be unaware of Marunouchi. In reality, Marunouchi is the commercial heart of Tokyo, akin to the CBD of our future imperial capital, albeit with less towering skyscrapers. If statistics were to be gathered now, Tokyo would undoubtedly be the city with the highest number of global Fortune 500 headquarters. Marunouchi represents Tokyo's South Prime real estate, where nearly all major corporate headquarters congregate. This area hosts numerous large banks and the formidable buildings of the Mitsubishi conglomerate, forming a vital segment of Japan's financial and economic landscape. Upon closer inspection, One would notice that the structures in Marunouchi are predominantly rectangular, robust, and relatively low in height, lacking the prominence of Manhattan in New York or central Hong Kong. This is due to its proximity to the Imperial Palace, which imposes restrictions on building height. Consequently, to attract more tenants, the buildings are designed to be wide and sturdy. After a night's rest at the hotel to acclimatize himself, Liao intended to explore the local market. The following day, he made his way directly to HSBC's branch in Japan. The branch was not particularly large, as HSBC did not engage in significant operations in Japan at the time. Back then, HSBC had yet to embark on its global expansion, primarily focusing its efforts elsewhere. The establishment of a branch in Tokyo was primarily due to the close economic ties between Japan and Hong Kong, as many merchants conducted business there, and Japan had made considerable investments. It was these commercial interactions that prompted HSBC to open this branch. Located in a sturdy, low-rise office building in Marunouchi, the branch occupied several hundred square meters and employed over 100 staff members. However, Liao was not there for leisurely pursuits. He was there to invest. In essence, he had come to engage in foreign exchange trading. While it was indeed possible to trade foreign currency in Hong Kong, HSBC offered this service. Yet, similar to the stock market in Hong Kong, the foreign exchange market at that time was relatively quiet, with trading volumes not even reaching half of those in the stock market. Liao had little interest in the stock market in Hong Kong, and even less in a smaller, less active foreign exchange market. He sought to maximize his profits and strengthen his position. Having not earned enough in Hong Kong, he decided to venture into foreign territories. He had three options: London, New York, and Tokyo. It was the 1980s, a period of booming economic prosperity in Japan, and he believed he could profit from it. Thus, he chose Tokyo. He brought with him 10 million USD, which, when converted into Japanese yen at the time, amounted to approximately 1.55 billion yen. In the VIP room of the HSBC Tokyo branch, he met a Japanese individual named Kawasaki Dairo, who was the head of the branch. After a brief conversation, Liao, not wishing to waste time with the well-off Japanese, directly inquired about the leverage that his 10 million USD could command for foreign exchange investment. Globally, stock and foreign exchange markets share a commonality. Stock markets typically offer more conservative leverage compared to foreign exchange markets. For instance, in Hong Kong, if one were to invest a substantial amount in stocks, banks would offer a maximum leverage of 10 times. However, in the foreign exchange market, even a cautious institution like HSBC could provide leverage of up to 100 times. Some daring brokerage firms even dared to offer leverage of 1,000 times. In time, some aggressive financial companies were known to offer leverage exceeding 10,000 times. Of course, this was for smaller amounts. Otherwise, 100 million USD could potentially control 1 trillion USD, an amount that would be impossible to cover by any financial institution. Kawasaki Dairo's response was satisfactory to Liao. Banks and brokerage firms in the foreign exchange market typically provide leverage ranging from 100 to 500 times. Liao nodded in agreement. Compared to the smaller financial environment of Hong Kong, Japan, poised to become the world's second-largest economy, naturally boasted a financial market that ranked among the best globally. A larger market means more participants, leading to an increase in all related metrics. Liao then stated his intent. He wished to invest in foreign exchange. No problem. HSBC is at your service, Kawasaki Dairo replied with a smile. Liao continued, I require 500 times leverage. Kawasaki Dairo appeared momentarily taken aback and cautiously asked, such high leverage? May I inquire about your capital? Not much. I only brought 10 million USD with me. In reality, Liao possessed approximately 370 to 380 million Hong Kong dollars in liquid assets in his bank accounts in Hong Kong. He intended to acquire 2 companies, necessitating a substantial amount of funds for stock purchases. Aside from the operational funds necessary for the companies, the amount he could utilize at present was approximately 70 to 80 million Hong Kong dollars, which he had converted to USD. Combining this with his knowledge and the strength of financial magnates, Liao believed that 10 million USD was precisely the right amount for investment in Japan's newly opened financial market. Chapter 18. Mastery at hand. $700,000 proves insufficient for substantial expenditure, while an excess of wealth invites the attention of both the local financial magnates and those from Neon. In this realm, which is not solely his own, even if he aspires to earn a significant profit, prudence must prevail. Moreover, even within the confines of his current territory, complete control remains elusive. Li Yao is acutely aware of the forthcoming market dynamics and comprehends the safest course of action. With $10 million, employing a leverage of 500 times, he could effectively wield $50 billion. In foreign exchange trading, a standard lot typically amounts to $100,000, allowing for a mere $200 to execute a single transaction. Thus, Li Yao's $10 million could facilitate 500,000 lots of foreign exchange trades. Such a leverage ratio is already formidable under normal circumstances. However, in 1983, as the global foreign exchange market was thriving and regulations on leverage were lax, Li Yao easily secured such high leverage upon his arrival in Neon. Were he to wait 40 years, acquiring 100 times leverage with such capital would prove exceedingly challenging. HSBC has been operational in Neon for nearly a decade. And with the recent financial liberalization in Neon allowing foreign capital to flow in abundantly, Li Yao's account opening process was relatively smooth. With the assistance of the HSBC branch, his $10 million was leveraged at an average of 500 times, distributed across over 500 accounts, penetrating the Neon foreign exchange market. Due to the multitude of accounts, the account opening took 2 full days. By the time he was ready to commence trading, it was already the 3rd day since his arrival in Neon. During these 3 days, aside from resting at the hotel, he spent most of his time at the HSBC branch. The majority of his accounts were established at an exchange rate of 220 yen to $1. In essence, he utilized $10 million as a deposit, converting it into 50 billion multiplied by 220 yen. This meant that the nominal amount in his accounts soared to an astonishing 11 trillion yen. Such a maneuver left Mr. Kawasaki, the branch manager at HSBC, utterly astounded. He perceived that this individual was not merely an investor. He was a high-stakes gambler. With such substantial leverage, committing everything from the outset was tantamount to wagering one's life. This approach meant that with the slightest market fluctuation, his $10 million could evaporate. Indeed, Mr. Kawasaki was correct. On the very next day after Li Yao opened his accounts, the yen experienced a slight decline. This immediately reflected in Li Yao's accounts, resulting in a loss exceeding $4 million. While 500 times leverage can amplify profits 500-fold, it equally poses the risk of incurring losses at the same rate. The more one gains, the greater the risk. Who, apart from hedge funds, would engage in such reckless speculation? To gradually earn clients' funds, one must avoid catastrophic losses. Mr. Kawasaki sought a more palatable approach to advise Li Yao to lower his leverage. Just as he was contemplating how to phrase his concerns, calamity struck on the evening of Li Yao's 4th day in Neon. The news on television featured Prime Minister Nakasone casually remarking that Neon could tolerate a yen exchange rate around 190. This moment became a notable event in economic history, marking the beginning of the yen's uncontrollable ascent. The following morning, the yen surged dramatically. Originally, 220 yen could be exchanged for $1, but by the close of trading, it had dropped to 200 yen per dollar. Consequently, Li Yao, who would have needed 1 trillion yen to convert to 50 million USD, now found that 1 trillion divided by 200 resulted in a staggering 55 million USD. In just 4 days, he unexpectedly garnered 5 million USD. As previously mentioned, with 500 times leverage, both profits and risks escalated exponentially. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Mr. Kawasaki was left speechless, while Li Yao swiftly decided to close his positions. He was aware that Prime Minister Nakasone, in a state of panic, would inevitably intervene regarding the yen situation. The Prime Minister, having recently assumed office, lacked extensive experience. He likely never anticipated that his offhand comment would disrupt the entire financial landscape of Neon. In the ensuing years, until September 1985, the yen gradually receded below the 200 mark. It was not until the signing of the Plaza Accord in 1985 that the yen was fully allowed to float, subsequently entering the infamous bubble period. Opportunities for speculators to reap 5 million USD in mere days would not present themselves again. Nevertheless, Li Yao was quite content, having amassed 5 million USD in just a few days. This sum, in 1983, equated to an astonishing 36 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet, at this juncture, he would never convert USD into Hong Kong dollars. He recalled that this year, the Hong Kong dollar was undergoing significant depreciation, ranking among the most drastic in history. At its peak, the Hong Kong dollar depreciated to $9.36 for $1. Presently, the Hong Kong dollar had only depreciated to $7.05, still $2 shy of its nadir. Thus, should he exchange 5 million USD for Hong Kong dollars now, he might receive around 36 billion. However, if he were to wait a bit longer for further depreciation, he could potentially convert the same 5 million USD into over 45 billion Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, the British Hong Kong government implemented a series of financial policies, rigidly maintaining the Hong Kong dollar exchange rate between 7.75 and 7.85. It was only at that point that the Hong Kong dollar stabilized. The reason Li Yao could recall these financial events so vividly likely stemmed from the presence of a financial magnate in his mind, perhaps not even a native of Neon, but a prominent figure thriving within the financial circles. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to possess such acute insights into the Neon financial market and retain precise memories of significant events. This experience significantly shaped his impression of the financial market in Hong Kong. During that era, Hong Kong's financial market had little affinity for the stock market, as fluctuations often mirrored those in Neon due to their geographical proximity. Consequently, numerous Neon speculators flocked to Hong Kong to trade stocks. This dynamic enabled Li Yao to accumulate extensive insights about the Hong Kong financial market, elucidating how he had previously profited within that realm. He is not only far more formidable than the current denizens of the financial realm, but he also possesses the foresight reminiscent of 4 decades past. It is akin to a fully leveled veteran from a game wandering into a novice village, effortlessly wreaking havoc. After reaping substantial profits in Neon, Li Yao's vision for his future and aspirations became increasingly lucid. Since his rebirth a little over a month ago, his initial intent was quite straightforward: to earn money, savor life, and lead a carefree existence. While he engaged in speculative ventures and devised business strategies, he also mulled over specific future arrangements. However, upon witnessing the splendor of 1980s Neon, which starkly contrasts with the modest city of, he suddenly grasped a path that resonated with him. In this world, other endeavors would be challenging to dominate solely through his prophetic abilities and acumen. Although high technology and manufacturing are currently the cornerstones of industrial advancement, even burgeoning sectors like semiconductors, often heralded as the industries of the future, had already laid their foundations. Giants such as Intel, GGN, AMD, and Qualcomm were already in existence. The crux of the matter is that these sectors would not genuinely begin to influence the world until after the year 2000. Moreover, these industries are characterized by high technical requirements and significant political implications. When the Jia family remains insufficiently powerful, even the most capable merchant cannot truly command the entire industrial chain at this stage. If he wishes to wield such power, it is prudent to wait until he becomes a heavyweight figure, gradually infiltrating from a different angle. This is his strategy. Before that, he perceives one opportunity as particularly promising: the entertainment industry, or more broadly, the media sector. By laying the groundwork over a decade, he aims to accumulate strength and seize control of media that can influence the globe, particularly in Asia. When the internet era dawns, he intends to harness the power of the web ahead of others. At that juncture, through media control, he will effortlessly become a pivotal figure in the global information flow. This represents a formidable, yet discreet power for someone who wishes to steer clear of politics. He plans to initiate his journey through film, establishing his influence in Xiangdao and across Asia, with the ambition of expanding to a global network for cultural product sales, thereby accumulating resources in publishing, editing, and intellectual property, laying a foundation for this objective. Riding the wave of the cultural industry, he awaits the advent of the internet's surge with patience. When internet portals first began to gain traction, he, equipped with a competent team, emerged as a bastion of information aggregation, a vanguard capturing the demands of the new generation, and a new media magnate who rose before traditional media moguls recognized the potential. Henceforth, even without holding public power, he could still establish himself as a heavyweight figure solely through the power of media, which is his ultimate aspiration. His dream is to become a formidable fourth force, steering the helm of influence. Nevertheless, he has chosen a more effortless route on this journey. He desires power, fame, wealth, and beauty, embracing them all. Given the opportunity to relive his life with such a solid foundation, it would be peculiar not to be ambitious. With this mindset, his plans have quietly unfurled. Speaking of which, how could Neon, poised to become the world's second largest economy, let such an opportunity slip away? It is noteworthy that Neon has long held the title of the second largest film market globally. Venturing into filmmaking and the cultural industry, particularly in the North American market, is no trivial endeavor. However, As part of the Confucian cultural sphere, Neon is relatively more accessible. Therefore, after accumulating considerable wealth, Liao was not in a hurry to depart from Neon. After all, his visit to Neon was not solely for financial gain. There were other matters to attend to. Amuse, an entertainment company founded in 1978, can be considered a rising star in the industry. Although it is relatively young, it has experienced rapid growth. In just 5 years, its workforce expanded to 58 employees, making it one of the mainstays in the neon entertainment scene. While its scale may not be particularly large, its roster of artists spans a wide array of fields, particularly focusing on nurturing singers and actors. The company's founder, Dali Yangji, was once a top agent at the prominent entertainment firm Watanabe Productions. After resigning due to ideological differences with his former employer, he utilized his extensive network and expertise to establish Amuse. Over the past 5 years, thanks to his exceptional leadership, Amuse has thrived. However, compared to larger companies, Amuse still lacks depth and sufficient funding. The potential of this company is evident to all, and everyone recognizes its future promise. Yet, this potential has yet to be fully realized. While others can see this, Dali Yangji, as the helmsperson, is acutely aware of it as well. He is as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, yet feels utterly powerless. Chapter 19. Acquisition of Toho Film shares in the vibrant Dongjing Banqiao district. Neon lights flickered beneath the night sky, and the atmosphere remained lively. Amuse Company had been leasing this 3-story villa for 5 years. At this moment, all shareholders and management were gathered in the conference room on the 3rd floor for a meeting. The situation was as follows. Although the production cost of AIO 16 Sui was not high, our major budget this year had been allocated to the music department. The performing arts department could not produce enough funds to continue filming this movie. We must quickly devise a strategy to secure financing. The speaker was the company's owner, the esteemed chairwoman, Dari Kaneko, who is also a significant shareholder. As the partner of the founder, she was the most trusted individual by the chairman, overseeing the company's financial and personnel matters. All departmental expenditures and budgets were under her authority. This urgent meeting was convened due to the funding shortfall for the company's first film, which necessitated the gathering of all parties involved. Naturally, the first to speak was the financial director. Upon hearing the chairwoman's remarks, Dari Masayuki, the vice president responsible for the music department and artist contracts, immediately rose to his feet and asserted, "The budget for the music department cannot be used to cover the losses of the performing arts department. Over 80% of our company's revenue relies on the music department. We plan to establish a music subsidiary next year, and we must begin preparations. This expense cannot be compromised." In response, Kudo Jiro, in charge of actor management and the performing arts department, grew agitated. The budget for the music department constitutes over 70% of the company's overall budget, while the performing arts department has less than 30%. If this continues, we will be unable to produce films, and television productions will be indefinitely postponed. We have invested 3 years into AIO 16 Sui, and now we find ourselves unable to proceed due to a lack of funds. 3 years of effort. Chairman, you must support us in bringing this film to fruition. Dari Masayuki immediately countered. The film can be postponed. It's not as if we one team make it at all. However, if the music department loses its budget, it will adversely impact the company's annual revenue. Chairman, you must consider this carefully. Witnessing the heads of both departments embroiled in conflict, Dari Yashikichi, the founder and principal, felt a headache coming on. This scenario was commonplace at Amuse Company. With the economy on an upward trajectory, the entire entertainment and cultural industry in Neon was flourishing. This enabled the newly established Amuse Company to solidify its position and expand rapidly. However, compared to established or larger companies, Amuse had been constrained by a lack of funds and had remained within the small to medium-sized enterprise circle for the past 5 years. To date, although some actors had been signed, few works had been produced. The company's revenue primarily depended on music artists. Yet, it was widely known that in the global entertainment industry, films remained the most lucrative. Amuse had long aspired to enhance its film production capabilities, yet due to financial constraints, it had yet to produce a single film of its own. After much effort, the youthful film AIO 16 Sui was finally in preparation, only to be halted due to insufficient funds. Looking at the eager faces of the employees and shareholders, Dari Yashikichi sighed. The funding issue needed urgent resolution. Kaneko, please present your proposed solutions. A vote must be held tonight to decide. Dari Kaneko nodded. Before the meeting, The couple had already discussed strategies. Regarding the funding issue, the only viable path forward was to attract investors. Dairy Kaneko spoke slowly. The shareholders and management present understood the implications. For a company like Amuse, seeking funding was a necessary course of action. Noting the absence of dissent, Dairy Kaneko continued. There are two proposals for attracting investors. The first proposal is from Masuda Muniki of Tsutaya Bookstore, who has expressed keen interest in Amuse. He intends to invest 20 million yen in exchange for 10% of our shares. As soon as she finished speaking, the conference room erupted in uproar. Kudojiro and Dairy Masayuki, who had nearly come to blows earlier, immediately interjected, "No way. 20 million yen for 10%? Absolutely not. Does he think Amuse is a joke? 20 million yen should at most earn him 5%. No, even 5% is too much." Other shareholders joined in the outcry. Our company's revenue exceeded 200 million last year. Does he think he can take 10% for 20 million yen? He must be out of his mind. No, we oppose this resolutely. Chairman, let us not seek investors. If we lack funds, we simply one team make the film. This is unacceptable. The film must be made, but we cannot sell ourselves short. Although Amuse has only been established for 5 years, its rapid growth is evident to all. Currently, the company's market value and revenue are approximately 400 million, which is respectable among mid-sized entertainment companies. However, Masuda Muniki's offer of 20 million yen for 10% of the shares is outrageous. The conference room was filled with senior executives and shareholders. They could not stand idly by and watch their company be undervalued. Observing the strong reaction from the attendees, Dairy Kaneko turned to her husband. Dairy Yashikichi nodded in agreement. She then looked at the assembly, cleared her throat gently, and as the chairwoman and financial director, she commanded a degree of respect. Leading the room to quiet down, Dairy Kaneko continued, "There is another proposal. This one requires significant investment, but the investor seeks a substantial share. Please go ahead." One of the company's veterans, Dairy Masayuki, who holds 2% of the shares, inquired. The proposal is from an investor at Choshin Bank, who wishes to acquire our company. This individual, hailing from Xiangdao, intends to invest 1 billion yen to purchase all shares of Amuse. Furthermore, he has stated that he will allocate 20% of the shares as a bonus pool for the management team. Moreover, after investing 1 billion yen, he will provide at least an additional 2 billion yen as operational capital for the company. Upon the conclusion of this second proposal, the previously chaotic conference room fell into a profound silence. 1 billion yen. Does this mean that my 2% of shares could be worth 20 million? Gong Xiaochangji's income for the entire previous year did not exceed 3 million yen, and at this moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Oh my, to see an elderly gentleman of such age so exhilarated, one can only imagine the astonishment of the other shareholders. Speaking of which, within the bustling district of Marunouchi, at the HSBC branch in Neon, Kawasaki Dairo handed a folder to Li Yao across the table. "Mr. Li, Toho has already agreed to your investment. Your initial outlay will be 15 billion yen, securing you an 8% stake in the Toho cinema chain." Upon hearing this, Liao nodded gently. Here it was, already June 15th, and he had been in Neon for nearly half a month. During this time, he immersed himself in Marunouchi, the most coveted commercial area of Tokyo. While reveling in the financial ocean of Neon, he skillfully utilized his earnings to pursue his desired targets, seizing opportunities as they arose. The document provided by Kawasaki Dairo contained a piece of the coveted pie. Toho Cinema, known in our circles as Dongbao in Yuan, resonates with those familiar with Japanese anime, dramas, or films. This is the domain of Toho Company, Limited, currently the largest cinema chain in Neon. In essence, Toho is a subsidiary of Toho Company, Limited, dedicated to the cinema business. The parent company, Toho Company, Limited, stands as a titan among the 5 major film companies in Neon, a true heavyweight in the entertainment industry. Li Yao established connections through HSBC and subsequently through Chosen Bank, one of the leading banks in Neon, to connect with this cinema company under Toho Company, Limited. In recent years, Toho Company, Limited has been vigorously expanding Toho Cinema. The company has maintained a firm grip on its controlling interest while simultaneously seeking external investment. Their valuation of Toho stands at 150 billion yen, a figure that has stirred some ripples in the financial community of Neon. For 3 consecutive years, Toho has attempted to sell 30 of its shares without success. It was at this juncture that Li Yao emerged, intent on acquiring these shares. However, being a foreign entity, Toho was initially reluctant. Liao, being forthright, instructed the representatives at HSBC's Tokyo branch to convey to Chosen Bank his willingness to pay a premium for the shares. After some negotiations, he ultimately acquired 8 of the shares at a price slightly above 15 billion yen. Once the remaining shares were sold, Toho expressed considerable satisfaction with the transaction. Both Chosen Bank and HSBC earned their commissions and were equally pleased. Liao himself felt justified in this expenditure. Understanding that while Toho is currently one of the top cinema chains in Neon, the valuation of 150 billion yen was somewhat inflated, more accurately approximating 120 billion yen. However, years later, he would discover that Toho had indeed become the largest cinema chain in Neon. By the late 1990s, it boasted over 2,000 screens and more than 700 theaters. This cinema group achieved a market value exceeding $5 billion within just 5 years, translating to a staggering 1 trillion yen at current exchange rates. Liao had initially invested merely 15 billion yen for an 8% stake. Had he chosen to sell after 5 years, this investment could have netted him several hundred billion yen. According to the current exchange rate, he would only need to part with $75 million. More importantly, through acquiring shares in Toho Cinema, he successfully established a connection with Toho Company, Limited, one of the 5 giants of the neon film industry. This was the source of his greatest joy. After signing the equity contract, Liao smiled and said to Kawasaki Dairo, "Thank you, Mr. Kawasaki. You and HSBC have truly been immensely helpful." This sentiment was heartfelt. Without the assistance of Kawasaki Dairo and HSBC's Neon branch, his investments and acquisitions during his time in Tokyo would not have proceeded so smoothly. Kawasaki Dairo is indeed a figure of high society in Neon. With his assistance, HSBC could facilitate connections with Chosen Bank, Fuji Bank, and other major financial institutions in Neon. With the support of these banks, acquiring shares in desirable companies or purchasing substantial real estate became significantly more feasible. Mr. Lee, you are too kind. This is precisely what we at HSBC are meant to do. Your convenience translates to our benefit as well. As you would say, it is a win-win situation, Kawasaki Dairo replied sincerely. Chapter 20. Signing with Nakayama Akina in a mere fortnight. HSBC garnered more intermediary fees and commissions from Liao than they did throughout the entire previous year. Such fortunate circumstances were certainly welcomed by Kawasaki Dairo. However, had he been privy to the fact that the properties Liao acquired at a low price would appreciate significantly in just a few years, Kawasaki Dairo would likely not have been able to maintain his composure. Liao held an 8% stake in Toho, 5% in the Cinema Union, 10% in Cinemax, and 15% in SMT. These were all premier cinema chains in Japan, and he had invested heavily in them. He also acquired an entertainment company and entrusted us with finalizing several artist management contracts. Daring to inquire, Kawasaki Dairo asked, "Mr. Lee, are you interested in Japan's entertainment industry? Do you aspire to become a titan in the entertainment realm?" Recently, aside from amassing wealth in the financial market, Liao had invested a substantial portion of his earnings into cinemas and this entertainment company. He even utilized his leisure time to ensure that the entertainment company he had acquired signed contracts with several Japanese artists. It is worth noting that these individuals were relatively obscure, with 2 of them being fresh newcomers, likely known to fewer than 1,000 people. Yet, Liao astonishingly spent tens of millions of yen to secure them. In the eyes of Kawasaki Dairo, such a loss was no trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Liao chuckled. Naturally, he would not divulge that these investments would multiply exponentially within a few years. He replied with a smile, "You are indeed correct. I aspire to become a major player in the entertainment industry, but my ambitions extend beyond just Tokyo and Japan. My dream is to become an entertainment giant across Asia and even globally. I am also acquiring cinemas overseas and have established an entertainment company there. In the future, I plan to integrate the entertainment companies from both regions for joint operations." Kawasaki Dairo nodded in understanding. Liao continued, "Next, I would like HSBC to assist me in establishing a new company. I will transfer all my assets and shares in Japan to this new entity." Kawasaki Dairo responded, "No problem, that is quite straightforward. Additionally, I will need a manager and hope HSBC can assist in finding one." Kawasaki Dairo nodded once more. "What are your specifications for this manager?" "Well, it would be best if they are familiar with the Japanese entertainment industry and have relevant experience. Ideally, they should be a Japanese national or someone well-versed in the situation in China who can also speak Chinese. Of course, their management skills must be exceptional." "Understood." Nakamori Akina felt as though she had been living a dream over these past few years. She had finally realized her aspiration of becoming a singer. Born on July 13, 1965, she had just turned 18 this year. Hailing from Oda Ward in Tokyo, she was the youngest of 5 siblings, with 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Her family initially ran a butcher shop, which later transformed into a ramen restaurant, placing them in a modest financial situation. From a young age, she dreamed of becoming a singer, a wish that had originated from her mother, believing that stardom would swiftly improve their family's circumstances. Starting at the age of 4, Akina danced ballet at the Yokoyama Akiko Modern Ballet Studio alongside her sister, continuing until she was 14. This experience paved the way for her future career in the performing arts. During high school, she attended Meiji University Nakano High School, but she did not complete her studies after entering the entertainment industry. In 1979, at the tender age of 13, Akina participated in a talent competition hosted by Neon Television called Star is Born, where she performed Iwasaki Hiromi's Natsu Daku. However, the judges deemed the song unsuitable for her age, resulting in her elimination. In 1980, she tried again, this time singing Matsuda Seiko's Ashi no Kizetsu, but was again rejected due to her youth. It was not until 1981 that she persisted for the 3rd time, choosing to sing Yamaguchi Momo's Yum no Senai. The melody and rhythm perfectly suited her mezzo-soprano voice, and this time she passed, even breaking the show's record with a score of 392 points. Immediately following the competition, she signed contracts with the talent agency Kenon and the record label Warner Japan. Prior to her debut, the agency arranged for her training. Initially, they intended to give her the stage name Mori Asina, but she refused, opting to debut under her real name instead. Last year, the agency arranged for her to record her first single, Kaze ni Neru, at Warner's recording studio in Los Angeles, along with her debut album, Prologue. However, since her debut, the agency had only managed to release 2 albums and 6 singles, all of which achieved mediocre sales. The highest her records reached on the Oricon chart was the 30th position, yet they remained on the charts for 39 weeks, which was not too shabby. The agency believed in her potential and continued to support her. Akina felt immense gratitude and was determined to repay the agency by producing even better work. However, just as the agency prepared to release her 3rd album and she was striving to enhance her skills, her manager suddenly approached her and said, "Akina, starting tomorrow, you will no longer be a singer for Kenon and Warner Japan. Your management contract, record contract, and acting contract have all been transferred to Amuse." Nakamori Akina responded with bewilderment. What on earth? What is Amuse? She was utterly unaware of this company, having never heard of it before. After all, this entertainment agency had only been established for 5 years and had yet to nurture any major stars. In 2 decades' time, being signed by Amuse would undoubtedly be a prestigious achievement, as the company would become one of Japan's leading entertainment firms. Have I done something wrong? Why would the company sell me? Akina asked softly, her voice filled with confusion and trepidation. This was her initial thought. From both an emotional and practical standpoint, she could not bear to part with Kenon and Warner. Both companies were titans in the Japanese entertainment industry, far surpassing Amuse in stature. Her dedicated manager displayed a hint of difficulty on his face and quietly replied, "You have performed admirably, and the company recognizes your efforts. Otherwise, preparations for your 3rd album would not have commenced. So, why then must I be sold along with ye?" Minkai once again tentatively inquired. The agent sighed deeply. She genuinely cherished this gentle, understanding, beautiful, and hard-working artist. She was reluctant to part with Minkai, believing that this young lady would undoubtedly flourish in the neon music scene, perhaps even ascend to stardom. Nakajima Miyuki indeed possessed that potential. However, the offer presented by the opposing party was simply exorbitant. Amuse had proposed a breach of contract fee of 100 million yen to Yen and Warner, effectively buying out Nakajima Miyuki's management and recording contracts. 100 million yen is an immense sum, regardless of the time. Based on the current exchange rate, it could nearly convert to 5 million US dollars. The total expenditure by Yen and Warner on Minkai amounted to less than 2 million US dollars. Moreover, they had earned some revenue from album sales. Now, without any further obligations, they could effortlessly secure 5 million US dollars. The management teams of those 2 companies, not regularly mingling with artists, were unaware of the true talent of the performers. Faced with the choice between 5 million US dollars and a promising Nakajima Miyuki, Both companies unanimously opted for the monetary gain. After all, potential newcomers like Nakajima Miyuki emerge by the hundreds or even thousands each year, yet only a select few manage to rise to prominence. Thus, they efficiently sold Ming Kai, transferring her to Amuse Entertainment. Today marks the day Nakajima Miyuki reports to Amuse. It is June 18th, guided by an Amuse employee. Nakajima Miyuki arrived at the front of a dilapidated three-story building in the Higashikitagawa district. She looked up at the third floor, where a weathered sign of Amuse was barely discernible, its paint faded with age. The 18-year-old star felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. This building appeared to be in disrepair, and the sign was peeling. Could this company truly afford to pay 100 million yen to buy out her contract? Surely, they were not deceiving her. Were it not for the fact that Warner and Yin had already received the funds and transferred the contract to Amuse, Nakajima Miyuki might have doubted whether the events of the past few days were a prank or a cruel joke. Nakajima Miyuki, this is the company's headquarters. We've been here for 5 years, but soon we will move to a new office in Marunouchi, explained the amiable Amuse office staff member who was welcoming her. She had been working here since the inception of Amuse Entertainment, and after 3 years in this old building, she had developed a certain fondness for it. However, upon learning that the new office would be in Marunouchi, she felt an overwhelming excitement, eager to cast aside her attachment to this place. It felt akin to someone toiling outside the Fifth Ring Road in the capital, suddenly discovering that their company was relocating to the bustling CBD. Nakajima Miyuki nodded gently, following the staff's guidance as she entered the company. Along the way, Amuse employees curiously regarded the newcomer, and she was ultimately led to the entrance of the third-floor conference room. At the doorway, Oagairai Kaneko, the wife of Amuse founder Oagairai Yoko, was chatting with 2 young women. The staff member quickly ushered Nakajima Miyuki forward, bowing in greeting before reaching them. "Good morning, Kaneko-san. I have brought Nakajima Miyuki here." Oagairai Kaneko smiled and nodded, scrutinizing Nakajima Miyuki before stating, "I am no longer the executive officer. I am now the head of the economic department at Amuse. Please refrain from calling me executive officer from now on. As you may know, the titles in the Neon workplace differ from those in other countries. The terminology in mainland China and Taiwan often follows the Western model, whereas Neon has its own system. From top to bottom, the hierarchy in a Neon company includes chairman, president, executive officer, managing director, department head, section chief, unit chief, director, and regular staff. The chairman typically serves as the group's owner, general manager, or president. Within a Neon conglomerate, the highest authority, apart from the controlling shareholders, is the chairman. The president generally oversees a subsidiary or branch company. The executive officer and managing director beneath the president are akin to directors or chief operating officers in a corporation. In contrast, the true power rests with the department heads of each subsidiary beneath the executive officer and managing director. Previously, Oagairai Kaneko held the position of financial executive officer at Amuse, but now, Amuse has been acquired and transformed into a subsidiary of a conglomerate. Chapter 21. Dongjing's real estate adventure. Her husband transitioned from the position of chairman to that of president, while she herself experienced a demotion from executive officer to department head. Despite both of them being relegated a rank, their influence and resources remained largely intact, and in fact, their standing was elevated several notches with the arrival of the new boss. It is worth noting that the conglomerate to which Amuse now belongs possesses an immense network of cinema resources, a prospect Amuse had never dared to dream of before. In the realm of Neon, cinema has always been paramount, and the cinema network stands as the pinnacle of the film industry. Since Amuse has aligned itself with this formidable new group, it has gained considerable prestige within the industry. The new boss not only invested substantial capital, but also acquired the shares of previous stakeholders at a premium. The couple is now thoroughly satisfied with their work and brimming with enthusiasm. The company's restructuring, coupled with the new group's inclusion, has indeed been like a tiger gaining wings, promising a brilliant future. Curiously, the veteran employees of Amuse have displayed no signs of anxiety over the change in leadership. On the contrary, they seem more invigorated than ever. Even Oagairai Kaneko, who previously managed finances, has eagerly volunteered to become the head of the management department. In the entertainment industry, managing artists is notoriously demanding and hectic. "All right then, Minister Kaneko." The staff readily agreed upon hearing her declaration. At that moment, Oagairai Kaneko noticed a nervous young girl standing nearby, her head bowed. "You must be Nakama Akina, right? Welcome to Amuse, and also to the family of perfect culture. Oagairai Kaneko smiled, taking in the beauty of the young girl, who exuded both gentleness and a hint of youthful allure. The seemingly contradictory qualities of tenderness and sensuality harmoniously coexisted within her. "Hello, I am Nakama Akina. I look forward to your guidance," Akina quickly replied. Oagairai Kaneko responded with a smile. "I am Oagairai Kaneko, the head of the management department. I will oversee the contracts and daily schedules of the artists." "Yes." Akina, unsure of how to respond, could only manage a brief reply in Japanese. "Come, let me introduce you to these two young ladies, who will also be our company's artists and colleagues." Oagairai Kaneko introduced Akina to the two girls beside her. "This is Higuchi Kanako. You may have seen her on television or in films. She is now one of our signed artists." Upon hearing this, Akina immediately bowed to Higuchi Kanako, excitedly exclaiming, "Greetings. I am Nakama Akina. I have watched your performance in Yoru no Kaze, and you were incredible." Higuchi Kanako has become a notable figure in Neon over the past 2 years, standing out among the emerging female talents. Her breakthrough film, Yoru no Kaze, earned her the Golden Arrow Award for Best Newcomer in 1980. In the eyes of the Neon entertainment industry and media, she is regarded as a leading figure of the 1980s. It is worth noting that Yoru no Kaze translates to Wind of the Night, a phrase that is a compliment among actresses in Neon. "Hey, Akina, I am Kanako Higuchi. Let's South become close friends," the 25-year-old Kanako said cheerfully, radiating the brilliance of youth. Certainly, Akina nodded eagerly. Kanako Higuchi is one of Akina's favorite actresses, and she is aware that Kanako previously worked with Burning Production, a massive entertainment conglomerate boasting over 100 talent agencies. Akina was astonished that such an unassuming company could unearth such a celebrated new star, which led her to reassess the company's capabilities. Just as she pondered this, Oagairai Kaneko introduced another young lady, who appeared even more youthful than the 18-year-old Akina. However, her poise was exceptional. In terms of beauty, even Akina and Kanako might pale in comparison. This is Sawaguchi Yasuko, who has not debuted yet, and is an ordinary person. But now she is also one of our company's artists. The beauty of Sawaguchi Yasuko left both Nakama Akina and Higuchi Kanako in awe. "Hi, I am Nakama Akina. I look forward to your guidance. I am Sawaguchi Yasuko. Please take care of me." The accompanying picture features Sawaguchi Yasuko. The filming of AIO 16 must continue, with a budget of only 10 million yen. Although it may not yield significant profits, it will provide the company with valuable experience in filmmaking. The future development of the company will focus on both music and film, with an emphasis on accumulating experience in the latter. Regarding music, I believe Nakama Akina, our newly signed artist, has the potential to become a leading vocalist. I intend to produce a special album for her, and the company's task will be to find the finest sound engineers, vocalists, and production team. I hold high expectations for Amuse and you. I aspire for Amuse to one day become a dominant force in the entertainment industry of Neon and even all of East Asia. Initially, the soundproofing of the conference room was quite inadequate. After the three young starlets introduced themselves, the atmosphere grew quiet, allowing them to naturally hear the voices emanating from within. The voice sounded youthful yet authoritative. Accompanied by this voice, a middle-aged man responded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes. Could this person be the chairman? His voice sounds remarkably youthful." Akina mused internally. Yoshi previously ventured into entrepreneurship to escape the confines of working for others. Yet, in the end, he finds himself working for someone again. Oagairai Kaneko smiled wryly. Although Sawaguchi Yasuko and Higuchi Kanako appeared calm on the surface, both were quite anxious inside. Kanako was even a bit excited. Her decision to leave the formidable Burning Production for Amuse was influenced by Amuse's promise to produce 3 films for her within a year, ensuring that she would be the lead in at least one. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare for a newcomer just beginning to gain recognition. At this moment, Zeiko Jingzi was immersed in the joy of her impending debut as an artist. After all, although she had long harbored dreams of becoming a star, opportunities had been scarce. According to the original trajectory, she would have to wait until January of the following year to officially enter the entertainment industry through Toho's selection process. Outside, the 4 women each harbored their own thoughts, and before long, the door to the conference room opened. The founder of Amuse, now the president, Oagairai Yuki, stepped out. He glanced at his wife and then at the 3 contractually bound female artists, smiling as he said, "The chairman is waiting for you inside. Please go in. He wishes to meet you. Kunoko, please escort them." Certainly, President, replied Oagarai Kuno-ko with steady assurance. In the company, they usually addressed each other by their titles. Oagarai Yuki turned and walked away, while Oagarai Kuno-ko led the three doll-like young artists into the room. Inside the conference room, Liao sat at the head of the table, smiling as he watched them enter. Indeed, he was the one who had acquired a Muse entertainment agency, merging it into a conglomerate and establishing a kabushiki gaisha. He had consolidated shares in various major cinema chains across Neon, along with properties and a Muse, to create a company named Neon Perfect Entertainment. The recruitment of Nakajima Akina, Higuchi Kanako, and the preemptive acquisition of Zeiko Jingzi were all executed according to his wishes, with Amuse and the HSBC branch working together. Without Li Yao's intervention, Amuse would have become one of Neon's top entertainment companies within a decade. These three female artists, even without his attention, would undoubtedly have blossomed into superstars in 10 years. Among them, Nakajima Akina was undoubtedly the most formidable. Later, she would be hailed as the original diva. One of the most iconic pop singers of 1980s Neon, often referred to by the people of Neon as the Lady Gaga of the Showa era. In comparison to Nakajima Akina's later achievements, Zeiko Jing-zi fell slightly short. However, she was undeniably one of the most exquisite actresses of her time, often referred to as the foremost beauty of the Showa era. Among the three, Higuchi Kanako was the powerhouse actress. In another realm, she was not as renowned as Zeiko Jing-zi or Nakajima Akina. However, prior to Li Yao's rebirth, he had watched several of her dramas and films, leaving a lasting impression on him. Thus, when Amuse provided a list of potential female stars to poach, he selected Higuchi Kanako. Remarkably, while Nakajima Akina debuted at merely 18, Zeiko Jing-zi was comparatively younger, but Higuchi Kanako was like a perfectly ripened apple, flourishing in the golden period of her life, captivatingly beautiful. Though her appearance was not as refined as that of Zeiko Jing-zi and her aura did not quite match that of Nakajima Akina, she possessed an exceptional figure and an abundance of femininity. Greetings, I am Li Yao, arriving from Shangdao. I am a director, a businessman, and the head of Perfect Entertainment Kabushiki Gaisha. Upon seeing the three stars of the Showa era walk in, he smiled broadly and said, "From now on, I hope for your support. Let us strive together." "Absolutely. I will give it my all. No problem." Li Yao had been in Neon for over a month now. To be honest, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. Compared to present-day Shangdao, Neon was at the pinnacle of its economic prosperity at that time, brimming with golden opportunities. With the memories and capabilities of a dozen wealthy Neonians in his mind, making money in this era was as easy as child's play. When he first arrived, he had $1 million in his pocket. Just a month later, his assets in Neon had surpassed all his possessions back in Shangdao. To begin with, Perfect Entertainment Kabushiki Gaisha held shares in Neon's top 5 cinema chains worth over 50 billion yen. Additionally, he had inflated the market value of Amuse Entertainment Agency to 3 billion yen. Coupled with a modeling agency valued at 1 billion yen and shares in several recently acquired manga companies and publishing houses, the total market value of his company had exceeded 60 billion yen. Based on the current exchange rate of 200 to 1, that equated to over $300 million. Furthermore, under another company Li Yao invested in, Neon, he had purchased stocks in various publicly listed Neon companies amounting to over 200 billion yen, translating to over $1 billion. Moreover, in the past half-month, leveraging the favorable winds from the HSBC branch, he had acquired numerous properties from other banks and merchants in Neon. One could only wonder how much the land prices in Tokyo might soar in 5 or 6 years. Half the price of Tokyo could purchase an entire district. Chapter 22. 16th birthday. At this moment, the property prices in Dongjing have not yet reached exorbitant levels. If one possesses capital, it is wise to invest in real estate in Dongjing without any concerns, simply letting it sit. After 5 or 6 years, selling those properties could yield returns several hundred times over, surpassing even stock trading profits. The fervor in Dongjing and Neon during that period was unprecedented. Subsequently, real estate in the mainland also flourished. Yet it paled in comparison to the fervor witnessed in Dongjing. Perfect Entertainment Corporation, along with Li Yao's investment branch in Neon, were zealously acquiring properties. The staggering sum of 8.6 billion is the entirety of Li Yao's assets in Neon, amounting to over $1.6 billion US. Where did this wealth originate? It was all garnered from his exploits in the Neon financial market. At that time, Dongjing was thriving post-war. Standing as one of the world's financial powerhouses, trailing only behind New York and London. Li Yao possessed a financial intellect that was 50 years ahead of his time, and upon arriving here, he felt as if he had found his true element, akin to a fish swimming freely in the ocean. He capitalized on Neon's foreign exchange and stock markets, exploiting the lenient regulations of the time with high leverage, significantly impacting retail investors. The profits garnered within a month had already elevated Li Yao's reputation in the Marunouchi business district. Those who had partnered with him, banks, financial institutions, and local Neonians aware of his recent activities, bestowed upon him the moniker Crazy Financial Dragon, abbreviated to Gang Feng Long. Why such a title? Because he employed leverage in investments that often exceeded 100 times, occasionally reaching 500 times, truly a gambler's approach. His audacity astonished even the inherently daring Neonians. Yet he consistently triumphed, with his stocks surging and foreign exchange trades yielding bountiful returns. Within a mere month, he transformed an initial capital of $10 million into over $1.6 billion in Neon. This audacious approach finally captured the attention of local magnates. On July 3, 1983, Kawasaki Dairo extended an invitation to Li Yao on behalf of several local dignitaries. He presented an exquisite invitation card inscribed in Japanese. On July 4, 1983, my daughter will turn 16, and we will host a birthday party. The card bore the signature of Kanto Nichiyo. In our terms, it was an invitation for certain individuals to attend his daughter's 16th birthday celebration. Li Yao had no knowledge of Kanto Nichiyo, having never even heard of this person. Among those he had met in Neon over the past month, none bore the surname Nichiyo. Nichiyo Yute? Nichiyo Shana? Could it be related to the Hyuga clan from Naruto? He jested while examining the invitation. What ninjas? Naruto style? I haven't heard of it, but I have encountered the Koga-style ninjas. Kawasaki Dairo responded. Li Yao was certainly aware that the surname Nichiyo existed in Neon and not in small numbers. However, the Uchiha surname likely did not exist in Neon. The crux of the matter was that he had no connection to Kanto Nichiyo. So why was he summoned to celebrate his daughter's birthday? Li Yao, with a knowing glance at Kawasaki Dairo, playfully inquired, could it be that his daughter finds me handsome and wishes to marry me? Kawasaki Dairo, taken aback, retorted, you are rather full of yourself, aren't you? Unbeknownst to him, Li Yao had picked up on the unspoken thoughts of Kawasaki Dairo through a mental connection. With this insight, even if Kawasaki Dairo attempted to conceal the truth, Li Yao could infer the general context. This invitation was indeed genuine, sent by the head of the Nichiyo family, Nichiyo Yute. Nichiyo Yute was a member of the Neon aristocracy and a distinguished guest at the Kasai Club. The term aristocracy refers to the noble class in Neon during the Meiji Restoration up to World War II. The notion of aristocracy emerged on June 17, 1869, but was officially established with the House of Peers Act on July 7, 1884. However, following the enactment of the new constitution on May 3, 1947, the title of aristocracy was formally abolished. Yet, in reality, the old aristocrats were far from eradicated. They lost the legal privileges that once supported them, but their influence remained significant. The Kasai Club, once a gathering place for the aristocracy, continued to be a venue for their activities. Although the title of aristocracy was no longer recognized, the prominent families clung to their traditions. These families did not vanish. Rather, they thrived under the guise of clan gatherings and maintained considerable influence. Particularly notable was the Shimizu family, which had ruled Kyushu and held grand ceremonies every few years. As of the 21st century, they remained formidable, still possessing a voice in Neon society. The period from 1983 to 1947 was relatively brief, and many of the middle-aged individuals from that era were still alive. Regardless of whether in the political or business realms of Neon, there remained a tacit acknowledgement of the aristocracy's nobility. The term aristocracy essentially denoted the former noble titles of the Neon populace, such as Prince, Duke, and Earl. As for the Nichiyo family, which extended this unexpected invitation to Li Yao, they were of noble descent, originally a viscount. Today, the title of Viscount is not recognized either legally or socially, yet the Nichiyo family continues to be an integral part of the Kasai Club, wielding considerable influence in both the business and political arenas. After some inquiries, Li Yao discovered that the Nichiyo family was indeed a prominent and esteemed lineage in the martial arts community of Dongjing. The members of their family have been devoted to the study of the Neon sword technique since childhood, earning a remarkable reputation within the swordsmanship community. The current head of the Hinata family, Hinata Yuta, is the authentic successor of the renowned Meikin Gokushin Ryu style. This practice of swordsmanship in the Hinata family is indeed quite distinct from the scenes depicted in Hokage ninjutsu. Li Yao sat in the car, observing as they approached the grand entrance of the Hinata residence, his mind wandering. The surname evoked memories of a later wildly popular manga. Of course, Hokage ninjutsu had not yet been released. Even the author, Kishimoto Masashi, was merely a primary school student under 10 years old at that time. Li Yao's illustrious entertainment company had already invested in several manga and publishing firms. Reflecting on this, he resolved to recruit a few more manga artists and illustrators from Neon to bring back to Xiangdao, with plans to establish a manga company there. Since he had already begun to draw inspiration from future films, why not also incorporate equally influential manga works? With these thoughts in mind, Li Yao exited the vehicle. His bodyguard presented the invitation to the butler stationed at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a server approached to guide him into the grand, traditional Japanese-style mansion located in the heart of Dongjing City. Inside the expansive, bright, and elegantly simple room of the Hinata estate, adorned with a distinctly Japanese ambience, sat the current matriarch of the Hinata family, Hinata Shana, alongside a remarkably graceful young lady with long hair. At first glance, the girl may not appear extraordinarily stunning, yet her overall aura was exceptional, and her beauty could easily earn an impressive score of 85, rivaling that of the goddesses of the entertainment industry. This remarkable young lady was none other than Mitsui Seiyuki, the beloved daughter of the current head of the Mitsui family, recognized within their circle as the elder sister. Observing Hinata Shana, who was busy with her makeup, she smiled and inquired, "Shana, is your father serious this time? At only 16 years old, are you really beginning to consider a future suitor?" "It seems likely," Hinata Shana replied with a hint of exasperation. "My father has never been this earnest about my birthdays before. Though he has said nothing, I suspect he is genuinely contemplating this." Mitsui Seiyuki, as the daughter of the Mitsui family, was well aware of the intricacies of such esteemed families. Having received a modern education and studied abroad, she did not necessarily agree with the impending arrangement for Hinata Shana. However, one must accept the responsibilities and obligations that accompany the privileges granted by one's lineage. At that moment, Hinata Shana glanced at a magazine on the table and asked, "By the way, Seiyuki, have you heard of a person named Li Yao?" Mitsui Seiyuki cast her gaze toward the magazine in Hinata Shana's room, which happened to be a financial publication, and shook her head. This charming younger sister was indeed an anomaly in their circle. Speaking of which, Hinata Shana is merely 16 years old, quite different from those young ladies enamored with flowers and frivolities. She has an unusual affinity for numbers. As she matures, she has developed an obsession with finance, economics, foreign exchange, and stocks, leading the elders of the Hinata family to wonder if she is the reincarnation of some Wall Street mogul. While other girls may have magazines in their rooms, they are typically about fashion or entertainment, at most news. But our unique Hinata Shana prefers to delve into those complex and mundane financial journals. Li Yao? That name sounds like it belongs to someone from the East, right? He must not be from our realm, as there are few with the surname Li around here. Indeed, he is from the East. Hinata Shana's eyes sparkled as she spoke about a topic of interest. He hails from Xiangdao, and he is exceptionally skilled in financial investment. In just a month since arriving in Dongjing, he turned an initial capital of $10 million into several billion. Several billion yen? That is impressive. What yen? It's USD. He made billions of USD. Billion USD? How extraordinary. Oh, I remember now, Mitsui Seiyuki exclaimed, tapping her head. She looked at her younger sister and said, "The head of the Ueda family personally visited your home, apparently through your uncle, to invite someone from Xiangdao. The person he invited seems to be named Li Yao." "Wow. What? A financial prodigy from Xiangdao is coming to our home to attend my banquet?" Mitsui Seiyuki furrowed her brow. "Your description is quite amusing." "Hee, that's his nickname. Given to him by the financial circle in Marinucci." "What nickname?" "The Mad Financial Wizard from Xiangdao." "That's quite a mouthful. I think simply calling him Mad Wizard would suffice." Chapter 23. The martial arts courtship. The grand residence of the Hinata family is located at 33 Matsutoto, Shibuya district, and is known as the Kendo Manor. This is a classic example of a traditional Japanese castle-style architecture, built in 1930. The original owner of this house was a descendant of the Tokugawa shogunate, which was later bestowed upon the Hinata family. Situated on a prime piece of land in the Shibuya district of Higashi, this estate spans over 3,000 square meters. The main building covers an area of 483.1 square meters. Although nestled in a bustling urban area, it remains remarkably serene, with no conspicuous commercial or entertainment facilities visible from the outside, preserving the essence of an upscale residential neighborhood. However, just a step outside the grand entrance reveals towering skyscrapers and vibrant commercial streets, with the Tokyo department store and the lively avenues of Shibuya within walking distance. Nearby, Kamiyamacho and Shinsencho boast their own unique shopping districts, marking this as one of the most prestigious residential areas in Higashi. The main building consists of 3 stories, resembling an ancient castle constructed from wood and brick, exuding an air of nobility. To the left, a large circular gazebo stands, while in front lies a meticulously designed expanse of lawn. There is also a 2-story workers' dormitory, with various facilities on the first floor. And the entire courtyard is enveloped by towering greenery, resembling a fortified castle, both dignified and grand. Were our protagonist Ling Ren to behold such a mansion, he might well believe he had traveled back to the flourishing Tang dynasty. Ultimately, those so-called Japanese architectural styles are merely youthful replicas of Tang dynasty structures. In times past, the envoys to Tang brought the architectural styles of the Tang dynasty back to Neon, a tradition that has persisted for centuries. At this moment, Liao stands within this opulent residence, his face alight with curiosity as he surveys the surroundings. He has already encountered a familiar face, Kawasaki Dairo. This gentleman is the head of the HSBC Bank's Neon branch, and is also a descendant of a prominent family. His grandfather was once a count, and his ancestors served as chancellor for the Shimizu clan. However, by his generation, the family has fallen into decline. Nonetheless, their noble status remains, affording them a degree of respect within the Neon aristocracy, bolstered by connections and marital alliances amassed over generations. It is precisely this lineage that has led HSBC to appoint him to manage their Neon branch. As Liao enters, Kawasaki Dairo approaches him, eager to introduce him to the intricacies of Neon's upper society. After all, bringing Liao here is in accordance with the intentions of the influential figures behind the scenes of the aristocratic community. Moreover, having benefited substantially from his association with Liao over the past month, Dairo is keen to avoid offending this significant client, thus willingly plays the role of Liao's shadow at today's banquet. How much would it cost to purchase a residence like this, Dairo? Liao inquires casually. Oh, Mr. Li, this is not a matter that can be resolved simply with wealth. This is Matsuto in the Shibuya district, once a retreat for the Kishu Tokugawa family, where generations of illustrious clans have resided. Presently, those who live here are all prominent figures from the political and business spheres, as well as notable personalities from society. For outsiders wishing to purchase property here, they must first pass the scrutiny of the local joint residential committee. Given your status, acquiring a residence is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in navigating the approval process of the Matsuto Joint Residential Committee. Kawasaki Dairo explains. A mansion like the Hinata residence cannot simply be bought with money, not attainable with wealth. Liao merely chuckles, offering no further comment. In another decade, once the economic bubble in Higashi bursts, let us see what you say then. Liao reminisces clearly. In 1988, a property in Itabashi sold for over 100 million yen, yet by 1993, it was worth less than 5 million yen, with no buyers in sight. Perhaps at present, or even in the coming years, it may indeed be challenging for outsiders to acquire such expansive properties in this area. However, in no more than a decade, at the very least 8 years hence, throughout Higashi, barring the Imperial Palace, if one possesses wealth, one can purchase wherever they desire. During this time, the people of Neon are basking in their glory. They are experiencing an era of openness and confidence, to the extent of boasting that half of Higashi could be acquired with their fortunes. Yet, their splendor would only last a few years. 8 years later, the economic bubble would collapse, leading to a prolonged stagnation. When Liao returns from his rebirth, Higashi has yet to recover even half of its 1988 levels. With a resolute determination, Liao silently vows to seize a significant fortune amidst this grand bubble in Neon. On the surface, he maintains a cheerful demeanor, revealing nothing of his true intentions. Under Kawasaki Dairo's guidance, Liao navigates the upper echelons of Neon society, mingling among the nobility and business magnates. Dairo, while not particularly distinguished in this circle, finds his companion Liao, an outsider, equally unremarkable. Thus, Their joint presence raises little notice among the attendees, save for a few who, drawn by Li Yao's striking appearance, steal glances, most of whom are women. Otherwise, in the midst of this lively gathering, they remain inconspicuous figures. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Li Yao prepares to inquire of Kawasaki Dairo when the main event will commence. Suddenly, a stir ripples through the crowd as an important figure emerges from within. Kawasaki Dairo glances in that direction and whispers to Li Yao, "It is Lord Hinata Yutaka, the head of the Hinata family. He has finally made his appearance." Hinata Yutaka is one of Neon's aristocrats. Publicly recognized as the head of the Meikin Gokushinryu Kendo School, a director of several publicly traded companies, and also serves as a district counselor for Matsudo. According to Kawasaki Dairo, Hinata Yutaka originally hailed from a common noble lineage but has distinguished himself through remarkable abilities, earning respect within the aristocratic circles. Many high-ranking nobles support him, and it is even rumored that individuals from the imperial palace hold him in favorable regard. Li Yao nods, following Kawasaki Dairo's gaze. He observes Lord Hinata Yutaka, a robust figure clad in a complete set of kendo attire, obscuring his facial features. Two individuals accompany him, also dressed in full kendo garb, one even taller and more muscular than Yutaka, while the other appears petite, resembling a woman. If I am not mistaken, the individuals behind Yutaka are likely his son and daughter, Hinata Niji and Hinata Shana, Kawasaki Dairo murmurs. Hinata Niji? Li Yao expresses a hint of surprise. Why is his daughter named Xiaona instead of Huatian? Chuanzaki Dalong looked at Li Yao with a bewildered expression, listening to him muttering to himself. Huatian? I have never heard of such a person from the Hinata family in Kanto, remarked Chuanzaki Dalong. Li Yao waved his hand, signaling to drop the subject. After all, this Ningxiai was certainly not that Ningxiai. What do you think Hinata Yute is trying to achieve by dressing his son and daughter like this? He asked, filled with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Chuanzaki Dalong glanced at Li Yao's striking appearance and his remarkable stature among the group of neon-clad individuals. After pondering for a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Rumor has it that Hinata Yute's daughter Xiaona is already 16 years old, and she is quite stunning. Many noble young masters and sons of business tycoons are eager to marry her. It is said that even Hinata Yute himself does not dare to offend these individuals lightly. Therefore, he devised a method that allows him to handle the matter fairly without offending the nobles and tycoons." Li Yao looked at the three members of the Hinata family, dressed like characters from the Neon Warrior era, and couldn't help but ask, "What method?" "A martial arts contest for marriage," replied Chuanzaki Dalong. Hinata Yute declared that anyone wishing to marry Xiaona must first defeat her in kendo, and at least match Ningxiai or withstand 5 of his strikes. Huh. Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. This is quite the aristocratic approach. In Neon, kendo is a rather popular sport. However, outside of Neon, few are familiar with it, leading some to confuse kendo with the so-called way of the samurai. The people of Neon believe that kendo is an endless art. Every movement emphasizes elegance. While it appears dynamic on the surface, it requires inner tranquility, emphasizing grace and cultivation, serving to strengthen one's physique while fostering patience and perseverance. In essence, Neon Kendo is akin to an elevated form of Tai Chi in Neon. Kendo is regarded as a skill for self-cultivation, accessible only to those of higher social classes who possess the leisure and means to pursue it. There are countless kendo schools in Neon, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Anyone can establish a dojo, wield a sword haphazardly, and claim to represent a school. The number of kendo schools in Neon is comparable to that of martial arts schools in our eastern region. However, the status of kendo in Neon far surpasses that of martial arts in our eastern region. Hinata Yute is a prominent figure in the entire Neon Kendo community. He gained some renown at the age of 30, and it is said that no one in Shibuya could defeat him. After turning 40, his swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level. He then spent 3 years traversing Neon, challenging masters, and he won all 108 matches. Since then, he has been referred to as the first Sword of Neon, with some even venerating him as the greatest sword saint in the world. It is said that sometimes, when the imperial residence's occupant goes out incognito, it is Hinata Yute who accompanies him, sword in hand, providing protection. As Chuanzaki Dalong spoke with admiration and envy about the legendary past of the Hinata family head, Li Yao felt a sense of dissonance. Did he perhaps find himself in the wrong place? He had thought he arrived in a modern metropolis, only to feel as though he had fallen into a world filled with supernatural abilities. Since his arrival, He had been following news and various reports, yet there was hardly any mention of the supernatural. However, Chuanzaki Dalong spoke with such gravity that Li Yao began to ponder the authenticity of this Hinata Yute. He also contemplated who would emerge victorious in a genuine confrontation. Hinata Yute's swordsmanship or his own swift reflexes coupled with his ability to unleash lightning. After all, he had already tested the potency of his lightning. A mere flick could resemble a small explosion. If he exerted his full strength, he could likely take down an elephant. A mere touch would surely be fatal for an ordinary person. He wondered if this so-called greatest sword saint could withstand it. Initially, he regarded the notion of the Hinata family hosting a martial arts contest for marriage as rather absurd and futile, reminiscent of the old aristocratic ways. Yet, after hearing Chuanzaki Dalong's enthusiastic praise, he felt a twinge of curiosity, eager to witness the prowess of Hinata Yute. Thus, he and Chuanzaki Dalong eagerly blended into the crowd, following the procession to the Kendo dojo behind the Hinata residence. Chapter 24. The first sword under heaven in that place. Those elite individuals from Neon desiring to marry the eldest daughter of the Rishiang family must engage in a Kendo competition against the Shana family. The Kendo dojo is integrated with the grand estate of the Rishiang family, with the mansion at the front and the dojo separated by a sliding door. Li Yao stood before the entrance of the dojo, his gaze drawn to a plaque inscribed with the characters Tianxia Di Yijian. This plaque was substantial, and the calligraphy was exquisitely rendered. Li Yao recognized it immediately as the slender gold script created by the renowned Emperor Zhao Ji of the Eastern Dynasty. Zhao Ji's reign was marked by chaos and is often regarded as one of the least reliable emperors. However, his font was undeniably beautiful. More importantly, beneath the inscription, Li Yao noticed that the calligrapher was a prominent figure from the Eastern Imperial Court. This plaque indicated a strong connection between the Rishiang family and the imperial residence. Otherwise, such an inscription would be unattainable. Blending in with the crowd at the banquet alongside Chuanzai Dalong, Li Yao ventured into the competition area of the dojo. The venue was quite spacious, and as guests trickled in, onlookers quickly filled the surroundings. Once everyone arrived, a distinguished elder clad in a kimono stepped forward from behind the three members of the Rishiang family. He appeared to be their steward or an elder relative. Esteemed guests, the elder in the kimono began, elucidating the rules of today's sword contest. The rules were straightforward. The dojo would dispatch 12 swordsmen, and any young man wishing to become the husband of Miss Shana must first defeat one of them. Only upon victory would they earn the right to challenge Miss Shana. If they were to triumph over her, the next step would be to either draw with Lord Ningxi or withstand an engagement with Rishiang Yute for over 5 minutes to secure their place as Miss Rishiang Shana's fiancé. Once the regulations were clarified, over 30 young men donned in Kendo uniforms stepped forward. These pre-registered individuals hailed from the upper echelons of Neon society, including noble descendants, heirs of conglomerates, and children of prominent figures. In essence, any unmarried gentlemen aged between 18 and 30 who deemed themselves qualified were eligible to participate. The Rishiang family also presented 12 swordsmen, all impeccably attired. The elder in the kimono announced the challengers' names and backgrounds, detailing their achievements in various competitions, before commencing the matches, adhering to the Kendo tradition of one-on-one duels. The battles soon erupted. Initially, Li Yao found it somewhat novel, but as time progressed, he perceived it as increasingly tedious. With his superior vision, dynamic tracking ability, and cognitive prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, he concluded that these so-called sword duels were rather mediocre. In terms of speed and technique, they were merely at the level of average individuals, possibly exhibiting quicker reflexes and greater strength. Alas, compared to the martial arts competitions, they seemed rather lackluster, even inferior to fencing and sports, which, despite protective gear, involved real swords and genuine combat. In contrast, these participants wielded wooden swords, devoid of any intimidation factor. Li Yao, unfamiliar with the rules, found himself particularly bored, nearly yawning. Nevertheless, the other Neon spectators, including Chuanzai Dalong, were utterly engrossed. Chuanzai Dalong even whispered excitedly, Iwasaki Keizo's Kendo style should belong to the elusive Oyama Shinyo school, emphasizing swift movements and clever feints. Behold, that move, the Oyama Phantom Slash, is truly remarkable. One cannot master it without 3 to 5 years of rigorous training. Li Yao thought to himself, isn't this merely swinging a sword, performing a few feints, and then striking down? What is so extraordinary about it? Yet, In your words, it sounds akin to some unparalleled martial art, like Dugu Qiubai's 9 swords. Wow, the Rixiang family's swordplay is even more impressive. That move resembles the Mingjian Yusin School's Mingxin Jianqing slash. It is said to be exceptionally difficult to learn. Without a decade of grappling with kendo, it is simply unattainable. Li Yao mused, isn't it just raising a wooden sword to the chest, and suddenly thrusting forward and then slicing upwards? How does that equate to Mingxin Jianqing? When it comes to pretentiousness and naming conventions, the Neon folk truly possess their own flair. After more than an hour of tumultuous sparring, Li Yao was nearly lulled to sleep. The competition between the 30-plus young Neon men and the Rixiang swordsmen ultimately yielded results, with 11 individuals emerging victorious, advancing to the next round. The subsequent phase involved facing off against members of the Rixiang family. Naturally, it would not be feasible for these 11 individuals to confront Miss Shauna sequentially. Even though she hailed from a kendo lineage, she could not endure such an onslaught for long, given her mere 16 years of age. The rules for the next segment were simple. The 11 contestants would be divided into 2 teams, one competing against Miss Rixiang Shauna and the other against Lord Ningxi. The team facing Lord Ningxi consisted of 6 members, while Miss Rixiang Shauna's side had only 5, resulting in one-on-one duels. Furthermore, this was not a mere free-for-all. It had to adhere to the kendo regulations, striking only to the point. Lord Ningxi was tall and robust, appearing even more formidable than his father. Li Yao contemplated that he could handle 6 opponents without much trouble, at least in terms of stamina. Casting his gaze towards Miss Rixiang Shauna, Li Yao estimated her height to be around 1.60 meters. He pondered whether her stamina could endure such a contest. With this thought, Li Yao's interest was piqued. Consequently, the first match commenced, featuring Miss Rixiang Shauna against a young man named Iwasaki Keizo. This Iwasaki was trained in the kendo style mentioned by Chuanzai Dalong, the Oyama Shinyo school, which sounded rather mystical and appeared quite flamboyant in combat. Although this young man was somewhat slender, he stood tall, likely over 1.80 meters. However, when he faced off against Miss Rixiang Shauna, who was only 1.60 meters, he succumbed within 5 minutes. How intriguing. Following this kendo duel, a look of genuine interest finally graced Li Yao's countenance. In his eyes, Miss Rixiang Shauna's kendo was no mere display. Her strikes were swift, precise, and fierce, her movements clear and concise, aimed directly at vital points. If she wielded a real sword, she would undoubtedly prevail against 2 or 3 farmers armed with hoes. Against 5 or 6, she might sustain some injuries, yet she would still emerge victorious. Should he encounter his bodyguard nearby, the unarmed members of the Kongdao Royal Police's Flying Tiger team, Li Yao believed that his protector, Yin Jun, might sustain some injuries while attempting to subdue the formidable Hinata Shauna, who wielded a real blade. This realization struck Li Yao, affirming that the Hinata family's swordsmanship indeed possessed remarkable prowess. In the subsequent match, he witnessed an even more formidable opponent in Hinata Niji. Li Yao mused that if Niji were armed with a genuine sword, even his chief bodyguard, Yin Jun, would likely find himself outmatched. Of course, this presupposed that Yin Jun would forego firearms in favor of a blade. In such a scenario, even in defeat, Yin Jun would retain his dignity. After all, the elite of the Flying Tiger team primarily trained in armed combat, with hand-to-hand fighting being a mere secondary skill. Should a so-called neon swordsman like Hinata Shauna or Hinata Niji confront a well-trained officer wielding a firearm, the skirmish would likely conclude in mere moments. The 11 contenders took turns facing off against the sibling duo. Hinata Shauna effortlessly dispatched her 5 adversaries, while her brother, Hinata Niji, demonstrated even greater skill, achieving a stalemate with 3 opponents. It was not only Li Yao who observed this. The gathered neon spectators, including Kawasaki Dairo, were equally perceptive. Despite the accolades bestowed upon the Hinata heir as the world's foremost swordsman, he would be compelled to concede in the presence of genuine aristocracy. He introduced Li Yao to the 3 distinguished individuals who had managed to hold their ground against Hinata Niji. The individual on the left, Mori Hikachiro, had risen to prominence in recent years and maintained close ties with the Mitsubishi Group. Li Yao scrutinized him, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Dressed in a kendo uniform, his face obscured, he appeared to stand around 1.7 meters tall. Nevertheless, the Mori family's name resonated in Li Yao's memory. He recalled that Mori Takeiro had been named the world's richest man by Forbes in both 1991 and 1992. Their fortune stemmed from real estate in the eastern region, later merging with Mitsubishi, one of Japan's 6 major conglomerates. Faced with such a formidable lineage, it was striking that Hinata Niji, who could easily dispatch an opponent in a few moves, ended up in a deadlock. The other 2 individuals who matched Niji in skill were equally noteworthy. According to Kawasaki Dairo, one bore the surname Mitsui, while the other was named Fukuda. Their familial backgrounds were shrouded in mystery, and should they be revealed, this article might never see the light of day. At this juncture, Li Yao comprehended the underlying truth. This swordsmanship competition was not merely a contest of martial prowess or courtship. It was, in essence, a display of wealth, lineage, and influence masquerading as a duel of swords. If a beggar were to triumph over Hinata Shana, Hinata Niji, and Hinata Yutei in succession, could he then aspire to wed the Hinata family's eldest daughter? A smirk crept upon Li Yao's lips as he reflected on this notion. He recognized this as the essence of neon culture, a stark and unyielding reality. Upon grasping this concept, Li Yao deemed the so-called swordsmanship duel utterly devoid of significance. The 3 contenders, having been selected by Hinata Niji, would next face the illustrious Hinata Yutei, reputed to be the world's preeminent swordsman. The outcomes were straightforward. Either one of the 3 would manage to endure for 5 minutes against Hinata Yutei, ultimately securing a proposal of marriage, or they would all falter, unable to withstand his prowess for even that brief duration. Such scenarios were not uncommon. However, should this latter outcome occur, Li Yao believed it would not reflect the inadequacy of their swordsmanship, but rather the disdain with which Hinata Yutei and his allies regarded their backgrounds, unwilling to extend any courtesy. Both outcomes were starkly realistic. As the competition unfolded, Li Yao found himself most intrigued by the prospect of witnessing firsthand the true capabilities of the legendary Hinata Yutei. The swordsmanship challenges had persisted for 2 hours, with scarcely a pause. As the final confrontation loomed, the Hinata family finally declared a 15-minute intermission. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Yao felt a twinge of unease, contemplating a hasty retreat. In contrast, Kawasaki Dairo, who had been riveted to the spectacle, now exuded palpable excitement. To witness the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman was indeed the highlight of his year, he whispered to Li Yao, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Chapter 25. Challenging the world's greatest sword. Li Yao cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering to himself, "Old chap, just a few days ago you proclaimed that encountering me, a major client, was your greatest fortune of the year, and now you've swiftly changed your tune?" He shook his head internally. However, observing the excitement of Chuanxiao Dairo and the reactions of the surrounding Neonjin, he could sense their genuine fascination with the way of the sword. It was not merely a pretense. They truly cherished this art. Lost in contemplation, he was interrupted as Hinata Shana reached the temporary resting area beside the kendo competition venue, shedding her traditional kendo attire and removing her helmet. Her beautiful visage remained as serene as a still lake, which left Mitsui Natsuki, who was attempting to discern her emotions, feeling somewhat vexed. Dear Shana-chan, aren't you the slightest bit nervous? You never know, one of those 3 gentlemen outside might just become your future husband." Mitsui Natsuki teased playfully. Hinata Shana offered a resigned smile and replied, "Natsuki-ne, what use is my worry? With our background, neither marriage nor the future is something we can dictate ourselves." Her words rendered Mitsui Natsuki momentarily silent before she spoke again. "While that may be true, I believe your fiancé is unlikely to appear today, Shana-chan." Upon hearing this, Hinata Shana immediately looked up and asked, "Natsuki-ne, have you heard any whispers?" Mitsui Natsuki gently nodded, saying, "You belong to the Kazoku, and Lord Hinata Yutei is now the representative of the Kazoku. This year's election is essentially secured for them. The next head of show will undoubtedly be from a Kazoku-led family. The Kazoku has already obtained what they desire this year, so there is no need for them to hasten a union with the Zaibatsu. Hence, they have no urgency to present you, the Kazoku's grand princess, for marriage." Mitsui Natsuki shrugged, displaying a confident smile. "After all, you're only 16. Waiting another 4 years means you'll only be 20. Hinata Shana nodded, half comprehending, but couldn't resist retorting, "I am hardly the Kazoku's grand princess. The Hinata family was merely a viscount in the past. The true grand princesses of the Kazoku are from families like the Shimyu, Tokugawa, and Tachibana." Mitsui Natsuki dismissed her concern. As long as the esteemed occupant of the imperial palace believes that Lord Yutei should bear the responsibilities of the Kazoku, the Hinata family will be at the forefront. And you, my dear, are the grand princess. "Very well." Hinata Shana felt somewhat bewildered but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, knowing wouldn't change anything, fate had long been sealed. It's getting late. Let us go witness how Natsukine's unparalleled sword handles those three gentlemen. Mitsui Natsuki said with a smile. Hinata Shana felt conflicted. That's not quite right. One of those three is your cousin. What of that? We aren't close. Besides, that fellow wanted to marry me off to the Sumitomo family last month. It's been quite bothersome. Mitsui Natsuki said, visibly annoyed. In response, Hinata Shana could only shake her head. Although Mitsui Natsuki lived freely and was sharp-witted, undoubtedly the cleverest among their group and their leader, she too could not escape the clutches of destiny. This was the fate shared by women like them. Since childhood, Hinata Shana had accepted this reality. She composed herself, donned her kendo helmet once more, and, accompanied by Mitsui Natsuki, exited the resting room. Outside, the final trials were about to commence. The venue was located in Shibuya, Matsutake, at the Hinata Kendo Dojo. In the arena, Hinata Yute stood quietly, gripping a wooden sword, surrounded by an aura of silence. Liao scrutinized this neon gene, who appeared to be at least 50 years old, the so-called world's greatest sword. To him, this man seemed nothing more than a robust, average-sized neon gene, around 1 meter 80 tall. He could discern no presence, killing intent, or true energy emanating from Hinata Yute. Oh right, this is neon. It shouldn't be true energy, but rather sword energy, chakra, or energy fluctuations. Regardless, he could not perceive any of it. Yet, he remained patient, anticipating that perhaps the man was simply adept at concealing his prowess. The so-called still as a maiden, swift as a hare? He mused to himself. Before long, the first challenger stepped forward. The preceding challengers were introduced by an elderly figure resembling a steward clad in a kimono. At this juncture, it was finally their turn to introduce themselves. The first challenger, dressed in kendo attire, had his face obscured. He was of average height, slightly shorter than Hinata Yute. In Japanese, he introduced himself. Lord Yute, I am Mitsui Hisashi. My father is Mitsui Mitsuru, and I am also a member of the Nikikai. Upon hearing this, Liao could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, this was a contest for marriage. Starting with self-introductions and immediately revealing his father's identity, Liao had become acquainted with the Nikikai after spending over a month in Neon. After World War II, the former top Zaibatsu Mitsui Zaibatsu was disbanded for a time. In the early 1950s, Mitsui Bank spearheaded the establishment of the Gitsukai. To facilitate the merger of Mitsui Bus-san, they created the Goyokai, which all general managers attended. By 1960, this organization was renamed Nikikai and gradually became the dominant force behind the Mitsui conglomerate. Now, the true power behind the Mitsui conglomerate was that organization. Mitsui Hisashi claiming to be a member implied that he was one of the upper echelons of the most formidable Zaibatsu in the country. Of course, the Mitsui family was thriving, likely comprising thousands. However, not every member of the Mitsui family could enter the Nikikai, and not everyone within the Nikikai was from the Mitsui family. Members like Mitsui Hisashi in the Nikikai were akin to the elite of the Taishan Kai and Chogo Kai within the country. Only core decision-makers, or those holding significant positions, were truly powerful figures. After concluding his self-introduction, Hinata Yute merely nodded lightly and calmly remarked, "Let us begin. Come at me. If you can endure for 5 minutes without being defeated, I shall acknowledge your eligibility to become my son-in-law." Understood, Mitsui Hisashi shouted, brandishing a bamboo sword as he charged toward Hinata Yute. Today's competition followed the rules of Neon Kendo. A one-on-one duel typically required 2 victories out of 3 to win. If one participant scored 2 points first, the match would conclude immediately. If one party scores first and the opposing side fails to score within the allotted time, the former is declared the victor. Should the score be tied at the end of the designated time, the match proceeds to overtime, where the first to score wins. In the absence of overtime, the referee's decision prevails, which may involve a coin toss or a direct declaration of a draw. Scoring is achieved by striking the opponent's valid areas with a bamboo sword. Valid areas include the face, arms, chest, abdomen, or thrusts. Attacks below the waist do not count. However, in a real combat scenario, strikes to the legs and waist could certainly be lethal. Thus, this competition, often referred to as a duel, resembles a unique form of sport endemic to Neon. On the competition field, Mitsui Hisashi launched the first offensive, while Liao fixated on Hinata Yutaka, eager to witness the prowess of this renowned swordsman. reputed to be the best in the world. In Li Yao's estimation, although Mitsui Hisashi was merely a student, his abilities were indeed formidable. With a true sword in hand, he could likely hold his own against 5 or 6 armed thugs. Yet, the clash between Mitsui Hisashi and Hinata Yutaka was swiftly concluded. Truly astounding. The title of the world's best sword was well-deserved. The speed was incomprehensible. Is such velocity attainable by mere mortals? Had Lord Yutaka wielded a real sword, that young man would have faced his demise. No, not just a simple loss of life. Lord Yutaka scored thrice. Having struck Mitsui Hisashi once on the face, once on the chest, and once on the shoulder. A real sword would have meant a severed head, broken limbs, and a pierced chest. Lord Hinata Yutaka is indeed formidable. Just moments ago, within less than 5 seconds of initiating his attack, Mitsui Hisashi found himself struck 3 times by Hinata Yutaka on his head, shoulder, and chest. The bamboo sword used in this competition was coated in powder, leaving white marks upon contact with the designated kendo uniform, which served as the basis for scoring. In the blink of an eye, 3 white streaks adorned Mitsui Hisashi's body, leading to his undeniable defeat. This spectacle sent the neon dignitaries into a frenzy of excitement, cheering and exclaiming in delight. As Mitsui Hisashi stood there, his back already damp with sweat, he realized that had it been a real fight, he would have surely perished. What troubled him more was the lost opportunity to marry into the Hinata family and possibly become a part of a prestigious alliance. Now it seemed entirely out of reach. He understood all too well that had Lord Hinata or the influential clan behind him been willing to ally with Mitsui, he would not have fallen so swiftly. While his defeat stemmed from his own inadequacies, the underlying truth was that the Sword Saint and his powerful backing had never intended to collaborate with the Mitsui conglomerate. I concede. Although Mitsui Hisashi felt a sense of injustice, he gracefully acknowledged his defeat, truly earning the title of the world's best sword. I believe no one could withstand 5 minutes against you. Absolutely no one. The remaining 2 competitors, Fukuda and the young heirs from the Mori family, were of similar age to Mitsui Hisashi, and he was well aware of their capabilities. Their kendo skills were inferior to his own. In a genuine contest, they would likely falter against Hinata Yutaka in less than a second. I yield, said Hinata Yutaka calmly. Mitsui Hisashi, unwilling to accept his fate, descended from the competition stage, observing as the other 2 contenders took their turns. Following his defeat, he regained his composure and rationality. He pondered that his qualifications were the best among the 3. Yet he had been swiftly vanquished by Hinata Yutaka. What merit did the other 2 possess to garner the attention of the Sword Saint and the noble clan? The thoughts that had crossed his cousin's mind were soon understood by a composed Mitsui Hisashi. It appeared that for the foreseeable years, the noble clan would not consider alliances with others. Today, we are all destined for disappointment, he mused. The unfolding events confirmed his suspicions. When the young men from the Fukuda and Mori families took to the stage, none managed to last even 10 seconds against Hinata Yutaka. All were easily defeated. When the final young contender succumbed, the arena fell silent. While everyone appreciated the overwhelming display of kendo prowess, they also recalled the day's main event, the martial arts marriage competition. The outcome was, all the young contestants had lost. Did it mean that no one was worthy of Hinata-shana? On the competition stage, Hinata Yutaka discreetly placed one hand behind his back, signaling. The butler, clad in traditional attire, was about to step forward to deliver a pre-prepared speech. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. I wish to inquire if it is too late for me to engage in a friendly contest with the world's best sword?" The speaker was none other than Li Yao. His interruption was not motivated by a desire to become a son-in-law to the Hinata family, but rather stemmed from an appreciation for the undeniable skill of this renowned neon swordsman. Judging by the previous 3 matches and Li Yao's extraordinary perception, Hinata Yutaka's speed was astonishingly breathtaking. Subsequently, he had heard of a neon scientist conducting an experiment, claiming that the strongest swordsman could strike within the blink of an eye. Approximately 0.9 seconds. Regardless of the authenticity of this experiment, the question remained, could a person truly wield a sword in such a fraction of time? Li Yao now believed that it was indeed plausible. After all, the revered sword saint of Neon, Hinata Yutaka, had demonstrated a striking speed that was on par with those experimental findings. Even if Li Yao's body had been enhanced by some mysterious force, without specialized training, he could at most match the speed displayed by Hinata Yutaka just moments ago. Chapter 26. Telepathy. He was perplexed. Was Hinata Yutaka's speed innate, Or was it cultivated through diligent practice? Or could it be that there truly exists a clandestine circle in this world, populated by individuals who have mastered supernatural abilities? In Neon, there was a sword saint like Hinata Yutaka. What about our own land? Might there also be hidden masters residing deep within the mountains or in temples, having been reborn and endowed with superpowers? Li Yao firmly believed that there must be other extraordinary beings in this world. He had been discreetly observing for clues. Previously, he had found nothing, but now in Neon, he had finally encountered someone who might be a true expert in Hinata Yutaka. Excitement surged within Li Yao as he felt compelled to challenge Hinata Yutaka to engage in a spar. After all, this was right before the eyes of the public. Even if Hinata Yutaka were indeed the sword saint with formidable skills, it was unlikely he would resort to unsheathing his sword in such a public setting, let alone strike him down with a single blow. Feeling a sense of safety, Li Yao resolved to test his abilities. He yearned to discover just how formidable his powers were and whether he could rival the legendary heroes of antiquity. After all, what man, particularly one from Dongzhou, does not harbor a dream of martial prowess? Who wouldn't he wish to emulate the likes of the character Long from the films, effortlessly taking down dozens with merely a furniture store as his backdrop? Li Yao had previously tested his skills against his bodyguards. Without any weapons, even 10 of them would be no match for him. His speed, his gaze, were simply beyond human comparison. Without the need for firearms or ranged weapons, he was more ferocious than the character Long from the movies. Now, having finally encountered Hinata Yutaka, a potential true master, Li Yao could no longer contain himself. He wished to see for himself. As he opened his mouth to speak, the audience surrounding the sparring arena immediately expressed their discontent. You, young man, are you unaware of your own limitations? You think you can challenge the sword saint at will? What lineage do you hail from? Who brought you here? You seem decent enough, but your intellect appears lacking. That is the world's foremost sword. While you may have a sturdy physique, you hardly appear to be a swordsman. If you truly wish to compete, why did you not register earlier? Does he believe that after Hinata Yutaka has bested 3 young challengers, he would be too exhausted to fight again, and thus seeks to take advantage? What a fool. Indeed, the elite of Neon were, at their core, ordinary people. Whenever gathered together in moments of safety, they loved to gossip. This was commonplace and had nothing to do with any particular ethnicity. Just like now, as Li Yao made his appearance, all eyes swiftly turned toward him, and whispers erupted among the crowd. On the side of Kawasaki Daro, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Li Yao, yet he found himself at a loss for words. You, Li sang. What do you intend to do? Li Yao flashed a grin at him, then squeezed through the crowd, passing by the stationed Hinata swordsman, casually borrowing his bamboo sword. He then stepped onto the sparring arena. The murmurs around him intensified, and it became evident that Li Yao's audacity was displeasing to Hinata Yutaka. Before Hinata could voice his thoughts, his elderly butler interjected loudly. Young man, regardless of your intentions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air abruptly interrupted the butler's words. This sound startled the Neon crowd, who had been conversing in hushed tones, as it resembled the roar of an aircraft. The source was the bamboo sword in Li Yao's hand, which he wielded with astonishing speed. Standing at the side of the arena, Mitsui Hisashi, donned in a kendo helmet, could hardly swallow his saliva. He could barely discern the speed at which Li Yao swung the sword. The movements were so swift they resembled a ghostly shadow. And that piercing sound. How much force and speed must one possess to make an ordinary bamboo sword emit such a noise? Mitsui Hisashi had no doubt that if Li Yao's casual strikes had landed on him, even if the weapon were merely a bamboo sword, it could have easily taken his life. Mitsui could perceive this, and the sword saint, Hinata Yutaka, who faced Li Yao, understood all too well just how fierce those strikes had been. For Hinata knew he could swing his sword with comparable speed, akin to a ghost's swiftness. Yet he realized that he could never produce such a tremendous sound from a bamboo sword colliding with air, as the force required was incalculable. Hinata Yutaka lifted one hand to halt the butler, who had also just swallowed hard and was preparing to speak. Gripping the bamboo sword in his right hand and laying its end on his left palm, he assumed the ceremonial posture of Neon Kendo. Then, a steady voice emerged from within his helmet. Young man, I accept your challenge. I sense the aura of a swordsman emanating from you. Pray tell, to which school do you belong? Aura of a swordsman? What aura do I possess? Is it not merely great strength, incredible speed? and a remarkable degree of physical coordination that allows me to perform feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. As for self-introduction, Liao was aware of this custom. Earlier, Kawasaki Daro had briefed him on the traditional formalities of kendo. Typically, Neon practitioners would announce their lineage and master's name before a duel. However, Liao had never been initiated into any school. He could hardly claim to have been born with great strength. After pondering for a moment, Liao decided to imitate Hinata Yutaka's demeanor. Gripping the bamboo sword tightly with both hands, he shouted, "My name is Liao, hailing from Dongzhao's Xiangdao. I do not practice Neon's kendo, but rather a different style of swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is known as Dugu Jiujian, created by a legendary figure known as Dugu Sword Saint over 1,000 years ago. I stumbled upon his sword manual and have trained myself. Upon witnessing your remarkable swordsmanship, Mr. Hinata Yutaka, my hands itch with a desire to spar with you." Upon hearing Liao's introduction, both Hinata Yutaka and the surrounding Neon people were taken aback. Those who were unaware of Liao's background had never anticipated that someone from the Dongzhao would dare to challenge the foremost swordsman of Neon. Hinata Yutaka was astonished because he had never expected that his challenger would emerge from that ancient lineage. Among the gathered Neon individuals, two in particular exhibited an especially pronounced reaction. One is Sanxiu Zhang's cousin, Sanxiu Xiaoyue, and the other is Hinata Yuta's daughter, Hinata Xina. Hinata Xina was astounded because the financial prodigy she had recently idolized was boldly challenging her father. Moreover, he appeared to be a genuine master of kendo. Sanxiu Xiaoyue was initially taken aback, then fell into a stupor, nearly unable to stifle a laugh. Why was she on the verge of laughter? Because among this group of Neon Jin, she was the sole individual who had read a Chinese novel titled Xiao Ao Jianghu. A few years ago, during her Chinese studies, a teacher had recommended it to her. Her Chinese instructor had asserted that if a foreigner could comprehend and appreciate Chinese martial arts literature, it indicated a significant mastery of the language. Thus, she casually flipped through a wuxia novel published by Xiangdao, particularly engrossed in the works of an author with the surname Cha. "Xina, the prodigy you admire, could he possibly be a master of the martial arts from Dongzhao?" Sanxiu Xiaoyue, uncertain of Li Yao's truthfulness, inquired of her cousin. I can't say for sure. The magazine didn't mention Li San as a master," Xina replied, looking bewildered. Sanxiu Xiaoyue tilted her head, curiously observing Li Yao, who was facing off against Hinata Yute in the arena. Today, Li Yao was not donned in a kendo uniform but wore a tailored suit, which accentuated his tall and striking appearance. Most notably, his countenance was exceptionally handsome. Regardless of whether one was Eastern or Western, anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly consider him a great beauty. Coupled with his athletic physique, Sanxiu Xiaoyue believed he was an undeniable expert in attracting the opposite sex. Setting aside the spectators' reactions, let us focus on the combat arena. Hinata Yute, momentarily stunned, finally spoke. "I truly did not anticipate you being from Dongzhao. The Zhao family is quite intriguing. As a Neonjin, I accept your challenge." Hinata Yute's reputation as the foremost swordsman in Neon was well-deserved. Within the realm of kendo, he was regarded as a top-tier expert. He discerned that Li Yao's earlier movements, if executed in earnest, would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Thus, he presumed that Li Yao had traveled specifically from Dongzhao to challenge him as a master. Given the historical rivalry between their two nations, Hinata Yute subconsciously perceived this duel as a contest between the Zhao families. Consequently, the onlookers fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere reminiscent of Chunjin's challenge against Neon warriors in years past. "Very well, I look forward to your guidance," Li Yao proclaimed, mimicking the demeanor of a chivalrous hero from a martial arts film. Hinata Yute gestured to his butler behind him. "Fetch this gentleman a suitable kendo uniform." The butler acknowledged and was about to relay the order when Li Yao waved his hand. In Dongzhao's traditional swordsmanship, it is customary to fight bare-chested. "I shall not wear a kendo uniform or helmet. This attire suffices." He removed his suit jacket, revealing a taut dress shirt that accentuated his muscular build. And with a swift motion, his bamboo sword danced elegantly, pointing directly at Hinata Yute. Hinata Yute hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then let us adhere to your customs." The arena fell into an eerie silence. The two began to lock eyes, the tension palpable. Hinata Yute appeared particularly cautious, primarily due to the intimidating nature of Li Yao's earlier displays. It was uncommon for an average individual to wield a bamboo sword with such formidable energy. He was convinced that this young man was no ordinary opponent. As the sword saint of Neon, he could not afford to be bested by a youth from Dongzhou. Therefore, no measure of caution was unwarranted. Thus, Hinata Yute refrained from making the first move, opting to seek an opportunity to counterattack. Li Yao, too, remained motionless, yet he had activated his telepathic ability. This power, akin to mind reading, had expanded from its original range of over 50 meters to 100 meters. As long as there was a living presence within his 100-meter radius, and if thoughts of his name or intentions crossed their minds, he would be able to sense it. At that moment, Hinata Yute was wholly focused on him, his thoughts primarily occupied by Li Yao. As a result, Li Yao's telepathic ability became exceptionally potent. In this state of heightened concentration, Li Yao's powers reached their zenith, even unearthing memories of Hinata Yute sneaking a glimpse at his sister while she bathed during his childhood. Faced with such chaotic recollections, Li Yao remained indifferent. His true interest lay in uncovering whether Hinata Yute harbored any secret organizations, seeking to ascertain if there existed any superhumans in this world. However, he was left sorely disappointed, discovering no traces of chakra, sword energy, or energy fluctuations. Hinata Yute was merely an ordinary individual, albeit one with exceptional physical coordination, who had developed a passion for kendo from a young age. His family had practiced swordsmanship for generations, and he himself trained for over 5 hours daily, demonstrating remarkable diligence and steadfast willpower. Talent, hard work, and perseverance had enabled him to reach heights seldom attained by others, even astonishing Li Yao, a being of extraordinary capabilities. Upon receiving this revelation, Li Yao felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, involuntarily sighing, alas. Just as the sigh escaped his lips, Hinata Yute surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, gripping his bamboo sword, his speed dazzling to behold as he charged straight at Li Yao. Chapter 27. Dugu Jiu Jian. Originally, Rihang Yute intended to maintain a calm demeanor to seize the initiative. However, Li Yao's telepathic abilities were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him feeling utterly exposed, as if stripped of all secrets. The sensation of being scrutinized by many was profoundly unsettling, and Rihang Yute feared that if this continued, he would lose his momentum. Thus, seizing the moment when Li Yao sighed and his focus momentarily waned, he decisively launched an attack. The speed of the Neon Sword Saint was astonishingly swift, so much so that an ordinary person would struggle to react, let alone a rigorously trained Special Forces soldier. Yet, Li Yao was no ordinary individual. His telepathy remained fixed on Rihang Yute. He was acutely aware of his opponent's thoughts and intentions, and without even moving his hands, merely tilted his head slightly to effortlessly evade the furious strike. Rihang Yute was taken aback and promptly changed tactics, transitioning his bamboo sword from a thrust to a slash aimed at Li Yao's neck. With the advantage of telepathy, coupled with Li Yao's superior speed and physical coordination, it was akin to playing cards where Li Yao held a winning hand while knowing the opponent's cards and could play first. Rihang Yute, a top-notch expert among ordinary individuals and the foremost swordsman of Neon, was no match for Li Yao. In a mere minute, Rihang Yute had unleashed over 100 strikes, his speed unbelievable. To his growing astonishment, every attack he executed with utmost effort missed its mark entirely. He failed to land a single hit on Li Yao. The pace of their exchanges was so rapid that the surrounding Neon spectators could not discern their actions, only hearing the cacophony of their clash. Meanwhile, Li Yao, the one being attacked, had no opportunity to retaliate. Rihang Yute's bamboo sword danced with the swiftness of the wind, rendering his movements nearly invisible. Witnessing this spectacle, some uninformed Neons cheered excitedly, exclaiming, "Ha! This Eastern brat can only evade. He cannot retaliate. Ha! Does he really think he can challenge our Sword Saint? Yes, Lord Yute, teach him a lesson." Yet, among the onlookers, some recognized the underlying dynamics. Mitsui Hisashi was one such observer. Although his swordsmanship was average, he was a Neon who frequently practiced, and he understood that in a duel, defense and evasion were far more challenging than initiating an attack. He recalled a time when he had been chastised by his teacher for his arrogance when he had just begun to achieve some success. His teacher had refrained from attacking, merely sparring with him, and he had found himself utterly exhausted, unable to even brush the hem of his teacher's garment. That experience had imparted to him the realization of his teacher's formidable strength. His teacher had once told him, "What is my skill compared to true mastery? The real swordsmanship expert is Rihang Yute. I could not last 5 minutes against him." Now, Mitsui Hisashi was astounded to see the person he had long respected, who had just been easily defeated by Rihang Yutei, engaged in a duel with an Eastern individual, reminiscent of how he had once been toyed with by his own teacher. However, the swordsmanship of these two was on a much higher plane, their strikes faster, rendering them incomprehensible to ordinary onlookers. Mitsui Hisashi contemplated that if he were to step into the arena, he would likely have been knocked down by Rihang Yutei long ago. Even he could sense that this confrontation was anything but ordinary. Those neon masters with far superior swordsmanship than he could easily discern who held the upper hand. Rihang Yutei's eldest son, the prodigy Rihang Ningzi, who was believed to potentially surpass his father in the future, stared in disbelief at the two combatants. How is this possible? My father's attacks are so swift, yet he can evade them so flawlessly. Impossible. If this guy is truly this strong, once he begins to counterattack, who could withstand him? His speed is like lightning. On the other side, Rihang Shana and Mitsui Natsuki were also observing the scene. Mitsui Natsuki had no understanding of swordsmanship, her knowledge almost negligible. However, Rihang Shana, having practiced swordsmanship since childhood and hailing from Neon's foremost swordsmanship family, was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. At this moment, she had risen to her feet, astonished as she watched the duel between her father and the Eastern man. Mitsui Natsuki had merely come to witness the spectacle and, like others, assumed that Li Yao would surely be soundly defeated. But Rihang Shana perceived that her father was at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao had determined that Rihang Yutei was not a hidden master. Given Rihang Yutei's level of neon swordsmanship, it was at best comparable to that of an Olympic gold medalist, placing him in a relatively strong category. He was indeed superior to an ordinary person, yet he fell far short in the presence of true experts. Li Yao prepared to initiate his counterattack. Suddenly, the arena fell silent. Both combatants maintained their stances, utterly motionless, for a bamboo sword was poised against Rihang Yutei's neck. Should he advance even an inch, he would be pierced at the throat. In that moment, the audience outside held their breath. Beneath the hood, Rihang Yutei involuntarily swallowed hard. The neon sword saint gritted his teeth and swiftly turned, preparing to strike at Li Yao's waist. However, mid-motion, he was forced to halt abruptly, for Li Yao's bamboo sword was already aimed at his armpit. Had he completed his prior action, he would have found himself grievously injured. Too fast, too powerful. Yet I cannot afford to lose. I represent Neon. Though internally resigned to defeat, Rihang Yutei pressed on with determination, lifting his bamboo sword from below, targeting Li Yao's shoulder. However, the situation mirrored the previous exchanges. Li Yao's speed surpassed his own, and once again, the bamboo sword firmly blocked his neck. In that stance, Li Yao need not move again. Had Rihang Yutei's previous action been even slightly more pronounced, he would have effectively offered his throat to the sword's tip. Rihang Yutei swallowed hard once more, and Li Yao withdrew his bamboo sword, stepping back a few paces, raising the weapon with a smile and remarking, "Mr. Rihang, your skills are indeed remarkable. I nearly found myself outmatched. Truly deserving of the title of Neon's foremost swordsman." At the core of the Rihang estate, Li Yao surveyed the surroundings of the traditional Japanese garden. In terms of layout, the courtyard of the Hinata family is quite tidy, with the shrubs meticulously pruned to perfection. In the center of the courtyard lies a small pond, its surface dotted with stepping stones, while several stone lanterns stand elegantly throughout the garden. The ground is evenly raked, and some rocks and stones have been deliberately arranged for aesthetic appeal. By the pond, a delicate deer bell sways gently with the water flow, occasionally producing a crisp sound. Li Yao withdrew his gaze to find an elderly gentleman in a kimono kneeling across from him. Sitting beside him was Hinata Yutei, with whom he had just sparred. It was unexpected to see such youth in Li San, whose swordsmanship was remarkably high. "Tocho is truly blessed with talent. We in Neon cannot compare," remarked the elderly gentleman in the kimono, his face lined with wrinkles and a smile. "Even Yutei seems to be unable to last much longer. If he were to take this seriously, he would have lost long ago. The Duga 9 swords are indeed formidable." Before Li Yao could respond, Hinata Yutei had already bowed deeply, saying, "I apologize, Lord Rono Suk. My skills are insufficient, and I have brought shame to the neon sword art." Li Yao smiled gently. "In truth, what I mentioned earlier was false. I do not practice the Duga 9 swords, nor have I trained independently. My master is someone else entirely. My school is quite formidable, and I am merely the weakest among them." The elderly gentleman in the kimono seemed indifferent to Li Yao's school. In fact, he appeared to lack interest in swordsmanship or martial arts altogether. Li Yao had merely engaged in polite conversation typical among nobility, yet he was surprised to find Li Yao earnestly elaborating. Before the elder could respond, the astonished Hinata Yute, a martial arts enthusiast, could not contain his curiosity. Is that truly the case? Are you indeed the weakest in your school? Does that mean your seniors or master are stronger than you? Hinata Yute could hardly believe that a greater swordsman than Li Yao existed. At 50 years of age, Hinata Yute was not the type to remain cooped up at home. He had practiced swordsmanship for many years, absorbing the merits of various schools and delving into diverse martial arts, not limited to just neon techniques. He had traveled the world for several years, visiting Tokyo, Asan, Europe, North America, and even Africa and South America. He had even explored remote primitive tribes. After years of wandering through the martial arts world, Hinata Yute had to concede that many skilled individuals existed, and he was not at the pinnacle. However, he remained confident in his swordsmanship, believing he was rarely matched. Suddenly, a young Li Yao emerged, claiming that someone in his school surpassed him. The astonishment within Hinata Yute, this sword fanatic, was beyond expression. Observing his earnest expression, Li Yao pondered for a moment before speaking, his words laden with profound meaning. Indeed, to be candid, within our Kinjianmen, swordsmanship is merely one of many skills. What we cultivate is true supreme wisdom, far more profound than martial prowess. And I am but a humble disciple within Kinjianmen, something even more powerful than martial arts. Kinjianmen, Hinata Yute murmured, as if struck by a sudden realization. Abruptly raising his head to gaze intently at Li Yao, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Could it be that Kinjianmen? Before Hinata Yute could articulate his thoughts, the elderly gentleman in the kimono impatiently interjected, "Yute, you are being quite impolite today. A loss is a loss. Focus on your training. It is inappropriate to press Li Xiaoyu about his master." In truth, the elder was not at all interested in the martial discussions between Hinata Yute and Li Yao. To him, no matter how impressive martial arts, swordsmanship, or judo may seem, a single bullet could render one powerless. In the 20th century, with airplanes and cannons having existed for years and atomic bombs having been dropped twice, humanity had even ventured into space. The 20th century is the realm of science and technology. What the world needs most is talent. But where does talent come from? It must be nurtured and attracted. The key to attracting and nurturing talent lies in wealth and power. In this world, nothing compares to these two. Can any martial arts philosophies rival wealth and power? I apologize, I have been rude. As soon as the elder spoke, Hinata Yute immediately lowered his head in acknowledgement of his fault. The elder then turned to Li Yao, smiling as he nodded, "My apologies. Yute has taken things too seriously. A loss is simply a loss, and he should focus on his training." Li Yao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Chapter 28. Trust funds. His telepathic abilities were constantly activated, requiring no deliberate maintenance. At this moment, there were only 3 individuals in the courtyard. The elderly gentleman and Hinata Yute focused their attention entirely on Li Yao. Consequently, they had unwittingly placed themselves within Li Yao's perceptual range, allowing him to discern their innermost thoughts with remarkable clarity. Li Yao then comprehended that Hinata Yute, who had come to participate in the swordsmanship competition for marriage, was indeed a martial arts enthusiast, his mind consumed with matters pertaining to Li Yao's school. Meanwhile, the elderly islander, Shimazashuri, was preoccupied with schemes and benefits. Unbeknownst to him, his intentions had already been seen through by Li Yao, yet he continued to smile and introduced himself, saying, "Mr. Li, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shimazashuri, a director of the Kasakai Association, as well as the chairman of Shimizu Industries. I also hold positions at the Tsuruhara Shrine, the Zhaoji Shrine, and the Hirama Shrine." Ah, so he is a descendant of the esteemed Shimizu clan from Satsuma Island. "Greetings, Mr. Shimizu. I am Li Yao, a businessman from Xiangxiang Island." Li Yao promptly reciprocated the greeting. This gentleman, dressed in a kimono, was indeed Shimizu Shuri. He hailed from the illustrious Shimizu family, renowned throughout the history of Neon, known for being one of the most formidable among the 9 noble houses. In the past, the Shimizu clan held a prestigious position among the aristocracy, and to this day, they continue to thrive among the descendants of these noble families. They wield significant influence in both the political and commercial realms of Neon, particularly in business, where the Shimizu clan's ventures span numerous fields, including tourism, traditional industry, and environmental protection. Li Yao was acutely aware that this elderly gentleman was a heavyweight within the aristocracy of Neon. It was he who had requested Kawasaki Daro to send an invitation and had prompted Hinata Yutei to extend an invitation for Li Yao to attend the Hinata family banquet. With his extraordinary capabilities, Li Yao could easily surmise the reasons for Shimizu Shuri's visit. To put it plainly, it was all about mutual benefit. The situation was quite straightforward. Li Yao had previously made substantial profits in the stock market in Tokyo, garnering the attention of these influential figures. Presently, Neon ranked 5th in the global financial market, overshadowed by established financial centers such as New York and London, with even Paris surpassing Tokyo at this time. The reason being that Neon's financial regulations had yet to be fully relaxed. The fervor for stock and foreign exchange trading among the populace had not yet reached its peak. It would not be until 1985, with the signing of a certain agreement, that Neon would truly unleash its financial potential. Following that, Neon would usher in an era of economic prosperity, with the financial market growing increasingly vibrant year by year. During the peak of that era, Tokyo's stock market nearly eclipsed New York, becoming the largest financial market in the world. The modest sum Li Yao earned last month would pale in comparison in a few years. Eventually, it would be of little consequence. However, at this moment, that money remained quite alluring. Some had taken notice and begun to ponder its implications. Shimizu Shuri was one among them, possessing a measure of influence in the locality. Yet, their contemplation was not about how to contend with Li Yao. Though the people of Neon may be somewhat shrewd, Li Yao's meticulous approach left them with no room to find fault. Moreover, with Li Yao's success, not only did he benefit himself, but numerous Neon banks and locals also reaped rewards. These local power brokers merely sought to extract some fruit from Li Yao's money tree. It was not that they wished to usurp Li Yao's wealth. Rather, Shimizu Shuri and his associates desired Li Yao's assistance in making lucrative ventures, collectively reaping benefits from individual investors. In essence, these local magnates viewed Li Yao as an adept in financial matters, rivaling the renowned Barfit in the West. Thus, they wished to align themselves with Li Yao, entrusting him with their funds in hopes of striking it rich in the stock market. These intentions were plain to Li Yao, as he could read them directly from Shimizu Shuri's mind. It was precisely these aspirations that prompted Shimizu Shuri to employ various means to entice Li Yao's presence. Of course, had Li Yao been uncooperative, these magnates would not have hesitated to show him the consequences of his obstinacy. Having grasped Shimizu Shuri's intentions, Li Yao felt a sense of assurance. Earning money was a trivial matter. He was still contemplating how to persuade Xiao Linlin to raise funds, aiming to secure greater capital. The fact that these Neon individuals had come to his doorstep was, of course, a source of delight. Before his rebirth, Li Yao had also been a prosperous businessman. At that time, he firmly believed in a saying from Mr. Hua of Xiong Island: a merchant's wealth does not lie in the amount deposited in the bank, but rather in the capacity to mobilize and expend funds. It was this mindset that allowed Li Yao, in his previous life, to rise from nothing in his 30s and ultimately become a billionaire, managing a company valued at over 50 billion. Li Yao did not harbor any aversion to helping others profit. However, there was one prerequisite. He must retain complete control over the money. Understanding Shimizu Shuri's intentions, Li Yao decided to be direct, stating, "Mr. Shimizu, I am aware you have a reason for seeking me out. As a businessman, this matter must pertain to commerce. I am a straightforward person and do not favor beating around the bush. Please articulate your requests directly. Whether I can acquiesce is a separate issue." Shimizu Shuri gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback by Li Yao's forthrightness. After a moment's hesitation, he generously praised, "Indeed, your reputation precedes you. You are even more impressive in person than the tale suggests. Very well, I shall be direct. Mr. Li, your renown in the Neon capital market, with legendary stories of earning over 100-fold returns in a month, has spread among many elite investors in Neon, and everyone holds you in high regard. Yet what truly astonishes is your recent operation, where you utilized a principal of 300 million yen, coupled with a leverage of 2 billion yen, to earn over 2 billion within such a short span. To be frank, you are like a money-printing machine in the capital market, a rarity in history." Shimizu Shuri began with effusive praise, but upon hearing it, Li Yao shot him a surprised glance and replied, "Mr. Shimazu, your information travels swiftly. The matter of leveraging 300 million to generate 2 billion is merely a recent investment from early June, concluded only this morning. This has been my most profitable operation since arriving in the Neon region. his fortune surged dramatically from an estimated 1.6 to 1.7 billion US dollars to approximately 3.8 billion US dollars. Excluding the discreetly hidden family wealth and conglomerates, his riches have ascended to the pinnacle of global standings. At this juncture, the publicly displayed wealth of Ba Fei stands at a mere 620 million US dollars. Li Yao's assets, amounting to 6.5 times the fortune of Ba Fei, far surpass this figure. Although the news spread swiftly, Li Yao was only slightly astonished and did not dwell on it. After all, this pertains to the dominant Shimizu family of the Sumo region. Once one of the most formidable clans in Neon and now a leading force among the Huazu. For them, uncovering such information is as simple as breathing. Li Yao feigned ignorance and inquired, "Mr. Shimizu, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" After a brief compliment about Li Yao, Shimizu Shuyuri ceased his circumlocution and stated plainly, "To be candid, Mr. Li, our Shima family possesses a substantial trust fund, and we are at a loss as to how to manage it. The recent market fluctuations have left even our own traders hesitant to act. Yet, if we remain inactive, the value of our assets will inevitably decline. Thus, we seek a reliable investor to assist us in overseeing this capital. After observing you for half a month, we believe you are the individual we have been searching for." Li Yao directly inquired, "What amount are we discussing?" Shimazu Shuyuri met his gaze and replied, 100 billion yen. Li Yao nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a considerable sum. Based on the current exchange rate, 100 billion yen equates to approximately 500 million USD. In 2021, this would already be regarded as a substantial amount. However, given that it is 1983, this sum is astonishing. It is noteworthy that Ba Fei is valued at only 620 million US dollars. The capital presented by the Shimizu family nearly rivals the wealth of Ba Fei. Shimizu Shuyuri smiled and remarked, "Mr. Li, among the investment experts I have encountered in my lifetime, none can compare to you. This has long been proven in the Neon capital market. I have reviewed your trading history, and regardless of whether the tide is in your favor or against it, you consistently generate profits." However, Shimazu Shuyuri shifted his tone. "Looking intently at Li Yao, our primary focus is on stability, reliability, and safety, before we consider how to maximize profits." It was evident that these local powers harbored some reservations regarding Li Yao's aggressive and high-risk strategies. Each time he employed considerable leverage in his investments, onlookers held their breaths in anticipation. The most astonishing aspect was his uncanny ability to exit at peak moments, thereby maximizing profits. While a couple of fortunate instances might be attributed to luck, achieving this consistently would suggest a mastery of the craft. Consequently, those responsible for investments among the Huazu began to take notice of him, leading to the opportunity for Shimizu Shuyuri to meet with him today. Shimazu Shuyuri further added, "Mr. Li, we must pursue an infallible strategy. This capital significantly impacts the quality of life for numerous Huazu families." This statement subtly conveyed to Li Yao that this investment is, in fact, on behalf of the entire Neon Huazu. Li Yao understood the entire context of the matter. He nodded, contemplated briefly, and then articulated his terms in a structured manner. "Very well, I can ensure profitability. However, I have one condition. If you agree, I will take on this capital." After presenting his conditions, the two parties engaged in conversation for approximately half an hour. Shimazu Shuyuri intended to entrust the management of 100 billion yen to Li Yao. Most of Li Yao's stipulations were met with agreement from Shimazu Shuyuri. However, it was impractical to hand over such a significant sum immediately upon their initial meeting. Prior to the encounter, they had discreetly monitored Li Yao for half a month. When dealing with investments exceeding hundreds of millions, thorough consideration is imperative. The funds from Shimazu Shuyuri likely originate from the Kasakai Association, representing the Huazu. In contrast to the wealthy tycoons of the post-war era, who enjoyed legal privileges, the Huazu, in order to safeguard their fortunes, have also embarked on investments and industrial ventures. For instance, the Shimazu Seiyaku Company, Limited, of which Shimazu Shuyuri is president, exemplifies such enterprises. As for why Shimazu Shuyuri was appointed as a director of the Kasakai Association, it is known to Li Yao that among their generation of Huazu, he is the most proficient in financial investment. Having studied finance in university, the members of the Kasakai Association entrusted their funds to him. It is precisely for this reason that Shimazu Shuyuri was able to identify Li Yao so swiftly and approach him proactively. In truth, Li Yao was acutely aware that if his remarkable investment returns became widely known, not only would Shimazu Shuyuri be tempted, but other neon investors, and even global capital institutions, would undoubtedly covet the opportunity. Even individual magnates would likely be unable to resist the allure of involvement. Once his reputation spreads, Shimizu Shuyuri will merely be the first investor to seek him out, certainly not the last. Li Yao would select his partners judiciously, opting for suitable investors. Moreover, these investors would become his collaborators, assisting him in expanding his network and resources. For instance, once he accepts the funds from Shimizu Shuyuri, influential Huazu in the business sector might become his collaborators. This would be a significant boon for Wanmei Entertainment Company, Limited, as well as for Li Yao's other enterprises within Neon. With this in mind, Li Yao recognized that it was time for him to withdraw. Chapter 29. The Kasa no Kin Fund. Ishida Shuyuri and Hinata Yutaka hurriedly escorted him out of the courtyard. Outside, Li Yao beheld two young individuals clad in exquisite kimonos. They were the offspring of Hinata Yutaka, Hinata Niji, and Hinata Shana. Having just changed out of their kendo uniforms, Li Yao found himself unable to resist stealing glances at them. Hinata Niji, towering over 185 meters, was of similar height to Li Yao. Appearing to be in his 20s with a solemn expression, he was not conventionally handsome but clearly bore the traits of his father, Hinata Yutaka. In contrast, Hinata Shana, significantly younger, possessed delicate beauty, exuding a traditional charm in her kimono. I assure you, I will provide a response within 3 days. This is a sum of 100 billion yen. It is not merely my money, hence I must deliberate carefully. Ishida Shuyuri declared earnestly to Li Yao in the courtyard. Li Yao nodded. I understand. I shall await Mr. Ishida's favorable news. Ishida Shuyuri smiled, bowed slightly, and gestured for them to depart. Hinata Niji and Hinata Shana stood quietly beside him, their demeanor respectful, and mimicked Ishida Shuyuri's actions as they bid farewell. However, the head of the Hinata family, Hinata Yutaka, displayed a conflicted expression as if he wished to voice something. With the ability to read minds, Li Yao was acutely aware of the man's inner thoughts. Yet, he refrained from addressing it directly, as he recognized Hinata Yutaka's obsession with martial arts. What if he truly implored Li Yao to take him to Kinjiunmen to study swordsmanship? As Li Yao contemplated how to discreetly slip away, Hinata Yutaka could no longer contain himself. Ah, Mr. Li, wait a moment, he called out. I simply wish to inquire if your esteemed sect, Kinjiunmen, practices the mysterious arts of the legendary Dongzhao. Is it sorcery? In Neon, the concept of cultivation did not exist as it did in other cultures. However, they were heavily influenced by Dongzhao culture and were familiar with its legends. There were similar practices in Neon, such as onmyoji and shrine maidens. Hinata Yutaka had previously consulted several onmyoji and shrine maidens, only to find them to be charlatans, spouting nonsensical claims with no real abilities. Now, encountering Li Yao, a young man from ancient Dongzhao who surpassed him in swordsmanship, Hinata Yutaka, a martial arts fanatic, could no longer hold back. As Hinata Yutaka persistently questioned, Ishida Shuyuri grew somewhat impatient. Yet, he understood that this was quintessential to Hinata Yutaka's character. Were it not for his persistent and fervent nature, the family within the imperial palace and the aristocracy would not have chosen him as a representative. Hinata Yutaka's personality was well received by the public, making him suitable for a public figure. Reflecting on this, Ishida Shuyuri allowed him to continue in his inquiries. However, Ishida Shuyuri himself held reservations. No matter how formidable martial arts might be, could they truly rival the power of modern weaponry? This subtle thought of Ishida Shuyuri did not escape Li Yao's perceptive abilities. Suddenly, Li Yao decided to inject a bit of humor while establishing his authority in their minds. Without uttering a word, he extended his right hand, and a visible shimmer of electricity began to gather in his palm. The crackling sound of electricity intensified, quickly forming a small cloud of energy above his hand. With an air of nonchalance, Li Yao remarked, "This little phenomenon possesses great power, comparable to certain devices. However, its application is far more convenient, as some devices cannot even pass security checks." Ishida Shuyuri exclaimed, "Wow, what is this?" Hinata Yutaka inquired, "What is happening?" Hinata Niji gasped, "My heavens, this is terrifying." Hinata Shana added, "Wow, this is simply incredible." Ishida Shuyuri felt the overwhelming static charge emanating from the small cloud, causing his hair to stand on end. He stammered, This, could it be superpowers? Not at all. This is cultivation. In our sect, even at my level, this is the best I can achieve, Li Yao boasted. Our senior brothers and sisters, as well as our elders, can perform extraordinarily powerful techniques, such as the divine sword of lightning, whose might is akin to a tempest. Aircraft and artillery would be reduced to ashes before it. Upon finishing his statement, Liao struggled to maintain the display and quickly retracted the energy cloud, resuming a demeanor befitting a transcendent figure, as though no adversary in this world warranted his attention. He radiated an aura of solitude, akin to snow at the pinnacle of the world. Hinata Niji felt his legs weaken and whispered to his sister, "Is this real or an illusion? Is this magic? It appears so fearsome. How much electricity could this possibly entail?" Hinata Shana wore a similarly bewildered expression. Could cultivation truly exist? Time rewinds to June 10th, 1983. Liao had been in Neon for over a month. In Marinucci, he acquired the 23rd and 24th floors of a 30-story building to serve as his base in Neon. The office buildings in Marinucci, due to height restrictions, were generally constructed to be quite broad. Thus, the floor area here was considerably larger than in other locations. The 2 floors Liao purchased each spanned 3,000 square meters, totaling over 6,000 square meters. From the outside, the building appeared short and stout, lacking in aesthetic appeal. However, the spacious interior imparted a sense of grandiosity to the company. The entirety of Perfect Corporation, along with Liao Investments, Neon, had relocated here. As a subsidiary of Perfect Corporation, Amuse Entertainment also moved in. Nakajima Akina was one of the key stars being nurtured by the agency, and upon relocating, she received lyrics and melodies for her new album. Nanta's-san, Eki, Slow Motion, Gypsy Queen, Futari Shizuka, Jukai, Shoujo-e, Hokaboku, Shuten, and Nibbon no Ichi Shinwa. Remarkable. 10 songs, each capable of being a title track. We at Amuse are even more formidable than Warner and Canon. After reviewing lyrics and scores for the entire morning, Nakajima Akina expressed her admiration to her manager, Aguri Kaneko. What thrilled her most was the exceptional quality of these 10 songs, certain to become classics when performed. Have you heard? The lyrics and melodies were all crafted by a single individual. This love letter king is simply extraordinary. He is truly our Amuse creative genius. 10 golden tracks, all his masterpieces, such a rarity. Ming Kai's cherubic visage still bore a hint of baby fat. Her excited little face flushed with a rosy hue as she conversed with her manager, Dali Renzi. What an impressive creator. I truly wish to meet him. Dali Renzi, observing Ming Kai's blend of excitement and shyness, chuckled. Indeed, he is a remarkable genius. However, there is no need for you to meet him. Why not? Nakano Mikasa inquired curiously, as if a thought had suddenly dawned upon her. Is it because he does not wish to meet me? I have heard that geniuses often possess eccentricities, especially those among the artistic elite. Isn't that right, Giorenzi? Dully Giorenzi shook her head with a smile. No, not at all. He is quite normal, exceptionally so. You have already met him. I need not introduce you. What? Minkai was taken aback. She had already met him? Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall having encountered such a remarkable creator, whose name was rather distinctive, Qing Shujun. Perhaps it was a pseudonym. However, she had never heard of a creator by that name. Dali Giorenzi remarked, "You will eventually cross paths with the creators of these songs, Minkai-chan. Your utmost priority now is to perform these songs beautifully and produce your new album." Understood. Nakano Mikasa replied with unwavering confidence, "I will surely give it my all." At that moment, Qing Shujun, the individual whom Nakano Mikasa had been pondering, was convening a meeting atop the building where she resided. On the 24th floor, unlike the 23rd floor, which was entirely leased to the Perfect Entertainment Company, the 24th floor housed only one entity, the Liao Investment, Neon, branch. Since its establishment in Neon, Liao had gradually recruited numerous individuals, most of whom were locals, alongside a handful of overseas talents well-versed in Western financial markets and legalities. Additionally, several were transferred from, intending to serve as communication liaisons within the company. Presently, the staff at Liao Investments' Neon branch had surpassed 100, nearing the scale of their operations in the conference room. Liao gazed at the resolute Mr. Shimizu, who was determined to invest. "Mr. Shimizu, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You intend to invest in me, correct?" Liao inquired with a smile, directly addressing the matter at hand. Mr. Shimizu, accompanied by a dozen individuals, responded with a grin, "Indeed, we have made our decision. Moreover, we wish to increase our investment from 100 billion yen to 200 billion yen. Mr. Lee, Can you accommodate this? 200 billion yen was approximately equivalent to 1 billion USD. Li Yao shrugged with a smile. The more, the merrier. Without hesitation, Mr. Shimizu beamed. Then let us proceed to sign the contract. Subsequently, the legal teams of both parties moved to an adjacent room, gathering around the conference table to exchange documents and meticulously review the contract details. Given the amount exceeded 1 billion USD, the documentation was extensive. The funds Mr. Shimizu was investing in Li Yao investment were under the banner of the Kasumi Gold Fund. This investment would mark Li Yao Investment's first private equity investor, and the contract comprised 5 core components. 1. Lockup period. The maximum lockup period would be 10 years. After signing the contract, the principal of 300 million could be redeemed after 3 years, with another 300 million redeemable after 2 years. And the remaining 400 million principal could only be retrieved in the 10th year. Should the investing party choose not to redeem their funds upon the expiration of the lockup, they could allow the management to continue overseeing the investment. However, if the management opted not to continue after the lockup, the investing party would be required to withdraw their funds. 2. Clear rights and responsibilities. Once the funds were handed over to the management, the investing party could not interfere with the operations. The management retained the right to maintain confidentiality regarding specific operations, yet the investing party had the right to be informed, albeit the management could decline to disclose information. In essence, this required unconditional trust between both parties. 3. Breach penalties. Should the investing party unilaterally withdraw their funds before the lockup period ended, they would incur a penalty amounting to 20% of the withdrawal amount. If profits were generated during the lockup, all profits would also be considered as part of the penalty. For instance, if an investment of 1 million yielded 200,000 in profit and a withdrawal was made, the penalty would total 400,000, comprising 20% of the 1 million plus the 200,000 in profit. 4. Profit distribution. Once the funds began to generate profits, from the second year onward, 15% of the annual returns must be allocated for dividends. The investing party would have the opportunity to claim dividends each November, with the option to withdraw any desired amount or to accumulate unclaimed dividends for the following year. Simultaneously, the investing party could choose to reinvest their dividends, exempting that portion from additional performance fees. 5. Various fees. Subscription fee. A one-time fee of 1% must be paid up front. For example, an investment of 1 million would require a payment of 1,010,000. Redemption fee. Redemption could only occur post-lockup period, with a 3% fee applied to the redemption amount. Management fee. An annual management fee of 3.5% would be deducted from the entrusted funds. Profit sharing fee. Before dividends, 20% of the profits would be deducted as a reward for the management, applicable only during dividend distribution or reinvestment. With 3 methods of calculation: 20% based on project profits, 20% based on overall fund profits, or 20% based on the excess portion beyond the investor's returns. Chapter 30. Li Xiaolong. The lawyers representing both parties diligently spent over an hour meticulously reviewing the contract before ultimately concluding that everything was in order. Li Yao, on behalf of Li Yao Investments, and Shimizu Shuri, representing the Xianjijin Fund, formally signed the agreement and exchanged copies. This marked the first time in Li Yao's life that he successfully secured private equity funding. To be candid, the funds raised by Qiao Linlin could only be considered a preliminary sum, amounting to just over 20 million Shandao dollars, which were quite scattered. At times, they could raise a few million, while on other occasions, it would only be in the hundreds of thousands. For substantial amounts, he had to rely on Shimizu Shuri's side. Once the contract was executed, Shimizu Shuri and Li Yao exchanged copies and shook hands, with Shimizu cheerfully proclaiming, "Mr. Li, for the next decade, let us await the dividends." Li Yao passed the contract to his assistant, Kawasaki Dairo, who had previously worked at HSBC's Neon branch before being recruited by Li Yao. After all, Li Yao could not remain in Neon indefinitely. Someone had to relay messages on his behalf. Furthermore, within the Neon Huazu community, it was essential to have someone close to Li Yao. Being of Huazu descent, Kawasaki Dairo naturally became the prime candidate. Li Yao and Shimizu exchanged smiles, and Li Yao proposed, "Mr. Shimizu, how about a wager? I assure you, next year, you will invest another 200 billion. Shimizu, amused, inquired, "Mr. Li, are you so confident? What shall the wager be?" He surmised that if the other party won, it would surely be due to significant profits from this venture, prompting them to invest another 200 billion. Li Yao chuckled, a small bet for amusement. 1 yen per year, 10 yen over a decade. How does that sound? Haha, very well, I accept the wager. Shimizu nodded with a smile, and after exchanging pleasantries, they both rose to depart. With the contract successfully signed, Li Yao intended to return to Qi. When he first arrived in Neon, he never anticipated such smooth progress. Initially, he had considered heading to New York or London, but at the time, the financial environment in Dongjing was not sufficiently open, and the market was too limited. However, this was 1983, and racial discrimination was still quite severe. Even foreign merchants found it challenging to breach certain significant industries in the Great Qin Empire. Li Yao wished to avoid trouble. After some deliberation, he decided to go to Neon, which, as a junior partner, imposed fewer restrictions on foreign capital, lest the tycoons on Wall Street be displeased. White capital could freely enter and exit Neon, and as a foreign investor, Li Yao was similarly granted access. There were fewer complications and instances of discrimination, thus he chose Neon. To his surprise, the financial market in Neon at that time was only marginally better than that of smaller locales. As a reborn individual armed with the memories and capabilities of top talents from Wall Street, he found himself thriving here with ease, inadvertently attracting the attention of Shimizu Shuri, who later extended him a sum to manage. This venture involved fund custody and sophisticated capital manipulation techniques, practices that had already become commonplace on Wall Street and in London's financial circles. In recent years, they too had begun to slowly adopt such operational models. However, they still lacked top-tier financial prodigies and exceptional asset management firms to anchor them. Li Yao seized this opportunity, aiming to be a pioneer in forging new paths. Utilizing this as a springboard, he connected with various global powers, continuously expanding his influence and network. His ultimate ambition was to grasp that fourth power, thereby securing a place for himself on the future world stage. With the fund custody agreement smoothly signed, the 200 billion yen arrived as scheduled, and it was now June 15th. During these days, Li Yao ordered that all shares and companies under his name be mortgaged to major banks in Neon. Simultaneously, he withdrew all funds from the Neon stock and foreign exchange markets. This money, combined with the 200 billion yen from Shimizu Shuri, was entirely converted into Meiyuan. Through leveraging loans and liquid assets, his total capital reached 3.2 billion Meiyuan. Adding the 1 billion Meiyuan in managed funds, his total income amounted to 4.2 billion Meiyuan. With this substantial sum, Li Yao felt an immense boost in confidence. He decided to embark on his journey back to Qi. After lingering for a few more days, wrapping up various matters in Neon, and attending several banquets hosted by Shimizu Shuri, Li Yao boarded a plane on June 20th, arriving at Xiangdao's Chida Airport. Chida Airport is globally renowned for its bustling activity, ranking third in passenger traffic during peak periods and holding the esteemed title of the world's busiest cargo airport. Yet, this airport was surprisingly situated in the city center, equipped with only one runway, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, and constrained by limited space. In another timeline, it wasn't until the establishment of Lantau Island Airport in 1998 that Chida Airport truly fulfilled its historical mission. Upon disembarking from the plane and exiting the airport's arrival hall, a convoy dispatched by Li Yao Investments awaited him outside. The convoy included a Rolls-Royce Phantom 6 alongside 5 Mercedes-Benz sedans. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Xiao Linlin had been waiting eagerly. As soon as Li Yao entered the vehicle, she rushed into his arms. The two had only just begun their romantic relationship, and Li Yao had been away on business in Neon for over a month, leaving Xiao Linlin longing for her boyfriend. Although she had been busy during the month, attending various gatherings of affluent women and high society events, constantly striving to enhance her appearance and demeanor to embody the essence of a successful socialite, her heart ached for Li Yao. Ever since he had assisted in transforming her mindset, the regions of her brain responsible for secreting dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins had been adjusted. Hence, upon seeing Li Yao, she felt an overwhelming happiness that nearly brought her to tears. This fervent enthusiasm even surprised Li Yao, the original orchestrator of the transformation. He felt a twinge of discomfort, regretting the intensity he had employed when influencing Xiao Linlin. Moving forward, he resolved to exercise greater caution in his manipulations on others, lest they lose their individuality entirely. Li Yao wished for Xiao Linlin to remain loyal, but he also desired her to retain her spark. A beautiful exterior paired with an engaging intellect constituted his ideal partner. As the convoy leisurely departed from the airport, The two in the back seat had just shared a tender moment. Liao gently embraced the rosy-cheeked Xiao Linlin and inquired, "What is the exchange rate of Shangdao currency to Mei Yuan today?" "I just asked," Xiao Linlin obediently replied. "The representative from HSBC informed me that the exchange rate is 8.25. Liao nodded thoughtfully. He had ventured to Neon in May to accumulate wealth, contemplating capitalizing on the forthcoming fluctuations in the Shangdao currency exchange rate to reap substantial profits, followed by seizing the opportune moment to invest in the currently beleaguered Shangdao real estate market. Unlike the stock market, which has begun to recover gradually, the Shangdao property market has suffered greatly since last year's negotiations led by Long Ying fell through, resulting in Lady Thatcher tumbling outside the conference hall. The market, already weakened by the 1981 stock market crash, faced utter collapse, ushering in a dismal period. Luxurious residences in shallow water bay, once priced over 10 million Shangdao dollars, now struggle to fetch even 2 million. By 1984, prior to the conclusion of the Long Ying negotiations, the Shangdao real estate market is expected to remain in a state of decline. Liao intended to seize the opportunity within the year to acquire as much land and property as possible, aspiring to become one of the major landlords in Shangdao. In fact, the so-called four great families of Shangdao also profited significantly from this real estate crash. From the following year onward, they nearly monopolized over 60% of Shangdao's real estate, rapidly rising to prominence, their momentum uncontainable. 8.25? Not bad. The best opportunity has yet to arrive. Liao recalled that during the currency's dramatic plunge in 1983, the exchange rate peaked at 9.3 Shangdao dollars for 1 Mei Yuan. Today is August 25th, and he estimated there was still more than a month to go. During this month, he could prepare gradually. Earning several hundred billion Shangdao dollars was certainly within reach. Of course, the currency unit referred to here is Shangdao dollars. Upon returning to the company, Liao summoned Zhang Jingye and Lin Anbang to inquire about the situation during his absence. Zhang Jingye managed investments and stock affairs, while Lin Anbang oversaw the nascent toy and film companies. Following the completion of the acquisition and integration, the toy factory had begun trial production. The first batch of samples for the Transformers prototypes sourced from Neon had been created. These prototypes were based on character designs and sketches personally crafted by Liao, aligning with the later Transformers imagery. Iconic characters such as Optimus Prime and Megatron were initially drawn by Liao himself, who had even applied for global patent protection for them. "Do you recall my request to acquire that comic company while I was in Neon? How has that progressed?" Liao had adeptly utilized local resources during his time in Neon while maintaining oversight of his Shangdao operations. He frequently made long-distance calls to Xiao Linlin, Zhang Jingye, and Lin Anbang to inquire about the company's status. His Shangdao companies were managed remotely under his guidance. Lin Anbang promptly responded, "Boss, as per your instructions, we approached Shangwan Xiaobao. He is genuinely contemplating leaving Yulong Group. We discussed the acquisition of the comic company and promised him equity. He seems quite eager to join us." Liao nodded in satisfaction. After the establishment of Wanmei Company, Limited in Neon, he instructed Lin Anbang to merge the toy, film, and cinema companies in Shangdao, forming Wanmei Entertainment Group. 60% of the group's shares were held by Li Yao's investment holdings, with the remaining 40% belonging to him personally. This company was essentially under Li Yao's decisive authority. He also directed Lin Anbang to scout for comic talent in Shangdao and acquire smaller comic companies. Consequently, Shangwan Xiaobao, who was embroiled in conflicts with Huang Yulong, was successfully recruited by Lin Anbang. When Shangwan Xiaobao switched jobs, he brought along his acclaimed work, Li Xiaolong. Shangwan Xiaobao is a titan in the Shangdao comic industry, one of the two leading figures during the 1970s and 1980s. His Li Xiaolong is a classic in long-run comics. Although it may not be widely recognized in the mainland, nearly every individual born in Shangdao during the 1980s and 1990s has encountered this comic. It ran for an impressive 560 issues over more than 30 years, and it remains influential in the Hong Kong and Macau comic markets, continuing to sell well. Chapter 31. Early acquisition. Indeed, the character of Shangwan Xiaobao is far superior to that of Huang Yulong. With him and Li Xiaolong on board, our comic newspaper and magazine will progress smoothly during the initial phase. Liao nodded and stated, "I have brought back a considerable number of comic authors and editors from Neon. We will consolidate Shangwan Xiaobao, his apprentices, and the comic authors we found in Shangdao, along with the editors from Neon, into one company. This will enable them to learn from each other and expedite the release of the comic adaptations of Transformers and Harry Potter. Li Yao's mind was filled with the knowledge and capabilities of two legendary figures in the publishing industry. Both individuals began their careers as editors and ultimately became multifaceted industry giants. With their experience, Li Yao found it effortless to draw inspiration from classic works that had yet to emerge. For instance, the character designs and plot for Transformers were conceived by Li Yao himself. On another occasion, he had the brilliant idea of first transforming Harry Potter into a comic, and once the comic gained popularity, transitioning it subsequently. The comic would be released first, while concurrently seeking talent in Xiangdao to develop an animated series, which could premiere by the end of the year. Once the comic sold well, the toy company could follow suit with merchandise. By establishing good relations with the copyright holders, we could anticipate that others might attempt to pilfer our comics and toys. As we are local players, we must devise strategies to prevent this. Lin Onbong nodded continuously, jotting down key points in his notebook. Li Yao found him quite agreeable. His competence and obedience were qualities that should not go to waste. By the way, Li Yao added, I have 2 documents here for you to deliver to Xiao Yifu and Zhou Wenhua. The nearby secretary, Xiao Linlin, promptly handed the documents to Lin Onbong. He accepted them without uttering a word and nodded before departing. All right, that will be all for now. Work diligently. Lin Onbong left with the task at hand. The office was now left with Li Yao, Xiao Linlin, and Zhang Jingye. Li Yao nodded at Zhang Jingye, who immediately began to speak with enthusiasm. Boss, according to our plan, we are still half a month away from announcing the acquisition of Mailawa Hotel. However, I believe we might be able to expedite this. Do share, Li Yao prompted. As it turned out, on June 19, 1983, the day before, the board of directors of Mailawa Hotel issued an interim report. The securities regulations in Xiangdao mandated that any major events affecting the stock price of a listed company must be reported. This report contained significant news. The second largest shareholder of Mailawa Hotel, the Malaysian overseas Chinese Zhang Enki, sold his 12.2 stake to Li Zhaoji's Hengji Zhaoye. Zhang Enki has long-standing ties with the founder of Mailawa Hotel, the Yang family. This share transfer raised concerns among minority shareholders. Did Zhang Enki's decision to transfer shares indicate a lack of confidence in the board? Upon the release of this news, the stock price of Mailawa Hotel immediately plummeted by 10. By the close of trading yesterday, the stock had fallen below 3 Xiangdao coins. At 6 o'clock that evening, key members of the Yang family convened in a meeting room on the 23rd floor of the Yang family building in Wanchai, Xiangdao. The founder of Mailawa Hotel, Mr. Yang, had been unwell for some time and had largely stepped back from company affairs since last year, entrusting most of the family business to his wife and children. The assets under the Yang family's name were primarily managed by Mrs. Yang and her sons. Mr. Yang was unable to attend the emergency family meeting that evening, which was presided over by his wife. In the meeting room, Mrs. Yang lightly tapped the table to quell the disputes on either side and spoke softly. About a month ago, a company called Li Yao Investment quietly began acquiring shares of Mailawa. My sources indicate that they now hold over 10 of the shares. This company has been buying slowly without causing much price fluctuation. At that time, we thought they were not here to disrupt things. But now Li Zhaoji's Hengji Zhaoye has suddenly emerged, purchasing 15 of the shares. Is there something amiss here? If they are colluding, we might receive an acquisition proposal tomorrow. I consulted Deku, Li Zhaoji's agent, and he told me that Li Zhaoji and Li Yao Investment are not acquainted at all. The second son, Yang Su, wore a troubled expression. The Yang family consisted of 4 sons and 2 daughters. The daughters were married and thus absent from the meeting that evening, which was attended only by the 4 sons, a few relatives, and the leadership of Mailawa Hotel. Regardless of whether they have any connection, we must prepare our countermeasures, the third son, Yang Rue, said leisurely. Mother, we originally planned to sell Mailawa Hotel. If they approach us for negotiations, the terms are negotiable. However, if they resort to underhanded tactics to manipulate the stock price, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. I believe we need to find a potential savior. The savior refers to those with wealth who are willing to engage in a benevolent acquisition, which is a common strategy employed by publicly listed companies facing hostile takeovers. Given the current tense situation of the company, a savior represents the best escape route. Benevolent acquisitions typically come with higher offers, allowing Mailawa to sell at a favorable price. This could also facilitate the transfer of debt, yielding some funds that could alleviate the Yang family's pressing financial crisis. Since Mr. Yang fell ill last year, family conflicts have escalated. The drama of wealthy families fighting over assets has already unfolded in this household. In fact, Mrs. Young also considered this approach viable, as her husband had previously mentioned the desire to liquidate part of the family's assets to distribute among the sons. However, she was well aware that the second son, Yang-soo, would vehemently oppose it. On the surface, he consistently claimed to preserve the family business built by his father's hard work. Yet in reality, it was because he held a position on the board of Milawa. If they did not sell, the other companies would likely struggle to survive. The impact of the stock market crash in 1981 and Mr. Yang's severe illness had led to a decline in the family's business over the years, necessitating an infusion of cash to navigate through the crisis. Second brother, what are your thoughts? Mrs. Yang did not neglect Yang-soo, knowing his desire to protect the family business. She herself was reluctant to sell the fruits of her husband's labor. Unexpectedly, Yang-soo did not voice any objections. I have no strong opinions. His lack of opposition was not due to indifference, but rather an absence of alternatives. For the past few years, he had been responsible for the operation and board of Milawa Hotel. Logically, the presence of a substantial shareholder should have raised his alarm long ago. Last month, he sensed that someone was quietly acquiring shares of Mei Li Hua behind his back. Yang-soo had long desired to retaliate and attempted to apply to the Securities Regulatory Commission for a stock issuance, but the hotel had been suffering losses, and his application was rejected. He then turned to the banks he had previously collaborated with to borrow money, but the debts incurred by the Yang family were far too substantial, and the banks were unwilling to lend him even a penny. Were it not for the old patriarch's remaining connections, their creditors would likely have already taken them to court. In desperation to raise funds, Yang-soo contemplated selling off the properties his family had purchased years ago. However, the current plummet in property prices meant that selling would only alleviate minor inconveniences, proving utterly futile in addressing the company's predicaments. Both Madame Yang and Old Master Yang resolutely opposed this notion. After considerable effort, he finally devised a daring plan. A few days ago, he secretly reached out to Wei Li, an investor from Yezhou Securities, hoping to collaborate and instigate a hostile takeover of Mei Li Hua, thereafter finding a way to reclaim control from Wei Li. Should this transpire, Mei Li Hua Hotel would become firmly within his grasp. Given that the old patriarch could no longer make decisions and his siblings would only complicate matters, Yang-soo believed his plan was infallible. Should it succeed, the hotel would remain under the Yang family's ownership, which would be splendid. However, when he approached Wei Li with high hopes, he was met with outright refusal. Initially, he thought Wei Li was merely wary of potential troubles, but upon hearing that Li Zhaoji also had an interest in Mei Li Hua, he realized the true reason for Wei Li's refusal. At that time, Li Zhaoji had already become a prominent figure in Xiangdao, known as the stock god. Any company that captured his attention was unlikely to escape unscathed. Even another tycoon with the surname Li could not compete with Li Zhaoji in the stock market. Although Wei Li's Yezhou Securities was formidable, it dared not confront Li Zhaoji directly. In terms of both capability and capital, there were few in Xiangdao who could rival him. Wei Li surmised that if Li Zhaoji truly set his sights on the acquisition, it would be prudent for the Yang family to concede early and negotiate with Li Zhaoji, hoping to secure a more favorable price. Who else could I turn to aside from Wei Li? Yang-soo sighed inwardly. Within his circle, this outsider was the only one capable of executing such a task. Without the backing of Li Zhaoji and Li Yao Investments, coupled with his insider assistance, Wei Li would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges. After all, Mei Li Hua had been incurring losses. Who would willingly take over at such a time? Unless there were ulterior motives or someone like him as an insider, who would be foolish enough to take the plunge? Observing his silence, Madame Yang likely inferred his acceptance of the notion of a white knight. Thus, the members of the Yang family reached a consensus regarding the sale of the company. Sanzai, have you found a suitable and amicable acquirer? Mother, that decision rests with you. Yang Rui had just returned. He merely proposed the idea, while the execution relied on others. Madame Yang remained silent. Her intent was to sell the hotel business. The families with whom she had alliances were not in this line of work and were entirely unwilling to take over, primarily because they lacked the necessary funds. Her husband had mentioned that help could only come from their fellow villagers. Which villager would selflessly assist the Yang family in overcoming their difficulties? This transaction involved hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars, and no amount of camaraderie would suffice. Regardless of whom she sought, it would inevitably lead to frustration, and she would certainly be taken advantage of. It was rather fortuitous that old Master Yang fell gravely ill, coinciding with the Yang family's financial turmoil. Madame Yang did not believe anyone would step forward to lend assistance. I must ponder this matter carefully. Unable to make a decisive choice, she resolved to stabilize the situation for the time being. Their greatest obstacle was Li Zhaoji, followed closely by Li Yao Investments. If they were not allies, they would surely be adversaries. One side seeking acquisition would not sit idly by while the other moved forward. They would wait and allow them to contend with each other, and the stock price would naturally rebound. Holding nearly 30 of the company's shares and controlling the board, it would not be easy for them to gain entry. There was no need for excessive anxiety at this moment. She departed the conference room alone, intending to discuss matters with her husband. However, the thought of her husband's illness deepened her sense of heaviness. Within the Yang family, the future of the company seemed shrouded in uncertainty, and the attendees sat in silence, unwilling to communicate even among themselves, culminating in a discontented dispersal. Chapter 32. Trading halt for 3 days. On the second day of trading, as the stock market opened, the share price of Mei Li Hua Hotel continued to plummet due to the board of directors' inaction. The small shareholders, gripped by panic, rushed to sell their stocks, inadvertently benefiting Li Yao and Li Zhaoji. Over the following week, the two men persistently increased their holdings, yet the number of buyers continued to rise, causing the stock price to begin its ascent once more. The share price of Mei Li Hua Hotel swiftly approached 4 yuan again. If they held on without selling, the acquisition cost would inevitably escalate. Both parties, fully aware of the situation, reduced their buying and began contemplating whether to formally sever ties. At the headquarters of Hengji Zhaoyi, Li Zhaoji and De Ke sat across from each other at a table cluttered with documents pertaining to the acquisition. Li Zhaoji produced Li Yao's investment profile and remarked, "This young man truly possesses remarkable skills. After winning the lottery, he seamlessly navigated the stock market. It now appears he wishes to delve into real estate." He smiled briefly before adopting a serious demeanor. "They have already acquired nearly 15 of the shares. If they genuinely intended to pursue an acquisition, they would have made an offer by now. Are they perhaps waiting for us to make the first move?" Indeed, De Ke, Li Zhaoji's chief securities manager, analyzed. Based on the current stock price of Mei Li Hua Hotel, the total market value stands at 630 million. If they genuinely wish to make an acquisition, they must prepare at least this amount. This young man lacks substantial backing or any notable background. His strength is limited. If we offer too high a price, they may withdraw, sell their shares, and make a profit, simply walking away. Should we acquiesce to their demands? Li Zhaoji appeared to inquire of De Ke, though he already had a resolution in mind. It was preferable to align with their wishes. De Ke pointed to Li Yao's profile, stating, "Li Yao has invested in film companies, comic book firms, and toy manufacturers, yet has never ventured into hotels or real estate. His interest in Mei Li Hua Group undoubtedly stems from the lucrative opportunities he perceives, seeking to profit at our expense." "I share your sentiments," Li Zhaoji replied, stroking his ear. "Let us commence preparations and send a formal acquisition invitation to the board of Mei Li Hua Group." "What price should we set?" De Ke inquired. "Given that Mei Li Hua's current stock price is 4.12 yuan, we shall offer 4.3 yuan, aiming to secure 50 of their shares." Li Zhaoji was determined to acquire Mei Li Hua Hotel Group. After all, this conglomerate boasted 853 hotels, all strategically located. If developed for commercial real estate, the profits could multiply significantly. In Li Zhaoji's eyes, the Yang family squandered their potential by merely operating hotels. Firm in his decision, Li Zhaoji initiated the acquisition invitation. The proposal would first be submitted to the Securities Regulatory Commission for review, subsequently forwarded to the board of Mei Li Hua Group, and publicly disclosed in the market. The offer period would last a month, during which it could not be retracted, though the content could be modified. Should the endeavor succeed, Li Zhaoji would firmly grasp the company. If it failed, he would have to return the shares acquired during the offer period. Upon hearing the news, Madame Yang did not hasten to convene a meeting. Instead, she remained at their residence atop Victoria Peak, conversing with her husband, Mr. Yang, in a private hospital room. Approaching 70, Mr. Yang had arrived in Hong Kong after the victory of the War of Resistance. Upon his arrival, he opened a jewelry and watch store, achieving remarkable success. Later, he founded Mei Li Hua Hotel and established restaurants at Kai Tak Airport and Ocean Park. In the years preceding his illness, he expanded Mei Li Hua's operations to locations such as Pengcheng Shiko, San Francisco, New York, and Hawaii. During that time, the share price of Mei Li Hua soared to extraordinary heights, with its market value exceeding 2 billion Hong Kong dollars at its peak. However, following a significant stock market downturn and Mr. Yang's subsequent illness, the share price plummeted, now lingering at just over 600 million Hong Kong dollars, a decline of more than threefold. After listening to his wife recount the acquisition news, a hint of sorrow crossed Mr. Yang's face. Xiaoan, these past 2 years have been truly taxing for you. Had it not been for you, our family would have fallen apart after my illness. Madame Yang offered a wry smile. I have not done enough. Whether I am present or absent, the difference is negligible. Lying in bed, Mr. Yang shook his head, letting out a sigh. It is futile to resist aging. My illness seems beyond remedy. Xiaoan, perhaps it is best to sell Mei Li Hua. If we do not sell soon, the boys will start causing disturbances. Once sons grow up, they no longer heed their father's words. Madame Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Her husband, once vibrant and full of life, had never exhibited such despair before. Now, frail and weakened, beset by illness and the unfilial behavior of their children, the man who once commanded great respect uttered such words. While he pondered in gloom, he suddenly asked, Xiaoan, what are your thoughts on the Mei Li Hua matter? Ayun, let us sell Mei Li Hua. However, I cannot abide by Li Laoxi's methods. If he truly intended to purchase, he should have approached us directly. Engaging in covert stock acquisitions after your illness leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Madame Yang spoke with indignation. Do you not recall how he once partnered with you in business? You always supported him during that time. Li Zhaoji, the fourth son in the family, was commonly referred to as Si Shu. He placed great importance on reputation and face, even more than Li Huanghua. Once this matter became public knowledge, he would undoubtedly come to our home the following day. Mr. Yang understood Li Zhaoji's character all too well. What do you plan to do? Madame Yang hesitated to ask. Aside from Li Laoxi, there is a young man also eyeing Mei Li Hua Hotel. Perhaps you could invite him over and inform him of my intention to sell the hotel. But, Madame Yang hesitated. Li Laoxi desires it more, and he has a closer relationship with you. Yes, logically, it should be sold to Li Laoxi. However, Mr. Yang gazed tenderly at his wife. But Xiaoan, did you not express your disdain for Li Laoxi? If you do not favor him, then I shall not sell to him. Ayun. In an instant, Madame Yang's eyes glistened with tears. In the shimmer of her tears, she seemed to glimpse the spirited young man who had come to court her all those years ago. That night, Li Zhaoji's request to visit the Yang family was met with rejection at the door, leaving him troubled. The following morning, Li Yao arrived at the Yang residence, presenting himself as a white knight. Although the Yang family wore solemn expressions, Madame Yang warmly received him. He was invited into the study, where the ailing Yang Ziyun and his spouse awaited him. Yang Ziyun's expression was somber as he candidly stated, the Securities Regulatory Commission has issued a directive. All companies involved in tender offers must suspend trading today. Li Zhaoji's Hengji Zhaoya, Zhonghua Meigawei, Zhaoji Securities, along with my Lihua, real estate firms, jewelry companies, and a total of 11 enterprises, will be suspended for 3 days. Based on past corporate mergers, the stock prices are expected to soar upon resumption of trading. All 11 company stocks are likely to rise, particularly my Lihua, which could potentially double in value. Since Li Yao has personally come, it indicates his intention to acquire. Although I am reluctant to sell to the fourth generation, as a businessman, Yang Zun naturally seeks to sell his shares at a favorable price. Li Sheng, why not join in and issue a tender offer announcement? In these merger matters, the role of the White Knight is to drive up the price, compelling the acquirer to dig deeper into their pockets. Consequently, the primary shareholder often benefits from the bidding between the parties. I apologize, but my financial resources are limited, and I cannot compete with Boss Li. Mr. Yang, I must clarify that I will not issue a tender offer. Li Yao would never engage in such folly. Even if he possessed enough wealth to purchase 20 Lihua hotels at a price significantly higher, he would abstain. From the moment Yang Ziyun invited him today, Li Yao harbored only one ambition, to acquire the equity from Yang Ziyun. If successful, Li Zhaoji would be sidelined, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor. This acquisition must be approached with caution, ensuring that neither the Yang family nor Li Zhaoji reaps undue benefits. Yang Ziyun was acutely aware of this principle. He speculated that Li Yao's financial capacity might be insufficient, considering Li Zhaoji's stature as one of the wealthiest tycoons in Hong Kong, who himself was not so extravagant. Li Yao, previously an insignificant figure without connections, could hardly contend with Li Zhaoji. With this thought, Yang Ziyun decided not to press further and directly stated, I hold 28.6 of my Lihua's shares, and what I desire is the highest price achievable upon resumption of trading. This is unacceptable, Li Yao exclaimed, feeling urgency. That is exceedingly unfair. When my Lihua was suspended, it was valued at 1 Hong Kong dollar per share. Upon resumption, it may rise to 6 or 7. The stock price will exceed the net asset value per share, its market dynamics. Given the significant decline in property prices in Hong Kong this year, my Lihua's value has diminished. Mr. Yang, I have come with sincerity. I am willing to purchase your shares at a premium, but this does not mean I am here to gift you money. My offer must exceed Li Zhaoji's final tender price by 10 for it to be a fair transaction. Beyond that, we shall not discuss further. How many shares do you hold? Yang Ziyun inquired suddenly, not contesting Li Yao's assertion. 16.7, Li Yao replied honestly. During his departure from Hong Kong, funds were tight, prompting him to be cautious. Together, our holdings total 45.3, still shy of the 50 absolute control threshold, allowing Li Zhaoji an opportunity to seize the company. Yang Ziyun gestured to his wife to fetch the shareholder list, pointing it out to Li Yao. These are my old friends, each holding over 5 of shares. I have ways to persuade them to transfer their shares to you. You may then make a new offer. Li Yao thought to himself that this elder was quite formidable. If he could acquire these individual shares, he would gain complete control over the company, significantly amplifying his power. 13% higher than the original offer. Li Yao casually proposed a figure. You exhibit no sincerity whatsoever. Chapter 33 The worst outcome. After several rounds of negotiation, Li Yao and Yang Ziyun finally reached an agreement on the price, which was 17 higher than the original offer for the acquisition. But this was only applicable to the shares held by Yang Ziyun. The 5 equity held by the others would still be purchased at the original price. Yang Ziyun took a step back, and his concession was not without reason. I hope that after you acquire Mei Li Hua Hotel, you will allow my wife to continue serving as a director on the board, he stated. Even if she does not have voting rights, she must remain involved. Mei Li Hua Hotel was the foundation of Yang Ziyun's rise to wealth and held a deep sentimental value for him. However, he was acutely aware of the inevitability of his own mortality, and no amount of affection could shield him from reality. He harbored a wish that, even in his absence, some trace of his presence would linger in Mei Li Hua Hotel. Thus, he contemplated having his wife, Madame Yang, continue as a director, allowing her to maintain a visible connection to the hotel, thus signaling to the outside world that the Yang family had not completely severed ties with Mei Li Hua. Perhaps this was the elderly gentleman's unshakable obsession. Very well, Li Yao readily agreed, but he had his own calculations. Mr. Yang, I will comply with your request, but I have a condition. I have heard that you possess 6 of Asia Television shares. Those must also be transferred to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziyun hesitated and turned to his wife. Xiaoan, did we invest in Asia Television? Madame Yang had only taken over the company a few years prior and had mostly been preoccupied with her husband and household affairs, leaving her somewhat uninformed about the company's investment status. After perusing some documents, she replied, Yun, we do indeed have 6 of Asia Television shares, but they were pledged to the bank last year for a loan of 9 million Hong Kong dollars. This practice was quite common. Many affluent individuals would leverage their assets to secure loans for living expenses or other investments. Yang Ziyun waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Li, I am willing to grant you the shares, but I will not bear the debt. We can sign a pledge contract and transfer agreement. I will shoulder the debt. Li Yao responded with enthusiasm. Do you have any other requests? Yang Ziyun, sensing Li Yao's eagerness, understood that he likely had ulterior motives. Mr. Yang is a prominent figure among the older generation in Hong Kong. I would like to request your assistance in encouraging Madame Yang to purchase more shares of Asia Television, Li Yao said with a smile. Are you so keen on Asia Television shares that you wish to start your own television station? I have heard that Xiao Dijing launched a television station and lost nearly 100 million in just a few years, Yang Ziyun inquired curiously. The dominance of TVB in Hong Kong was unparalleled, and Asia Television could not even be compared to the former Li's Television. The public's interest in Asia Television was minimal. What truly mattered was its social influence. In terms of profitability, 100 TVBs could not match the strength of a single Hengji Zhaoya, let alone the struggling Asia Television. Most wealthy individuals in Hong Kong would acquire shares of Asia Television or TVB merely to maintain influence over these 2 television stations, but they would never genuinely desire to take over operations. After all, who would willingly engage in a losing venture? I have established a film company and a comic company. In the future, engaging with television stations and acquiring more shares can only be advantageous. Liao certainly did not speak the whole truth. Yang Ziyu nodded. Asia Television has been losing money for several years, and many wish to divest. I can certainly assist you with this small favor. Thank you very much. I look forward to our collaboration. On June 29, 1983, the day following the suspension of companies such as New World, Jiqing Real Estate, Jingfu Gold and Jewelry, Meili Hua, and Hengji Xiaoya, the influential figure of Hong Kong, Yang Ziyun, who was also the chairman of the Meili Hua Hotel Group, issued a rather forceful statement to the market and shareholders. I urge all shareholders not to pay attention to Hengji Xiaoya's acquisition. Their offer falls far short of Meili Hua's true value. Li Xiaojia is a complete novice in the hotel industry and has no understanding of how to manage this group. This statement, flowing with several hundred words, essentially conveyed one message: to caution small shareholders against being lured by trivial gains. Long-term holding is the true path. It concluded with a sharp remark: we at Jijia Investment reserve the right to defend against the acquisition. This was merely a tactic to intimidate. The Yang family lacked the capacity for a counter-acquisition, and he was intentionally causing difficulties for Li Xiaojia. In the face of a hostile takeover, major shareholders must demonstrate their resolve. If Yang Ziyun were financially stable, he would have unhesitatingly initiated a counter-acquisition long ago. A hostile takeover, in essence, is a means of pressuring major shareholders. If the major shareholder is formidable, the acquirer can only sell shares for a modest profit. If the major shareholder is weak, the acquirer can seize the opportunity to acquire more shares, leading to a full takeover. Li Xiaojia felt confident in his victory. Unaware that Yang Ziyun was determined to protect his interests, refusing to sell even at the cost of his own dignity for the sake of a woman. When the news of the acquisition broke, the stock market erupted in chaos, and media outlets across the city fixated on the matter. During the 3 days of suspension, major newspapers headlined the story. The front page of the Qingdao Daily featured a photo of Li Xiaojia with an eye-catching headline: "The stock god turns his gaze towards Meili Hua." This financial newspaper primarily reported statistics. The boss of Hengji Xiaoya had challenged the old tycoon Yang Ziyun, seeking to acquire the Meili Hua Hotel owned by the Yang family. Li Xiaojia currently held 22.4 of Meili Hua's shares and planned to acquire an additional 27.6, totaling 40,250,000 shares at a cost of 250 million Hong Kong dollars. The closing price of Meili Hua before the suspension was 4.12 Hong Kong dollars per share, while his offer was 4.30 Hong Kong dollars per share. How the parent company, Jijia Investment Limited, would respond remained to be seen. The Ming Pao, the newspaper with the largest circulation in Hong Kong, also prominently featured the story due to the immense interest surrounding Li Xiaojia. However, the paper clearly leaned in favor of the Yang family, asserting that the Meili Hua Group would endure despite the impending acquisition threat, as its founder, Yang Ziyun, had navigated the business world for many years and would surely persevere. The article even included a photograph of Yang Ziyun fishing, a clear public relations maneuver. In reality, the elderly gentleman spent his days bedridden, far from any inclination to go fishing. The most amusing was the Tian Tian Daily, which had a captivating headline: "Good and evil reap their rewards, the cycle of heaven." The comments section was abuzz with activity. In April 1971, Yang Ziyun had engaged in a hostile takeover battle against Zhang Bai Li's daughter, known as the Sugar King of Hong Kong, forcing her to sell the ancestral home in Central. In an effort to reclaim her shares from Yang Ziyun, she expended a staggering 30 million Xiangdao coins. However, the situation has drastically changed. Yang Ziyun's days of glory have vanished, and even her most vital enterprises have been seized by others. Reflecting on the once illustrious Yang Xing, one cannot help but wonder what feelings now reside in her heart. Turning to Li Xiaoji, she felt compelled to caution him. "Uncle Li, while your loyalty is commendable, aiding our compatriot Zhang Bailey in reclaiming his honor, you must also exercise caution, for you, too, are viewed as a thorn in someone else's side." This statement is not made lightly. Zhang Bailey was a prominent figure in Xiangdao, boasting an array of impressive titles, including the first Legislative Council member and a Justice of the Peace. His departure marked the gradual decline of the Zhang family. In 1971, Zhang Caihong managed to thwart Yang Ziyun's acquisition, but, unexpectedly, in 1974, a stock market crash led to the eventual takeover of her company by none other than Li Xiaoji himself. For the Zhang family, Both Yang Ziyun and Li Xiaoji are figures they despise intensely. Currently, the Tiantian Rabao finds itself in dire straits, with its magnate, Liu Tian, facing severe financial turmoil, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. He contemplated selling the newspaper, yet the management is in disarray, with editors daring to publish anything. Following the recent sensationalism, the entire city is now aware of the acquisition battle, primarily due to the immense influence wielded by the two companies involved. Yang Ziyun, in league with the shipping magnate Bao Yugong and Guo Dexing, the founder of Zhenhengji, possess considerable clout, their reputations eclipsing even those of Li Jiaqing and his associates. Li Xiaoji's background is equally formidable, with wealth surpassing that of Yang Ziyun, and he is renowned for his unparalleled success in the stock market, earning him the moniker God of Hong Kong stocks. The clash between these two affluent businessmen constitutes a major news event. Retail investors, who have been closely monitoring the situation, are filled with excitement, anticipating that Yang Ziyun will retaliate. Consequently, they flock to the four major exchanges, engaging in frenzied trading of Mailihua stocks. On June 30th, 11 companies linked to this acquisition resumed trading. Upon opening, Mailihua's stock price surged uncontrollably, surpassing the offer price and continuing to ascend. By noon, the stock price had skyrocketed by 40%, reaching $5.71 per share. The current valuation far exceeds Li Xiaoji's acquisition bid, making it more advantageous for shareholders to sell directly on the market rather than to him. The minor shareholders of Mailihua have refrained from selling, eagerly awaiting a price increase from Li Xiaoji and a counteroffer from Yang Ziyun, anticipating a further rise in stock prices. Retail investors often hope to sell at the peak, yet the market makers are unlikely to grant them such satisfaction. As a day slipped away, neither Li Xiaoji nor Yang Ziyun made any significant moves. The previously soaring stock prices came to a halt, and the following day saw a slight decline. 3 days passed swiftly, with both sides remaining dormant, causing minor shareholders to grow increasingly anxious. While it is understandable that Li Xiaoji refrains from raising his price, presumably to conserve funds, one cannot fathom why Yang Ziyun, the chairperson of Mailihua Hotel Group, remains so composed. A vague statement was issued, and then silence ensued. Could it truly be that he is powerless to safeguard his company? This predicament has sparked speculation among many, including Li Xiaoji and Deke. Why does Yang Ziyun remain so unresponsive? What strategy is he employing? Li Xiaoji mused that a tycoon like Yang Ziyun would surely devise a means to protect his legacy. Once he takes action, the situation will undoubtedly shift in his favor. Yet, Yang Ziyun's silence has taken Li Xiaoji by surprise, signaling potential trouble. Perhaps he is financially constrained and hesitant to confront them. Deke cautiously analyzed that the companies managed by the Yang family have suffered tremendous losses, and since last year, they have been burdened with significant debt. The events have already unfolded. Should Yang Ziyun remain inactive next week, it would indicate his unwillingness or inability to defend Mailihua, leading to a dramatic decline in stock prices and prompting minor shareholders to offload their holdings to Li Xiaoji. I propose we lower the price, one suggested. No, we cannot. Such a move would precipitate an even greater drop in the stock price. Li Xiaoji began to contemplate the direst of outcomes. Chapter 34. The acquisition of Mailihua. If Yang Ziyun colludes with Li Yao's investment company in secret, then this acquisition will be doomed. We must devise a contingency plan and promptly raise the offer price to prevent the stock price from further declining. Once the offer is finalized, we should sell immediately to recover some funds. The Securities Regulatory Commission stipulates that during the offer period, the acquirer cannot sell their shares. Although Li Xiaoji sensed something amiss, he was unable to sell and could only endure until the conclusion of the offer. On the 17th day of the offer, Li Xiaoji increased the acquisition price of Mailihua Hotel from $4.30 to $4.50 Hong Kong dollars, which helped stabilize investor confidence and halted the decline in stock prices. Li Yao was infuriated upon hearing the news. Each price increase by Li Xiaoji meant additional payments to Yang Ziyun. Could this stock market magnate have already discerned their covert maneuvering? On July 19th, this lackluster acquisition attempt finally came to an end. Li Xiaoji held only 42 of Mailihua Group's shares, falling short of the offer conditions. He issued a statement declaring the acquisition a failure and returned all the shares purchased during the offer period to the original shareholders. This defeat signified that Li Xiaoji would no longer have the opportunity to contest control of the company. According to the acquisition and merger regulations on Xiangxiang Island, if an acquisition proposal is withdrawn or unsuccessful, No one can propose another acquisition of the same company for the following 12 months, nor can they purchase more than 35 of the shares. Otherwise, they would have to acquire the entire company. Holding shares without control is futile and requires significant expenditure. Li Xiaoji no longer wished to retain these shares, so he approached Li Yao, hoping to sell at a premium, but was met with refusal. Without hesitation, he began to sell off his shares. Starting July 20th, Li Xiaoji aggressively sold My Lihua Hotel stocks. The stock price plummeted, and by the time he liquidated his holdings, the price had fallen below 3 HKD. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yao increased his stake to 34, just below the threshold for a full acquisition, and subsequently signed a share transfer agreement with Yang Ziyun. By the end of July, Yang Ziyun, the head of Jiqi Investment Company, announced that he would transfer all his My Lihua Hotel shares to Li Yao through a negotiated agreement. Upon completion of this transaction, control of My Lihua Hotel changed hands. At this point, Li Yao possessed 62 of the shares, and all necessary acquisition materials were prepared, awaiting the Securities Regulatory Commission's approval to issue a comprehensive acquisition announcement to all shareholders. The announcement stated that the Securities Department of HSBC, representing the acquirer Li Yao Investment, would unconditionally acquire all shares issued by My Lihua Hotel Jiqi Holdings Limited and intended to delist the company. For this acquisition, a sum of $350 Hong Kong per share would be offered, totaling approximately 256, 364, 830 Hong Kong dollars. Shareholders and potential investors should note that this price would not increase further. The acquisition came with a condition. More than 75 of My Lihua Hotel shares must be acquired, with a 1-month acquisition period. Li Yao held over 60 of the shares, and with the private agreement with Yang Ziyun, he could secure an additional 5 from several shareholders. If he obtained another 10, the company would be compelled to delist. Once the delisting process commenced, he could force the remaining shareholders to accept his acquisition price through a company merger, thereby securing My Lihua Hotel Group firmly in his grasp. When this news broke, the media in Hong Kong erupted. After a month of turmoil, Li Xiaoji had not made any progress, while the previously obscure Li Yao effortlessly maneuvered to secure My Lihua, employing ruthless tactics. The following morning, Li Yao's photograph adorned the front pages of all Hong Kong newspapers. Li Yao's father, Li Sheng, arrived in Hong Kong in 1961 and married his fellow villager Yang Xiufang in the same year. In 1965, they welcomed their son Li Yao. From a young age, Li Yao was exceptionally bright, attending Zhangkai Public School in primary and later Liang Shizhi College for secondary education. However, when he was in Form 5, tragedy struck as his parents passed away, forcing him to drop out. In April of this year, while at the Shatan racecourse, Li Yao casually purchased a lottery ticket, unexpectedly winning a substantial prize, suddenly adding several million HKD to his fortune. Ever since that first windfall, Li Yao seemed to be on an unstoppable trajectory, particularly in the stock market, where he discovered his remarkable talent. Reports from our newspaper indicate that since entering the stock market, Li Yao has never incurred a loss, consistently reaping significant profits. It is said that within a mere month, he amassed a fortune of 100 million Hong Kong dollars in the Hong Kong stock market. By May, he traveled to Neon and reportedly made impressive gains in the stock market there, easily accumulating billions. Upon his return, he wasted no time and directly acquired My Lihua Hotel Group, transforming into a new magnate in the hotel industry. Our newspaper also interviewed the soothsayer Guo Banjian, who remarked that Li Yao possesses a fate akin to that of a deity of wealth, but carries an air of ominousness. Such individuals tend to remain inconspicuous while their parents are alive, but once they pass, their fortunes surge uncontrollably, paving the way for immense wealth. Returning to Jiulong Peninsula, at 77, Broadcast Road in Kuntong District, Xiao Yifu set down his copy of the Daily News and turned to Fang Yihua, shaking his head. Since Lu Tian's impending bankruptcy, the Daily News has become increasingly outrageous, daring to publish any news without basis. Fang Yihua chuckled. Isn't that the style of the Daily News? It writes whatever readers want to read, even fabricating stories where none exist. He paused briefly before continuing, and that Li Yao, the young man, truly possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck. Our reporters have verified at the racecourse that he indeed won a major prize several months ago. Winning the lottery, profiting in the stock market, swiftly acquiring hotels, and all this at such a young age. His fortune is indeed boundless. Xiao Yifu shook his head. These matters combined are too aligned with the fantasies of the common folk. It's no wonder the newspapers report on him daily, with sales continuously on the rise. Fang Yihuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, sixth brother, shall we respond to him today? This fellow is truly amusing. Rather than becoming a hotel proprietor or a stock trading expert, he insists on making films. Does he think that filmmaking is as simple as acquiring a company? Acquiring a company merely requires wealth, but filmmaking demands more than just financial resources. It could lead to even greater losses. Sha Yifu fell into contemplation. The matter his little wife had just mentioned occurred a month prior. A month ago, Li Yao returned from Neon and delivered a document to both Sha Yifu and Zhou Wenhui. The document stated that Li Yao had secured a deal with a prestigious cinema group in Neon and had obtained the necessary authorization. This authorization meant that Li Yao could facilitate the screening of foreign films in Neon and also oversee their distribution. At that time, Neon boasted the second-largest box office market globally. The combined box office of the entire European continent was dwarfed by that of Neon. For our Xiangdao films, penetrating the Neon market would be immensely profitable. This market is far more enticing than what the current film moguls of Xiangdao can fathom, much larger than Dong Nanya. Over the years, the number of Xiangdao films that successfully entered the Neon market could be counted on one hand. In the past, Li Xiaolong's films were one such success, and now Chenglong's films are also quite popular in Neon. Aside from these two, other Xiangdao films hoping to make it to Neon rely solely on luck and quality. Thus, to this day, only Jia He Company has established a comprehensive distribution network in Neon, leveraging the renown of Li Xiaolong and Chenglong. With this channel, Jia He's films can smoothly reach Neon, profiting from the increasingly affluent Neon populace. Sha Yifu was intensely envious of Jia He's distribution system. Now, with the sudden emergence of Li Yao, this fellow not only has wealth, but can also distribute films in Neon, much like Jia He. Furthermore, Li Yao has proactively offered to assist in distributing Xiao's films in Neon. This prospect greatly intrigued Sha Yifu. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly inquired, did Li Yao also send an agreement to Zhou Wenhui? What was Jia He's reaction? Zhou Wenhui, once a trusted aide of Sha Yifu, had left Xiao and founded Jia He Company over a decade ago, shattering Xiao's long-standing monopoly in Xiangdao. These two are now bitter rivals, among the fiercest competitors. I'm not entirely sure, Fang Yihua replied. Our people say that Zhou Wenhui seems to have rejected it. They believe the terms were too harsh. Indeed, they were rather excessive. This fellow not only desires to share our cinema chains in Xiangdao, but also wishes to appropriate our artists and actors, Sha Yifu exclaimed in frustration. He is nothing but a brash youth, with no connections in the film industry. What gives him the audacity to be so arrogant? Just because he has a distribution channel in Neon? He truly does not know his own limitations. Then, should we simply reject him? Fang Yihua asked. No, why should we refuse? Let us invite him for a discussion. At that moment, Sha Yifu was deliberating matters with his little lover. Meanwhile, on Shiyang Kai Street in Jiulong Shun Shui Pa, 15-year-old Zhou Huimin stared blankly at the images on the television screen. The broadcast was covering the recent acquisition incident involving Mei Li Hua, which had become a hot topic throughout Hong Kong. She was captivated by the handsome face displayed on the screen. Wasn't that her familiar Yao Go? Having been referred to as the Jade Maiden's leader in her youth, she thought perhaps it was merely a coincidence of resemblance and name. Just as she was pondering, the door swung open. Her mother, Li Shizhou, returned home from work, pushing the door open as she entered. Mummy, you're back. You must be tired, Zhou Huimin said, immediately rushing to greet her and taking the items from her mother's hands. To her surprise, among the items her illiterate mother brought back, there was a newspaper. Yes, I finished work. I still have some tasks to attend to after dinner. My dear daughter, how did your piano practice go today? By the way, how did we come to have a newspaper at home? Are we planning to paste it on the wall? The curious 15-year-old inquired. Indeed, Zhou Ma exclaimed, hastily unfolding the newspaper and presenting it to her daughter. I cannot read. But today I noticed many newspapers discussing a young man named Li Yao. I picked one up casually. Since you can read, could you see if this Li Yao is the same as our Yao? Because the person in the photograph looks remarkably like him. Zhou Huimin took the newspaper, opened it, and immediately spotted the handsome figure. In the photograph, Li Yao was clad in a sharp suit, tall and striking, exuding an air of elegance, resembling a wealthy heir. Li Yao, son of Li Sheng and Yang Xiufan, born on April 18, 1965, in Jiulong Shun Shui Pa district, recently turned 18. The Meilihua Hotel Group currently has a market value of 700 million Xiangdao dollars, and Li Yao's personal fortune is estimated to be between 1 and 1.8 billion Xiangdao dollars. Zhou Huimin softly read through the news, as her mother, increasingly astonished, widened her eyes, staring intently behind her daughter. "Mummy, the news seems to be about our Yao Gu, and the photograph is indeed of him," Zhou Huimin quietly remarked after finishing her reading. Chapter 35. Jinlibeo, however, she noticed a slight tremor in her mother's voice. "It's not just a rumor. The news suggests that it must indeed be true about Li Yao. Look, your Uncle Li's full name is Li Shang, and Aunt Li's name should be Yang Xiufan. It was mistakenly reported as Yang Xiufang." Mother Zhou pointed behind Zhou Huimin. When Zhou Huimin turned around, she beheld the ancestral shrine in the living room, where the tablets of Li Yao's parents were displayed. The names inscribed on those wooden plaques were indeed Li Sheng and Yang Xiufan. In the bustling district of Deepwater Bay, separated by the vast ocean, the Zhou mother and daughter wore expressions of astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, on island, within a lavish residence atop Victoria Peak, Zheng Yutong held a newspaper in his trembling hands, chuckling as he remarked, "Old Fourth. Today's papers are filled with news about Meilihua. Everyone is saying that your reputation as the stock god of Xiangdao might soon be overshadowed by that young man." Opposite him, Li Xiaojie appeared somewhat troubled as he replied, "Tonggu, I have never claimed to be a stock god. Moreover, if what the papers say is true, that young man is indeed impressive. He has amassed several hundred million Xiangdao dollars in just a few months. Quite remarkable." "Oh, indeed quite remarkable," Zheng Yutong nodded. "Tonggu, I shall be straightforward. I came to ask for your assistance," Li Xiaojie stated. I understand. You wish for me to have a word with old Yang, correct?" Zheng Yutong replied. Li Xiaojie nodded in affirmation. Yang Ziyun held a prestigious position in the Xiangdao business community, back when Li Xiaojie and Zheng Yutong were just embarking on their entrepreneurial journey. Yang Ziyun was already a wealthy merchant with a fortune in the millions. Although, by the 1970s, Li Xiaojie and his peers had far exceeded Yang Ziyun in terms of financial success, leaving him far behind, the seasoned overseas businessman still wielded considerable influence within their local circles. Moreover, given that Li Xiaojie's recent actions were rather unexpected and unconventional, they could lead to complications if unsuccessful. Having gained nothing but trouble, the fruits of his labor could easily be snatched away by others. Li Xiaojie, finding himself in a predicament, sought the help of Zheng Yutong, who shared a close rapport with Yang Ziyun, and arranged a banquet to clarify the situation. In the realm of business, akin to the battlefield, Li Xiaojie might have proceeded without such measures. However, known affectionately as Fourth Uncle, he was the most principled and face-conscious individual in the Xiangdao business sphere. Therefore, he contemplated mending relations with the Yang family, despite it appearing somewhat pretentious. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in this belief throughout his life. Even if he played the role of a hypocrite for a lifetime, over time, he gradually transformed into a genuine gentleman. "This is somewhat challenging." Zheng Yutong shook his head. "Old Yang's health is frail, and he rarely ventures out. To meet him, one must go to his residence. Then I shall visit his home," Li Xiaojie expressed earnestly. As the entire city buzzed with news of a young and accomplished tycoon, Li Yao was diligently assessing the financial status of the two companies he had successfully acquired. Indeed, it was two companies, both publicly traded, the Meilihua Hotel Group and the Jinlibeo Real Estate Company. Unlike the acquisition of Meilihua, the purchase of Jinlibeo transpired quietly. This real estate firm specialized in commercial properties. Last year, negotiations with Longying fell through, leading to a collapse in Xiangdao's property market. Even residential properties experienced price declines of over 2/3 in just over a year. One could only imagine the fate of less popular commercial properties. Many feared that once negotiations with Longying concluded, the mainland would swiftly take action, leading to potential confiscation of any acquired properties, rendering all efforts futile. Amidst this atmosphere of panic, commercial property prices plummeted even more than those of ordinary residences. Jinlibeo primarily relied on rental income from commercial real estate. Despite collecting rent without loss and maintaining stable monthly profits, the company's stock price continued to decline relentlessly, outpacing even the dire situations of many other listed companies in Xiangdao. Previously, Li Yao had intended to launch a comprehensive acquisition offer for two companies. However, only Meilihua's news circulated in the market, while the name Jinlibeo was scarcely noted, perceived by many as a minor entity. In reality, It was a valuable company with net assets exceeding 500 million Xiangdao dollars, which many had overlooked. Although the comprehensive acquisition offer had just been announced, he had quietly secured his position as the largest shareholder of both listed companies, firmly grasping control of the board and officially taking charge of their operational lifeblood. In the office, Xiao Linlin sat beside him, propping her chin with one hand, her gaze fixated on him. She herself could not articulate what captivated her, but it felt as if she could never gaze enough. She observed Li Yao's increasingly smooth journey, which stirred a sense of unease within her. Just days prior, she had unexpectedly encountered the renowned star Lin Qingxiao at the company. Li Yao mentioned that Lin Qingxiao was there to select a script, as he intended to commence filming a new movie. Perhaps Lin Qingxiao would be the lead actress. Had it been any other woman getting close to Li Yao, Xiao Linlin might not have felt the same pang of anxiety. Yet it was Lin Qingxiao. At 28, she was in the prime of her youth, possessing charm, beauty, and an enviable figure. In the presence of this illustrious star, the equally youthful and attractive Xiao Linlin felt overshadowed. What further troubled her was the unmistakable glint in Lin Qingxiao's eyes when she looked at Li Yao, which hinted at something unusual. And her boyfriend seemed to harbor a certain interest in Lin Qingxiao as well. If Lin Qingxiao truly intended to pursue her boyfriend, could she safeguard her relationship? Alas, this matter was indeed vexing, and she had no desire to compare herself with anyone. Yao Ge, did you truly acquire the Meilihua Hotel? Xiao Linlin sought to change the subject, glancing at Li Yao as she inquired. You've only secured a 60 stake. Won't a portion of the hotel's profits need to be shared with others? Upon uttering her question, this goddess of Hong Kong University felt that it was rather juvenile. After all, she was a business major. How could she pose such a question? It was truly embarrassing. If the acquisition were not finalized, then indeed, a division of profits would be necessary. However, should it succeed, all profits would belong to me, and any losses would solely rest upon my shoulders, Li Yao remarked with a gentle smile. He seemed to discern the concerns simmering within Xiao Linlin's mind. Her worries were not unfounded, for Lin Qingxiao had developed a slight interest in him. How could Li Yao easily overlook such a stunning beauty from Dong in Asia? The matter concerning Lin Qingxiao could be traced back to June. At that time, Li Yao had just returned from Neon, and he had sent a document to Xiao Yifu and Zhou Wenhui. Concurrently, the shell company, Perfect Film Industry, began its operations and officially commenced recruitment. Perfect Film Industry offered salaries approximately 15 above market rates, aggressively seeking behind-the-scenes talent for films and television dramas. They even distributed scripts to several artists, including Lin Qingxiao. Perhaps influenced by Li Yao, Lin Qingxiao had ended her engagement prematurely. Originally, she intended to spend a few years away, as she had done previously. However, upon receiving the script sent by Li Yao, her interest piqued, and she reminisced about the delightful conversations they had shared. On a whim, she ventured to Li Yao's company, where their rapport blossomed into a strong camaraderie. Since that moment, Xiao Linlin's heart had been in turmoil, filled with doubts. Although Li Yao did not explicitly state it, Xiao Linlin was entirely preoccupied with him and had never contemplated leaving. After all, a master of romance like Li Yao would never let go of someone he cherished, nor would he overlook any potential conquest. Tomorrow I plan to visit Wang Tai Sin Temple to pray for your successful acquisition, Xiao Linlin sweetly proclaimed, always ensuring Li Yao was in good spirits. She moved behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Brother Yao, I previously stayed at the Meilihua Hotel in Causeway Bay, which boasts over 500 rooms. The standard rooms go for 200 a night, while the presidential suites exceed 1,000. I did a rough calculation. This hotel could earn 30 to 40 million a year. The Meilihua Group has 7 star-rated hotels. Wouldn't that mean they could earn 2 to 3 billion in a year? Are you jesting? If they could truly earn such sums, how could the Yang family possibly consider selling to you? This company generates only 100 million annually, with expenses exceeding 120 million, resulting in consistent losses. Li Yao patiently elucidated the intricacies of the situation. The losses stem from a low occupancy rate. The flagship Meilihua Hotel enjoys an occupancy rate exceeding 90, while the branches in Hawaii and Los Angeles surpass 70. The remaining 5 hotels linger below 50. Furthermore, these were all established within the last 3 years, and thus, public awareness is still developing. As time progresses, their popularity will naturally increase. Presently, negotiations are underway in mainland China, and the tourism industry has been affected, leading to a significant decrease in visitors, thus impacting occupancy rates. Liao had just taken over the hotel group. With few capable assistants, he needed time to adapt. In the short term, he would not implement major adjustments to the hotel group. He must first revamp the board of directors, stabilize the management team, and reassure the employees. These were of utmost importance. Once he truly grasped the reins of power, he could then initiate promotional activities to attract guests. In truth, even without advertising, the tourism industry in Hong Kong is bound to flourish starting next year. This sector is the backbone of Hong Kong's economy. As long as hotel services are up to par, profitability will be a foregone conclusion. He possessed 5 Mei Li Hua hotels ranging from 10 to 20 floors, with a total of over 3,000 guest rooms. These 5 hotels are strategically located in several bustling areas, with convenient transportation. If he could endure through this year, he would ultimately reap the rewards. Chapter 36 Joint Conference. Furthermore, the Mei Li Hua Hotel Group has consistently thrived in its branches located in Hawaii and Los Angeles. In the forthcoming years, Mei Li Hua Hotels is undoubtedly poised to become one of his stable sources of income. Liao also intends to cultivate it into his core industry. The cultural tourism sector is exceptionally lucrative, particularly the mid to high-end luxury hotels, which are highly sought after in the entire industry chain. Liao's interest in Mei Li Hua Hotels is to elevate it to a prestigious brand akin to Langham, Ritz-Carlton, and Four Seasons. Subsequently, as the economy of Dongjing experienced rapid development, the general populace found themselves with more disposable income, prompting an influx of global luxury hotels into the domestic market. It is rather amusing that all these hotels are merely foreign brands. Within the domestic market, even in our own hotel circles, only Shangri-La can be considered a luxury hotel, albeit a modest contender. Even disregarding future growth, acquiring the Mei Li Hua Hotel Group is a worthwhile investment. The land in Xiangdao is exceedingly valuable, and prime locations for hotels command astronomical prices. Otherwise, influential figures like Li Zhaoji from Hengji Zhaoye wouldn't be coveting them. In an alternate reality, Li Zhaoji has acquired Mei Li Hua Hotels, transforming it into a commercial real estate venture for rental income. Yao Gu, since the occupancy rate isn't high, I'll have my relatives stay at Mei Li Hua Hotels. Xiao Linlin suddenly interjected, you don't need to give them discounts. Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for you? Li Yao chuckled, setting aside the document list from Mei Li Hua Hotel Group, and began perusing the asset details of another publicly listed company he had already acquired. The information on Jean Li Bao real estate was densely packed, spanning over a dozen pages, with a variety of properties far exceeding the monotony of hotels. The losses incurred by Jean Li Bao were not as dramatic as those of Mei Li Hua Hotels. At times, they could still earn a modest profit. This is primarily attributed to lower labor costs. While Mei Li Hua Hotels employs 2,000 to 3,000 staff, Jean Li Bao has fewer than 500. This company mainly profits from rental income, with shopping mall rents making up the bulk. The data indicates that Jean Li Bao's core assets consist of 3 shopping mall buildings, with the first floor entirely leased to department stores, upper floors designated for office space, and a basement parking facility, yielding a far more stable annual income than hotels. All properties utilized for rental income by real estate companies represent top-tier assets. Unfortunately, such assets are scarce. Jean Li Bao possesses only 3: the Jinyu Building in Sha Tin District, the Jinxing Center in Suanwan District, and the Jinren City in Yaotong District. Recently, Liao planned to inspect these 3 properties, intending to establish cinemas within the shopping malls to attract more visitors, which would benefit the merchants as well. Increased merchant profits would naturally lead to higher rental payments. Additionally, Jean Li Bao has acquired the former sites of the now-closed Yao Ma Ti Luantong Theater and Puqing Theater. Initially, there were plans to demolish and rebuild office buildings, but Liao vetoed that idea, opting instead for renovations. This would enable him to operate 20 cinemas, including 3 large ones and 15 mid-sized venues. This scale would rank him 3rd or 4th locally, following Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, and the Jin Gongju Cinema Alliance. Xiao Linlin glanced at the documents in Li Yao's hand, leaning on his shoulder, and asked, Yao Gu, should we keep the hotels open? What do you plan to do with those properties? Will you continue to lease them? No, I intend to gradually reclaim those leased shops. Li Yao indicated the documents for her to see. Jean Li Bao had previously developed 12 properties. Although the locations aren't particularly bustling, they are adjacent to main roads. The first-floor shops had been transformed into a children's clothing chain store, which has not performed well. I am considering withdrawing that brand and converting all the shops on Jean Li Bao Street into chain stores. chain stores. Xiao Linlin, no longer working at HSBC, is now the CEO of Linda Wealth Company, a firm invested in by Li Yao. Currently, the company has only one chairman, Li Yao, one general manager, Xiao Linlin, and fewer than 5 employees. Xiao Linlin established this company to target homemakers across Hong Kong, particularly those from middle-class families with some savings, encouraging them to invest and manage their finances. This is a newly founded company, registered just over a month ago. Linda Wealth currently has limited business activities. Xiao Linlin finds herself with ample time after managing the company's affairs, as she is not bound by a 9-to-5 schedule. She anticipates that competitors will inevitably emerge, including even major celebrities like Lin Qingxia. Hence, she is contemplating ways to enhance her competitiveness. Suddenly, Xiao Linlin inquired, "Yao Gu, have you found a suitable manager for the chain stores you want to open?" "Not yet," Li Yao replied with a smile. "Why? Are you interested in trying? If you truly let me manage it, you will have your hands full. Besides, you have no idea what I intend to sell." Xiao Linlin sensed that Li Yao might genuinely consider entrusting her with the management, which excited her. Although the documents were somewhat overwhelming, she was genuinely invested in taking over Li Yao's business. "Whatever the business may be, if you let me manage it, Yao Gu, I will certainly give it my all." Perhaps it's best to reconsider. You still have to manage Linda Wealth, and that company will only grow larger. You won't have time to oversee chain stores. Your primary focus should be on learning and presenting yourself beautifully so that the homemakers of Xiangdao recognize your presence. All right, Xiao Linlin did not feel disheartened. She held an unwavering trust in Li Yao. Li Yao continued to peruse the asset list. In addition to shopping malls, theaters, and properties, Jean Li Bao has also accumulated 3 plots of industrial land located in Fo Tan, Chaiwan, and Jiangjunao. The Fo Tan plot has been fully developed, featuring several factory buildings and warehouses, all currently leased out. The Chaiwan site is still under construction, but the funding chain has broken, halting the project, while bank loans still require repayment. Li Yao does not intend to undertake further significant actions in Chaiwan. However, Jiangjunao is different. It is akin to a new television city in Xiangdao, situated by the sea. He has grand plans for that land, but the size is insufficient, necessitating further land acquisitions for future holdings. This matter must be expedited. He also recognizes that it is time to begin capitalizing on the real estate market in Xiangdao. This December, the negotiations with Long Ying are finally reaching a conclusion, and the Xiangdao property market is on the brink of a monumental bull market lasting 40 years. Until Li Yao's rebirth, this wave of bull market had not yet concluded, resulting in housing prices in Xiangdao soaring to terrifying heights, even surpassing those in the capital city. Moreover, following the conclusion of negotiations, the joint statement signed by both parties included a stipulation from the Hong Kong government that no more than 50 hectares of new land could be released each year. This implies that starting tomorrow, land in Xiangdao will become exceedingly scarce, causing both land and housing prices to surge dramatically. If one fails to apply for land purchases from the Hong Kong government this year, the prices will double by next year and continue to escalate exponentially in the years to come. This represents a final opportunity to acquire a favorable plot in Xiangdao's real estate market. The following day happened to be Saturday. Zhang Guanluan, the general manager of my Lihua Hotel Group, along with Li Hongling, the general manager of Jinlebao, arrived early at Jean Xian Building, located at 136 Queens Road East, Wanchai. Jean Xian Building is the most prestigious office building of Jinlebao, situated in the busiest commercial district of Xiangdao. However, this building, constructed in 1976, stands only 28 stories tall. In comparison to the surrounding skyscrapers that exceed 30 floors, it appears rather diminutive. The tallest building on this street, the Hehe Center, boasts a remarkable 66 stories. Their early arrival at the company was to attend the inaugural joint meeting hosted by the new boss. At 61 years of age, Zhang Guanluan, having been born during the tumultuous years, had been an assistant to Yang Ziyun since childhood and held traditional views. He considered himself an old contributor to the Yang family, and the sudden change in ownership left him feeling quite uneasy. Yang Ziyun had elevated him to this position, and their relationship was akin to that of brothers. He was well-versed in Yang's approach to life and management, which made his role effortless. However, with a new boss, everything would need to start anew, implying a potential reduction in his authority and possibly even the risk of being dismissed. A few days prior, Zhang Guanluan had approached Yang Ziyun with the intention of resigning to return to the Yang family business, but Yang Ziyun had declined his request. Due to a prior agreement with Li Yao, he explained to Zhang Guanluan that as the general manager, he could not simply leave, as it would jeopardize the operations of Mailihua. He urged him to cooperate with Li Yao's work, promising that if things became untenable, he would be there to assist. With no choice but to persevere, Zhang Guanluan continued to manage the operations of 7 hotels and thousands of employees, busier than ever. With scarcely a moment to breathe, he had already resolved that at his age, retirement was appropriate, and leaving early would not be a significant issue. Conversely, Li Hongling, the general manager of Jinlibao, had a completely different perspective. Recently appointed just over a month ago, she had been thrust into this role after the original CEO, a major shareholder, was ousted following Li Yao's entry onto the board. The company needed to keep functioning, so she was promoted to general manager. At 45, Li Hongling had previously managed children's clothing brands, overseeing 12 stores under the San brand and ranking 8th in the management hierarchy. Her selection was somewhat fortuitous, as the previous 7 executives were relatives of the former major shareholder and chairman. With the sudden change in ownership causing widespread anxiety, Li Hongling herself was exceedingly nervous. To be frank, she had contemplated resigning as well, but given the current economic climate, securing a high-paying managerial position was quite challenging. After 10 years of climbing from the lowest rungs to her current position, voluntarily leaving would result in substantial losses, particularly concerning severance and retirement benefits. She harbored numerous concerns, concluding that as long as her salary remained intact, she would remain unless outright dismissed. Today, Zhang Guanluan and Li Hongling brought along their respective management teams, totaling over 40 individuals. These individuals had previously held shares in both companies, but had been persuaded by Li Yao to relinquish them, with the condition of no layoffs to ensure their continued employment. In large corporations, akin to a circus, many individuals had ascended from ordinary staff to departmental managers, cherishing their current positions and reluctant to oppose the new boss. Their primary concern was not who the boss was, but rather their salaries, benefits, and future prospects. As soon as work hours commenced, the conference room quickly filled with executives. Aside from Zhang Jingye and Liang Meili, who were busy renting an office next to HSBC for the purpose of a comprehensive acquisition, all of Li Yao's subordinates were present, engaging energetically with the executives of both companies. Shortly thereafter, Li Yao entered the conference room, prompting an immediate hush among those present. "Good morning, boss," they greeted in unison, their voices resonating in harmony. Li Yao was not alone. Xiao Linlin followed closely behind him. The spectacle drew everyone's attention, causing her heart to race. Chapter 37. Renovation. It is noteworthy that she joined Huixing Bank merely 5 months ago. As Li Yao passed by Lin Onbong, he remarked to Xiao Linlin, "Linda, please take a seat here." "Sure." Xiao Linlin eagerly complied. Lin Onbong greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Linda." Lin Onbong, a perceptive individual, had been working under Li Yao for several months. He was well aware of the relationship between Xiao Linlin and Li Yao. Thus, he paid no mind to the fact that Li Yao had invited her to sit in a position ahead of his own. After all, why would a mere employee vie for a seat with someone who might become the future matriarch? If one cannot grasp such basic workplace etiquette, perhaps they should return to tilling the land. Xiao Linlin earnestly responded, "Good morning, General Manager Lin." Lin Onbong, now the general manager of Perfect Entertainment Company, oversaw a workforce exceeding 3,000, including employees from the toy factory. His remarkable capabilities allowed him to swiftly comprehend the intentions of his employer. It could be said that Lin Onbong was now a vital piece in the grand puzzle of Li Yao's business empire. As Li Yao took his seat at the head of the table, he motioned for everyone to sit down, then gestured to Lin Onbong, saying, "David, you will preside over today's meeting. Please commence." David was Lin Onbong's English name. Young people in Xiangdao often adopt English names to reflect a touch of culture. Lin Onbong instructed his assistant to distribute the materials, then proceeded to the projector, displaying the first slide. It featured the emblem of Perfect Group, adorned with the elegant characters for Perfect, encased within a square frame resembling a seal, with the words Perfect Group inscribed beneath it. Esteemed colleagues, following the successful acquisition, the 5 companies, Mailihua, Jinlibao, Audi Shuangzuan, Perfect Entertainment, and Perfect Culture, will be restructured into the Perfect International Group. This will be our new logo. Zhang Jingye addressed everyone, articulating each word with precision. The Mailihua Hotel Group and Jinlibao would cease to exist. Mailihua Hotel Group would be rebranded as Perfect Hotel Company, while Jinlibao would transform into Perfect Chain Stores, all incorporated into the new group. However, the Mailihua Hotel located on Nathan Road in Tsim Sha would retain its name. The Perfect Hotel Company intends to adopt a dual-brand strategy, featuring the luxurious 5-star Mailihua and the standard star-rated Xiangdao International. The Tsim Sha Tsui Mailihua Hotel would temporarily serve as the flagship for the Mailihua luxury brand, necessitating renovations. 2 overseas hotels, due to substandard conditions, would be downgraded to Xiangdao International. When the other 4 hotels were renamed, they would undergo renovations in succession, with new brand signage installed on the rooftops. The 4 hotels rebranded as Xiangdao International would feature a unified blue and white exterior, and the lobby, restaurant, and building corners would showcase models of animated characters produced by our company. The bedding, tableware, and carpets in the guest rooms would all be custom-made by our affiliated toy factory. Wait, Zhang Guanluan interjected, gesturing to gain attention. He glanced at Li Yao, frowning. Boss, this might impact the hotel's business. To what extent can it be affected? The hotel has been operating at a loss, and business has been poor to begin with, Li Yao replied, holding little regard for Zhang Guanluan, whom he found excessively rigid and lacking adaptability. The renovations were intended to attract guests, as our company's animations and toys need to be promoted abroad. We must establish our influence in advance. If tourists are fans of our products, they will prioritize staying at Xiangdao International Hotel. The renovations must be completed before the year-end to avoid delaying next year's promotional plans. Zhang Guanluan struggled to formulate a counterargument, as the only profitable hotel had not changed its name. The establishments undergoing rebranding were all unprofitable. He could only request, I need a timeline for the renovations to prepare accordingly. The company will send a renovation team. You may arrange the schedule yourself. Li Yao instructed Lin Onbong to continue. The properties under Jinlabao began to be divided, with the land in Fo Tan and Changquano integrated into the group headquarters, set to become the future site for a cinema. The land in Chaiwan would be incorporated into the subsidiary Perfect Culture for a printing factory development. The Luandun Theater and Puqing Theater would merge into Perfect Film Line to expand cinema operations. The 3 shopping malls, Jinyu, Jinxing Center, and Jin Rincheng, along with 12 children's clothing chain stores in various locations, would all be renamed and integrated into Perfect Group. This significant property division nearly depleted Jinlabao's assets, leaving the general manager with little more than a hollow title and diminished authority. Zhang Guanluan cast a glance at Li Hongling, observing her unperturbed demeanor, and wondered how she could remain so calm. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up. Ms. Li, do you truly have no objections? Li Hongling replied, Jinlabao currently cannot afford to invest in construction. Leaving it idle is a waste. It is better to allow the group to utilize it effectively. Our properties are vacant with no tenants, and the bank is burdened with substantial debt. Continuing this way will only lead to greater losses. I support the division. This marked a concession from her to Li Yao. Pleased with her response, Li Yao felt satisfied. After Lin Onbong concluded his discussions with others, he switched to 2 more PowerPoint slides featuring the logos of 2 subsidiaries. One was the logo of Perfect Culture, emblazoned with red and white, prominently displaying the characters for Perfect. This company primarily engaged in comics, publishing, and printing, with potential future involvement in newspapers and magazines. The land held by Jinlabao in Chaiwan, comprising a 4-story industrial building and an unfinished structure, along with 2 vacant factories, would be allocated to Perfect Culture for the establishment of a printing factory and office building. The other logo represented Perfect Entertainment, featuring a black background with white lettering, also displaying the characters for Perfect. This logo bore a resemblance to that of Perfect Culture, although the opening animation for film releases would require a distinct touch. Perfect Entertainment initially focused on film and cinema, but has recently incorporated a music company into its operations, encompassing film, records, artist management, and maintaining the same operational base. As Lin Onbong elaborated on the plan, Li Yao perused the profiles of the senior management at Mailihua Hotel, when suddenly a name piqued his interest. Lin Hongyu, born in 1955 and a graduate of the University of British Columbia in Canada, specialized in human resource management. She currently serves as the Human Resources Director of Mailihua Hotel Group and is also a member of the Compensation Committee. In the hotel industry, human resources policies directly influence profitability. Lin Hongyu has no ties to the Yang family and attained her position at the age of 29, indicating her exceptional capabilities. Li Yao's mind was flooded with thoughts. In another realm, within the illustrious Asian hotel conglomerate Shangri-La, there exists a female executive director named Lin Hongyu. She has ascended the corporate ladder from a human resources position to become the chief executive officer. Liao pondered the possibility that these two individuals could indeed be one and the same. Zhang Guanluan, being of advanced age, exhibited a work style that did not align with Liao's vision. Consequently, Liao contemplated replacing him, initially favoring Wang Peikai, the lobby manager of the Peninsula Hotel. However, it now appeared that Lin Hongyu was far more suited for this role. As Liao glanced at Lin Hongyu, she seemed to sense his gaze and responded with a smile. Momentarily taken aback, he withdrew his gaze, picked up his pen, and inscribed Lin Hongyu's name onto the executive roster of the Perfect Group, designating her as the Deputy Director of Human Resources. This roster bore significant implications for the company's future. The first name on the list was Zhang Jingye, the Chief Financial Officer. As the company expanded, the financial sector became increasingly critical, relying on Zhang Jingye to ensure the integrity of investments and accounts. Lin Onbong served as the vice president, overseeing the subsidiary Perfect Entertainment. He performed admirably, alleviating much of Liao's burdens, earning Liao's trust and a willingness to assign him additional responsibilities. The third individual on the list was an exceptional talent that the Perfect Group had painstakingly recruited. His name was Hua Jianing, formerly the head accountant at Chung Kong Holdings. Now, he had assumed the role of vice president at the Perfect Group, overseeing the Perfect Culture sector, and would be stationed in Taiwan for the foreseeable future. Liao held high expectations for Hua Jianing, as it was rumored that he would soon become an executive director at Hutchison Whampoa, having ascended to the board of Chung Kong in 1985, elevated to vice director and general manager by 1987, and by 1993, he was already serving as director and general manager at Hutchison Whampoa. In this narrative, Hua Jianing was regarded as one of Hong Kong's most renowned working emperors. There was an instance in which he facilitated a transaction that earned Li Huanghua a staggering 160 billion, establishing himself as Li Huanghua's most capable aide over decades. Recognizing such a talent, Liao employed various strategies to secure Hua Jianing's services, even granting him the titles of vice president and general manager of the group to entice him away from Li Huanghua. At that time, Hua Jianing was not well regarded in Li Huanghua's organization, merely a middle-level leader, making him relatively easier to recruit. Had it been a few years later, Liao would not have succeeded in attracting him. Liao was optimistic about Hua Jianing, as he was a true asset. The fourth name on the Perfect Group executive roster was Wang Yangping, who hailed from the same hometown as Zhang Jingye and was referred by him. Liao intended to establish a legal department under Wang Yangping's supervision to manage all legal affairs for the group. Wang Yangping had a noteworthy background, as his father wielded considerable influence in Taiwan. Should the Perfect Group venture into Taiwan, they could leverage his father's connections. Wang Yangping himself was an alumnus of Oxford University and had amassed over a decade of experience working at a law firm in New York, specializing in financial and commercial law. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the meeting concluded, and Liao announced a 30-minute break. Zhang Jingye was absent. Liao summoned his capable assistant Lin Onbong, the promising Hua Jianing, and chief legal officer Wang Yangping. He first informed Lin Onbong and Hua Jianing that they were both being promoted to vice president of the Perfect Group. Lin Onbong had scarcely slept the previous night, contemplating this development. He had initially expected only to be assigned a company or departmental role, never anticipating a direct elevation to vice president. This signified his entry into the core management tier of the group. He contemplated taking a day off tomorrow to treat all his relatives to a grand feast, relishing in this joyous occasion. Chapter 38. Acquiring Number 1. Delangwen Hua Jianing, a man typically known for his stern demeanor, could not help but break into a smile at this moment. Since returning from studying abroad in 1979, he had dedicated himself to Changjiang Shiya, diligently working for several years before ascending to the position of department head. Initially, when Liao invited him to join, he had hesitated and even declined. However, witnessing Liao's successful acquisition of Mailihua Hotel and Jinlabeo Real Estate, along with being shown the asset documents from Neon, he was promised a grander stage and a higher salary. It became evident to him that transitioning from a mid-level manager at Changjiang Shiya to a core management role elsewhere was a clear choice. David, you will be stationed at Perfect Entertainment from now on, also serving as general manager, Liao instructed. Once the restructuring commences, you must immediately prepare for the cinema renovations. Have the workers put in extra hours, ensuring they are compensated appropriately, and strive to complete it swiftly. I am eagerly anticipating the screening of Wushuang in our own cinemas. Although Jinlibao had construction and renovation teams, they had halted operations last year due to financial losses, resulting in significant layoffs, leaving them short-staffed. However, since these individuals were from the same hometown, they could be readily summoned to work at Li Yao's command. Boss, I have thoroughly assessed all the cinemas in Hong Kong, Lin Onbong reported. Many of the old Cantonese opera theaters have closed down. We should consider acquiring several of them. Given our intent to produce films and the robust backing and financial support we possess, we must strive for excellence. The current dip in real estate prices makes it an opportune time to purchase these theaters. Li Yao concurred with his perspective and reminded him to consider not just the location when selecting theaters, but also whether they could accommodate commercial spaces. Cinemas attract considerable foot traffic, and pairing them with shops would undoubtedly enhance business prospects. Understood, Lin Onbong acknowledged, aware of the necessity to align with his boss's overarching vision. Li Yao then addressed Hua Jianing, stating, Jianing, I entrust the management of Perfect Cultural Company to you. I have already engaged the Perfect Company, Limited in Neon, to assist in promoting all our works. You need to expedite the relocation process. The printing factory must be operational within 2 months at the latest. Hua Jianing found himself busily engaged, needing to meticulously plan the land in Chaiwan, oversee the factory renovations, procure equipment, and recruit staff, relishing the bustling atmosphere. After arranging the personnel adjustments for both subsidiaries, he would then turn his attention to the hotel and chain store affairs. After the meeting reconvened, Li Yao said to Zhang Guanluan, the hotel merely has a new name and branding strategy. There have been only minor adjustments in positions, yet employee salaries and benefits remain unchanged. The headquarters will not interfere with the hotel's daily operations. You will continue to lead. Zhang Guanluan replied, I comply with the arrangements. His authority remained intact, leaving little to discuss. Li Hongling had previously expressed her stance, and upon Li Yao's appointment of her as the operations director for Perfect Dream Store, she readily accepted. Additionally, she held the title of head of the Perfect Cultural Preparatory Group. The relocation of Perfect Cultural Company to the industrial building in Chaiwan would rely on her coordination. By 12:30, the initial joint meeting concluded. Jinlibao's Jean Xian building, standing at 28 stories, was located beside Queens Road in Central. Considered somewhat diminutive, this was unsurprising, as Jinlibao real estate's market value peaked at around 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars before plummeting to just over $400 million following the stock market crash. Currently, the net asset value stood at approximately 560 million Hong Kong dollars, placing it in the lower to mid-tier range within the Hong Kong real estate sector. The most valuable asset at the company was the 28-story Jean Xian building. 2 years prior, it was valued at no less than 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Now, if sold, it would likely only yield around $160 million. Of the 28 floors, 20 were leased as office space, generating rental income, while the top 8 floors served as Jinlibao's headquarters. Each floor covered roughly 500 square feet, translating to about 800 square meters, with the total area of the headquarters being over 6,000 square meters. Previously an impressive headquarters for Jinlibao, it appeared quite spacious for temporary use by the Perfect Group. Li Yao contemplated evicting the tenants and renaming the building, intending for it to become solely under his control. After the meeting, he pulled Li Hongling aside to the chairman's office on the top floor to discuss his plans. He had previously mentioned his desire to seize opportunities in the Hong Kong real estate market during its downturn. He was optimistic about Hong Kong's development over the next 40 years, noting that this year marked a significant low in the property market. If he did not act now, future opportunities might be scarce. Although Jinlibao primarily focused on commercial real estate, its core business remained real estate development. Having operated for over a decade, the company had amassed considerable connections and resources in Hong Kong. Li Yao intended to leverage these assets to capitalize on the current market conditions. He was also contemplating acquiring a residence for himself. Having previously resided in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel and later moving into Mailihua following its acquisition, he had not owned a personal dwelling since relinquishing that old, worn-out apartment to Zhou Huimin's family. Li Yao was not interested in ordinary homes. He sought a luxurious residence of the highest caliber. He had never been one to prioritize frugality. If he were to purchase, it would be only the finest luxury estate. Moreover, acquiring high-end properties in bulk at this time could also be viewed as a strategic investment. Properties purchased now for several million Hong Kong dollars could appreciate significantly in value over the coming years. Hong Kong boasts numerous luxury districts, including the Peak, Mid-Levels, Repulse Bay, Shao Kei Wan, and Causeway Bay, with the Peak being the most prestigious and centrally located. Known as Shanding to locals, it rises to an elevation of 552 meters, representing the pinnacle of Hong Kong. Historically, it has been a residence for the elite, with restrictions in place prior to 1930 that prevented commoners from ascending. The Governor's Villa was situated there, and to this day, residents of the Peak are either immensely wealthy or of high social standing. The luxury districts below the Peak share similarly affluent characteristics. However, for the later generations of individuals from the mainland, they may have only heard of Kian Chuan and Ban Shank. These two locales have gained fame primarily due to their association with numerous celebrities, rather than their opulence or prominence in comparison to other luxury residential areas. Aside from the stringent purchasing conditions for properties atop the Peak, which also relies on a stroke of luck to acquire, Liao held little interest in Kian Chuan and Ban Shank, perceiving them as too close to the city center. A mere few minutes by bike would lead one to the bustling heart of the metropolis, with no barriers along the way, allowing anyone to meander to the grand entrances of those luxurious abodes. He favored Dawangwan instead. Dawangwan, located in Shirao, is similarly a coastal area. Decades ago, the British deemed this place particularly suitable for habitation. These expatriates were primarily leaders of major conglomerates, hence the area's alternative name, Dabanwu. The residences here consist entirely of villas, totaling over 20. Each villa is perched on a gentle hillside, affording every household a view of the sea, encircled by woods and cliffs, ensuring both privacy and security. Moreover, akin to the Peak, mere wealth is insufficient. One must also possess social standing. Prospective buyers must submit an application, and only upon passing the scrutiny of the community association, alongside receiving the approval of affluent neighbors, can they attain ownership. In the esteemed rankings of the 10 most luxurious residences in Asia, 2 properties from this locale are included. Li Hongling, who has ascended to the 8th tier of management at Jinlabao through her own merit, boasts over 2 decades of extensive experience in the real estate sector in Xiangdao. Upon hearing her employer's directive to purchase a luxury residence, she pondered and suddenly recalled that several villas in Dawangwan were recently put up for sale. Boss, a few days ago I heard from our brokerage department that the foreign owner of Dawangwan No. 1 is considering selling, she reported. Jinlabao primarily generates revenue through rental income while also engaging in property development. They possess a brokerage division, albeit with less remarkable performance and scale. Nevertheless, they remain attuned to the slightest movements in the luxury real estate market of Xiangdao. Dawangwan No. 1? Liao inquired, what is the price? Approximately 16 million, Li Hongling replied. 16 million pertains specifically to that villa No. 1. Liao recalled that this villa would later gain notoriety, as its subsequent owners became prominent figures. The first notable owner was the son of Li Huanghua. Originally, this villa served as a playground for Xiao Huanghua, spanning over 20,000 square feet. In 1994, Xiao Huanghua purchased this parcel of land for a staggering 120 million. At the current valuation of 16 million, property prices have surged 20-fold over 11 years. After acquiring it, Xiao Huanghua demolished the old structure and invested an additional 200 million to erect a new residence, specifically for Liang Luo to give birth in. Subsequently, the mainland's Xiao Ma Gu acquired this villa No. 1 for 480 million in 2009, a price that certainly reflects its worth. Over a span of 25 years, the value escalated from 16 million to 480 million, an increase of 80 times. Liao realized that this transaction was undoubtedly a secure investment. He asked Li Hongling, Ling, are there any other villas for sale in Dawangwan? Li Hongling contemplated and responded, currently, only Villa No. 1 is available. To my knowledge, there are a total of 23 villas in Dawangwan, with No. 5 being the Shirao Golf Club. The remaining 22 are occupied. The community management there prefers to limit the number of neighbors, so even if one purchases land, they cannot haphazardly construct new houses. Only minor expansions on existing structures are permitted. Thus, these 22 villas are highly sought after, with most previous owners being expatriates. In recent years, as some expatriates moved out, they did not seek real estate agents to sell their homes, but rather approached acquaintances, all of whom were reputable local individuals. The owner of Villa No. 1 is an official from the Hong Kong government's health department, who previously was a minor shareholder in Jinlabao and bought this house to support the company during its public listing. There is indeed an element of fortune involved. Li Yao sighed inwardly and said to Li Hongling, Ling, swiftly acquire Villa Number 1. Should any other villas become available in the future, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. I am very keen on that area. As the 21st century dawned, it was still possible to find land for new constructions atop Victoria Peak. However, in Dawangwan, there remain only 22 villas, and there shall forever only be 22. As long as the owners of these villas do not consent, even if someone purchases the land, they will be unable to erect new houses. Li Yao found great pleasure in this regulation. Chapter 39. If it were possible, he would even wish to acquire all 22 villas. In such a scenario, apart from the number 5 golf course, all the hills of Dawangwan would belong to him. If he could achieve this, there would be no need to reside in the mountaintops, the mid-hills, or the shallow waters. Li Yao decided to establish a new property company, independent of the Wanmei Group. This company would solely belong to Li Yao and his family. The business would capitalize on the current downturn in the real estate market in Xiangdao, purchasing villas and prime commercial properties throughout the region. The plan was to sell the villas once their value appreciated and to generate rental income from the commercial properties. With this company, even if Wanmei Group faltered financially, the properties and villas Li Yao had amassed would ensure a stable future for his descendants. After conversing with Li Hongling for a while, Li Yao resolved to entrust the management of this private property company to her. For the time being, balance your responsibilities with the group, but we must commence work on the property side immediately. I plan to allocate 1 billion Xiangdao dollars to purchase luxury homes and commercial real estate in prime locations. 1 billion Xiangdao dollars? Li Hongling was taken aback, gaining a deeper understanding of her boss's capabilities. No problem, boss. I will certainly manage it well. Externally composed, internally she was exhilarated. Juggling her duties at the group while managing her boss's private enterprise presented a splendid opportunity to become a trusted confidant. Li Hongling cherished this chance. Compared to being the president of the group, she preferred the role of the boss's most valued steward. If a president were inadequate, they might be replaced at any moment. However, an exceptional steward could draw closer to the boss. Indeed. Do well, Li Yao thought to himself, fully aware of the loyalty radiating from Li Hongling. Understood, boss. After she exited, Xiao Linlin entered. Yao Gu, Xiao Yifu from TVB wishes to meet you, she announced. Li Yao arranged to meet Xiao Yifu at the Peninsula Hotel's tea restaurant. Since the 1950s, the Peninsula Hotel had been known as the gathering place for film stars, as many celebrities favored enjoying afternoon tea there. What was it that drew them to this venue? Was it the delectable dim sum or the stunning views? In truth, it was neither. The stars frequented the peninsula for afternoon tea primarily because Xiao Yifu and Zhou Wenhui adored the place. Whenever they had spare time, they would indulge in tea at the peninsula's restaurant. These two had been the leaders of Hong Kong's entertainment industry from the 1960s to the present. Consequently, many prominent and emerging stars developed the habit of visiting the peninsula for tea. Recently, with box office failures transforming superstar Chow Yun-fat from a celestial being back to an ordinary actor, he could be found daily at the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel, hoping to chance upon Xiao Yifu. During that time, Chow Yun-fat was merely an unnoticed figure at TVB. For 6 consecutive months, each time Xiao Yifu visited for tea, he would spot this young man at the entrance. Over time, Xiao Yifu began to recognize him. Later, when TVB was casting for Shanghai Tan, the unassuming actor inadvertently came to mind, leading to the creation of the iconic Su Wenxiang character. Chow Yun-fat's experience illustrates why so many stars flock to the peninsula's tea restaurant. They come not merely to enjoy tea, but in hopes of encountering industry giants. When Li Yao met with Xiao Yifu, they would certainly avoid public discourse in the lobby. The tea restaurant had private rooms, perfectly suited for their conversation. Xiao Yifu arrived early and reserved a room, awaiting Li Yao's arrival. Li Yao, busy until 3 in the afternoon with company matters, finally made his way there. He was well acquainted with the Peninsula Hotel, having resided there for nearly 2 months and dined at the tea restaurant several times. However, during those visits, although he was wealthy, he was still unrecognized. With his handsome features, regular patrons mistakenly assumed he was a new face from the film industry, akin to the young Chow Yun-fat, seeking opportunities. Since acquiring the Mei Li Hua Hotel, he had not returned to the peninsula. Presently, Mei Li Hua pursued a high-end luxury approach, directly competing with the peninsula. As a major owner, it was indeed impractical for him to frequent the peninsula. Fortunately, Mei Li Hua was still under renovation and had not officially opened, allowing him to avoid the situation for the time being. Nevertheless, he resolved that in the future, any stars from his film company wishing to enjoy afternoon tea or lodging would have to do so at his own Mei Li Hua. Accompanied by bodyguard Yin Jun, Li Yao confidently entered the tea restaurant. Influenced by Western culture, many people now cherish the tradition of afternoon tea. Every day from 2 to 4 in the afternoon marked their unwavering tea time. The peninsula's afternoon tea was exorbitantly priced, costing over 500 Xiangdao dollars per person, yet it remained fully booked. Li Yao scanned the room and noted a plethora of prominent stars in attendance. A casual glance revealed Chow Yun-fat, Chung Kwok-wing, Anita Mui, and Adam Chung among them. Even Chung Long and Sammo Hung had arrived. With several members of the Seven Little Fortunes gathered at a table, indulging in an extravagant spread of dim sum. While this feast would amount to only a few $100s elsewhere, at the peninsula, it would not be less than several thousand Xiangdao dollars. For stars like Chung Long, such expenses were trivial. Initially, Li Yao intended to ignore the celebrities and proceed to Xiao Yifu's private room. However, upon spotting Lin Qingxia seated at the same table as Chung Long, he felt compelled to approach. Chung Long noticed him and waved with a smile. Reluctantly, Li Yao walked over and discovered that Zhong Chuhong was also present. "Ah Yao, you've come for tea too?" Lin Qingxiao exclaimed, her previously neutral expression instantly brightening. The others at the table turned their attention to the handsome Li Yao. Zhong Chuang stole a few extra glances at him. This was not merely due to his striking appearance. Lin Qingxia's intuition suggested that when conversing with this handsome man, his demeanor and gaze were distinctly different, almost childlike in their sincerity. "Yes, a friend invited me for afternoon tea," Li Yao replied with a smile, glancing at the members of the Seven Little Fortunes. "Are you all here as well?" "Not quite." She feared that Li Yao might misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. "I initially had no intention of coming. I was just perusing the script you provided. However, Chieli insisted that I join her, claiming I looked too bored. I never anticipated it would turn out to be a tea gathering with Jack and the others." Chieli is the English name of Zhong Chuhong, while Jack refers to Chung Long. The subtle thoughts of Lin Qingxia were finally unveiled before this table of people. "Oh dear, why is he here? I hope he doesn't overthink this. Why am I so worried? We have no relationship," Lin Qingxia pondered. Why does Lin Qingxia care so much about this pretty boy? She just broke up. Could it be because of him? Yet, to be fair, he is quite striking. Chung Long mused. Who is this young man? He looks familiar. The way he interacts with Lin Qingxia suggests their relationship is special. Poor Qin Xianglin. He has been thwarted by this fellow. Hong Pongzi remarked. Something is amiss. It is certainly strange. When Bai Ji approached the table, she appeared listless, but upon seeing this handsome man, she instantly brightened. Speaking of which, this young man is indeed quite good-looking. Zhong Chuang whispered. Before Li Yao could utter a word, his extraordinary sensitivity allowed him to perceive the thoughts of everyone at the table. It's wonderful to gather with friends. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yao, chairman of the Perfect Group. The first part of his statement was directed at Lin Qingxia, while the latter was aimed at the martial arts stars present. To be honest, if Chung Long maintained a respectable personal life, he would undoubtedly be regarded as one of the top martial artists in the hearts of the audience. Li Yao held no disdain for Chung Long, and for his sake, he was willing to engage in light conversation with these individuals. Chung Long had intentionally arranged 2 tables, primarily occupied by men. Apart from Lin Qingxia and Zhong Chuhong, there was also Yuan Xiu, who portrayed the landlady in the film Kung Fu. The remaining attendees were core members of the Hong family and Chung family factions, including the yet-to-be famous Lin Jingying. Li Yao spotted Lin Jingying, who in turn noticed him. 2 months prior, Li Yao had visited the Diamond Hill Cinema of Jiahe, where he was accompanied by a plump man named Li Liqing. During the tour, they happened upon Lin Jingying. Li Yao recognized Lin Jingying due to the latter series of ghost-catching films directed by Jiu Shu. These films, with their low production costs and high returns, had garnered significant influence within the Chung Long cultural sphere. The online writers would lose a substantial amount if it weren't for Jiu Shu's ghost-catching series. Lin Jingying also had a lasting impression of Li Yao. On that day, while Li Liqing played the role of tour guide, Lin Jingying noticed this young man who was strikingly handsome and well-built, standing out remarkably. What made the encounter unforgettable was that Li Yao was driving a Ferrari. There were no more than 1,000 people on the island who could afford such a car, and perhaps only a handful in the entertainment industry. Wealthy, youthful, and handsome, Lin Jingying, with his remarkable memory, naturally recalled him, especially since Li Yao had smiled and nodded at him as if they were acquainted. Lin Jingying, being rather simple-minded and resembling his on-screen persona, was momentarily taken aback but gently returned a nod. Now, let us turn our attention back to Li Yao. Cheng Long and the others could clearly see that with Li Yao's arrival, the previously quiet Lin Qingxia instantly became lively. Yao, would your friends like to come over for afternoon tea? The more, the merrier, she said with a bright smile directed at Li Yao. She herself could not comprehend why she felt a peculiar connection to him. Each time they shook hands, she found it difficult to let go. She always felt that as long as their hands were intertwined or he held hers tightly, her heart would be exceptionally at peace, as if she were grasping happiness itself. He is already waiting for me in the private room, Li Yao replied with a cheerful smile. Come along, boomed the big-nosed Cheng Long, who loved lively gatherings and relished the moment. Bai Ji, what do you think? Bai Ji is the English name of Lin Qingxia, also known as Bridget, but in Xiangdao, everyone is accustomed to calling her Bai Ji. Indeed, the private room feels too stuffy. Afternoon tea should be lively and cheerful, added Hong Pengzi with a smile. This portly man, known for his agile movements in films, was surprisingly more amiable than Cheng Long today, wearing a demeanor that radiated warmth and prosperity, even rising to offer Li Yao his seat. Lin Qingxia gazed at Li Yao with eager anticipation. Li Yao gently shook his head, saying, some matters need to be discussed in a quieter place. I wouldn't want to disturb you. Before Lin Qingxia could respond, Hong Pengzi enthusiastically chimed in. Oh, so it's business talk. Business is of utmost importance. Mr. Li, we shall treat you next time. His overly cordial demeanor left Cheng Long and others who understood his temperament in shock. Typically hot-tempered, Hong Pengzi was surprisingly agreeable today. Next time. Qingxia, I'll head in first, Li Yao said to Lin Qingxia, then nodded at the other stars. I won't disturb you all. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye. The standing Hong Pengzi was so cheerful he could hardly contain his smile. Even Cheng Long, who had been seated, involuntarily stood up, with both prominent figures rising. The members of the Hong family and Cheng Long's team naturally followed suit. They all stood, smiling as they watched Li Yao depart. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other guests in the hall. Cheng Long and Hong Pengzi were public figures, and the guests certainly recognized them. At a table in the northeast corner, Zhou Ruanfa expressed his confusion, quietly asking the nearby Zhang Zhaorong, Arong, how strange. The usually haughty Hong Pengzi is remarkably amiable today. What is going on? Chapter 40. Acquiring Mei Lihua. At their table sat Chow Yun-fat, Cheng Chor-young, Anita Mui, and two friends from outside the entertainment industry. In 1983, Cheng Chor-young was at the pinnacle of his singing career, arguably the most celebrated star in Hong Kong, while Anita Mui was still a distance away from that level of fame. Even Chow Yun-fat, known as Fat Gore, found himself overshadowed by Cheng at that moment, having faced a string of 3 box office failures. The true protagonists at the table were Cheng Long and the corpulent Hong, with Cheng Chor-young serving as the undeniable focus of attention. You must not have read the newspapers lately, Anita Mui interjected before Cheng could speak. That young man is quite remarkable. Are you aware of the situation with Mei Lihua? What situation? Chow Yun-fat asked, momentarily taken aback. That young man's first legitimate job was as a bellboy at Mei Lihua Hotel, essentially a servant. His duty was to carry guests' luggage to their rooms. He clearly remembered Mei Lihua. Oh, you mean the acquisition of Mei Lihua? Yes, I heard about it. I understand that the mogul who acquired Mei Lihua is quite formidable. Even the stock god Li Zhaoji has stumbled, Chow Yun-fat remarked. Cheng nodded. That young man is likely the one who caused Li Zhaoji to falter, Li Yao. The old fellow is a billionaire. It's only fitting that Hong treats him with respect. Hong's English name is Samo, not because he has only 3 hairs on his head, but rather due to the phonetic similarity to San Mao. Wow, a billionaire. No wonder. Chow Yun-fat suddenly comprehended. Meanwhile, members of the Cheng family and Hong family were engaged in their own discussions. Cheng Long was puzzled by Hong's demeanor towards the young man. He had been filming outside the city for the past 2 months and had only just returned, so it was understandable that he wouldn't be familiar with the news regarding Li Yao's acquisition of Mei Lihua Group. He had stood up to see him off, feeling that Hong's attitude was rather unusual. The senior brother had always carried himself with an air of superiority, considering himself one of the prominent figures in Hong Kong's entertainment scene. Aside from Sir Run Run Shaw and a handful of others, no one could elicit such deference from Hong. Long was skeptical that the young man could be compared to Sir Run Run Shaw or Zhou Wenhua. Samo, who is that handsome guy? Jack Ching asked curiously. You don't even know Li Yao? He became a billionaire at 18, buying 2 publicly listed companies, with a net worth of over 10 billion. In films, Hong portrayed a jovial, friendly, and agile character, but in reality, he was a formidable figure, traditional in thought and strong-willed as a martial artist. In other words, he was somewhat unapproachable and not prone to idle chatter, which starkly contrasted with his on-screen persona. When he spoke, aside from the already established Cheng Long, only Cheng Chu-hung and Lin Qingxia dared to interject. Even Yuan Biao held a degree of reverence for this senior brother. Wow, that's outrageous. 18 and over 10 billion? Is that for real? Cheng Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Of course it's true, Hong replied with a shake of his head, smiling at Lin Qingxia. Bai Ji should be quite familiar with him. If you want specifics, just ask her. Though he said this, he mused internally, tisk, tsk, tsk. So, she has latched onto a wealthy man, which is why she rushed to call off the engagement. Ah, women, as long as they are beautiful, success comes easily. Lin Qingxia noticed Cheng Long's gaze upon her, as did those around her, including Cheng Chu-hung, all curious about her. Calmly, she stated, yes, a Yao indeed acquired 2 publicly listed companies this month. The newspapers report his wealth as 17 billion, and he is only 18. My heavens! Cheng Long exclaimed. There's no way to compare. At 18, he possesses over 10 billion. Which affluent family does he belong to? Lin Qingxiao waved her hand dismissively. A Yao started with nothing. He built everything through his own effort. The newspapers detail how he made his money. Anyone can see the gist by simply purchasing a newspaper. Cheng Long was left speechless. He had always believed himself to be quite remarkable, a favored child of heaven. At just 29 years old, he had gained fame and fortune, boasting several tens of millions in assets and being a top-tier martial arts star. He thought he had achieved significant success, only to discover that there were those far surpassing him. Li Yao was just 18, with over 10 billion in assets. Truly, there was no way to compare. At that moment, Cheng Chu-hung, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. The news about how Li Yao became wealthy has been thoroughly covered. However, Bai Ji, your matters with him haven't been mentioned in the papers. If we hadn't happened to bump into you today, we would have had no idea you knew this town's most affluent man. She smiled, saying, Bai Ji's charm is undeniable. No one can resist it. Li Yao is certainly pursuing you. Indeed. With a look of intrigue, Cheng Chu-hung's expression made it clear to everyone that Lin Qingxia seemed quite familiar with the young tycoon, indicating a longer acquaintance. There was clearly something amiss. Instantly, many began to think as Hong had earlier. Oh, no wonder she called off her engagement. It turns out she has latched onto a wealthy man, hoping to marry into a prominent family. Lin Qingxia quickly clarified, actually, that's not the case. I've known him for less than 3 months. Oh, by the way, do you remember? I met him at the entrance of Jiahe Film City the day you wrapped filming for 5 Lucky Stars. In truth, whether she clarified or not was irrelevant. Everyone was more eager to learn about her connection with Li Yao. At that moment, the previously inconspicuous Lin Zhongwen, standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. I recall what Bai Ji mentioned. I also saw that wealthy man on that day. Oh, Bao Ge, please share. Cheng Long, ever eager for gossip, smiled as he urged him on. Lin Zhongwen, originally named Lin Zhenbao, was generally known by those familiar with him as Bao Ge. He later changed his name to Lin Zhongwen after encountering several strange occurrences during film shoots, prompting him to consult a fortune teller. He had a profound belief in feng shui and destiny, even requiring auspicious dates for large companies like HSBC to relocate. The fortune teller advised him to change his name several times before finally settling on Lin Zhongwen. The fortune teller asserted that the name Lin Zhenbao bore an excessive weight of earth within the 5 elements, rendering it susceptible to malevolent influences and deeply entwined with the underworld. Consequently, a strong recommendation was made for a name change. After much deliberation, based on his natal chart, he was renamed Lin Jingxiu, which signifies righteousness and heroism. Presently, all eyes are focused on Lin Jingxiu, who, by nature, is rather reserved and unaccustomed to the limelight, initially intending to remain silent. However, considering that the person posing the inquiry is Cheng Long, and with Hong Pengzi casting a watchful gaze upon him, he began to regret the impulsive remark he had previously made. Reluctantly, Lin Jingxiu summoned his courage and recounted the events of that day in detail. The audience listened with rapt attention, engaging in lively discussions, including Chung Long and Hong Pengzi. It appears that even celebrities relish gossip in their private moments. Just as the conversation reached a fervent pitch, Liao had already met with Xiao Yifu in the private room. Xiao Yifu, born in 1907, is now 76 years old, appearing quite aged yet remarkably spirited. Liao understood that, given Xiao Yifu's age, living for another 30 years should pose no challenge. Indeed, it seems he is on a trajectory to surpass a century. Generally speaking, as long as an individual accumulates sufficient wealth and is not afflicted by terminal illness, they tend to enjoy a longer life. Historically, many influential figures have maintained robust health even into their 90s. This longevity can largely be attributed to the relentless advancements in medical technology, which indeed allow the affluent to outlive the average person. Upon their meeting, there was no exchange of pleasantries. Liao, direct and forthright, addressed Xiao Yifu. Sir Xiao, I am interested in purchasing your Shaw Brothers studio. Please name your price. His candor momentarily left even the seasoned Xiao Yifu taken aback. Initially, the intent was to discuss collaboration and explore opportunities in the neon market. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn towards acquisition. Xiao Yifu, momentarily disoriented, found himself at a loss, while Liao remained composed, convinced that Xiao Yifu might indeed consider selling Shaw Brothers or its theater chain. In an alternate timeline, Shaw Brothers ceased production in 1985, resuming only sporadic modern-themed films in the 1990s. This decline was unavoidable. Beginning in the 1980s, Shaw Brothers embarked on a downward trajectory. The hallmark of their decline was not merely a reduction in annual film output. Rather, they produced 17 films in the first half of this year alone. Why, then, the decline? The answer lies in the dismal box office performance, with films being withdrawn shortly after release. The sprawling Shaw theater chain incurred losses daily in the absence of new films, compelling Shaw Brothers to churn out movies relentlessly to sustain operations. This led to a vicious cycle. Poor film quality resulted in fewer audiences. Fewer audiences meant shorter theatrical runs. Shorter runs necessitated more films. And to produce more, costs were inevitably slashed, further degrading quality. This conundrum proved to be insurmountable. Ideally, Shaw Brothers and the theater chain should have mutually supported one another, yet they had become burdens to each other. Xiao Yifu recognized this predicament, but felt powerless to address it. In another timeline, he ultimately could not reverse the situation and was forced to cease production. Subsequently, Xiao Yifu decided to sell the Shaw theater chain and focused his efforts on the management of television stations. Liao, in the realm of filmmaking, harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to construct a comprehensive industrial chain to establish a solid foundation for his commercial empire. Xiao Yifu himself possessed a profound passion for cinema. In the early days of Shaw Brothers, he was already a wealthy individual, and despite having surpassed 50, he took an active role as either a director or producer. By the time he invested in TVB, he was over 60, still engaging with the crew on set, sharing meals, and personally overseeing production. One must truly love the craft to attain such dedication. Both Shaw Brothers Studio and TVB represent the fruits of his labor. He is reluctant to part with either. However, the current film industry presents considerable challenges, compounded by the incessant murmurs of his young wife, who consistently emphasizes the potential of the television station. Xiao Yifu gradually shifted his focus toward this younger child, neglecting his responsibilities toward the eldest son of Shaw Brothers Studio, thereby contributing to the current state of affairs. While Xiao Yifu remained mired in contemplation, Liao received a dossier from his bodyguard, Yin Jun. This document contains some operational insights regarding Shaw Brothers Studio that my company has gathered, he stated as he handed it to Xiao Yifu. The document revealed that since the end of 1981, Shaw Theater chain had been incurring losses, a trend that has persisted up to the present. Notably, in the second half of last year, the third quarter alone saw the theater chain lose over 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. I understand, Sir Xiao, that you possess ample wealth. Thus, even a quarterly loss of 400,000, or even a monthly loss of that amount, may not significantly impact you. However, business is business, and you now have an opportunity to divest yourself of this unprofitable venture. I urge you to give it some serious consideration. Li Yao's words, though blunt, transformed Xiao Yifu's previously calm demeanor. Chapter 41. The Shaw Brothers Cinematic Chain acquires a new owner. Xiao Yifu received the folder but refrained from opening it. He did not need to look to ascertain the current state of his company. Within the Shaw organization, The film production and cinema chain divisions were distinct entities. The film production side could still rely on overseas box office revenues to recuperate losses. During that period, Dongnanya and the mainland were veritable cinematic frontiers. Films that were unpopular in Xiongdao often performed exceptionally well there. While the films could recover their costs abroad, the situation for the Shaw cinema chain was markedly different. The cinemas were fixed in location and could not be relocated. The financial losses incurred by the cinema chain were irretrievable, akin to water slipping through fingers. At the height of its prosperity, Shaw once operated over 30 cinemas. However, in recent years, it had been facing continuous losses. And as of now, only 16 cinemas remained operational. Of these, a mere 11 truly belonged to Shaw Yifu, while the remaining 5 were franchises situated in bustling locations. If the films were well received, these larger cinemas could generate substantial daily profits. However, low attendance rates, exacerbated by significantly higher operational costs compared to competitors, led to even greater losses. Currently, with Shaw's fortunes waning, the owners of the 5 franchise cinemas were clamoring to sever ties with the Shaw cinema chain. Li Yao pressed forward relentlessly, and Shaw Yifu's countenance darkened ominously. In truth, he had been contemplating selling or leasing the Shaw cinema chain since earlier this year. In March, he had even hinted at the possibility. However, at that time, the stock market and real estate in Xiongdao were underperforming and no one took notice. Observing Li Yao's aggressive stance, Shaw Yifu took a deep breath and resolved, "For my 11 cinemas, I intend to lease the 4 top-tier cinemas without selling them. The remaining 3 mid-sized cinemas and 4 smaller ones, along with the land, I will offer you for 100 million Xiongdao dollars." Li Yao was nearly amused by Shaw Yifu's proposition. The price he quoted seemed reasonable 3 years prior, but now, real estate prices had plummeted to a third of what they were then. This figure was utterly ridiculous. It was worth noting that Li Yao's own cinema chain had expanded to 18 cinemas, and acquiring them had cost him less than 80 million Xiongdao dollars. Although the bargain was primarily due to the smaller size of most cinemas, even the largest among them were comparable to Shaw's mid-sized cinemas, often located in less desirable areas. If the same film were screened, Shaw's top-tier cinema would likely outperform 3 or 4 of Li Yao's cinemas. This was an unavoidable reality. Li Yao's rapid expansion had left him with an unstable foundation. Jiahe and Shaw are not comparable. One has thrived for over a decade, while the other has been in operation for over 20 years, Li Yao remarked, shaking his head earnestly. "If you wish to sell, I shall purchase the entire chain. Furthermore, it would be prudent for Mr. Shaw to propose a reasonable price, as I am currently the only individual in Xiongdao willing and capable of acquiring the Shaw cinema chain." Seeing Li Yao's resolute demeanor, Shaw Yifu pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, for the Shaw cinemas along with the 4 top-tier cinemas, I will set the price at 300 million Xiongdao dollars." Shaw Yifu's asking price was even more outrageous than before. 300 million Xiongdao dollars was an enormous sum. The 6 stake in Asia Television could only be mortgaged for about 9 million at the bank. 300 million could purchase half of Asia Television. Had this price been proposed a few years ago, or perhaps a few years hence, it might have been deemed reasonable. Yet, given the current collapse of the Xiongdao real estate market, it was exorbitantly high. Shaw Yifu's bid was, in fact, a test of Li Yao's resolve, hoping he would reconsider. Despite holding on to a glimmer of hope for the film industry, Shaw Yifu wished to observe the changing landscape, believing that perhaps a resurgence could be on the horizon. Feigning contemplation, Li Yao replied seriously, "I accept this price. Let us finalize the deal." This time, it was Shaw Yifu who was taken aback. In truth, had Shaw Yifu increased his offer slightly, perhaps to 500 million or 600 million, Li Yao would have acquiesced. Since returning from Neon, Li Yao had not been short on funds. Moreover, while spending 300 million to purchase 11 cinemas may seem unwise, it would not take long, at most 2 to 3 years, before the land on which these cinemas stood would appreciate several times over. In 2 to 3 decades, their value could multiply by dozens or even hundreds of times. 300 million Xiongdao dollars was an exceptional bargain. How can this man possess such wealth? He has just acquired Mei Li Hua and Jean Li Bao for nearly 1 billion. Yet he still has funds to purchase my cinemas? Shaw Yifu pondered, wrestling with indecision. Li Yao, perceiving his inner turmoil, contemplated further and added a stipulation. "Should I proceed with the acquisition of the Shaw cinema chain? We could include a clause in the contract granting priority screenings for any films produced by Shaw Pictures in my cinemas, with suitable arrangements for screening halls and times based on market conditions." This way, Shaw Pictures would not need to worry about financial losses from the cinemas or lack of screening venues, while also securing 300 million Xiangdao dollars, a win-win situation. In truth, this additional condition was a tactical maneuver born from Li Yao's insights into Shaw Yifu's mindset. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shaw Yifu became intrigued. He began to bargain with Li Yao. 350 million. All yours, including the additional conditions. I can offer no more than 310 million, Li Yao countered. 340 million, and I will reduce my offer by 1 million. Sir Shaw, you are indeed a knight. Initially, you proposed 300 million. I have had a change of heart. Business is business. My title has no bearing on this. 320 million is my final offer. If you do not sell, I shall seek to acquire land myself. The land in Xiangdao is currently quite affordable. 325 million. Agreed. To avoid any unforeseen complications, under Li Yao's insistence, both parties signed the contract for the transfer of the cinema chain the following day. The Shaw Cinema chain had acquired a new owner. Upon the announcement of this news by TVB, the entertainment industry in Xiangdao erupted in excitement. The sale of the Shaw Cinema chain became the most sensational news in the entertainment circle of Xiangdao in August 1983. The Shaw Brothers Film Company was established in 1958 and had been operating for 25 years. Throughout these years, despite the emergence of Jiahe and Jingongzhu cinema chains, in the eyes of the general public and within the entertainment industry, the Shaw Brothers had remained the undisputed leader of Xiangdao's film industry. In recent years, despite the absence of any blockbuster films from the Shaw Brothers, the public's interest remained unwavering. The unexpected announcement regarding the potential sale of Shaw Cinemas took many industry insiders and ordinary citizens by surprise. At Qian Shui Wan, the first kung fu star of Xiangdao, Cheng Long, had purchased a villa last year. Yesterday, after enjoying afternoon tea at the Peninsula Hotel, Cheng Long invited members of the Cheng family troupe and Hong Pengzi to his villa for a barbecue. They gathered together, engaging in lively conversation, sipping drinks, and savoring the grilled delicacies, relishing the joyful atmosphere. At that moment, Yuan Xiao, a valiant woman from the Seven Little Fortunes, suddenly burst into the gathering from the living room. Her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Hey everyone, listen to me. Big news. TVB has just reported that Shaw Yifu has sold Shaw Cinemas, and the film production of Shaw Brothers will inevitably decline." Everyone present, being well-versed in the industry, was caught off guard by this revelation. The delightful food was forgotten as Hong Pengzi and Cheng Long swiftly made their way into the living room, followed closely by the others who abandoned their activities to join them. The news of the sale of Shaw Cinemas was akin to a bombshell in the already small entertainment circle of Xiangdao, creating quite a stir. Although they usually spent their days working with Zhou Wenhui at Jiahe, considering Shaw Brothers a competitor, they were ultimately all part of the same industry and were naturally concerned about significant developments. In the living room, Cheng Long's newly acquired 30-inch color television was broadcasting TVB's midday news. A young and beautiful anchor presented the news in Cantonese. The report indicated that Sir Run Run Shaw, feeling somewhat discontented, had decided to sell 11 of Shaw Cinema's theaters to the Perfect Group for 325 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Sir Run Run assured that although Shaw Brothers Film Company would no longer directly manage the theaters, Shaw Brothers Pictures would not cease its endeavors. This year, Shaw Brothers was still committed to producing 11 remarkable films for the audience. Moreover, plans for next year's productions were already set, with a minimum of 20 films slated for creation. Shaw Brothers had been established for 25 years, accompanying the citizens of Xiangdao in their growth and joy. The cessation of theater operations did not signify stagnation for Shaw Brothers, but rather a shedding of burdens, marking a new beginning. The television continued to air, with the anchor's voice flowing seamlessly as the images changed. The screen displayed a slightly gray-haired Shaw Yifu shaking hands with a young and handsome gentleman, reminiscent of a star. Lin Do Nan, the general manager of Shaw Cinemas, and Lin and Bang, the general manager of Perfect Entertainment, were seen signing contracts. Observing the scene on the television, the young and spirited Li Yao evoked mixed emotions among those present. Just the day before, some had encountered Li Yao at the Peninsula Hotel, stirring a myriad of reflections. Amidst the ongoing news broadcast, Yuan Biao, one of the Seven Little Fortunes, suddenly interjected, "Yesterday, the Shaw tycoon also visited the Peninsula restaurant, and Li Yao arrived afterward. They both entered a private room. Could it be that their discussion was the very matter featured in today's news?" This prompted everyone to recollect that Li Yao had mentioned his intention to discuss business at the Peninsula restaurant. Coupled with Sha Yifu's earlier arrival, the coincidences were intriguing. Cheng Long, who had been munching on chicken wings outside, shook his head, greasy hands in motion, and remarked, "I glanced at the newspaper last night. Li Yao bought the Mei Li Hua Hotel. Mei Li Hua is a competitor of the Peninsula. Why would such a prominent figure visit the Peninsula restaurant without reason? He must have been there to negotiate with the Sha tycoon. 325 million Hong Kong dollars is quite an exaggeration. Does this fellow have a money-printing machine at home?" Cheng Long contemplated, considering that his current film projects yielded around 4 to 6 million Hong Kong dollars. He calculated that to amass such a sum, he would need to produce between 50 to 80 films, meticulously budgeting to accumulate that amount. Given that he could only make 2 to 3 films a year, achieving this goal would require decades. A sense of uncertainty washed over Cheng Long. Chapter 42. To the mainland? Truly, it is disheartening how people can outdo one another. Fatty Hong has even further ambitions than Cheng Long. Why was he so courteous to Li Yao yesterday? Beyond the knowledge that Li Yao is a billionaire, Fatty Hong had also caught wind of some news within the circle. Perfect Entertainment has been actively recruiting talents from the film industry, particularly those behind the scenes, a fact that Fatty Hong was aware of long ago. In the entertainment circle of Xiangdao, Fatty Hong excels at navigating relationships, having dealt with numerous major players. His previous actions were intended to cultivate a connection with Li Yao. Upon witnessing Li Yao acquiring the substantial Shaw Brothers cinema chain, Cheng Long's first reaction was astonishment, whereas Fatty Hong's was a keen realization that he was on the verge of making a fortune. He was already contemplating aligning himself with Li Yao. For with such a significant cinema chain under Li Yao's ownership, there would undoubtedly be a need for films to be screened. At another juncture, Fatty Hong has always exhibited this trait. Initially, he collaborated with Jiahe to produce films, but when disagreements arose, he swiftly turned to Shaw Brothers. Subsequently, when Golden Princess was established, he sought refuge there, creating a shell company with the support of Lei Jukin to exclusively produce films for Golden Princess. Later, when Pan Dishing ventured into the film industry, he again shifted his allegiance to Pan Dishing. If one were to discuss the talent of opportunism in the 1980s Xiangdao film industry, he would be second to none. Now that Li Yao has emerged, he seeks yet another towering tree to shelter beneath. Individuals such as Hong Jinbao and Cheng Long, who are entrenched in the industry, naturally value these matters. Yet, many tycoons from the port city, who are seemingly unrelated to the film world, are also keeping a close watch on these developments. For instance, in recent days, Li Xiaojin, who has almost been forgotten as the stock god, has shown significant interest in this affair. However, his concerns do not revolve around the film industry or cinema lines. In the eyes of these magnates, what profits could be gleaned from filmmaking? It is far more lucrative to convert the land for cinema construction into real estate ventures. Li Xiaojin's sole interest lies in Li Yao, the man who snatched the Mei Li Hua Hotel from him. Once a legendary figure in Xiangdao, Li Xiaojin never anticipated stumbling over such minor matters. Recently, the media in Xiangdao has been ridiculing him, and even friends have called to mock him. Li Xiaojin feels a deep sense of frustration in his lifelong business endeavors. He has never felt so thwarted. Although he is a kind man, he is not without his temper. He is deliberating on finding an opportunity for retribution. For a businessman of his stature, revenge is unlikely to be as simple as gathering a few people for a scuffle. He must regain his lost face in the marketplace and the stock market. Thus, Li Xiaojin has become the individual among Xiangdao's tycoons most fixated on Li Yao. Spending 325 million to acquire a few cinemas? Previously, he invested nearly 1 billion Xiangdao dollars in Mei Li Hua and Jinlebao, which totals over 1.4 billion. Where is this fellow's wealth originating? How can he be so affluent? Loans. But don't loans require interest repayments? At the headquarters of Hengji Zhaoya, Li Xiaojin lamented to his financial director Li Chongxing and securities trader Yin Huanla Deku. Deku remarked, "I have investigated. Even if it were a loan, it is unlikely to be from Xiangdao. Moreover, he has only minor dealings with HSBC here, and they have not discovered any loan records." Li Chongxing continued, "I analyzed his stock operations, and he indeed performed remarkably, earning several hundred million Xiangdao dollars in just a few months. However, 10 billion is still excessive. Could his funds have fallen from the sky?" Li Xiaojin asked, visibly displeased. Li Chongxing shook his head and replied, "I suspect his wealth is connected to his 2-month stay in Neon. It presumably originates from there. Could he have secured a loan from a Neon bank?" The little devils are indeed wealthy now, Li Xiaojin commented. This remains unclear. Very well, Li Xiaojin sighed. Let us not concern ourselves with this individual for now. He has already delisted and restructured my Lihua and Jinlabeo, and we want to find an opportunity for revenge in the short term. We must set that matter aside. He could only express it this way. His company is not publicly listed, and there are no stocks to manipulate. Furthermore, this company's business is unrelated to his own. Even if he wished to retaliate, he would be at a loss. For now, he must take things one step at a time. Like Li Xiaojin, many of Shangdao's tycoons are also monitoring the suddenly emerging young magnate Li Yao. Shangdao is not vast, and the market is limited. For every piece of cake Li Yao consumes, they receive a smaller portion. Additionally, with Li Yao's substantial capital, having already invested over 10 billion Shangdao dollars in just over a month, these magnates are apprehensive that should this young man set his sights on their companies, it could spell trouble. Hence, prominent figures, including Li Xiaojin, Li Huanghua, and Zheng Yutong, remain vigilant regarding Li Yao's every move. Observing that Li Yao has chosen to invest heavily in cinemas rather than pursuing the more profitable real estate sector, they find a modicum of comfort. Li Huanghua, upon reading this news, chuckled and remarked to his longtime subordinate Zhou Qianhe, "Young people simply adore excitement. Filmmaking is so entertaining, with all those stars, especially the female ones, each more charming than the last. It is quite normal for the youth to invest in this." Zhou Qianhe, a veteran employee of Changsha and a trusted aide alongside Sheng Songsheng, has been instrumental in Li Huanghua's success. Li Huanghua's rise began in Shangdao's real estate sector. In the mid-1960s, the real estate market in Shangdao hit rock bottom. At that time, having already amassed considerable wealth from his plastic factory, Li Huanghua seized the opportunity to buy properties at low prices. As the market rebounded, he profited immensely. Over the years, Sheng Songsheng and Zhou Qianhe, responsible for real estate and stock trading respectively, have contributed significantly to the company's success. Subsequently, Zhou Qianhe's son also secured a prominent position within Changsha Group. Hearing his boss's words, Zhou Qianhe nodded in agreement. This young man possesses an alarming amount of money, with origins shrouded in mystery. Even Li Xiaojin has been bested by him. If he truly sought to enter the real estate market, he would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. Now that he is off making films and pursuing female stars, it is actually beneficial for us. This sentiment is echoed not only by Li Xiaojin and Li Huanghua, but also by other prominent figures. The competition among Shangdao's tycoons is intensely fierce, and these individuals have limited vision, focusing solely on amassing wealth within their own territories. Their current adversaries are familiar faces, old acquaintances with whom they have cooperated for many years while also competing against one another. However, should someone seek to partake in their fortunes, these friends are likely to unite against the intruder. Consequently, since the 1980s, Shangdao has not witnessed any remarkable tales of wealth. If one were to mention any, it would be Lu Wanxiong, who barely squeezed his way into the circle of top billionaires. Li Yao, holding substantial funds, chooses not to invest in real estate or engage in stock market manipulations. Instead, he pursues filmmaking. Li Huanghua and his companions first reacted with relief, but their second response was one of pity for his misfortune. How much profit can one truly earn from making movies? For Li Yao, it seems, the answer is not much at all. His mind is filled with the memories of industry magnates, with over 20 notable figures from the financial sector alone. There are hedge fund experts, value investment masters, short-term traders, bond specialists, and more, encompassing nearly every aspect of finance. This is precisely why Li Yao can effortlessly earn money in both the Shangdao stock market and the Neon stock market. When he engages in finance, he possesses not only memories from a past life, but also the extensive experience of top industry leaders. With such capabilities, why not become a premier financial mogul? Would it not be more enticing to rise to prominence on Wall Street? Why venture into filmmaking? Even if he yearns to pursue a starlet, he could simply invest in her. If he seeks enjoyment, a casual investment would suffice. To establish a lasting enterprise, he could easily start a film company without needing to immerse himself in the fray. Li Yao has pondered this matter himself. Yet, at its core, the financial sector must still rely on robust industries for support. Those formidable financial experts invariably have strong industrial backing, at least. That was the case in the past. Consider the world's leading financial markets, where the real economy is equally formidable, which is why finance can thrive. In Europe, the financial market ranks second, with a strong real economy except in certain areas. In Neon, the financial market is third. Though small, it is indeed a significant industrial powerhouse. Without a robust industrial foundation, where would the pillars of finance come from? Why does Donghua possess three stock markets, Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai, while the combined market capitalization of the two stock exchanges ranks second globally? It is because, at that time, Donghua's real economy held the second position in the world, and its industry was among the best. Yet, this is all information from after 2015. Presently, it is 1983, and we have not even considered Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Last year, Donghua's entire GDP was less than $80 billion. Meanwhile, the GDP of the United States stands at $3 trillion, over 40 times that of Donghua. Even the small Neon boasts a GDP of $1 trillion, several times that of Donghua. As for Shangdao, with a GDP of $32 billion, it sounds considerable, but it is merely a little over one-third of Donghua's. With such a modest economic scale, how substantial a financial market can one cultivate in such a small pond? Liao believes it would be more gratifying to pursue filmmaking. If Donghua and Shangdao were akin to their 2020 or 2010 selves, mingling in the financial sphere might be feasible. However, during that time, financial regulations were stringent, restricting one's movements. In 1983, aspiring to be a financial giant meant heading to Europe, the United States, or Neon. Yet, he is a genuine Donghua native, with lineage and appearance unmistakably apparent. To aspire for a leading role on Wall Street. Are aircraft carriers, Facebook, and the CIA mere decorations? Would those Anglo-Saxon gentlemen and Jews allow an Asian to rise above them? Should he genuinely wish to forge a path on Wall Street, the best outcome would merely be accumulating some wealth before facing imprisonment, his company being swallowed, and his money vanishing. To lead in London's financial district? The racial discrimination tactics of the Anglo-Saxons are similarly pervasive, and the outcome would not differ much. What about Neon? That too is unviable. Even setting aside the tensions between Donghua and Neon, the financial market of Neon is essentially a mere satellite of the United States. Superficially, Neon's economy appears prosperous, yet it is akin to a plump pig nourished by the Americans. Why has it not yet been slaughtered? It is simply because the Americans have other sources to satiate their hunger, and they have not yet reached desperation. Once the day comes that the Americans are truly famished, or if this pig grows too fat, Neon will undoubtedly face the knife. Mixing in that environment is no different from going to New York. Hence, in this era, if we Donghua people aspire to become financial tycoons akin to those on Wall Street, shaking the world with financial prowess is but a dream. This is the age dominated by Anglo-Saxons. If we have not infiltrated that circle, we can only stand by and watch the spectacle. Occasionally, we might pick up small advantages or skirt the edges of legality, but if one truly wishes to develop in the long term, for the sake of their own safety, it is best to abandon such thoughts. It must be said that the timing of his rebirth is particularly unfortunate. Had he been reborn in Shangdao during 1973, Liao would undoubtedly have had the opportunity to walk the path of the four prominent families, rendering those magnates powerless against him. Perhaps in the future, people would refer to him as Li Banqing or Li Quanqing. But now, it is 1983. The prime real estate in Shangdao has long been divided among several large corporations. Unless he is willing to pay 10 times the price, they will not even acknowledge him. By 1983, British capital had nearly all withdrawn. Those who remained were intent on firmly establishing themselves in Shangdao. The remnants of British capital that had previously exited have now been taken over by several magnates. Julong Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, and Wheelock Properties. These major real estate developers now have their own masters. Moreover, their equity is tightly controlled. Unless one buys them out entirely, one can only remain a minor shareholder receiving small dividends. Wishing to engage in industrial ventures? Shangdao is but a tiny place. Perhaps processing could suffice. However, if one truly aspires to grow wealthy through industry, it would be prudent to wait a few years for the mainland to fully open up and then venture there. In simple terms, by 1983, the lucrative industries in Shangdao have already been snatched away. Had he been reborn in 1993, the situation would have improved significantly. By then, the mainland was largely open and experiencing explosive growth. With Li Yao's current abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass Song Weiyang. Yet, the mainland is just beginning. Attempting to conduct business there now is fraught with restrictions akin to a sieve. For instance, if one wishes to engage in real estate on the mainland, it is certainly possible. Labor is inexpensive, and land might even be offered to you for free. However, once your buildings are complete, you can only sell them to mainlanders at the regulated price. Chapter 43. Filmmaking. Creating films is inherently a venture that does not lead to losses. However, if one aspires to amass wealth akin to the real estate tycoons of Xiangdao, such dreams should be relinquished. It was not until 1998, when our housing market began its transition towards commercialization, that the real estate sector would flourish as vibrantly as it does in contemporary Hong Kong. Yet, we find ourselves in the year 1983. What options does Liao possess? After all, the abilities he has acquired do not stem from an omnipotent system, nor are they derived from an advanced technological marvel that has descended from the heavens. His strengths lie merely in his exceptional physical prowess, a modicum of extraordinary abilities, and an extensive repository of elite memories. He cannot summon an overwhelming charisma instantaneously, nor can he conjure cutting-edge technological innovations that surpass the capabilities of his time. He must adhere to the established rules of engagement. Thus, he contemplates venturing into filmmaking, armed with the memories and skills of several eminent directors, producers, and media magnates. From the outset, Liao envisioned constructing his commercial empire through the dual pillars of technology and culture. He chose the technological path because, at that time, the tech scene in Hong Kong was largely disregarded, with few willing to delve into its depths. Culture, albeit intangible, wields considerable influence as a fourth power. The development of technology necessitates time and favorable circumstances. In contrast, the realm of culture imposes far fewer restrictions. Therefore, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge from industry titans and ample financial resources, Liao could only pursue film projects that the local magnates deemed beneath their notice. In Hong Kong, the profitability of film pales in comparison to finance and real estate. Indeed, films do not yield substantial returns, or at least not as considerable as those sectors. However, unlike finance and real estate, films possess the potential to reach audiences worldwide, not merely confining their earnings to the Hong Kong market. Liao's ambitions extended beyond the box office revenues of the local populace. Consequently, while the entertainment industry buzzed with skepticism and derision from the major players, Wanmei Entertainment, under the Wanmei Group, officially commenced its filmmaking endeavors. Notably, they planned to launch two major productions simultaneously. The first, titled Wu Shuang, narrates the tale of a group of nefarious characters from the 1980s who fabricate counterfeit currency more authentic than the real thing. This film primarily serves to elevate the company's prestige. Liao adapted this project from a script previously shown to Lin Qingxia, which had evoked both admiration and curiosity. The second film, Wehi Jiangshi Yu Ge Yu Hui, is not a television series, but rather a cinematic production. Liao transformed the content of the TV series Wehi Jiangshi Yu Ge Yu Hui into a screenplay, leveraging the expertise of renowned directors and producers stored in his mind. Unlike Wu Shuang, this project is intended to generate revenue, while simultaneously nurturing the film crew of the company, as it demands the use of many special effects that were considered cutting-edge at the time. Even before filming commenced, Liao had instructed the general manager of Wanmei Entertainment, Lin Anbong, to establish contact with Industrial Light Magic. His plan was to collaborate with them initially, subsequently sending personnel for training, and ultimately recruiting talent locally. He was resolute in his ambition to establish his own special effects company. On the night when the entertainment sector was abuzz with discussions regarding the change of ownership of the Shaw Brothers cinema chain, TVB and ATV both reported the latest news concerning Wanmei Entertainment. The company announced its intention to acquire the Shaw Brothers cinema chain, planning to merge it with its own operations to form a new entity, the Wanmei Cinema. The Wanmei chain currently boasts 29 cinemas, including 4 large venues, 9 medium-sized ones, and 15 smaller establishments. All these cinemas are slated for renovation and upgrades, adhering to the highest standards comparable to those of Hollywood. The revamped Wanmei chain is expected to be unveiled by the end of this year, becoming the largest cinema company in Xiangdao, promising audiences an unparalleled viewing experience. However, the most pressing question on everyone's mind was the caliber of the viewing experience that the newly reopened Wanmei cinemas would offer. The entertainment industry was also keenly focused on the subsequent announcement of the 2 blockbuster film projects. Wu Shuang, an action crime film, is set to have a budget of 10 million Xiangdao currency, with actor recruitment slated to commence on August 5th in Xiangdao. Wehi Jiangshi Yu Ge Yu Hui, a supernatural horror film, is allocated a budget of 20 million Xiangdao currency, with auditions scheduled to begin on August 6th. The announcement of these substantial budgets, alongside the casting news, sent ripples of excitement throughout Xiongdao. It is important to note that during that era, the typical production cost for a Hong Kong film ranged from 200,000 to 300,000 Xiongdao currency, with slightly larger projects reaching 500,000 to 600,000. A film budget of 500,000 to 600,000 was already considered a major production, with only a few companies like Xianiqing and Jiahe daring to invest such sums. Even the Shaw brothers refrained from such expenditures, not due to a lack of funds, but rather due to their long-standing frugality. As previously mentioned, the most highly valued leading actresses in Hong Kong at that time were Zhang Yijia and Zhao Yaji, commanding fees ranging from 200,000 to 300,000 Xiongdao currency per film. Lin Qingxia was once a top-tier star, but following the dismal box office performance of Xian Shushan, her value plummeted by half, relegating her to the second tier. The compensation for second-tier actresses typically ranged from 100,000 to 200,000, contingent upon the relationship between the film company and the talent. Numerous second-tier actresses, including Zhong Chuhong, Lin Qingxia, pop diva Su Xiaofeng, Miss Hong Kong champion Zheng Wenyia, ATV's cornerstone Mi Shui, and this year's Best Actress winner Lin Biki, could all command fees of several tens of thousands. Most other actresses earned below 100,000, often on a fixed salary without bonuses, assistance, or favorable accommodations. Compared to their male counterparts, their earnings were indeed paltry. The leading male stars of Hong Kong, Su Guanjie and Cheng Long, each commanded around 3 million. This disparity is striking, with second-tier actresses earning fees that are 8 to 10 times lower than their first-tier counterparts. By 1993, this gap remained unchanged. The pay for second-tier male stars varied widely. Recently, the rising stars such as Sheng Xianfa, Tin Yonglin, and Lin Zixiang can command a salary of approximately 300,000 for a film. However, this income is precarious. Should a new film perform poorly at the box office, their value would plummet. Conversely, if the box office thrives, their worth naturally ascends. There exists a cohort of seasoned actors, including Zheng Xiaoqiu, Su Guanwan, Hong Jinbao, Shi Tian, and Mai Jia, whose fees are significantly more stable, typically oscillating between 500,000 and 1 million. If a new film fails, their worth does not suffer too drastic a decline, illustrating the distinction between veterans and newcomers. Consider the films Wu Shuang and Wei Jiang Shi Yu Gu Yu Hui, where even the leading roles were selected through auditions. Such auditions would certainly not include big names like Su Guanjie or Cheng Long. The production budgets for these two films were astonishing, one exceeding 10 million and the other reaching 20 million. The news sent shockwaves through the film and entertainment industry, leaving many incredulous. At that time, hiring Su Guanjie and Cheng Long for over 10 million, along with a couple of supporting actors, would have been a lavish expenditure, particularly with Wei Jiang Shi Yu Gu Yu Hui, which had an exaggerated budget of 20 million. This year, a film claiming a 30 million budget, Shushan, has been released, and skepticism remains rampant. Some claim that Shushan incurred a loss despite its 30 million investment, prompting the question of who would dare to spend such sums on filmmaking. Do they have money to burn? Upon the revelation of these figures, many presumed there had been a typographical error, mistaking 1 million or 2 million for over 10 million or 20 million. Eventually, it was disclosed that the production company for these films was Perfect Entertainment, under the umbrella of Perfect Group, led by Li Yao, which led many to reconsider the veracity of the claims. This scenario echoes 2022, when an unknown entity proclaimed intentions to create films with budgets of 1 billion and 2 billion. Who would believe it? However, had the speaker been a mogul who had just acquired a company valued at several hundred billion, perceptions would undoubtedly shift from disbelief to cautious acceptance. In any case, on August 5th and 6th, the building at 136 Queens Road East and Central, known as Jean Exine Mansion, is sure to be abuzz with activity. On August 3rd, at 1:30 p.m., within the TVB wireless television city, Zhou Xingxing was engrossed in a newspaper while seated backstage for the program 4:30 Chuan Suji. Zhou Xingxing, now 21, had his share of ups and downs. He failed to gain admission into the 11th cohort of the wireless artist training class last year. It was only through the introduction of Qi Meijin that he finally joined the night training class. This year marked his graduation, and he became a contracted artist with TVB. He was assigned to host the children's program 4:30 Chuan Suaji, where he performed a skit titled Hey by Jiang Shi alongside his partner, Long Bingji. As he was deeply engrossed in his reading, his co-host Long Bingji approached and inquired with curiosity, "Hey, Xing, why are you still here? You usually head off to Qingshui by this time. At that time, major film companies had their own studios, with Jiahe located in Diamond Hill and Shaw Brothers in Qingshui. Previously, after finishing 430 Chuan Suaji, Zhou Xingxing would dash to Qingshui to work as an extra in films or television dramas or assist with behind-the-scenes tasks. Even if there was no work, he was eager to lend a hand. Long Bingji admired his enthusiasm. After recording the program, everyone was exhausted, and the other hosts and guest actors sought rest. Yet Zhou Xingxing remained energetic, having recorded an entire day of programming, and still planned to head to Qingshui to work as an extra for a free meal. Regardless of the weather, his schedule had never varied. Today, for the first time, he lingered so late. Long Bingji, noticing his presence at the television city, asked the question. The two were of similar age, and Zhou Xingxing smiled, saying, "Go brother, I have some personal matters today, so I won't be going to Qingshui. Don't call me that." Long Bingji protested, finding it uncomfortable. "How about just calling me a G?" Zhou Xingxing dismissed it lightly. "Still feels awkward," Long Bingji sighed. His full name sounded fine in Cantonese, and calling him Long Bingji was acceptable. However, simply calling him G felt strange. "What are you looking at?" Zhou Xingxing raised the newspaper in his hand. Tian Rabao. Long Bingji's eyes lit up. Tian Rabao? Are you referring to the casting for the lead role by Li Yao? Li Yao is indeed a nickname. People love to create monikers for the wealthy. Those in the plastic business are dubbed the Plastic King. Watchmakers are labeled the Watch King. And those dealing in condoms are referred to as the Condom King. Several tycoons in Xiangdao possess such nicknames. The richest man, Bao Yujing, is known as the Ship King. Li Huanghua of Chengkong, although now focused on real estate, was once known as the Plastic Flower King. His remarkable title only emerged post the 1987 stock market crash. Li Zhaoji of Hengji Zhaoye carries nicknames such as Four Uncle, Stock God, and Big Li. Virtually any prominent businessman boasts a moniker among the media and public. Li Yao is no exception. However, being young and with an unclear industry focus, he seems primarily engaged in stocks. Given that the reputation of stock god Li Zhaoji remains resounding, the media hesitates to dub him a stock god. The Mailihua Hotel ranks only among the top 5 in Xiangdao, overshadowed by the more formidable Peninsula Hotel. Hence, he has not been awarded the title of Hotel King. Consequently, the media aptly referred to him as Big Li, a moniker he finds quite satisfactory, as it indeed reflects his stature. Chapter 44. The Bet. Zhou Xingxing smiled at Long Bingji and said, "Indeed, indeed. It seems that every actor in Hong Kong has a copy of the Tian Rabao. Aki, this to Li is quite impressive. I heard he has even purchased the Tian Rabao. This occurred just a few days ago. The owner of Tian Rabao, Lu Tiansheng, had been suffering significant losses and was on the brink of bankruptcy. The management of the newspaper had been chaotic, leading to continuous deficits since last year. Li Yao had long sought the opportunity to acquire this newspaper, and upon learning of the situation, he entrusted the task to Hui Jianing, who managed the perfect culture to facilitate the acquisition. Consequently, the casting notices for Wu Shuang and Wei Jiang Shi Hui were directly published in Tian Rabao. He is indeed a new stock god, adept at trading stocks, earning billions with ease, as reported in the newspaper. Long Bingji remarked, "It's quite normal for someone wealthy." True, but it's surprising that such a rich owner would venture into filmmaking. "It seems that making movies can be quite profitable," Zhou Xingxing replied with a smile. "Who knows? A Xing, would you be interested in giving it a try?" Long Bingji pointed to the newspaper in Zhou Xingxing's hand. Zhou Xingxing shrugged. "Trying won't cost me anything. They say there are no barriers to entry. Even non-stars have a chance. As long as one's acting skills are commendable and the image is suitable, you could be the next Su Guanjie or Cheng Long. It sounds quite tempting. Who wouldn't be intrigued?" "Indeed," Long Bingji agreed. "Shall we go together? Do you want to try for Wu Shuang or Wei Jiang Shi Hui? Why not try both? After all, it won't cost me anything. The more I try, the better my chances," Zhou Xingxing responded with enthusiasm. "That's the spirit. Let us go, a Xing. We'll sign up." "All right." In central of Xiangdao, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The 1970s marked a period of rapid development in Xiangdao, with buildings rising everywhere, and the growth in Central was particularly astonishing. The wealthy tycoon HSBC acquired the Longren Hang, a building constructed in the early 20th century that witnessed the rise of Chinese merchants in Xiangdao, hence its name. The first securities exchange in Xiangdao, the Far East Securities Exchange, was established within Longren Hang. After HSBC purchased Longren Hang, They deemed the building too outdated and planned to demolish it for reconstruction. Many real estate companies entered the bidding, as associating with HSBC was every wealthy individual's dream in Xiangdao. In the city, the bank resembled a central bank. In fact, during that era, Longren's wealthiest individual, Bao Yugan, was able to rise from nothing to become the world's shipping king within just 2 decades, thanks to HSBC's support. HSBC extended an astonishing loan limit to Li Huanghua. Ultimately, the reconstruction project of Longren Heng fell into Li Huanghua's hands, as his proposal offered modest profits. Why pass up a bargain? Thus, HSBC's general manager, Shen Zhou, naturally assigned the reconstruction of Longren Heng to Li Huanghua. From then on, Li Huanghua officially entered HSBC's circle, transforming from a moderately wealthy individual into one of the most sought-after tycoons. The newly constructed Longren Heng boasts 22 stories and a total area of 240,000 square feet. The exterior employs the most advanced technology of the time, with lighting and fire safety systems all controlled by computers. During the construction of HSBC's new headquarters, the bank temporarily relocated to this building. Liao also had a small office here. On the 21st floor, HSBC's securities department vacated a room for Liao to use as an office for his traders. It was August 4th. In the Liao Investment, HSBC, division, an office of over 1,000 square feet was bustling with over 40 individuals. Each desk was cluttered with 4 or 5 phones and a small blackboard. Among them, a large blackboard was densely filled with numbers and times. Liao and Zhang Jingye stood before the blackboard. 870. The exchange rate of Xiangdao currency continues to plummet. As of today, the exchange rate among major banks has dropped to 8.56 Xiangdao dollars for $1. Compared to this time last year, the decline exceeds 27. Compared to 1981, it has plummeted by over 65. Furthermore, this exchange rate only reflects the figures from banks and legitimate financial institutions. In the black market, it is said that one now needs 10 Xiangdao dollars to exchange for $1. The negotiations with Longeng have yet to yield results, and the British side remains ambiguous. Foreign investments are withdrawing one after another, and many citizens are considering immigration. Under such circumstances, the Xiangdao dollar will undoubtedly continue to depreciate. Zhang Jingye quietly reported to Li Yao on the financial market's condition during his absence. Recently, the most conspicuous change in the financial market has been the incessant devaluation of the Xiangdao dollar. Originally pegged to the British pound, the Xiangdao dollar began to depreciate significantly after World War II as the British economy faltered. This had a profound impact on the economy. Consequently, in June 1972, after the British pound was allowed to float freely, the Xiangdao dollar was repegged to the US dollar. Initially set at 5.65 Xiangdao dollars for $1, it was adjusted to 5.085 Xiangdao dollars for $1 by February 1973. From November 1974, it was allowed to float freely again. At its peak, the exchange rate was approximately 4.5 Xiangdao dollars for $1. However, by 1982, due to the collapse of the Longeng negotiations and the uncertainty of the future, confidence faltered, leading to a significant decline in the Xiangdao dollar. At the end of last year, the Xiangdao dollar had first dipped below the 8 yuan mark. Now, it has already fallen to around 8 Xiangdao dollars. Yet, Liao knew well that 8 Xiangdao dollars was far from the bottom. He vaguely recalled that the lowest exchange rate for the Xiangdao dollar would occur in the coming month. By then, it would likely take 10 Xiangdao dollars to exchange for $1. In another parallel universe, it would not be until October 17th of this year that external pressures would compel the announcement of the Xiangdao dollar's peg to the US dollar at a rate of 7.8 Xiangdao dollars for $1, a rate that would be maintained thereafter. Our funds are ample, Liao calmly stated. We must be fully prepared. I firmly believe that 8 Xiangdao dollars is not the bottom. I estimate it will likely drop another yuan or so. Zhang Jingye nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with excitement. He felt he had chosen the right leader. Last month, the leader accomplished the remarkable feat of simultaneously acquiring 2 publicly listed companies. This month, his ambitions have grown even larger, as he intends to defy market trends and invest heavily in Xiangdao coin. As Li Yao's chief financial officer, Zhang Jingye is acutely aware of the leader's financial capabilities, $42 billion. The mere thought of this astronomical figure overwhelms Zhang. To put it into perspective, the entire GDP of the last year amounted to only 32 2 billion US dollars. The funds at the leader's disposal represent a staggering 1/4 of Xiangdao's annual GDP. Zhang muses that even the Wall Street titans he once admired would likely never encounter such a colossal sum in their lifetimes. For someone like Zhang, who has navigated the complexities of the financial world, wielding such vast resources is akin to a general commanding an army of millions. Leader, when shall we commence our operations? Zhang has grown unwavering in his faith in the leader's prowess within the stock and financial markets. This former Wall Street elite, once filled with self-importance, has now willingly embraced his role as Li Yao's professional trader. Since Li Yao ascended to power, Zhang no longer needs to ponder other matters. He has entrusted all decisions to him. It is now 8:08. We can take our time. Let us first allocate a portion of our funds, aiming to secure leverage from the banks, and then engage in options trading with others. This strategy is commonly employed by retail investors and institutions with limited capital in the foreign exchange market. Options trading does not require the purchase of foreign currency. It merely necessitates predicting whether a currency will appreciate or depreciate. For instance, if I believe that the USD will strengthen against the GBP, I would wager on a bullish USD position. Should the USD indeed appreciate, I would profit. Conversely, if it depreciates, I would incur losses. This is the essence of what many smaller players and daring institutions refer to as forex trading. I understand, Zhang replied. However, the current situation in Xiangdao remains uncertain, and there are few willing to engage in options trading. He shook his head in resignation, noting that most view the HKD with skepticism, uncertain of the extent of its potential decline. Major institutions are reluctant to enter the market, and smaller institutions lack sufficient stakes for meaningful bets. To engage in betting, there must be a counterparty. If you predict the HKD will appreciate, there must be someone betting it will depreciate. Should the HKD rise, those who bet against it would suffer losses. Conversely, if it falls, you would face losses to others. In simpler terms, it resembles a betting game where, if you are the only player, the game cannot commence without others willing to place bets. Thus, the only option is to acquire foreign currency first, wait for the opportune moment to strike, and profit from the spread. Li Yao has adeptly employed this strategy in the neon-lit foreign exchange market, referred to professionally as currency options trading. This method allows for leverage of 50, 100, or even 1,000 times. The reason Li Yao can utilize 500 times leverage in the neon market is precisely due to this approach. He can operate this way there, but upon returning to Xiangdao, he finds it ineffective. The crucial issue lies in the scarcity of participants in the HKD market willing to engage in such trades, coupled with insufficient liquidity. Compared to the neon market's daily trading volume of hundreds of billions of USD, Xiangdao's foreign exchange trading volume barely reaches a few billion Xiangdao coins per day. The disparity in market scale leaves him at a loss. In Xiangdao, Li Yao seeks to find someone for leveraged betting, yet no one pays him any mind. The sheer volume of his funds, often in the hundreds of millions of USD, renders the situation untenable. If he were dealing with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even a few million Xiangdao coins, perhaps he could find someone willing to bet against him. Li Yao, understanding Zhang Jingye's observations, rubbed his forehead in frustration, pondering whether any major institution or bank would be willing to engage in such a gamble with them. Chapter 45. The perfect brokerage firm. Zhang Jingye shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, there is an option, yet each transaction can only involve a maximum of 1 million Xiangdao coins." "Fine then, I shall remain silent," he replied. "We must devise another strategy." "Are you suggesting a loan?" "However, the risks are substantial," Zhang Jingye inquired. "I am optimistic about the future of Xiangdao. Thus I have faith that the Hong Kong dollar will not perpetually depreciate." Li Yao asserted confidently, "Let us make contact, preferably with the Chaoji Bank. Higher interest rates are inconsequential. The goal is to secure as much borrowing as possible, aiming for a leverage ratio exceeding tenfold." As the path of speculation proved unfeasible, Li Yao resolved to explore alternative foreign exchange investment methods, specifically through loans for acquisition. This approach also allows for leverage, albeit at a lower multiplier. The operational mechanics involve utilizing personal funds as collateral and subsequently seeking a bank loan. The bank-approved loan would not be deposited directly into one's account, but would remain with the bank. One could utilize the collateral to gain access to a portion of the bank's funds for trading. This model is well established. In previous instances of financial strain when he sought to acquire Mailihua Hotel and Jinlabao, he had planned to proceed in this manner. Once he had sufficient capital, he abandoned this leveraging strategy. Now, In pursuit of profits from fluctuations in the Hong Kong dollar's exchange rate, he decided to employ leverage once more. In essence, he intended to use his deposits in HSBC, Neon First Brokerage Bank, Neon Chongqing Bank, and Neon Sumitomo Bank as collateral. Subsequently, Liao planned to apply for a loan from the bank, seizing the opportune moment to convert all borrowed funds into Xiangdao coins. He calculated that with his substantial capital of $4 billion, he could potentially leverage approximately $20 billion in loans. His strategy entailed waiting for the exchange rate of Xiangdao coins to drop to 9.5 Xiangdao coins per $1, at which point he would gradually convert the entire $20 billion into Xiangdao coins. Consequently, his $20 billion could transform into approximately 190 to 200 billion Xiangdao coins. Once the government of Hong Kong intervened to peg the Xiangdao coin to the dollar, it would mark the moment for him to reap his profits. Thereafter, he would gradually convert these Xiangdao coins back into dollars. At that time, the exchange rate would be rigidly set at 7.75 Xiangdao coins to $1, backed by the government's foreign exchange reserves. Thus, he would acquire approximately 200 billion divided by 7.75, equating to around $25.8 billion. Originally, the principal combined with the total loans amounted to $20 billion, yet it could culminate in $25.8 billion. The excess of $5.8 billion would represent his profit. Naturally, the endeavor would not be without its challenges. Should he hastily convert all Xiangdao coins back into dollars, the government's foreign exchange reserves could become strained, potentially triggering a new wave of depreciation for the Xiangdao coin. Nevertheless, Liao devised a prudent approach. He could first withdraw the borrowed $16 billion from the bank and repay a portion of the loan. The remainder could then be gradually exchanged. This method is far more secure, ensuring a steady profit. This plan was inspired by his reflections on the most significant depreciation of the Xiangdao coin in history. By executing this strategy, not only could he amass considerable wealth, but he might also earn the government's gratitude. After all, while many were pessimistic about the Xiangdao coin and sought to flee, he would be investing nearly an amount equivalent to the government's foreign exchange reserves, demonstrating confidence in the Xiangdao coin by purchasing from those wishing to withdraw. What would such an action be termed? It was akin to the support the mainland offered to the Hong Kong government during the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Such actions would be a tremendous aid to the government, a veritable feat in stabilizing the market. If successful, not only would the government be profoundly grateful, but the underlying forces in the mainland, who wished to avoid turmoil, would also appreciate his efforts. In essence, he was aiding the mainland, which could not yet intervene directly, in stabilizing the economic landscape. It was a venture that promised profit alongside significant political dividends. Though the risks were considerable, Liao decided to take the plunge. The worst-case scenario would be a loss of over $4 billion. If that were to occur, he could simply return to Neon, London, or New York to earn back the losses. On August 5th, the film Wuxuang commenced its audition selection across Hong Kong. The plot of this film saw Liao making minor adjustments to align it with contemporary themes, without drastically altering the original story. Wuxuang is undoubtedly a rare gem in cinema since the 21st century. Its rigor and script quality could easily rival the classic Infernal Affairs. Liao's fondness for this film, which he intended to serve as the inaugural project for his film company, stemmed from the script's exceptional quality, which was far more accessible than the convoluted narrative of Infernal Affairs, making it comprehensible to audiences of all ages. Particularly noteworthy were the intricate details regarding the production of counterfeit currency, which even the most seasoned moviegoers began to believe could be plausible. Just imagine the waves it would create in the entertainment industry and across the globe if these scenes were successfully filmed. The film's budget was several tens of millions of Xiangdao coins, most of which was allocated towards creating a counterfeit currency production line that appeared remarkably authentic. After all, he was not employing major stars such as Su Guangjie or Cheng Long, thus such a substantial budget was unnecessary. In comparison to the technological advancements available during the production of Wuxuang, there was a substantial gap today. Therefore, it was likely that the costs for establishing that counterfeit currency production line would escalate. However, this was of little concern. Liao planned to sell the film to Neon and Western markets. As long as the box office there remained robust, he should not incur losses. Otherwise, if the investment of 10 million Xiangdao coins exceeded the shooting costs, the local box office in Xiangdao would need to reach at least 30 million to break even. Last year, the local box office champion, Best Partners, only garnered 26 million Xiangdao coins. Thus far this year, The local box office champion remained Best Partners 2, released in February, with a box office of 23 million Xiangdao coins. Given such a substantial investment, the risk of failure was considerable. Even with Li Yao's memories and skills from a previous life, he remained uncertain about the current tastes of the audience. Thus, he approached this endeavor with a mindset of experimentation. His intention was to pursue a Western route, while simultaneously seeking to make a bit of extra income in neon. Li Yao aimed to cast a neon actor in Wu Shuang, and additionally find an actor from. The male lead, Li Fuxing, was already predetermined to be portrayed by a Chinese actor, as he aspired to embrace a cultural direction necessitating the use of actors from Longren. For this role, Li Yao intended to have a divine being conduct auditions. Should that not yield satisfactory results, he would then contemplate the inclusion of some venerable actors from this era. Regarding the secondary male lead, Li Wen, Li Yao planned to alter the character's background and cast an actor from. He already had a candidate in mind and requested Lin Anbong to keep an eye out for a young actor from while searching for talent at the special effects company. This individual, named Tang Mu Kulu Si, is a 22-year-old who entered the entertainment industry 2 years ago, having played a valiant soldier, David Shan, in the film Shi Deng Hao. By April of this year, he starred in the comedy Yunnan, where his portrayal of the sensitive young man, Woody, catapulted him to fame in. Despite his youth and modest height, his striking appearance suggests that it will not be long before he becomes one of the most sought-after stars in America, achieving remarkable success akin to that of Li Qian and Lu Han during their peak popularity here. Now, turning to two pivotal female roles, one being Ruan Wen and the other Li Xiuqing. For the character of Ruan Wen, Li Yao intends to invite Lin Qingxia to take on the role. As for Li Xiuqing, he wishes to rename her to Shang Tian Kingzi, casting an actress from his own Neon Entertainment Company, with the final decision to be made between Higuchi Konan and Sawaguchi Yasuko. The remaining roles are to be selected from the Longren Entertainment Circle. Today's auditions primarily focus on selecting the male lead and several supporting characters. Of course, the female lead will also be publicly recruited, though it remains undisclosed that Lin Qingxia has already been designated for the role. Li Yao has arranged for the audition directors, Wang Jing and Su Ku, both of whom are now integral members of the Perfect Entertainment's directorial team. Wang Jing was one of the conditions agreed upon when Li Yao negotiated the acquisition of the Shaw Brothers cinema chain. He invested 325 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase the entire Shaw Brothers cinema chain, simultaneously promising that films produced by Shaw Brothers would have priority screenings in the Perfect Entertainment cinemas. However, this arrangement was not without its stipulations. The contract clearly stated that should Perfect Entertainment require it, any actors signed with Shaw Brothers or TVB could be selected at their discretion. It also stipulated that if an actor from Shaw Brothers or TVB wished to join Perfect Entertainment, they could not be obstructed and must be released if possible. Furthermore, TVB was obligated to assist in promoting Perfect Entertainment's films upon their release. These conditions were readily accepted by Xiao Yifu, who, after years of producing over 1,000 films, understood that having financial resources does not guarantee the creation of quality cinema. Especially upon hearing that the initial films from Perfect Entertainment would be directed by Li Yao, the billionaire himself, he was somewhat dismissive, perceiving it as mere folly driven by extravagance. Nevertheless, with the prospect of profit, Xiao Yifu readily affixed his signature. Wang Jing, one of the directors auditioning today, was directly summoned by Li Yao to join the company. Although Shaw Brothers had sold their cinema chain, publicly claiming they would not abandon their film endeavors, it was evident to all that without their own theaters, Shaw Brothers could not last long. Production cuts, or even cessation of operations were merely a matter of time. Wang Jing, having worked at Shaw Brothers, recognized this reality. When Perfect Entertainment extended an olive branch, he promptly accepted without hesitation. As for Su Ku, he was recommended by Lin Qingxia. Last year, Su directed a film titled Shu Shan, boasting an investment of 30 million. But the box office results were disheartening, nearly leading the investors to financial ruin. This film caused Su's previously burgeoning reputation to plummet, and he was subsequently overlooked for future projects. This misfortune also affected Lin Qingxia, causing her to descend from the ranks of first-tier female stars to second-tier. However, given their deep bond, Lin Qingxia's request prompted Su Ku to follow suit, much like Wang Jing, and he joined Perfect Entertainment without delay. Today, these two directors are engaged in their inaugural task for Perfect Entertainment, conducting auditions for Li Yao. In Hollywood, auditions are commonplace, with artists signed under management companies, while film companies lacking their own actors rely heavily on auditions to select talent. In contrast, the situation in Hong Kong is starkly different, with agents being as rare as giant pandas. The prominent actors here are predominantly signed with film companies, bound by stringent contracts that dictate their work schedules, leaving no room for independent projects. This industry's conventions left Li Yao feeling uneasy. He had never favored signing artists, as managing them proved cumbersome and fraught with disputes. Any hint of scandal or negative publicity could lead to cumbersome and time-consuming resolutions. Yet, not signing artists was no longer an option. The industry's rules dictated otherwise. With film companies competing fiercely for talent resources, neglecting to sign artists would result in others seizing them first. Given the limited pool of artists in Hong Kong, failing to secure actors and staff in advance would hinder his ability to produce even a few films, rendering talent resources a potential vulnerability. Unable to alter the overarching environment, he could only adapt to it. Thus, he placed an advertisement in Tian Tian Ri Bao announcing open auditions, explicitly stating that all successful candidates would be signed to the Hong Kong film industry. In doing so, Perfect Entertainment acquired a new member, Perfect Talent Agency. Chapter 46 Audition. This is a preparation for signing artists in the future. The two productions, Wu Shuang and Wei Jiang Shi Yu Gu Yu Hui, together require over 40 adult actors, and with the addition of extras, the number swells to several hundred. Extras are easily found. Countless individuals in Xiangdao aspire to stardom, and sometimes a mere meal can secure one. In truth, many have already registered in advance for the audition of the male lead and significant supporting roles in Wu Shuang today. This blockbuster, with an investment of tens of millions, is funded by a renowned tycoon from the city. Whether they are established stars or unknowns, everyone approached this opportunity with a hopeful mindset and signed up days ago. Out of over 1,000 applicants, only a little over 100 made it past the preliminary selection to this stage. They are vying for more than 20 roles in Wu Shuang, roughly 1 in 5. Su Ku held the audition list in hand, and there were indeed numerous candidates for the lead role of Li Fuxing, among them the illustrious Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian, who debuted in 1971, had been meandering through Shaw Brothers until last year when he finally broke free and was invited by Princess Jean's Yongjia Film Company to direct, leading to the production of Modern Yamen, which grossed over 7 million. He is quite versatile, excelling in directing, acting, and screenwriting alike. Upon receiving the list, Su Ku promptly sent an audition invitation to Li Xiuxian. When Li Yao saw Li Xiuxian enter, he couldn't help but recall Stephen Chow. In another world, Li Xiuxian was indeed Stephen Chow's mentor, having played a pivotal role in his rise to fame. However, their relationship was far from cordial, and the media in Hong Kong often circulated gossip about them. Back in 1988, when Stephen Chow had just joined Li Xiuxian's Universal Company, he was fervently dedicated to his craft, only to be harshly reprimanded by Li Xiuxian. Acting is not hard labor. Do you really need to be that desperate, like a dog? Fast forward to 1995, during the filming of A Chinese Odyssey 2. There was a scene where the character played by Stephen Chow pointed at the son Wukong he portrayed and said to Zixia, "He looks just like a dog." Perhaps this was Stephen Chow's self-deprecating humor. Stephen Chow has never paid heed to the opinions of those within the industry regarding him. When Shaolin Soccer won awards, he expressed immense gratitude for Li Xiuxian's support, yet Li Xiuxian would often scold him for forgetting his roots. As for who was right or wrong, Li Yao had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. He believed that discussions of camaraderie in the entertainment industry were a futile waste of time. Ultimately, all disputes boiled down to interests. Li Xiuxian's criticism stemmed from feeling he could no longer benefit from Stephen Chow. The Yongxing couple also held similar grievances against him. However, when it comes to acting skills, Li Xiuxian is undeniably talented, standing among the elite. Yet, he has a tendency to portray police roles, which makes his image overly upright. The male lead in Wu Shuang is a crime lord, and it remains uncertain whether he can convincingly embody that character. Li Yao had Li Xiuxian don the custom costume of Li Fuxing and perform several scenes. In the script, Li Fuxing is the head of a forgery group, and Xun Ti appear too youthful. In the original work, the character played by Fa Gu, nearing 60, was exceptionally portrayed, but Li Yao felt that Li Xiuxian's skills could hold their own. At 33, with some makeup, he could pass for someone in their 40s, fitting the role of a forgery group leader. The key issue is his overly upright impression, having predominantly played police roles in the past. This time, portraying a villain in Wu Shuang presents a stark contrast. Although he may not possess the commanding presence of Fa Ge later on, at this moment, he should be able to manage. Li Yao believed Li Xiuxian was quite suitable for the role of Li Fuxing, yet he wanted to clarify Li Xiuxian's contract situation first. Mr. Li, did you sign a contract with Yongjia Company for your film last year? I did not sign. Last year, Yongjia invited me to film Modern Yamen, and I only signed that film as contract. I am currently a free agent. Li Xiuxian's Modern Yamen had earned Yongjia several million, giving him a solid stance. Mr. Li, let us be frank. You have the funds and are willing to invest in filmmaking. Regardless of the script, I am willing to sign with you. However, Li Xiuxian paused before continuing. I do not wish to remain merely an actor on set. I want to write scripts, direct, and create the films I desire. I have recently written a script titled, "If you invest in this film, I can lower my acting fee to star in your project." So, you are here seeking investment? Li Yao felt a twinge of displeasure. In another version, had earned Li Xiuxian both the Golden Horse and Hong Kong Film Awards for Best Actor, yet the film itself did not generate profit, grossing just over 6 million. With Li Xiuxian as the primary beneficiary while the investors saw little return. Even in the long run, most films directed by Li Xiuxian have not been lucrative. This fellow is ambitious, constantly dreaming of building his own career, making his signing rather unprofitable. Mr. Li, all film projects at our company will have the scripts determined by me. Li Yao gently declined. Of course, if your script is exceptional, I would not refuse. However, my investment approach is similar to Yongjia's. Directors only receive a fixed salary, with no profit share, whether local or foreign. Upon hearing Li Yao's words, Li Xiuxian slightly furrowed his brow. If Li Yao's investment strategy mirrored that of Yongjia, he might as well sign directly with them. The head of Yongjia, Chen Xuanqi, had long ago expressed interest in the script for Wu Shuang and was willing to invest in its production, but he did not seek profit sharing. He had come to the audition site to mingle, hoping to gain some benefits. Ultimately, he found that these investors were all of the same ilk, including the wealthier Li Yao. At that time, Li Xiuxian was already a second-tier star, with fees ranging from 800,000 to 1,200,000, and a continuous stream of offers. His presence at this audition was because Wu Shuang was a major production. Coupled with the knowledge of Li Yao's deep pockets, he sought a substantial ally. Mr. Li, I need to think this over. Very well. Li Xiuxian left with a clear understanding in his heart, knowing that he was likely to be met with rejection. Li Yao made a decisive stroke, marking an X over Li Xiuxian's name. The next candidate to enter for the audition was none other than the future male lead of Wu Shuang, Zhou Ruanfa. At that time last year, he was affectionately referred to as Shinxian Fa, young and handsome, with remarkable ratings and box office success whether in television or film. However, this year, 2 of his films had flopped, leaving his company in dire straits, and Shinxian Fa had sadly transformed into doomed Fa, having not landed a role for several months. Therefore, this audition was of paramount importance to him, as it was a project worth millions. Directors, hello, Director Li. He greeted politely upon entering, bowing deeply to Li Yao and the 2 directors. In the past, he had run back and forth to the Peninsula Hotel for 6 months just to meet Xiao Daying. His rise to fame was attributed not only to persistence and determination, but also a touch of luck, along with unparalleled acting skills. His performance in Du Shun had more than qualified him for the Best Actor award at the Golden Statue Awards. Portraying both a fool and a boss convincingly within a film is no small feat, especially when the production lasted merely over 20 days, leaving no time for adjustment. It was solely his talent and skill that brought the character to life. At 28, Zhou Ruanfa was strikingly handsome and undoubtedly capable of embodying the character of Li Fuxing. However, the challenge lay in his youthfulness, as he appeared rather juvenile, akin to a lad in his early 20s. If he were to portray Li Wan, with slight adjustments to the age background, it might have been feasible. Yet, to play the leader of a forgery syndicate, Zhou Ruanfa's age was genuinely unsuitable. Therefore, before Su Ku and Wang Jing could even have him change clothes for a trial, Li Yao directly dismissed him. Faz, your appearance and demeanor resonate with me, but you are too young to portray Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing, after all, is the head of a forgery group, and even the youngest among them would be in their 30s, nearing 40. This age barrier is insurmountable for you. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ruanfa could only helplessly move his lips. In truth, the audition notice in the newspaper clearly stated that the role of Li Fuxing required an actor aged 30 or above. His advancement to this point was due to his modest fame as a second or third-tier star, comparable to Li Xiuxian. Thus, at 28, he had barely squeezed into the preliminary selection, only to be eliminated in the end by Li Yao. Well, Mr. Li, I understand. Thank you, Director Su, Director Wang, and Mr. Li. Despite the setback, he graciously offered a few polite words. His emotional intelligence was evident, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, which explained his success in other realms. As Zhou Ruanfa prepared to leave, Li Yao, with a smile, quietly inquired, "Hey, FAZ, do you have an audition tomorrow? The one for Wahi Jiang Shi Yu Gu Yu Hui." Zhou Ruanfa paused momentarily, then quickly responded, "Yes. I have also signed up for the audition of Kuang Tianyu." Li Yao replied with a smile, "Then remember to come early tomorrow." The character Kuang Tianyu, from Jiangyu, is memorable not only for his indecisive nature, but also for that dazzling leather jacket. When discussing the roles Zhou Ruanfa had played, what images come to mind? Gao Jin's trench coat and Xiao Ma Ji's leather jacket. The tall and imposing Zhou Ruanfa looks particularly dashing in overcoats. Li Yao believed he would be quite suitable for the film version of Kuang Tianyu. This remark delighted the astute Zhou Ruanfa, his eyes widening in excitement. "Great. Mr. Li, no problem. I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow." He planned to buy several alarm clocks upon returning home, determined to rise early and set them all to ring at 7 o'clock. Li Yao nodded. Next. Chapter 47. The chubby girl ultimately, for the role of Li Fuxing, Li Yao selected a small-time actor named Qin Pei. Hailing from a scholarly family, Qin Pei is 38 years old this year and possesses commendable acting skills along with a commanding presence. When adorned in a suit and tie, he exudes an air of elegance tinged with cunning, making him particularly suited for the role of a villainous overlord. With his acting prowess sufficient to embody Li Fuxing's character. Last year, he portrayed Temujin in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and is an artist affiliated with TVB. However, this year, he has become a free agent. In 1981, he partnered with Jiang Dawei to establish a company, and both have since pursued independent careers. Over the past few years, they have been traversing extensively, with only their junior, heir Dongsheng, signing with Shaw Brothers. Li Yao directly inquired if Qin Pei was interested in joining Perfect Entertainment and whether he would be willing to sign a long-term contract. Should he agree, not only would he land the leading role in Wu Shuang, but he would also secure an important part in I Have a Date with a Zombie. The lead role in the film demands an investment of 10 million, while supporting roles require 20 million. The current head honcho is the formidable Li. And after some deliberation, Qin Pei resolutely decided to sign, thereby becoming the first male artist under Perfect Entertainment. However, he was not the company's first artist, as Lin Qingxia had been signed just a few days prior. With the male lead for Wu Shuang secured, selecting the supporting roles became significantly easier. The second male lead, the first female lead, and the second female lead have all been determined, and finding the remaining characters proved to be less arduous. Yesterday, aside from Qin Pei, Perfect Entertainment signed over a dozen artists, most of whom are supporting roles, with Qin Pei being the only one of notable recognition among the third-tier stars. Despite Perfect Entertainment's financial resources, it is still not a major company, and second-tier actors are generally reluctant to join if they cannot secure leading roles. The casting for Wu Shuang is essentially complete. Today, on August 6th, the casting for I Have a Date with a Zombie is set to commence. Unlike Wu Shuang, which began with the selection of the male lead, I Have a Date with a Zombie will start by selecting a child actor to portray the character of Kuang Fuxing. In the film adaptation of I Have a Date with a Zombie that Li Yao has adapted, the character of Kuang Fuxing is established as follows. Born in 1931. He resides in the Qingshan village of Tunmen in Hong Kong. In 1941, the Japanese initiated the Pacific War, invading Hong Kong by the end of the year, leading to a 17-day resistance before surrendering, resulting in the occupation of the entire territory. Japanese Army General Yamamoto Ichifu captured the armed figure Kuang Tianyu in Tunmen. Kuang Fuxing concealed the injured Kuang Tianyu outside the village at the ancient Qingshan Zen Temple, which was established during the Eastern Jin Dynasty and is home to the sealed corpse of the General Jiang Shi Wang. The descendants of the Nan Mao Bei Ma demon exorcising Long clan have safeguarded this temple for generations. They repelled the Japanese army's assault, prompting Yamamoto Ichifu to request support, which resulted in the bombing of Qingshan Zen Temple. This inadvertently unsealed the coffin of the general, leading to Kuang Fuxing being bitten by the general and transforming into a Jiang Shi, maintaining the appearance of a 10-year-old. After the battle at Qingshan Zen Temple, the general was resealed, and both Kuang Fuxing and Kuang Tianyu became Jiang Shi, living together and referring to each other as father and son. They later joined the supernatural police force of the Hong Kong Police Department, specializing in combating the hidden dark forces in Hong Kong. Jiang Shi possessed supernatural abilities, and Kwang Fuxing's power is the manipulation of objects, employing flying knives as his weapon. Based on this premise, Kwang Fuxing is indeed a skilled child, and Li Yao plans to design several special effects shots for his flying knives. Given Kwang Fuxing's mischievous nature, it is essential to find a clever and articulate child to portray him. Currently, there are 5 candidates, 3 boys and 2 girls, all born in 1974. The first to audition is Feng Deluan, a child of connections and a star second generation. Perfect Entertainment has fostered a good relationship with Shaw Brothers. If suitable actors are not found through open auditions for both films, they will turn to Shaw Brothers. Feng Deluan's mother, the renowned actress Shi Yan from Shaw Brothers, directly called Perfect Entertainment as soon as the audition advertisement was released. The audition heads are Su Ku and Wang Jing, but at that time, Wang Jing happened to be absent, so Su Ku answered the call. One day, TVB actor Lu Jing brought her son Lu Kaiwei to meet Su Ku, seeking an opportunity for him. Su Ku candidly relayed this to Shi Yan, who was quite open-minded, stating, "Let him try. Fair competition, whoever is capable will prevail." Confident in her son's abilities, Shi's mother was optimistic. Today, Feng Deluan appeared dressed like a little gentleman in a tailcoat. Walking onto the stage with confidence, waving, "Hi, my name is Stephen." He pranced about like a proud little rooster, declaring, "Teachers, please challenge me." Upon hearing this, Su Ku stood up from his seat, approached the stage, and asked, "Stephen, I am your father, and we are out shopping when suddenly a Jiang Shi approaches, wanting to bite you. What will you do?" "Perform an impromptu act." Feng Deluan retorted, "If you were my father, wouldn't that be taking advantage of my mother?" Clearly displeased, he requested a different scenario. Su Ku, in his 30s, was rendered speechless with indignation, while Wang Jing stifled her laughter. Li Yao shook his head in amusement. "Now, strut for me like a model." Su Ku felt that the child was too immature, causing him to lose face before the boss. "Walk from here to the door and straight out to your mother." "This question is too simple. Watch me handle it effortlessly." Feng Deluan earnestly began his catwalk, swaying his hips as he exited the door. Ollie next. Su Ku decisively shut the door, blocking him outside. Shi Yan had not acted in a long time, and the boss shook his head. Su Ku saw no reason to show leniency. Li Yao crossed Feng Deluan's name off the list. This boy dared to contradict the director, lacking the cleverness required for the role. However, he could be considered for signing with the company, as he still held potential. The second to enter was Lu Kaiwei, who appeared quite mature, exhibiting commendable psychological fortitude, remaining calm before the camera, and displaying far more cleverness than Feng Deluan. Just listening to his opening remarks was enough to reveal his aptitude. "Greetings to you, Brother Yao, Uncle Su, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Zhang." Lu Kaiwei courteously greeted each one, then turned to the cameraman and nodded, saying, "Hello, photographer uncle." Although he did not know the cameraman, he certainly did not overlook him. "Hello, young lad." The cameraman responded with a thumbs up, offering encouragement. This young boy certainly knows how to make a good impression. Upon entering, he immediately bridged the gap with everyone through his respectful addresses. Whether this was a lesson from his father or a clever tactic of his own remains uncertain. Wei Zai is renowned for his cleverness and possesses a natural talent for acting. Wang Jing and Lu Jian are old acquaintances, both originating from TVB. Wang Jing promptly stood up to support Lu Kaiwei, asserting that he believes Wei Zai is more suited for the role of Kwang Fuxing. However, suitability can only be determined through trial. Li Yao asked Lu Kaiwei to perform several excerpts from the script, and the result was rather mediocre. After all, he lacked formal training. The main issue was his rigid demeanor, which did not align with the essence of Kwang Fuxing. Li Yao noted pending next to his name. As before, even if this time he does not secure the role of Kwang Fuxing, they could still sign him on and nurture his talent gradually. The third candidate relied on connections. Today was truly a gala for the children of stars. His name was Fan Xiaowang, and his father, Fan Meisheng, was an esteemed martial arts star from Shaw Brothers. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, possessing a sturdy build and a powerful voice, though his movements appeared somewhat unnatural. Su Ku and Fan Meisheng were close friends, often enjoying drinks together. Su Ku hoped Fan Xiaowang would land the role of Kwang Fuxing and even prepared a prop for him to showcase his skills. With enthusiasm, Fan Xiaowang punched and kicked the prop, demonstrating a fair semblance of Wing Chun, and concluded by mimicking Li Xiaolong, exclaiming, "I strike." as he sent the prop flying. "Teachers, my performance is complete," he declared, bowing with a gesture reminiscent of a young master. Li Yao mused that this fellow could wield a flying knife without guidance. Yet he was somewhat stiff in front of the camera, lacking the naturalness of Lu Kaiwei. Next, two young girls entered for auditions. One was named Yang Qianhua, and the other Yang Kani. The two children had no notable background. They were accompanied by their parents and had already passed the preliminary selection. The first to enter was Yang Qianhua, who had prepared thoroughly, donning a costume from the Qing dynasty and applying special makeup, clearly eager to perform. Upon her entrance, Li Yao's eyes brightened, recalling the character Yang Qianhua portrayed in Another World in Xian Jia Shimei. Although her acting was not the finest, she possessed a flair for comedy, and her sincere demeanor endeared her to the audience of Xiangdao. Some actors naturally evoke a sense of closeness, and Yang Qianhua and Zhou Xingqi belong to this category. "Ahua, who did your makeup?" Li Yao inquired. "I did it myself, following the video of the costume drama," she replied. Back then, Yang Qianhua was a chubby little girl with dimples on her face, exuding a charmingly comedic aura. For the first time, Li Yao called in Yang Kani, placing a pair of scissors on the table. "Ahua, Annie, the child actors for this film must be boys. Your hair is too long and does not comply with the requirements. You must cut it to audition. If you do not pass the audition, there will be no role for you. Do you understand?" Yang Kani was the second-generation leading lady from Xiangdao, possessing striking beauty and charm. Clearly cut out to be a star. However, she was evidently quite attached to her hair, and upon hearing the need for a haircut, she immediately became anxious. The chubby Yang Qianhua did not hesitate. She dashed to the table and, amidst gasps from the adults, swiftly cut her hair short. "Brother Yao, I love playing boys. I wouldn't mind if you shaved my head." Children often possess a competitive spirit, and upon seeing her rival cut her hair, Yang Kani hesitated with the scissors in hand. Li Yao gestured for the staff to escort Yang Kani out. "Brother, can I have a moment to think it over?" Yang Kani pleaded, nearly in tears as she gazed at Li Yao. Everyone halted, observing how Li Yao would respond. "This girl is quite clever." Li Yao recalled her name was Zhang Hongli, a graduate from Xiangdao Chinese University, excelling academically and only in her early 20s, applying independently. Currently, she worked as an artist assistant at Perfect Management Company, having orchestrated the auditions over the past few days. Li Yao smiled warmly, saying, "Annie, if the film Beneath 870 requires girls, you will be the first to know. Additionally, my company is in need of young actors. Please ask your parents if they would be willing to sign a contract." "Thank you, brother." Yang Kani nodded while wiping away her tears, reluctantly departing. For the next hour, Yang Qianhua busied herself in the audition room. When she emerged, Li Yao surveyed the surrounding individuals. These children all possessed unique characteristics, yet he felt that Ahua was more suited for the role of Kuang Fuxing. What do you all think? Chapter 48. The tyranny of clauses. Li Yao, the esteemed head of the enterprise, made a decisive call, and the roles were firmly established. Su Ku initially intended to select Fan Xiaowang, yet he found himself devoid of confidence, particularly after the previous year's project in Shushan had met with such disastrous failure. Wang Jing had originally hoped to lend a hand to Lu Jian's son, but the clever lad discerned that the boss had already set his sights on Yang Qianhua. He quickly concurred, stating, "I share the same sentiment. Yang Qianhua is indeed quite suitable." In truth, according to Wang's preferences, even without Lu Jian's son, he would have gravitated towards Yang Kainu. Wang's selection process was primarily based on appearance, rather than acting prowess. Li Yao acknowledged that Yang Kainu possessed a more attractive visage. Yet the character Kuang Fuxing in the original television series was portrayed as an endearing little chubby boy. Presently, Yang Qianhua's appearance aligned more closely with this role. Moreover, the film boasted an abundance of stunning actresses, including Lin Qingxia, who would portray the leading lady, Ma Xiaoling. Additionally, Li Yao contemplated providing a fresh background for the second female lead, Wang Xinjin, considering having his neighbor debut in the film to make an appearance. This would ensure a delightful mix of alluring beauties and innocent maidens, guaranteeing an impressive visual feast. Li Yao's cinematic adaptation of Weijiang Shiyu Guyu Hui revolves around the theme of justice triumphing over evil, with heroes battling monstrous foes. The heroes are divided into two factions, Kuang Tianyu and Kuang Fuxing, a father-son duo representing the supernatural police force, and Ma Xiaoling alongside Wang Xinjin, who form a private team, serving the wealthy while also accepting commissions from the Hong Kong government. The film features Lin Qingxiao at the age of 28 and the 16-year-old Zhou Huimin, where the young actors merely need to deliver a satisfactory performance. The charming demeanor of Hua is likely to make the audience overlook her appearance. Liao remained steadfast in his decision, declaring it settled. Hongli, please negotiate the contract with Hua's parents, and then summon those auditioning for the role of Kuang Tianyu. This character had already been decided in his mind. Initially, Liao had contemplated inviting Chow Yun-fat or Zhang Guorong to take on the leading role of Kuang Tianyu. However, during the auditions, Zhang Guorong was absent, leaving only Chow Yun-fat to make an appearance. Provided that Chow Yun-fat consented to sign a long-term contract, Liao intended to re-engage him. Since this year, Chow Yun-fat's popularity had noticeably waned. However, in an alternate reality, it would not be until 1986, following the success of Ing Xiong Ben Say, that he would experience a resurgence. Chow Yun-fat examined the contract presented by Liao, noting the remarkably lenient terms, devoid of any harsh stipulations, alongside an attractive compensation package. With determination, he agreed to a 5-year contract. In the realm of the Hong Kong entertainment industry, 5 years was not overly lengthy. Apart from major stars, most individuals typically signed for no less than 5 years. The pivotal aspect was that Chow Yun-fat, demonstrating astuteness, ensured that Liao did not incur any penalty for early termination. He personally disbursed 4 million Hong Kong dollars to extricate himself from his previous contract before signing with Perfect Entertainment. Liao was unconcerned about the 5-year duration, as he harbored confidence that within this time frame, both his cultural endeavors and financial capabilities would expand dramatically, evoking astonishment. By then, even if Chow Yun-fat did not wish to renew his contract, actors of his caliber would be eager to solicit an extension. With Chow Yun-fat's willingness to join Perfect Entertainment, the role of Kuang Tianyu was undoubtedly his. The leading characters, Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling, were confirmed, along with suitable candidates for the pivotal supporting roles of Kuang Fuxing and Wang Jinjin. The remaining roles were secondary, yet the principal antagonist, Jiang Cheng, remained crucial. 3 contenders emerged: Qin Pei, Zhu Jiang, and Gao Xiong. Liao decided to assign the role of Jiang Cheng to Qin Pei. At the age of 38, Qin Pei was set to become the lead in 2 major films, one with an investment of 10 million, the other soaring to 20 million, both featuring him as the villain. However, these antagonists were notably stylish, exuding a formidable presence and high caliber. Li Fuxing was the ringleader of a forgery syndicate, and Qin Pei's refined yet sinister demeanor was perfectly suited for this character. Jiang Cheng represented the ultimate villain in Wei Jiang Shi Yu Gu Yu Hui, with the script depicting him as the ancestor of the vampiric Jiang Shi, having existed for centuries and stirring chaos upon each appearance. The film's central conflicts revolved around Jiang Cheng, yet his scenes proved challenging to shoot. Jiang Cheng appeared only twice throughout the narrative, once during the climactic battle at the Qingshan Zen Institute, where he single-handedly faced down bombers and artillery. Wang Jing remained perplexed, pondering how they could capture Jiang Cheng's scenes even if they could rent aircraft and artillery. Special effects would undoubtedly be essential. Suka sensed that the film's budget might surpass that of his new Shushan. With the climax set against the backdrop of Victoria Harbor, where Jiang Cheng aimed to transform the entire population of Hong Kong into Jiangshi, Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu would unite to thwart him, with this confrontation unfolding upon the sea, rendering traditional wire work impractical, a spectacle he had never filmed before, yet found intriguing. The film's narrative arc was relatively straightforward. It commenced with the fierce battle at the Qingshan Zen Institute, where Jiang Cheng transformed Kuang Tianyu, Kuang Fuxing, and Yamamoto Kazuo of the Neon Army into Jiangshi, only to be sealed away by the exorcist Nan Maobei-ma. Following this monumental battle, the story would seamlessly transition to the present-day bustling metropolis. At this juncture, Kuang Tianyu and Kuang Fuxing retained their inherent goodness, dedicated to opposing the Jiangshi. Yamamoto Kazuo, a nefarious character, lurked in Hong Kong seeking ways to unbind Jiang Cheng's seal. Eventually, Jiang Cheng was indeed awakened, sowing chaos once more. Fortunately, with Ma Xiaoling as a savior, catastrophe was averted. Liao had departed, leaving Su Ku and Wang Jing to finalize the remaining supporting roles. After all, it was impractical for the boss to handle every detail. These two needed to exercise their directorial talents. With Liao gone, both Su Ku and Wang Jing felt a significant weight lifted off their shoulders. Although Liao had maintained a calm demeanor and an amiable attitude, he was a billionaire, surpassing even the stock market magnate Li Zhaoji, which had rendered them somewhat reserved during his presence. With his exit, the two talented directors felt truly liberated. They began to deliberate on who might portray Yamamoto Kazuo, a rather significant supporting character. Suku was the first to speak up, suggesting Su Jinshin. His appearance is sufficiently intimidating. Wang Jing produced a photograph of an actor, noting his youth. Su Jinshin was only 23, while Yamamoto Kazuo was a middle-aged man. Given the contemporary timeline, his daughter, Yamamoto Mirai, would also need to make an appearance, making Su Jinshin unsuitable for the role of his father. Then let Gao Xiong take on the role of Yamamoto Kazuo. Suku proposed an idea. This year, Gao Xiong is 37, an age that is quite fitting. The role of his son-in-law, Tang Binjin Wu, could be assigned to Su Jinjiang. Ah, what a splendid notion. Wang Jinglu chuckled, envisioning the delightful mischief that Gao Xiong and Su Jinjiang would conjure together. Li Yao departed from the audition room, yet did not leave the premises of Perfect Entertainment Company. He first made his way to the reception area, intending to meet the actors who had come for auditions, as most of them would ultimately become his contracted artists. His subordinates. The person in charge, Lin Bang, was absent, attending to other matters. With no one else available to handle the situation, he had no choice but to step in himself. Today, numerous seasoned actors attended, some returning to the industry after a hiatus, seeking to find a new agency. Among them was the venerable Hu Feng, aged 50. This gentleman is a well-established star in the Hong Kong entertainment scene. Having gained fame in the 1960s and 70s through musical films and even imitating Elvis Presley, earning him the moniker Dance King Xiao. He is also a renowned mentor, having taken many apprentices under his wing, consistently portraying a benevolent elder on screen. Today, he auditioned for the role of the old abbot from Qingshan Zen Temple, a compassionate monk dedicated to selflessness and saving others. Brother Xiao, will your radio program Hu Yin Feng you continue to air? Li Yao inquired, having a keen interest in the show. When he first arrived in this world, his evenings were often spent either watching television or listening to the radio. Hu Feng previously hosted a program on a commercial radio station, occasionally singing as well. Li Yao had listened to his show on the radio. In another realm, Hu Feng played the role of Zheng Xiuwen's father in the film Marry a Rich Man, leaving a lasting impression on Li Yao. I do not intend to continue broadcasting. My contract with the commercial station has expired. They wished for me to sign a 5-year agreement, but I am not inclined to continue, Hu Feng replied. He had once owned a film company, but it had long since collapsed. For the past few years, he had worked at the radio station, occasionally taking on film roles. Mr. Li, I am the sole applicant for the monk role in the audition. Your advertisement is quite clear. Successful auditionees must join your company. What is the minimum contract duration? Hu Feng expressed his desire not to be bound by a long-term contract, wishing for the freedom to depart if he found the experience unsatisfactory. The seasoned actors present listened attentively, eagerly awaiting Li Yao's response. A minimum of 3 years, Li Yao informed them. Our company's contracts are rather flexible. During the contract period, you may still accept other work. However, projects arranged by the company must take precedence. After the auditions, I will send you the contracts. Li Yao understood that previous draconian terms could not retain talent. Thus, he established a management contract with lower commissions than typical agencies. He assured the artists that their earnings would surpass those of others, while striving to minimize the risks associated with switching agencies. 3 years is acceptable. Hu Feng nodded in agreement. He had previously inquired at TVB, where the minimum contract was 5 years, a standard in the industry. In truth, Hu Feng had hoped to join TVB or ATV, considering them major companies. However, Li Yao's open audition advertisement offered him an alternative opportunity. Li Yao had been advancing rapidly, with the media dubbing him the 21st wealthiest individual in Hong Kong. Such a prominent figure had even established a film company. With meticulous attention to detail, personally penning scripts and selecting actors, surpassing even the legendary Xiao Yifu in prowess. At the time Xiao Yifu entered the film industry and managed TVB, he was already over 50 and a wealthy magnate. Yet he dedicated several years to immersing himself in film sets and company affairs. With Xiao Yifu as a precedent, the community was less astonished by Li Yao's ambitious endeavors. Once, Xiao Yifu managed both the film and television industries in Hong Kong. Now, with Li Yao's youthful vigor and substantial financial resources, it was conceivable that, with even half of Xiao Yifu's dedication, he could transform Perfect Entertainment into a company of similar stature. It was this potential that encouraged the seasoned actors to consider auditioning. After discussing the signing of potential actors, Li Yao finally departed from Perfect Entertainment. Presently, both Perfect Entertainment and other subsidiaries of the Perfect Group operated from the Gene Xin building. The location had been vacated half a month in advance, freeing 5 floors, which, combined with the existing 8, provided a total of 13 usable floors. Excluding the factory and personnel from Perfect Culture, the group now employed approximately 1,500 individuals, barely accommodating their needs. Liao returned directly to his office on the top floor, and shortly thereafter, Hua Jinning arrived. Chapter 49. Two-dimensional animation. Liao was acutely aware that Hua Jining had likely been waiting for him for quite some time. This was due to Hua Jinning's management of Wanmei Wenhua, which currently boasted the highest number of employees under Liao's purview. Liao had recruited over 500 artists from Neon with lucrative salaries, followed by the enlistment of more than 600 local cartoonists in Xiangdao, culminating in a total exceeding 900 individuals. Both the comic and animation companies were relentlessly seeking new talent, as a larger workforce naturally equated to greater strength. However, to speak candidly, these artists were primarily engaged in rudimentary tasks and lacked innovative ideas. They could flawlessly execute drawings based on established designs and original artwork, yet when it came to creating original comics, they were utterly at a loss. Such work required merely a foundational skill in drawing, which made recruitment quite effortless. At that time, the standard of comic creation in Xiangdao had genuinely flourished. Following the developments of the 1970s, by the 1980s, Xiangdao's comics were thriving immensely, with no fewer than 10,000 individuals engaged in the field. It was this vibrant environment that allowed Wanmei Wenhua to attract such a substantial workforce. Consequently, it became the subsidiary of the Wanmei Group with the largest number of employees. The comic company alone was nearing an impressive count of 1,100 personnel. When combined with the publishing house, animation company, and acquired Tiantian Rabao, the total workforce exceeded 2,000. If all were to be crammed into the Jinshin building, it would be utterly impossible unless the entire structure were vacated. Thus, the primary office of Wanmei Wenhua was located in Chaiwan, where a warehouse had been converted for this purpose. The land had originally belonged to Jin Labeo, which was currently constructing its own printing factory. Liao was negotiating with nearby landowners to potentially expand this area, aspiring to transform it into the largest two-dimensional cultural center in all of Asia. It would overshadow even places like Akihabara. With core operations situated there, Hua Jining, as the person in charge, frequently visited, leaving only a small team of 10 or so at the headquarters for liaison duties. He spent most of his time away from the main office. "What brings you here, Aining?" Liao inquired with a smile, pleased to see one of his key protégés. He instructed the secretary at the entrance, "Aining enjoys coffee. Please prepare a cup of the cat poop coffee that David brought back for him." "Thank you, boss. I appreciate it, Anna," Hua Jining replied cheerfully to the secretary, Anna. The young staff member, the boss's secretary, understood the importance of maintaining good relations. This was something Hua Jining was fully aware of without needing guidance. Hua Jining was one of Liao's most valued assistants, and with such a cordial demeanor, Anna momentarily felt flattered, quickly responding, "No need to mention it. It's all part of my job." This secretary, recruited by Xiao Linlin, was a high-achieving graduate from Hong Kong University and a close friend from her university days, known for her striking beauty, named Anna. Recently, Xiao Linlin had been exceedingly busy. Her responsibilities at Linda Wealth Company had surged since Li Yao gained fame, creating a bustling atmosphere akin to a marketplace. Housewives and retail investors who had previously interacted with Linda Wealth Company suddenly realized that her husband was none other than the illustrious De Li. Once they discovered that De Li was managing their finances, their enthusiasm for investment skyrocketed. Since Li Yao's return from Neon, Xiao Linlin had labored for 2 months, revamping her image and investing over $1 million Xiangdao dollars, barely managing to raise around 20 million. However, shortly after Li Yao's return, his newfound fame propelled Linda Wealth Company's fundraising to approximately 200 million Xiangdao dollars. With such an influx of funds, Xiao Linlin found herself unable to remain close to Li Yao as a secretary. The company staff had expanded from the original 5, including herself, to over 50. Having recently graduated, Xiao Linlin lacked sufficient experience and needed to devote her full attention to managing the company efficiently. Fearing that Li Yao might seek assistance from another woman, she called upon Anna to help her handle the workload. Although Anna's appearance was not particularly striking, her capabilities were remarkable, effectively performing the tasks of 3 individuals. Xiao Linlin was already quite competent, but Anna's prowess was exceptional. Li Yao was particularly pleased with her and promoted her from intern secretary to a formal secretary. After exchanging a few words with Hu Jianing, Anna returned with a cup of cat poop coffee. Upon tasting it, Hu Jianing's eyes lit up. This is delightful. The flavor after fermentation is simply unparalleled. Let's have Anna prepare a few pounds for you to take home, Li Yao generously proposed. Hu Jianing initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Li Yao's resolute attitude, he reluctantly agreed. All right, Aining, you possess great abilities and can manage most matters independently without needing to seek me out, Li Yao stated directly. What brings you here specifically today? Following its expansion, Wanmei Wenhua now boasted a newspaper, Tiantian Rabao, a comic company, a publishing house, a printing factory under construction, and an animation company. In Xiangdao, comics were quite commonplace during the 1980s, a period of significant popularity for Hong Kong comics. However, due to technological and commercial limitations, it was rare for Hong Kong comics to be adapted into animation. Although ATV and TVB aired animated series daily, most were imports, primarily from Neon, with a few from Europe and America. Locally produced content consisted of only simple short films. Li Yao, having come from the future, recognized that animated cultural products held an influence comparable to that of films and television series. The post-80s and 90s generations had largely grown up watching Japanese anime, which made them more open-minded compared to previous generations. Many cultural phenomena from Neon initially gained traction through anime. Even young people in Europe and America expressed a fondness for Japanese anime and animation. Beyond the cultural impact, Li Yao was keenly aware of the substantial profits generated by the animation industry, which he refused to overlook. Therefore, his primary focus was indeed on the animation company under Wanmei Wenhua. Since its inception, Wanmei Wenhua had been continuously investing, with minimal returns. During Hu Jianing's visit to Li Yao, he brought forth exhilarating news. Boss, we have successfully completed 10 episodes of Transformers Season 1, and 12 episodes of the first installment of Harry Potter are also finished, Hu Jianing reported. Both of these animated works are quite commendable. I believe we should first add voiceovers, and then submit our creations to the television stations for airing. He continued, oh, so soon? Li Yao straightened his back and gazed at Hu Jianing. The voiceovers haven't been done yet, but the animation portion is complete, Hu Jianing elucidated. In those earlier times, much of the animation was accomplished through hand drawing. Hand-drawn animation, regarded as the predecessor of computer animation, involves animators meticulously sketching each frame on transparent sheets, which are then photographed and projected to create the animated sequence. Each frame requires at least 10 original sketches. Otherwise, the animation appears choppy. To achieve a smoothness akin to that of films, one must exceed 30 original sketches per second. For instance, a 10-minute episode necessitates 60 times 10 times 30, equating to 18,000 sketches to ensure fluidity. Moreover, accounting for discarded and surplus sketches, a seamless hand-drawn animation episode typically involves around 25,000 drawings. Take, for example, the immensely popular 52-episode animation Shiyuji, which was produced in mainland China in 1999. It comprised a staggering 1 million original sketches, nearly 20,000 background images, utilized 30 tons of paper, and took a full 5 years to complete. Not only Shiyuji, but early animations were predominantly hand-drawn. Before the advent of computer animation, the entire industry relied on manual labor. Remarkably, exceptional hand-drawn animations prior to the 21st century were of quality that rivaled computer-generated works. Even the immensely successful 1994 film The Lion King was a product of hand-drawn animation. At that time, in Xiangdao, the technology for computer animation was yet to be developed. While there were models, they had not yet been integrated into the animation production process. Li Yao's comics for Transformers and Harry Potter were released in June. Transformers achieved remarkable sales, moving 250,000 copies in just 2 months in Xiangdao. The market even saw the emergence of pirated versions, some of which retained the original titles and identical plots. The newly established legal department of the Perfect Group finally had work to engage in. In contrast to Transformers, the Harry Potter comic struggled in sales, possibly due to stylistic differences, garnering little attention even from pirates. However, Harry Potter had initially gained immense popularity in Europe and America. Li Yao had already tasked someone with reaching out to European and American publishers regarding the Harry Potter comic. Should it fail to gain traction there as well, he would have no choice but to shake his head in resignation. He was not keen on direct adaptations. Following the original text too closely would be excessively laborious. Without computers, he could only produce about 1,000 words in an hour of handwritten work. Any book typically contains several 100,000 words, with later online novels stretching into millions. Liao's hand grew weary from writing. Conversely, creating comics proved to be significantly simpler. Once the characters and backgrounds were established, he could swiftly draft a comic outline and submit it to the comic company. He could complete such outlines expeditiously, often in just a day or two, rendering the process both straightforward and efficient. Yet, compared to the comics, Liao remained most invested in the animated adaptations of the two works. He initially believed he would have to wait until November to see results, but was pleasantly surprised by the rapid progress made. The speed was indeed impressive. Of course, this was also due to his astute decision to keep each episode under 8 minutes. An 8-minute main feature requires approximately 400 original frames, totaling around 16,000 when including discarded sketches. His animation and comic companies employed over 950 artists, each capable of producing 10 drawings per day, resulting in a daily output of 9,500 sketches. In a month and a half, or 45 days, they could amass 427,500 drawings, allowing for the production of over 28-minute animated episodes once waste sketches were accounted for and background designs included. In terms of quality, there might be slight compromises. However, the majority of animations during that era operated at just 15 frames per second, leading to a somewhat choppy appearance, hence the term cartoon. Perfect Entertainment's Transformers and Harry Potter maintained a high standard of 30 frames per second, surpassing the fluidity of animations from both Europe and America, as well as Neon. Coupled with innovative plots and character designs, he felt confident that the animated versions would outperform the comics in sales. Liao pondered for a moment, and then said, "Let's send these two animations to David is there. Have him reach out to the television stations to explore potential collaboration. We can offer them the first 15 episodes for free." Lin Onbong had been in for half a month, and his workload had been steadily increasing. Chapter 50. Foreign exchange in our charming Xiangdao. I shall take you to meet Xiao Yifu shortly. The day after tomorrow, there is a shareholders meeting at Asia Television, and we can take a leisurely stroll there then. Additionally, we need to recruit voice actors. Who would watch an animated film without any voiceovers? Certainly, no problem. We are perpetually in search of voice actors, and we can commence recording immediately. Hua Jianing let out a sigh of relief. Perfect Culture is the most heavily invested company under Li Yao's ownership, even surpassing the capital dedicated to Perfect Entertainment, which focuses on film production. The company employs 2,000 individuals, and the monthly payroll alone amounts to several million. Although Transformers sold 250,000 copies, initial sales did not yield substantial profits, and with the advent of piracy, the financial returns dwindled even further. To date, Liao has invested over 50 million Xiangdao dollars into Perfect Culture. Most of this expenditure has gone towards acquiring land, constructing factories, and hiring personnel as part of the preparatory phase. This investment is considerable. Were it not for the knowledge of Li Yao's substantial resources, Hua Jianing would likely have urged the owner to consider layoffs. If there are no tangible results soon, Hua Jianing himself would be feeling the pressure. Having resolved matters on his end, Li Yao finally found the time to focus on the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar, which had been on his mind. It was now August 6, 1983. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar had plummeted to 8,901. Reflecting on a decade ago when 5 Hong Kong dollars could be exchanged for $1, the current situation was dire, with the currency depreciating almost by half. Li Yao contemplated that the most pressing concern now must be Governor Yao Tak. With the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, imported goods have become more expensive, requiring greater local currency to acquire them. Given that Xiangdao is a small city with scant resources, over 95% of its goods are imported. What once cost $1 may now cost $1.50 or even more. The operational costs for businesses have risen, leading to a steep increase in prices. Recent news has reported that citizens have been rushing to banks to withdraw cash, fearing further inflation and eager to stockpile essential goods. Rice, which currently costs 80 cents a pound, may soar to $1.20 by next week. If this trend continues without resolution in the negotiations, chaos in this region seems inevitable. Li Yao's intuition about Governor Yao's immense pressure was indeed correct. Yao, who succeeded the esteemed former governor Sir Murray MacLehose, faced a daunting challenge. MacLehose was celebrated as one of the best governors in history, a period referred to as the Maclehose era, during which the region's economy and status surged. Yao took office amidst the tumult of the negotiations regarding Xiangdao's future. Among all past governors, Yao is arguably the most unfortunate, inheriting such a complex situation right after a highly regarded predecessor. Having been in office for less than a year, with no resolution to the negotiations and the exchange rate plummeting. The decline of the Hong Kong dollar began in 1981 following the stock market crash. Although last year the depreciation was relatively slow, dropping from 7.6 to around 8.2 over the course of the year, the pace quickened dramatically. After the second round of negotiations in July, which yielded no progress, public confidence eroded, resulting in a trust crisis. Since then, the Hong Kong dollar has experienced a sharp decline, falling to approximately 8.9 in just 2 months. The depreciation of the currency, coupled with a bleak outlook, triggered a small-scale stock market crisis since July. Li Yao's ability to effortlessly negotiate with the listed companies Mei Li Hua and Jean Li Bao stemmed from the significant market decline, which deterred competitors. Similarly, Li Xiaoji's retreat had a parallel rationale. With rampant purchases of foodstuffs, several banks, including HSBC, experienced a rush for withdrawals. As Li Yao selected actors for I Have an Appointment with a Zombie, he found himself at the Central Police Station on 18 Arbuthnot Road, where Sir Yao was venting his frustration. He berated influential figures in Xiangdao, including Xia Dingji, a prominent government official and a steadfast member of both the executive and legislative councils, overseeing the entire financial, securities, and banking affairs of the region. Yao chastised them, stating, in less than 2 months, the Hong Kong dollar has dropped by over $1. Although my degree does not pertain to economics, I understand that such a depreciation must lead to market chaos. You often claim this is a market phenomenon, a capitalist market behavior. Fine, I concede it is market behavior. But you must grasp that if this continues, we will not need to wait for the North to take over. The citizens will oust us themselves. I do not wish to be the first governor expelled by the populace, nor do I believe you do. Xia Dingji, what do you propose we do? For the past month, Yao has been under immense stress, his hair nearly turning gray from worry. However, until there are results from the Xiangdao negotiations, he and the Hong Kong government are at a loss. The depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar fundamentally results from the lack of trust from both investors and citizens in the city. In such circumstances, no official can effectuate change. After his outburst, Yao received no responses. He recognized that without substantial progress in the negotiations, the situation would remain unresolved. On the other hand, those in London might even desire the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar to incite disorder in the region. They may believe that such turmoil would compel concessions from the opposing side to achieve their objectives. However, the reality is that by the next round of negotiations, the situation in Xiangdao will have already deteriorated significantly, while the North's stance remains rigid. The plans of those in London are destined for failure. The glory of the sun never sets. Empire has long faded. The Falklands War exposed the decline of the once mighty hegemon. After expressing his frustration, Yao sighed and calmly addressed everyone. Today, I encountered an interesting matter. Small nations such as Fiji, Bolivia, and Belize have recently approached us, seeking to establish offices in Xiangdao. How curious that these bothersome entities chose this moment to make their requests. Who is unaware that they aim to attract investment immigrants during this tumultuous time? As he spoke, Yao's gaze turned towards Xia Dingji, the Director of Financial Affairs. Xia Dingji is an exemplary Englishman. Although he is known by the name Xia Dingji, this is merely his Chinese appellation. He commenced his professional journey in Xiangdao in 1962 and ascended to the position of Director of Finance in 1971, thereby shaping the financial policies that would govern Xiangdao in the years to come. He is regarded as a pioneer of the financial system, laying down the foundational principles of fiscal management for the region. Subsequently, he assumed the role of Secretary of the Treasury. While his position may have changed, his influence on financial policies remained substantial. Consequently, the depreciation of the Xiangdao currency stirred not only ire towards the 3 regulatory bodies, but also directed frustration at Xia Dingji himself, as this situation partially fell under his purview, given that the current Director of Finance was one of his former appointees. The governor fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon him, rendering any attempts at modesty futile. Thus, Xia Dingji stated, in light of the current circumstances, the sole recourse to prevent further decline of the Xiangdao currency is to utilize the government as foreign exchange reserves to repurchase the currency from the populace and investors. Such a method has been employed by numerous nations during times of currency devaluation. However, Yodei remained dissatisfied, asserting that had this approach been effective, he would have already implemented it, leaving no room for Xia Dingji's suggestions. William, inform our Secretary of the Treasury regarding our current foreign exchange reserves, Yodei commanded, directing his words at another official. William, responsible for the foreign exchange fund of Xiangdao, stood and replied, "We currently possess 86 billion US dollars and 26 billion British pounds. By 1980, the US dollar had emerged as the predominant global currency. Although the British pound remained stable, its influence had waned significantly. Presently, only a few European and Commonwealth nations continued to utilize it. The government of Xiangdao, of course, needed to retain a portion of its pound reserves, although they could readily convert it to US dollars. Did you hear that? This is our meager foreign exchange. Can converting it all to repurchase the Xiangdao currency truly alter the situation?" Yodei queried, casting a cold glance at Xia Dingji. "No," Xia Dingji replied. "And we cannot exhaust our reserves entirely. We must retain some as a reserve for the issuance of the new Xiangdao currency. The value of the Xiangdao currency hinges upon the credibility of the government and its foreign exchange. Should the foreign exchange be depleted, the credibility of the Xiangdao currency would collapse. The implications of such a scenario would indeed be dire. Yet, to dismiss the Xiangdao currency and allow it to continue its descent would also be precarious. Perhaps, as Xia Dingji noticed Yodei preparing to erupt, he hastily continued, there exists another approach. Should it succeed, we would not need to tap into the government as foreign exchange. Yodei inquired, pray tell. Having served in the treasury, Xia Dingji possessed considerable experience in the financial domain. The current foreign exchange reserves of the government stood at just over 100 billion US dollars. However, local enterprises in Xiangdao collectively held foreign exchange reserves amounting to at least 500 billion, if not more. This suggests that enterprises in Xiangdao likely possess a measure of US dollar reserves. If we could negotiate with them to exchange their US dollars for Xiangdao currency, the outcome would undoubtedly be far more favorable than utilizing our own foreign exchange to purchase the currency. This strategy appears to be rather straightforward. The challenge lies in persuading the populace, particularly the affluent business magnates, to exchange their foreign exchange for Xiangdao currency. The accumulated foreign exchange in their possession surpasses that of the government by a considerable margin. Thus, the foreign exchange reserves of the government would become a robust support system for any exigencies that may arise. While this method seems promising, every official present understood that its actual implementation would be fraught with difficulties. Even the government itself harbored doubts about the future of Xiangdao. Why would the wealthy elites willingly part with their foreign exchange to assist the government in overcoming its challenges? Simply because of a statement from the government? Such optimism is unwarranted. If the government is unable to achieve this, how could lesser individuals hope to succeed? Thus, this method represents both the most viable solution and the most challenging to execute. Xia Dingji, pressed by the governor's insistence, reluctantly proposed this widely acknowledged yet nearly impossible plan. Alas! Chapter 51 Signing with perfect entertainment. Governor Yid let out a sigh. He was not a child and certainly understood that this method could be effective. However, he also recognized that this approach was fundamentally impractical. Aside from a handful of merchants, the majority of businessmen in Xiangdao were contemplating departure. Currently, the British capital, which controlled the economic backbone, was busy with its retreat. Among them, the Jardine Matheson Group was the most formidable. With all its assets in Xiangdao, and it had yet to show any signs of wanting to leave. But this was not due to their loyalty to Xiangdao. Rather, it was because Jardine Matheson was too large to escape in haste. The situation was similar for the Chinese capital. With the exception of a few individuals, other long-run merchants were frantically purchasing US dollars and selling Xiangdao currency. Otherwise, the devaluation of Xiangdao currency would not have been so severe. How about this, William and David? You two contact all the banks in the harbor and those enterprises with foreign exchange accounts, inviting them to a banquet at the governor's office next week. Although he was aware of the difficulties, yet felt he had no other options and could not simply sit idle. It was better to take a chance than to do nothing. Understood. Very well, the list will be sent over shortly, replied William, the head of the Foreign Exchange Fund Management Bureau, and David from the Banking Supervisory Authority. He had felt particularly fatigued. He waved his hand and said, continue to monitor the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar and report any changes immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. Well then, That will be all. In Xiangdao, Zhejiang Peninsula, Shamshui Pu, it was Saturday, and Zhou Huimin, a Form 4 student, did not have to attend school. In Xiangdao's secondary education system, there was no concept of high school. It was all collectively referred to as secondary school. Typically, it required 5 years to sit for university entrance examinations. Form 4 roughly equated to the first year of high school in the mainland. Upon completing Form 5, students could take the Hong Kong Certificate of Education examination conducted by the Hong Kong Government Examination Authority. The results of this examination were quite valuable, even if one did not enter university. It could serve as a credential for job applications. To enter the 2-year university preparatory program, one must pass the Certificate of Education examination. Only then could they qualify for university admission. In Xiangdao, secondary school lasted 5 years, and the preparatory program 2 years, totaling 7 years. At 16, Zhou Huimin, if she passed the examination next year, could attend the preparatory program. If she failed or did not achieve satisfactory results, she would have to go to a vocational school or seek employment directly. At that time, there were very few institutions in Xiangdao that offered university education. Only 2 comprehensive universities, namely Xiangdao University and Xiangdao Chinese University. Thus, those who could attend university would not have trouble finding jobs. Individuals like Qiao Linlin and Anna, even without Li Yao, could still secure good employment. Zhou Huimin performed reasonably well academically, but the pressure to attend university was considerable. Additionally, with her mother urging her to learn numerous subjects, she often felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, with no classes on Saturdays and Sundays, she had some respite for her mind. At 7 in the morning, Zhou Huimin was awakened by a flurry of sounds. She knew it was her grandmother preparing breakfast for her mother. Her mother returned home late every night, taking a shower and not going to sleep until nearly 1 o'clock. The next morning at 8, she had to go back to work, which was truly demanding. Her grandmother, concerned for her mother's fatigue, always rose an hour early to prepare meals for her. Although it was Sunday, Zhou Huimin could have slept in a bit longer, but she was quite considerate and got up to help her grandmother without brushing her teeth. "Oppo, let me cook the congee," she softly offered as she entered the kitchen. "Oh, Zhang Min, it's Sunday. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" her grandmother asked with a smile. "I've had enough sleep," she sweetly replied. "All right then, you cook the congee, and I'll mop the floor," her grandmother agreed with a smile. The pair worked in harmony, one cooking congee while the other mopped the floor. At 7:30, Zhou's mother was awakened by the alarm clock. Upon stepping out, she saw the living room tidily arranged, with a simple breakfast laid out on the dining table. Her daughter sat on the sofa watching TVB's morning news, while her grandmother knitted beside her. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, Vivian." The mother and daughter exchanged greetings, and Zhou's grandmother cheerfully said, "Ping, go brush your teeth first, then have breakfast." "Thank you, Grandma," Zhou's mother replied. The 3 women in the household, one young, one old, relied solely on Zhou's mother working 3 jobs to ensure Zhou Huimin enjoyed a good upbringing and that her grandmother remained in good health. The cost of this was that Zhou's mother returned home utterly exhausted every day. Zhou's mother first went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. As she emerged, passing the incense table in the living room, she noticed the incense burner in front of the 2 tablets had begun to emit smoke. Zhou's mother understood that her daughter had once again lit incense for the kind-hearted Li Dage and his wife. Ever since Li Yao had allowed their family to live there rent-free, Zhou Huimin had been rising early to light incense every day for the past few months. Occasionally, Zhou's mother would light a stick of incense herself, but her grandmother, being of advanced age and high seniority, did not require such rituals. Upon seeing the spirit tablets, Zhou's mother couldn't help but think of Li Yao. Just then, the home phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Li Yao's side. After moving in, Zhou's mother occasionally made a few calls, and there were times when others would call her. However, the frequency of calls was not high, as making and receiving calls in Xiangdao was costly. Not making calls saved a significant amount. "Zhang Min, quickly answer the phone," Zhou's mother said as she approached the dining table. Zhou Huimin obediently nodded and stood up to answer the phone. "Hello, good morning." Zhou's mother continued eating her breakfast, which was quite simple: a couple of fried eggs, a bowl of plain congee, and a few pieces of pickled vegetables. As she ate, Zhou's mother noticed a look of confusion on her daughter's face while she was on the phone. "Yes, this is Zhou Huimin, but I did not sign anything with Perfect Entertainment. I'm only 16 and still in school. Is there some sort of mistake?" "No mistake. You're coming? For what purpose?" "I believe you must have made an error. I have never participated in any auditions and am not a leading actress." "Are you sure you have the right person?" "Xiang Kai Beijie, Zhou Huimin. Yes, I live there, and my name is also Zhou Huimin. But I have absolutely no connection to Perfect Entertainment. At this moment, Zhou's mother had already put down her bowl and chopsticks, walking over to take the phone from her daughter. Hello, who is this? What do you want with our Weiwen? Then, Zhou Mama heard a gentle female voice on the phone. Hello? Are you Zhou Huimin's mother? Yes, I am, replied Zhou Mama. Greetings, Zhou Mama. I am Zhang Hongli, the deputy manager of Perfect Entertainment under Perfect Agency. I am calling to inquire whether you and Zhou Huimin are at home. If convenient, I would like to visit today to discuss signing a contract with Zhou Huimin. What contract? Have you made a mistake? My daughter is only 16. What contract? Have you got the wrong person? I believe we have not. Your phone number is 382-9686, correct? That sounds like the right number. But your address is 116 Zhangkai North Street, 4th floor, 401, right? That is indeed the correct address. But then we are not mistaken. The Zhou Huimin we are looking for is indeed your daughter. Please stay at home with Zhou Huimin. We will arrive in half an hour. Are you really coming? Hello? Hello? Are you listening? Beep, beep, beep. So, if we sign with your company, we don't have to do anything and can receive 50,000 Xiangdao dollars every month? This can't be real, can it? It is not as simple as just signing a contract to receive money. Zhou Huimin is signing our company's top-tier contract, a 3-star agreement, hence such generous benefits. In the dilapidated old house on Zhangkai North Street, Zhou Mama held a contract, staring blankly at several strangers who appeared to be quite significant. Having received little formal education in her youth, she could barely recognize a few characters. Yet, she was not foolish. She could immediately tell that these individuals were undoubtedly important figures from a large company. How bizarre. To do nothing and receive 50,000 Xiangdao dollars a month? I worked tirelessly at 3 jobs to earn only 3,000. Zhou Mama's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on them, fearful that they might be deceiving her. Zhang Hongli, accompanied by several individuals from Perfect Agency, patiently explained while also surveying the shabby dwelling. Oh my, the boss used to live in such a place. It's far worse than my home. The current boss is truly impressive. Starting from nothing. No wonder they call him Big Bossly. This family living in the boss's former house must be relatives. Their connection must be quite strong. The boss is indeed a legendary figure. Zhang Hongli brought 3 individuals along with her, making a total of 4, a lawyer, an accountant, and an assistant. Recently promoted to Deputy General Manager of Perfect Agency, Zhang Hongli had her focus primarily on Zhou Huimin, who appeared somewhat anxious beside her. At 16, Zhou Huimin still bore traces of baby fat, resembling an ordinary girl. However, her fair skin, light eyebrows, prominent nose, rosy lips, and clear eyes akin to a fawn revealed that she was exceptionally beautiful. Though still young, one could foresee that she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Zhang Hongli observed Zhou Huimin. Being a high-achieving student from Xiangdao Chinese University with outstanding grades, she held a particular interest in the entertainment industry. Owing to her average appearance, she aspired to work behind the scenes in show business. Joining Perfect Entertainment was a step towards realizing this dream. Recently, during the casting process for 2 films at Perfect Entertainment, her meticulousness and capabilities caught the attention of Li Yao. Consequently, she leaped from being a mere assistant to the deputy general manager of the agency. Grateful for her boss's support, she worked even harder. While other colleagues speculated about Zhou's family's relationship with Li Yao, Zhang Hongli, as a woman, intuitively felt that Li Yao's primary concern was the gentle and endearing Zhou Huimin before her. After all, they were not family. Surely, he could not have taken an interest in Zhou Mama or Zhou Nai Nai. Thus, Zhang Hongli continually smiled at Zhou Huimin, her gaze never straying from her. Zhou Huimin felt somewhat intimidated and avoided making eye contact with Zhang Hongli. She appeared so delicate that even Zhang Hongli felt a desire to assist her. Zhang Hongli mused that someone like Boss Li would never easily let go of a girl like Zhou Huimin. Indeed. Annie, you can have this contract examined at any notary office or law firm. Once signed, during the contract term, Zhou Huimin will earn a minimum of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars as a basic salary each month. Furthermore, upon signing, she will receive a signing bonus of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for the 3-star contract. While the salary will be issued next month, the 100,000 Hong Kong dollar check can be provided to you immediately. Zhang Hongli said with a beaming smile. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars? Zhou Mama was taken aback. Presently, the average salary in Hong Kong is less than 1,800 Hong Kong dollars. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars could purchase a decent apartment in Sham Shui Po, or several hundred square feet of good housing in Jiulong district. I have brought the check with me. Once you sign the contract, it will be yours. This is a joint check that can be cashed at any bank. Zhang Hongli pulled out the check and contract from her bag, placing them together. Chapter 52. The residence of the governor. In all honesty, Mama Zhou was utterly captivated, nearly losing control of her emotions. Throughout the year, her relentless toil barely yielded an income of 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, this sum needed to be deducted for living expenses, tuition fees, and medical costs, leaving her with only a few $1,000s at year's end. At times, she had even found herself borrowing money to make ends meet. In Shangdao, every expense was exorbitant, and the cost of living was staggering. Lacking formal education and having endured numerous hardships, Mama Zhou aspired to nurture her daughter into a promising individual. Half of her earnings were devoted to her daughter's education. While families may struggle for various reasons, her own poverty stemmed from her commitment to providing for her daughter's schooling. Although she felt a twinge of uncertainty, the trials she had faced, losing her husband to a heart condition and enduring societal pressures for over a decade, ultimately compelled her to restrain her impulses. I trust you. However, this is a significant matter, and I would like to consult a lawyer before deciding whether to sign the contract, if that is acceptable. Mama Zhou concluded. In truth, she had no acquaintance with any lawyers. Her reference to seeking legal counsel was merely inspired by the dramas she had watched, where protagonists often invoked the need for legal advice in such situations. Her intent was to seek out a lawyer immediately after these individuals departed, willing to invest extra resources to ascertain the truth of the matter. Of course, if the legal fees proved exorbitant, she would consider visiting the police station to inquire whether these individuals were con artists. Before Zhang Hongli could utter a word, the usually reticent Zhou Huimin unexpectedly spoke up. Excuse me, sister. She mustered her courage and spoke softly. What company did you say you represent? Mama Zhou felt a jolt of surprise. When had her typically timid daughter become so audacious? Just as she was about to respond, Zhang Hongli interjected with a radiant smile, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. It is all clearly stated in the contract. We are a subsidiary of the Wanmei Group, wholly owned by Wanmei Entertainment Company. Our company is called Wanmei Brokerage, primarily responsible for the packaging, cultivation, and discovery of stars. Is it the Wanmei Group? Zhou Huimin inquired softly once more. Zhang Hongli nodded vigorously. Yes, we are indeed a subsidiary of the Wanmei Group. Is it the renowned Wanmei Group? Zhou Huimin pulled out a newspaper from behind, pointing to a headline. It was from yesterday's Tiantian Daily, and the article she indicated bore the title, Is the God of Wealth Reincarnated? A subsidiary of Dali, Linda Wealth, announces client returns of 50 over the past 2 months. Zhang Hongli was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, our boss is Li Yao. While Linda Wealth is not part of our group, it is certainly owned by our boss. Ah, so it's Yao's company. Mama Zhou exclaimed loudly. Mama Zhou had limited literacy, and Grandma Zhou was completely illiterate. Among the Zhou family, only Zhou Huimin had received some education. Having listened to Zhang Hongli's lengthy explanation and the accompanying individual's remarks, Mama Zhou had grasped little beyond the salary and signing fee. Thus, she was unaware that the company with which her daughter was to sign a contract was, in fact, Li Yao's. Now, with Zhou Huimin's mention, she suddenly realized the connection. In an instant, memories flooded back. When Li Yao's parents were still alive, Li's father was relatively easygoing, while Li's mother often visited, engaging in pleasant conversations with Grandma Zhou and Zhou Huimin. Li's mother frequently brought gifts for Zhou Huimin and helped their family with various tasks. Her demeanor was warmly inviting, almost as if she were suggesting a familial bond might be formed between their two families. At that time, Mama Zhou had been reluctant. Although Zhou Huimin was young, her beauty was striking, and Mama Zhou was fiercely devoted to her daughter's upbringing, determined to lift her from a life of poverty. She had no desire for her daughter to marry Li Yao, who, apart from his decent looks, had little else to offer at that time. However, Li's mother's hints were never explicitly stated, and with Mama Zhou's busy work life, coupled with Zhou Huimin's youth and Li Yao's lack of ambition, the matter remained largely a superficial notion held by Li's parents. Now, hearing that a substantial sum was involved in signing her daughter with Li Yao's company, Mama Zhou's memory was jogged. The most significant aspect was that Li Yao had become a well-known tycoon throughout the city, having risen from humble beginnings to amass great wealth at a young age. If Li Yao were to propose marrying Zhou Huimin at this moment, Mama Zhou would undoubtedly consent without hesitation. Though Li Yao had yet to make an appearance, Mama Zhou's mindset had shifted dramatically. She no longer contemplated consulting a lawyer regarding the contract, but instead cheerfully informed her daughter, "So this is your brother Ah Yao's company. Wei Weian, Ah Yao holds you in high regard, and he certainly wouldn't deceive us. Let us sign it quickly." Zhou Huimin felt a flicker of doubt. When had brother Ah Yao ever shown any inclination towards me? Apart from Uncle Li and Aunt Li, who had always treated me well and looked after me, there was no indication of romantic interest. If Ah Yao truly liked me, why hadn't he called in nearly 3 months? Nonetheless, she felt a surge of excitement within her. After all, she had a fondness for Li Yao as well, albeit her introverted nature and strict upbringing had led to no developments in their relationship. Now that she knew Li Yao wished to sign a contract with her, she was inclined to agree to any project. "I will follow your lead," Zhou Huimin said softly. "Let us sign. Where's the pen? Hurry and sign." Mama Zhou, who had previously wavered in her belief, was now in a state of urgency. As the Zhou family reveled in their good fortune, Li Yao received an invitation to a banquet at the governor's residence. Situated on Arbuthnot Road in Central, the governor's residence stood solitary, the only one of its kind along the entire road. It served as the residence of the governor and his wife, as well as a venue for entertaining foreign dignitaries and officials, primarily utilized for ceremonial and diplomatic events, representing political symbolism. The central government office, located just below Arbuthnot Road, was where the governor and his subordinates conducted their daily affairs and meetings. The governor's residence hosted numerous banquets each year, ranging from grand to modest occasions. These events were particularly favored by the local wealthy elite, dignitaries, and celebrities. Many in Hong Kong believed that attending a banquet at the governor's residence was a matter of great prestige. Why would the Hong Kong government invite us? Li Yao tossed the glimmering invitation onto the table in the office of Wan Mei Group, where Zhang Jingye and Hua Jianing sat across from him. "I have done some inquiries. The banquet this time invited the heads of major corporations and banks across Hong Kong. It was not just us. Other companies also received invitations." Hua Jianing nodded in agreement, affirming the point. Moreover, the invitations were issued by the Foreign Exchange Fund Management Bureau and the Banking Supervision Department. Upon hearing these names, Li Yao immediately comprehended the situation. A meaningful smile appeared on his face as he remarked to his 2 capable subordinates, "I suspect the Hong Kong government is reaching out to us for a specific reason." Zhang Jingye, who had been closely monitoring the Hong Kong dollar exchange rate, quickly grasped the implication. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Is it related to the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar?" "It should be," Li Yao responded. However, Zhang Jingye furrowed his brow and questioned, "If the Hong Kong dollar is depreciating, why would they invite banks and enterprises?" He pondered. "Consider this. Our company has only been established for less than 2 months, so why would the government send us an invitation?" Hua Jianing contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that our company's scale has become too large? Since acquiring Mei Li Hua and Jean Li Bao, our company has indeed expanded significantly." "That's not it." Li Yao waved his hand. "The government likely approached us because we have deposited a considerable amount of foreign exchange in HSBC." At that moment, Li Yao had 4.2 billion US dollars, with 400 million deposited in HSBC and the remainder in banks in Neon. After all, this money was earned through his efforts in the Dongjing market. Of the 400 million US dollars in HSBC, 200 million had already been pledged to secure a loan of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. This capital was primarily used for investments in Mei Li Hua Hotel, Jean Li Bao, and various ventures related to the Perfect Group. Foreign exchange? Could it be that, as Jack suggested, the Hong Kong government wishes for banks and large enterprises to collaborate to stabilize the continuously rising exchange rate? Hua Jianning's sharp business acumen led him to understand immediately. This is impossible. Neither banks nor enterprises would agree. It would be an insatiable abyss. "This is just one possibility," Li Yao chuckled. "We will find out when the time comes. If they refuse, the government cannot force them, can they? If they push too hard, both banks and enterprises might flee tomorrow." Zhang Jingye added, "The government merely wants to test the waters. There is little risk involved for them." The invitation stated that each person could bring an entire team. "Jack, Ning, you 2 will accompany me," Li Yao declared. "Wonderful. Understood." The invitation from Li Yao excited the 2, as the governor's mansion banquet was not accessible to everyone, and many had tried desperately to gain entry. They never expected that by being associated with their boss, they too could attend. There was no rush, as today was only the 7th, and they would go on the 11th. Liao assured the two that they would be adequately prepared. Zhang Jingyi left first, needing to monitor the fluctuations of the Hong Kong dollar at HSBC. At that time, the financial market had not yet fully transitioned to computerization. Most transactions and market information were conveyed through long-distance phone calls or other means, leading to inevitable time delays. Therefore, it was essential to have someone specifically monitoring and personnel stationed in major financial centers to observe market trends. This was unlike the later era of the internet, where transactions could occur anywhere. This was the limitation of that time. Lin and Bang remained behind to discuss the upcoming work of Perfect Culture with Liao. The contract with TVB had already been signed, agreeing to air our Transformers and Harry Potter during their cartoon slots, although they required the first 20 episodes to be free. Hua Jianning mentioned that yesterday, Liao had taken him to the Wireless Television City on Broadcast Road to meet Xiao Yifu, who agreed to allow Perfect Company's animation to be aired on wireless TV, provided that the first 20 episodes were aired for free. Today, Hua Jianning and Fang Yihua were formally signing the contract, and after August 12th, Transformers would be presented to everyone during TVB's children's time slot. As for Harry Potter, that would be discussed after Transformers had concluded. I have great confidence in the quality of our animation, Liao stated confidently. The children will surely become enamored with Optimus Prime and Megatron. Hua Jianning also had faith in the animation's quality, smiling as he remarked, both series are immensely popular. However, I ponder whether Harry Potter will resonate well in. I hope David has some new developments. Chapter 53. The commencement. David is presently on a business trip where his responsibilities are multiplying. The silver lining is that he has successfully established contact with Tom Cruise's agent and even met the esteemed actor in person. After reviewing the script for Wu Shuang and the collaboration agreement with Neon Cinema, he has consented to join Perfect Entertainment, which has allocated him a month-long schedule with a remuneration of $200,000. At that time, Tom Cruise was merely a rising star in Hollywood, reliant on his looks for success. While he enjoyed considerable popularity among the youth, he had yet to achieve global recognition. Consequently, his earnings in Hollywood were comparable to those of 5th or 6th-tier actors, rendering his fee relatively modest. However, when converted to the current currency of Shangdao, this sum exceeds 1 million. In the entertainment realm of, only the likes of Su Guangjie and Cheng Long command salaries surpassing 1 million. Thus, this fee is indeed substantial. The production costs for Wu Shuang are approaching 1/5 of the total investment, a portion of which is attributable to the premium. Typically, Tom's remuneration hovers around 100 to 150,000 USD, yet our offer to Liao is a striking 30% higher. This is quite reasonable, considering we are enticing a burgeoning star to travel to for a month of filming, with both the production company and director lacking any significant reputation. Without a financial incentive, even the most compelling script would not suffice to lure him. Liao believes this price is quite justified, not merely because he anticipates Tom's future stardom and a subsequent salary of 20 million. Rather, he recalls that in a few months, Tom will rise to prominence due to a film titled Guai Ziyi Feng Quang. During that time, the youth of, particularly those young ladies, will be enamored with this dashing young man. Consequently, Tom's fees will soar, and by the following year, 1984, it will be nearly impossible to secure his services for less than $1 million USD. Liao has calculated the timeline. By the end of this year, when Tom is at the pinnacle of his fame Wu Shuang will conveniently premiere allowing for a substantial financial gain. In terms of movie promotion, this will potentially save us over $1 million USD in advertising costs, a considerable advantage. A few days later, on August 10th, filming for Wu Shuang is set to commence. As the days pass, the youthful Tom Cruise is likely already airborne. Liao instructs Hua Jianning, please make a trip to ATV shortly and deliver the sample reels of our 2 animated series. Inform them that once TVB completes airing the 20 episodes, they can broadcast the subsequent episodes if they are willing to invest. Understood, Hua Jianning replies. He is aware that the boss is a major stakeholder in ATV, yet the other party may still be oblivious to this fact. Thus, this visit to ATV differs from his previous trip to TVB. He feels no anxiety. Additionally, our comics are being pirated abundantly in the market. Please have the legal department collaborate with an external legal team to combat this piracy. However, we must not allow the serialization of our original comics to be interrupted. I am mentally prepared for our comic company to incur losses this year. My pursuit is for a legacy that endures, rather than concern over temporary gains or losses. Ning, You must understand this. Certainly, boss. I firmly believe our group will eventually rank among the world's leading enterprises. Hui Jianning responds earnestly while flattering his superior. Li Yao smiles slightly and continues, that's all for now. You may attend to your matters. I must head to the Wu Shuang production team shortly. Understood. On August 10, 1983, the film Wu Shuang, directed and produced by Li Yao, officially begins filming. The commencement ceremony is deliberately held at the well-known West Kowloon Police Station, a location frequently featured in Hong Kong films. Its convenient transportation and accessibility make it particularly suitable for shooting, and it occupies a significant portion of Wu Shuang. Ultimately, they decide to hold the ceremony at the entrance of the police station. As a billionaire who has recently come into wealth, he has not considered purchasing property, opening a shop, or starting a business. Instead, he has immersed himself in the film industry. Naturally, Li Yao becomes the center of media attention, surrounded by reporters eager to extract some sensational tidbits from him. Why do I make films? Why shouldn't I? This is my passion. Sir Run Shaw was in his 50s, accomplished and renowned, yet he spent several years on set. Like Sir Shaw, we both adore cinema. When asked about Lin Qingxia, he responds, we are friends. And she is the leading lady in Wu Shuang. Our collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant. What? You claim someone spotted me leaving her room this morning? That's utter nonsense, you understand? I cannot explain such matters. There is so much gossip nowadays that even I cannot discern truth from fiction. Why include actors from Neon and? That is self-evident. I aim to penetrate the two largest markets globally, in Neon. Unlike other film companies, we have already signed agreements with cinemas in Neon before filming even commenced. Once the film is complete, it will be released in at least 1,000 theaters. The total number of screens in is less than 500, so I have no concerns regarding box office performance or market reach. Observing Li Yao articulate his thoughts with such eloquence captivates the onlookers. Meanwhile, Chung Chu-hung, who has a minor role in the film, squints her eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She is a close friend of Lin Qingxia. After Lin Qingxia's recent setback in Exine Shu Shan, she finally has the opportunity to portray a leading role in a major production. Initially, she came to extend her congratulations and offer assistance. However, upon witnessing the sparkle in Lin Qingxia's eyes as she gazes at Li Yao, an unsettling feeling arises within her. It is not that she harbors any particular feelings toward Lin Qingxia. Rather, she experiences a tinge of jealousy, envying her bravery, her fortune, and her abundant romantic prospects. This sentiment is compounded by the fact that during a pre-production dinner at the Mei Li Hua Hotel, she observed Li Yao entering Lin Qingxia's room after the festivities concluded, remaining there throughout the night. It was not until the next morning that Lin Qingxia emerged, limping, her complexion flushed and radiantly beautiful. Even she, as a woman, could not help but admire her. Though she has yet to experience the intricacies of love, Zhong Chuhong is indeed an adult. She harbors no belief that Li Yao simply sought Lin Qingxia for a heartfelt conversation that evening. Observing Li Yao's vigorous demeanor and captivating charm now only deepens her envy towards Lin Qingxia. How could such a man be the boyfriend of my best friend? How wonderful it would be if he were mine. As Zhong Chuang contemplates, the production team is already well prepared. The commencement ceremony officially unfolds. Li Yao, accompanied by the two assistant directors Su Ku and Wang Jing, wields a sharp knife traditionally used for ceremonial pig slaughter, performing the common opening ritual of Hong Kong by cutting into a roasted piglet. With a swift slice, the pig's head is cleaved, symbolizing a smooth journey ahead for the filming. As the owner of the perfect group, Li Yao is generous and magnanimous, treating all the reporters present to a meal and providing each with red envelopes and small gifts. Naturally, the media will report favorably, enhancing Li Yao's and the perfect group's reputation. Subsequently, the crew begins to clear the area, leaving only a few reporters from major newspapers, awaiting Li Yao's ostentatious acceptance of interviews. The rest are ushered out. Today marks the first day of Wu Shuang's filming, with the entire crew, including both behind-the-scenes staff and actors, totaling over 200 individuals. Ordinarily, after the completion of the opening ceremony, actors and crew, without scenes to shoot, could depart. Yet, no one leaves. Curiosity abounds regarding whether Li Yao, a young man reputed to possess over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, truly has the capability to direct a film. To be candid, prior to Guo Xiaoxi's emergence, the profession of directing had been held in high esteem for decades. While everyone acknowledges Li Yao's acumen in business, and his exceptional ability to generate wealth. No one had associated him with the creation of quality films. Thus, those without scenes linger, eager to witness if Li Yao can indeed make a film. In other words, there is profound curiosity surrounding a wealthy magnate's venture into filmmaking. Just like Zhong Chuhong, who is conflicted yet intrigued, and has no scenes today, needing to wait 2 days for her turn. Following the completion of the opening ceremony, she could have easily departed, yet she opts to stay, sharing in the collective anticipation to see what Li Yao's filmmaking entails. She stands alongside her close friend Lin Qingxia, who also has no scenes to shoot today. Li Yao's directorial and production endeavors are not a solo affair. They amalgamate the expertise and intellect of several esteemed directors and producers. Any one of these directors, if singled out, would be a prominent figure in the film industry. With such an impressive team backing him, the filming of Wushuang is a mere trifle for Li Yao. His directorial style diverges from the mainstream approaches typical in Hong Kong. He first meticulously explains the scenes to the actors, ensuring they grasp the vision he wishes to convey through the film. To foster trust among the team, he permits open access, even with reporters present, desiring only that everyone maintains a respectful quietude. Wushuang distinguishes itself from the conventional hero films previously witnessed, with its evident innovation and subversion. I do not imply that traditional narratives are devoid of merit, yet innovation deserves our utmost advocacy. Furthermore, as a director in the lead of this film, I believe it is paramount for us filmmakers to ascertain precisely what the audience yearns to see and what resonates with them. What do viewers genuinely anticipate on the silver screen? Thus, regardless of the film's genre, whether commercial or art house, it must align with the audience's preferences. The storyline of Wushuang intertwines reality and imagination, featuring a unique concept and flexible narrative style that may pose some challenges to comprehension. Such a film has never before graced the screens of Hong Kong. Wushuang will be a pioneering endeavor. Chapter 54. The exceptional director. At the outset, a group of police officers approached Li Wendy, portrayed by Tom Cruise, a reimagined version of the character Li Wan, to conduct a thorough interrogation of this outsider. Li Wendy recounted a tale that ultimately enabled him, alongside the impersonated Wan, to exonerate himself from suspicion and secure release through the false Wan, successfully evading capture. This scene employed numerous close-up shots. Yet the actors were acutely aware of the impending twist, rendering their performances all the more challenging. Given their prior knowledge, this seemingly straightforward narrative proved to be the most arduous to portray. Consequently, Li Yao placed significant emphasis on this segment, dedicating ample time to its filming. Should this scene be executed flawlessly, the subsequent filming endeavors would be considerably eased. On the first day of shooting, the leading lady and supporting actresses had no scenes to perform. Neither the leading actress Lin Qingxia nor her co-star, the second female lead Higuchi Kanako, nor the third female lead Zaku Keiko, nor any other minor supporting actresses were required on set that day. They had to wait until later to make their appearances, standing aside like other spectators, keen to observe whether Li Yao could indeed deliver a commendable performance. After all, Li Yao was remarkably young, and his notable achievements in the business and stock markets had been overwhelmingly impressive. While many acknowledged his talent in those realms, they questioned whether he could replicate such prowess in filmmaking. Numerous individuals were eager to witness Li Yao's potential downfall, pondering whether he was simply a youthful entrepreneur captivated by the glitz of the entertainment industry, merely investing his wealth. After 4 unsuccessful takes of the 877th scene, questions arose regarding Li Yao's capabilities. Impressive indeed, remarked Boss Lei, but since you've never directed a film, you may not perceive the nuances. However, I can discern that Li Yao possesses a remarkably solid foundation, particularly in grasping the psychological aspects of the actors and managing the staging. It truly is commendable. My goodness, this lad is merely 18, excelling in financial ventures and demonstrating such adeptness in filmmaking as well. Not far off, a few individuals, having infiltrated the set, were engaged in animated discussions about Li Yao and the actors. These individuals were none other than senior executives from the newly established film company, Xian Yicheng, along with their enigmatic backer, Lei Jukin. The first to speak was billionaire Lei Jukin. Although he had ventured into the film industry for several years, his newly acquired Xian Yicheng Film Company had become the most profitable in all of Hong Kong. Yet, he himself was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of filmmaking. It was only his willingness to invest and his fortuitous partnership with the 7 oddities of Xian Yicheng that had led to the current situation. Following him, The next speaker among the seven oddities was the bald-headed Maijia. Despite his scruffy appearance and seemingly comical demeanor, he was far from lacking in intellect. Maijia had pursued advanced studies at New York University's film department as early as 1971, focusing on 16mm film production, and had participated as an assistant director in the production of major films such as Golden Needle and The Man with the Golden Gun. By 1972, he had also enrolled in the university's fine arts program, proving himself to be a formidable figure. At that time, Maijia was considered one of the most traditional and knowledgeable filmmakers among the academic circles. While local filmmakers might not fully appreciate Li Yao's talent, this individual, having been exposed to the Hollywood system, possessed a discerning eye. At this moment, Zhang Aizi interjected, "Maijia, is he really that remarkable? It seems like he's just repeating takes without any particular distinction. Is it simply a matter of filming multiple times until a good one emerges?" Maijia elucidated, "Do not underestimate him. His ambitions are grand. I have reviewed some leaked scripts. The scene he is currently filming was originally intended for the outsider child to narrate, directly transitioning into a flashback. However, observe how he intends to deviate from the conventional approach. He likely aims to utilize a long take, allowing the child to tell the story uninterrupted, capturing the moment when he delivers it well to film the next segment. This method may appear cumbersome and time-consuming, consuming a great deal of film stock, yet it enables the actors to immerse themselves in their roles and experience the character's state. Once this sequence is unveiled in the film, it will undoubtedly evoke a profound sense of immersion for both audiences and critics alike. The director must master the subtleties of expression, character traits, and thoughts, demanding an exceptionally high standard. In all of Hong Kong, no one can rival him. Li Yao's filming technique was, in fact, a signature skill of a renowned Hollywood director who frequently garnered accolades such as the Oscars and excelled in crafting narrative films. Maijia, having spent time in Hollywood and studied filmmaking there, understood this approach but found himself unable to replicate it. He also recognized that, even if he possessed the capability, opportunities to execute such a style were scarce. In Hong Kong, filmmaking prioritized speed. Investors simply would not allow for such indulgence. Given the lengthy pre-production time and substantial film consumption, typical investments in Hong Kong cinema ranged from 1 to 2 million, with the upper limit reaching 3 to 4 million. What investor would permit Maijia to squander resources in such a manner? Only someone like Li Yao, who was unconcerned with finances and unafraid of delaying the actors' schedules, could afford to adopt such a method. Maijia's remarks left the others perplexed. Among the seven oddities, aside from Maijia, only Su Ku could be considered part of the academic elite, having also studied abroad and witnessed the Hollywood film industry. Currently, Su Ku had transitioned to Perfect Entertainment, serving as a producer and director in the screenwriting department. The remaining members were all locally raised and understandably struggled to comprehend Maijia's praise. Nonetheless, Maijia had always been the most knowledgeable in film within the seven oddities, which was why the bald-headed one had appointed him as their leader. As a result, even without full understanding, Zhang Aizi and the others sensed that Li Yao indeed possessed considerable talent, excelling not only in financial pursuits but also demonstrating adeptness in filmmaking. Maijia's comments left Lei Jukin feeling somewhat perturbed. Initially, he believed he had a firm grasp on filmmaking, only to discover that this young man surpassed him in wealth. He had thought that after Shaw Brothers sold their cinemas, only two contenders would remain. Unexpectedly, a formidable new player had emerged, seemingly surpassing Xiao Yifu. It was not only Xian Cheng's team that was covertly observing Li Yao's filming, but also personnel from Jiahe had arrived. Zhai Wenhui had previously rejected Li Yao's proposal for a cinema collaboration. Due to Jiahe's substantial fanbase in the Neon region, it has long established a stable overseas distribution channel. Li Yao may impress Xiao Yifu with the distribution network in Neon, yet this does not guarantee Jiahe's interest. Nevertheless, Zhou Wenhui and Lei Jukin, much like others, feel a sense of unease regarding this sudden entrance of a wealthy individual into the film industry, particularly someone of Li Yao's stature who has chosen to personally direct a film, which piques Lei Jukin's curiosity even further. Thus, Lei Jukin clandestinely approaches, while Zhou Wenhui, accompanied by Cheng Long, He Guanchang, and the ever-inquisitive Hong Pengzi, all don casual attire to investigate. Unlike Maijia from Sinicheng, who hails from an academic background, the four individuals from Jiahe are all native locals. In his earlier years, Zhou Wenhui served as a director at Shaoshi, yet the films he directed did not fare well at the box office. Conversely, his productions as a producer and supervisor enjoyed considerable success. Later, he established his own company, focusing solely on production work and rarely directed personally, overseeing only in the preliminary stages. His most trusted associate, He Guanchong, shares a similar trajectory, lacking any directorial talent. However, both men, despite their inability to direct, possess a discerning eye within the film industry, demonstrating a profound understanding of cinematic aesthetics. They perceive Li Yao's filming approach as seemingly unremarkable, yet inherently fluid and natural, evoking an enigmatic sensation. In contrast, Qinglong and Hong Pengzi represent the grassroots, having never studied film. Nonetheless, their success in the industry attests to their genuine talent and ability. Like Zhou Wenhui and He Guanchong, they harbor an ineffable reverence for Li Yao's filming techniques, unable to fully grasp the rationale behind them, yet sensing their extraordinary prowess. It is akin to the initial reaction of gaming companies in China witnessing Blizzard's creation of World of Warcraft. They were oblivious to how Blizzard accomplished it, yet recognized its undeniable excellence, feeling incapable of replicating such success. Nearby, Lin Qingxia and Zhong Chuhong are accompanied by a striking Caucasian woman, who, alongside Xu Ke and Mai Jia, has grasped Li Yao's filming techniques. This woman, named Xueli, arrived with Tong Muk Lucy from CAA Creative Artists Agency, serving as an agent. In total, Tong Muk Lucy brought 3 individuals, himself, his agent Xueli, and an unnamed assistant. Xueli, a highly regarded agent at CAA, possesses an in-depth understanding of film and actors, which is why she was appointed as Tong Muk Lucy's agent, given his potential as a future superstar. At this moment, Xueli is explaining the advantages of Li Yao's filming methods to the bewildered Zhong Chuhong and Lin Qingxia in English. I never expected your boss to be so exceptional. He truly is an outstanding director. Xueli remarks softly. Everyone is currently observing the intervals between each of Li Yao's takes. After just over a minute of filming, the first take ended in a mistake, and now, approximately half an hour has elapsed since the last error. Zhong Chuhong inquires, does this not indicate that he is improving with each take? Xueli nods and shakes her head, responding, sort of. However, this occurrence is due to him creating an atmosphere on set and adjusting the actors' performances. He possesses remarkable psychological resilience, a rare master of the mind. The content of this film is profound, and the script is quite complex. He can handle it. Afterward, Xueli turns to Lin Qingxia, stating, now I believe it. This script was genuinely written by Li Yao. Not to mention his scriptwriting skills, his directorial abilities are among the finest in Hollywood. Both Zhong Chuhong and Lin Qingxia are taken aback by the high praise this seemingly knowledgeable foreign woman bestows upon Li Yao's directorial abilities. To be counted among the few elite directors in Hollywood is a testament to extraordinary talent. Does this imply that in Xiangdao, directors like Li Yao are truly one of a kind? Particularly for Lin Qingxia, her gaze upon Li Yao is now filled with admiration. She initially believed Li Yao's appeal was merely his handsome appearance and wealth. She assumed his foray into screenwriting and directing was a means to approach her, perhaps to pursue her, or possibly to attract the attention of the beautiful women within the entertainment industry. She never anticipated his formidable prowess in this arena, which seems to rival his business acumen. Chapter 55. The Silver Stab. The nearest actors to the male lead, Li Yao, are Su Ku and Wang Jing. At this moment, Su Ku is utterly in awe of Li Yao. Driven to desperation, he sought refuge with the naive yet affluent Li Yao, hoping to assist him in producing several films, with the intention of proposing his own project for investment once the time was ripe. To his astonishment, the script penned by Li Yao possesses remarkable depth. Goodness, the directorial prowess exhibited by Li Yao is astonishingly formidable. Su Ku feels as if he stands before Li Yao like a mere elementary student. Wang Jing, affectionately known as Wang Pengzi, though outwardly unrefined, is indeed a true academic prodigy. He studied at the Chinese department of Xiangdao Chinese University, where his educational qualifications and expertise rank among the finest in contemporary society. Although he has not systematically studied the entirety of the film industry and its specialized knowledge, he possesses an exceptional ability to draw connections across disciplines. He began his journey as a screenwriter and ultimately emerged as one of the most successful directors of Chinese descent. Beyond his personal diligence and erudition, his innate talent for filmmaking is abundantly clear. Thus, he differs from the half-baked practitioners and stands apart from the scholarly types such as Su Ku and Mai Jia. Wang Pengzi is acutely aware of Li Yao's remarkable abilities and comprehends the reasons for his exceptional status. Yet, he ponders that such mastery may elude him, requiring an extraordinary gift and extensive experience to attain such a level of cinematic excellence. This realization renders Wang Pengzi more respectful, having relinquished any previous notions of underestimating Li Yao. Now wholly focused on observing him at work and hoping to glean some insights for himself. Returning our focus to Li Yao and the actors, after filming for over 2 hours, Li Yao called for a break. Human energy is finite, and Li Yao, mindful of time, allows the actors a respite after continuous filming exceeding 2 hours. However, this is not a true rest. He gathers the actors to review the footage just shot, identifying any discrepancies. In their subsequent filming, he will provide preemptive guidance to facilitate necessary adjustments. Given the complexity and tedium of the scene, Li Yao feels considerable pressure. Consequently, each evening, he engages in thoughtful discussions with Lin Qingxia. When Xiao Linlin came to visit the set, she too was drawn into heartfelt conversations that left her feeling weak as she departed the next day. After 3 consecutive days of filming, they encountered 21 takes that did not meet expectations, resulting in a wastage of at least 100,000 Hong Kong dollars worth of film. Ultimately, this lengthy 15-minute shot was completed, a segment not present in the original version. Li Yao would meticulously edit it to fit the film's required length for audience viewing, retaining the complete footage for future film award submissions, aiming to impress professional judges. On the 3rd evening of shooting, Li Yao granted himself a brief respite, momentarily stepping away from the production crew to visit Yalabai Road in Central, with the goal of reaching the governor's residence. Typically, both Yalabai Road and Lower Yalabai Road maintain a serene atmosphere, being the most significant administrative hubs of the Hong Kong government. Both roads are gated, requiring vehicle inspections for entry and exit, who would willingly drive through daily checks. Thus, they usually remain quiet, only bustling slightly during the commuting hours of government officials. At night, they are virtually deserted. However, this evening, both Yalabai Road and Lower Yalabai Road are abuzz with activity, a stark contrast to their usual nocturnal stillness. The roads are lively, flanked by a continuous stream of luxurious vehicles entering the venue. Tonight, the governor's residence is hosting a grand banquet, inviting influential enterprises, wealthy patrons, and senior executives from most banks across Hong Kong. Ostensibly a charity gala, the event subtly aims to encourage attendees to contribute to the Xiangdao Public Welfare Fund, a venerable organization established in 1968 dedicated to nonprofit activities. Its mission is to garner sponsorship for social welfare institutions in Xiangdao, aiding those in need. At 6:30 p.m., Li Yao, accompanied by Zhang Jingya and Hu Jianing, entered the vehicle and proceeded towards Upper Yalabai Road. Rather than his usual driver, Yin Jun, Hu Jianing took the wheel, while Zhang Jingya occupied the passenger seat. Li Yao reclined in the rear of the singular Rolls-Royce Silver Stab, a spacious interior inviting a stretch. This Silver Stab represents the flagship model from the previous year, having traversed the seas from Great Britain, costing a staggering 8 million Hong Kong dollars, far surpassing the 2 million required for the current Phantom. This large luxury car features a 4-door, 5-seat, 3-box design, prominently displaying its emblem on the hood, complemented by a waterfall-style grille that exudes elegance. However, due to the technological limitations of its time, this Silver Stab, like the current Phantom and Silver Spirit, lacks the eye-catching coach doors and floating wheel hub designs. Upon their arrival at Upper Yalabai Road, they encountered a substantial traffic jam, with vehicles lining the winding roads. The queue consisted of high-end cars, the least of which were BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Audis, or Volvos. Rolls-Royce vehicles were present, predominantly Phantoms, with a few Silver Spirits occasionally visible. Yet, Li Yao's Rolls-Royce Silver Stab, being a top-tier model, stood out conspicuously in the lineup. In the rear seat of the 3rd BMW ahead of them sat Li Huanghua, who immediately spotted the gleaming Silver Stab through the rearview mirror. Men, after all, have an affinity for automobiles, and the wealthy are no exception. Otherwise, where would luxury cars originate? Although Li Huanghua, in his 50s, typically maintains a low profile, he occasionally indulges in automotive matters. Having heard about the illustrious reputation of the Rolls-Royce Silver Stab last year, he had even perused European automotive magazines with his eldest son, Li Ju. Now, upon seeing Li Yao's Silver Stab, he promptly tapped his son seated in the front passenger seat. Ju, do you see that car behind us? Isn't it a Silver Stab? Li Ju, merely 19 years old, would later ascend to become a prominent figure in the world of crime. For now, he accompanies his father to the governor's residence for the banquet, gaining valuable exposure. Prompted by his father, he too caught sight of the silver stab trailing behind them. A young man, sharp-eyed and possessing a remarkable memory, immediately responded, "Indeed, it resembles a Rolls-Royce. This vehicle is destined for Xiangdao, and it wouldn't come cheap, certainly not less than several million. Who could possibly be so extravagant as to spend such a fortune on a mere car?" Li Huanghua, however, would not hesitate to shell out 8 million for a vehicle, blinking not once, and could easily buy 10 without a second thought. This generation of Huashang emphasizes frugality and practicality, never chasing after ostentatious displays. Even with deep pockets, it is inconceivable to squander such a sum on a single automobile. The BMW that he and his son are currently seated in cost merely 400,000 Xiangdao dollars. Li Yao's Rolls-Royce could purchase 20 of their BMWs. One must understand that at that time, 8 million Hong Kong dollars was a staggering astronomical figure. In 1983, the average monthly salary in Xiangdao was merely 1,800 Xiangdao dollars. It would take the combined earnings of 4,444 individuals to afford such a Rolls-Royce. By 2020, the average monthly salary in Xiangdao had risen to 14,000 Xiangdao dollars, meaning the total earnings of 4,444 individuals in 1 month would amount to 62,222,000 Hong Kong dollars. Calculating this way, spending 8 million Hong Kong dollars on a car would equate to spending 62,222,000 Hong Kong dollars on a similar vehicle 40 years later. It is no wonder that even in the present, where Huashang emphasizes thriftiness, such an expenditure on a luxury car would be considered utterly extravagant. Little wonder Li Ju could not restrain himself from uttering a curse upon witnessing it. Li Huanghua was equally astonished, pondering that even if he possessed such funds, he would invest in stocks or real estate, never on such a luxury item. From this vantage point, neither the driver nor the owner of the vehicle was visible. Li Huanghua curiously peered through the rearview mirror, speculating that it was likely not a local, perhaps an Englishman. Could it belong to the Kai's family? Or the Shi family? The Kai's family controls the largest conglomerate, the Jardine Group, and is among Hong Kong's wealthiest English families. The Shi family, on the other hand, heads the Swire Group, also a renowned wealthy English family in Hong Kong. It remains uncertain, perhaps. Li Ju was not entirely sure either. Li Huanghua shook his head, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson to his son. Such reckless extravagance is certainly not a commendable habit. We must never emulate this behavior. With millions in hand, investing in business would be far more prudent. Why squander it in such a manner? Azai, remember, our Li family must never adopt the foul habits of these foreign devils. Understood, Dad. I certainly won tea, Li Ju promptly replied. Although he felt a twinge of envy within, after all, he was young and cared about appearances. Interestingly, in an alternate timeline, the Li Huanghua family did indeed produce a prodigal akin to Li Ju, namely Li Kai, his younger brother by 2 years, who was equally concerned with maintaining an image. Not only did the father-son duo from the Li family take note of Li Yao's vehicle, but also in the Audi trailing the Rolls-Royce. Hua Yidong and his eldest son Hua Ting were discussing Li Yao's chariot. How much could this car possibly cost? Why is it so expensive? Does Rolls-Royce genuinely sell for such a price? Hua Yidong, lacking a clear understanding of vehicles, could not discern the car's worth as Li Huanghua did at a glance. However, his son Hua Ting, at the age of 34, a promising young man and a wealthy heir, was well aware of the flagship price of a Rolls-Royce. This is a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. I've seen it in European automotive magazines. It's a model newly launched last year, and I heard only 7 were produced in total. Hua Ting remarked to his father, I didn't expect someone in Xiangdao to acquire it so quickly. I heard that transporting it back to Xiangdao would cost around 7 to 8 million Hong Kong dollars. There are indeed a plethora of wealthy individuals in Xiangdao. Hua Yidong fell silent upon hearing this. Spending 7 to 8 million on a car? If his son were to do such a thing, he would surely faint on the spot. Last year, the stock market experienced a significant downturn, and the Hong Kong government continually pressured their Hua family's enterprises, resulting in a total profit of merely 160 million. 800,000 Hong Kong dollars represented 1/20th of last year's profit. Hua Yidong's blood pressure surged in indignation. He could only wonder who the unfortunate soul was that purchased this vehicle, as the license plate revealed nothing about the owner. Hua Yidong grumbled under his breath. At that moment, The driver, an old associate of Hua Yidong's for over 30 years, Li Jian, suddenly spoke up. He had once been a prominent figure on the streets and was now Hua Yidong's dedicated chauffeur. Sir, I may not recognize this vehicle, but its license plate appears to belong to the Wanmei Group. Uncle Li, how do you know that? Is it the Wanmei Group owned by that big Li? Hua Ting inquired with curiosity. Li Jian nodded. A few days ago, Sir asked me to go to the transport department to photograph the license plates of some transport vehicles. Since those plates are sold last, I spent quite some time at the department. With nothing else to do, I ventured to see what good license plates others were bidding on. Chapter 56. The license plates of Xiangdao and Xiangdao, the license plates, commonly referred to as Cheipai, were initially managed by the police department. As the number of vehicles increased and traffic pressure mounted, the transport department took over. Presently, all vehicles on the roads of Xiangdao must display a license plate both front and back. These plates are made of reflective material, adorned with characters in a vibrant hue, measuring approximately 8 to 11 centimeters. The front plate features a white background with black characters, while the rear plate boasts a yellow background with black characters. The dimensions conform to the British Standard BSEU 145A, which is indicated in small print on each plate. Notably, license plate numbers in Xiangdao do not commence with the digit 0. Some plates are devoid of English letters, while others lack numbers altogether. To avert confusion with the numerals 1 and 0, the letters I, O, and Q are excluded from the license plate alphabet. The new standards for license plates were implemented starting May 31, 1983. Prior to this, plates featured red backgrounds with white characters for taxis, white backgrounds with black characters for private vehicles, and black backgrounds with white characters for trucks. At that time, the transport department auctioned several plates beginning with the letter H, followed by a series of numbers starting from 5. An individual astonishingly acquired the range from H5555 to H5588, dozens of coveted numbers, for over 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. I was utterly astounded, pondering who would be so extravagant as to squander money in such a manner. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that they were purchased by a representative from the Perfect Group. As Li Laoshe remarked, Hua Ting glanced up to see a luxurious Rolls-Royce with the license plate H5555. Both Li Huanghua and Hua were intensely curious about the owner. Indeed, it was Li Yao. The two families, Hua and Li, regarded Li Yao's extravagance with skepticism. However, Li Yao himself held a contrasting perspective. He exhibited none of the frugality characteristic of the era's Chinese merchants. He had seldom experienced poverty in this life or the last. With the means at his disposal, why not indulge? After all, what was the purpose of earning such wealth? Thus, he unhesitatingly spent 8 million Hong Kong dollars on a Rolls-Royce. In truth, should he wish, he could procure several such vehicles in a single morning in Xiangdao. As for spending 800,000 Hong Kong dollars on a license plate, he perceived it not as wasteful, but rather as an astute investment strategy. After the new regulations were enacted on May 31, 1983, he believed that ordinary license plates at that time were quite affordable. He acquired 33 plates beginning with H55, spending only 790,000 Hong Kong dollars in total, averaging less than 24,000 per plate. Can you believe it? If one were to wait just a decade, by 1993, the auction of the H5555 license plate would fetch 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Yao originally purchased it for only 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. In a mere decade, 80,000 transformed into 3 million. This appreciation exceeded the rapid rise of real estate values in the mainland by several folds. Now, with the 33 license plates he purchased for 800,000 Hong Kong dollars, he estimated he could sell them for tens of millions in a decade. Therefore, Li Yao did not perceive this as wasteful, but rather as an undeniably profitable venture. If possible, he would even prefer to acquire single-digit license plates, such as those numbered 1 through 9. However, such plates are not readily available, having long been snatched up by the tycoons of Hong Kong and Macau. For instance, the H1 plate belongs to the gambling king, while the single-digit plates from 2 to 9 are reserved for the affluent and powerful. Even if Li Yao expressed interest, the owners would likely refuse to sell, as these plates symbolize status. He had already appointed Li Hongling as the general manager of his private real estate company to reach out to the owners of license plates numbered under 9,999, as well as those with letters under 9999. Provided the price is right, Li Yao would gladly acquire them. Fortunately, in the upcoming years, many wealthy individuals in Xiangdao would be emigrating. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yao was confident he could procure numerous desirable license plates. Spending a few million or tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars on several thousand exquisite plates now would yield a return of at least several billion Hong Kong dollars after the year 2000. By 2015, when affluent individuals from the mainland began purchasing properties in Xiangdao, selling these dazzling license plates, over 1,000 unique ones, could easily fetch hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Merely contemplating this prospect brought Li Yao immense joy. In fact, such favorable opportunities were abundant, including the coveted golf club membership cards he could acquire in a few years. Later, a prominent figure named Yang became notorious, experiencing multiple bankruptcies yet managing to revitalize his fortunes through a few rare golf membership cards. However, compared to these striking license plates, the millions associated with golf memberships were trivial in Li Yao's eyes. Thus, under the curious gaze of Huaidong, Li Huanghua, and other influential figures, Li Yao navigated the parking area for half an hour before arriving at the parking lot of the governor's residence. This location was still over 100 meters from the governor's mansion. The wealthy elite attending the banquet had to park here and proceed on foot, as the governor's residence could hardly accommodate such a multitude of vehicles. Additionally, for security reasons, the cars might conceal hazardous items. The parking lot was brightly lit, bustling with people. Aside from the drivers, the remaining attendees comprised the creme de la creme of Xiangdao and Macau, tycoons, aristocrats, and elites. Had Li Yao been driving a different vehicle, he would have seamlessly blended into the crowd without drawing attention. His youth and striking appearance might even have led some to mistake him for a wealthy patron chauffeur or the young companion of a female magnate. The successful individuals present were typically in their 40s or 50s, with graying hair and weathered faces. In the parking lot, guards assigned by the governor's residence were inspecting the invitations provided by Hui Jianing. Those employed at the governor's residence were undoubtedly British nationals. The officer responsible for the checks, identified as a captain by his insignia, compared the invitation against a small booklet and scrutinized the occupants of the vehicle. Once confirmed, he nodded and summoned another guard to assist with parking the car. The guard directing the parking commented after they exited the vehicle, "Gentlemen, please follow me. The banquet is about to commence." "Thank you," Li Yao replied, leading the way, conversing with the British guard. The path from the parking lot to the governor's residence, spanning over 100 meters, was adorned with a red carpet, illuminated by sparkling lights. To an unsuspecting passerby, one might mistake this gathering for a scene from a cinematic production or an awards ceremony within the entertainment industry, given the extravagant atmosphere. The only thing missing was a cadre of journalists flanking the sides, poised to capture photographs and conduct interviews. The foreign sentry escorting them pivoted away upon delivering them to the entrance of the crimson carpet, where a considerable number of attendees were already assembled. Among them were both foreign dignitaries and local figures. Back in 1983, the British Empire still clung to unrealistic aspirations regarding the island, which resulted in foreign nationals remaining hopeful and reluctant to withdraw en masse. Truth be told, during that era, the commercial and governmental spheres were predominantly governed by expatriates. On the crimson carpet, a notable number of fair-haired, light-skinned individuals stood, nearly equal in number to the local population, each group constituting half of the assembly. As three individuals traversed the carpet, Zhang Jingye and Hui Jianing intermittently introduced Li Yao to the eminent personalities passing by. "Boss, observe those two ahead. The younger gentleman is Li Xiaowei, freshly appointed as the chairman of Hengqin Bank. Beside him is He Tian, the vice chairman from the He family. Over there is Qiu Biheng, the general manager of Yonglong Bank, whose control has intensified since Standard Chartered acquired a stake in 1973. In recent years, the management of Yonglong Bank has predominantly transitioned to Standard Chartered personnel. The gentleman with partially gray hair is Lin Xiaodong, chairman of Innovation Bank. Many may not be familiar with Innovation Bank, as they primarily cater to corporate and institutional clients. Since 1981, their circumstances have been less than favorable. As the trio conversed in hushed tones, they advanced toward the center of the crimson carpet. At that moment, a voice called out to Li Yao from behind, Mr. Li ahead. Wait, could we have a few words?" Turning around, Li Yao beheld a frail elder accompanied by a man in his 30s approaching him. The call had come from the elderly gentleman, prompting Zhang Jingye to whisper urgently in Li Yao's ear, "That is Huaidong," along with his eldest son Huating. However, Li Yao needed no introduction, having recognized the elder immediately. After all, he was one of the most influential businessmen in Xiangdao. and his family had notably transitioned from commerce to governance with remarkable success. As the mainland began its development, the so-called four great families of Xiongdao became the subject of ridicule, while the Hua family truly deserved the title of the foremost family. In the presence of this venerable elder, Li Yao's demeanor transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm, for he required this individual to serve as a bridge between himself and the mainland. Mr. Hua, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Li Yao. He took the initiative to greet him. Hua Yidong, having endured hardships throughout his life, held rigorous standards for himself, his family, children, and relatives. While one might not label him as miserly, he certainly did not advocate for extravagance. To him, Li Yao's extravagant purchases of luxury vehicles and high-priced license plates epitomized sheer wastefulness. Hua Yidong personally was not particularly fond of the lavish lifestyle exhibited by Li Yao. However, for the greater good, for the sake of his business and company, he chose to exercise patience. He resolved to engage in a conversation with this rather youthful individual who appeared young enough to be his grandson. Regardless, he had long been a bridge between the Chinese business community and the mainland. Although Li Yao was known for his lavish spending, he was a genuine local and a remarkably successful Chinese entrepreneur. Under Li Yao's leadership, the Perfect Group experienced rapid growth within just 2 to 3 months, with reports indicating that their employee count had surpassed 6 figures. In the stock market, he managed to gain the upper hand over seasoned investors like Li Zhaoji, achieving victory against them. Li Yao's meteoric rise could only be likened to a rocket launch, inciting envy among many who labeled him a fleeting meteor, brilliant, yet unsustainable. Nevertheless, he currently possessed assets amounting to billions, even exceeding 20 billion Xiongdao dollars. Individuals of his stature had ascended to the ranks of the wealthiest in Xiongdao, while the mainland eagerly sought to court him. Privately, Hua Yidong, having initially formed a negative impression of Li Yao, was reluctant to engage with him. However, in a professional capacity, mainland leaders, having heard of an 18-year-old billionaire emerging from Xiongdao, were overflowing with curiosity and urged Hua Yidong to ascertain the true nature of Li Yao. Chapter 57. The purchase of Nanhua Sports Club. As they inquired, they subtly urged Hua Yidong to persuade the young tycoon to harbor less animosity towards the mainland. Even if he did not side with the mainland, it would be prudent not to grow too close to their adversaries. Hua Yidong was proficient in discerning priorities and would not let personal sentiments interfere with his duties. Moreover, he privately held a newfound respect for Li Yao. Currently, the Hua family's visible assets amounted to only around 2 to 3 billion Xiongdao dollars, a fortune that Hua Yidong had painstakingly amassed over the course of his life. In stark contrast, Li Yao had accumulated such wealth in merely 3 months, half of which stemmed from stock investments. Nevertheless, he was undeniably affluent, and in comparison, Hua Yidong felt a twinge of admiration. His initial intention was merely to meet Li Yao and casually gauge his thoughts. However, once they began conversing, they found themselves engrossed in dialogue, continuing even as they entered the residence of the governor, lost in conversation. Their topics expanded and deepened with each exchange. There is no need to read the newspapers. Everyone knows the Hong Kong government does not favor me. They host numerous banquets each year and have hardly ever invited me. Today marks the first time in 2 years. However, irrespective of their reluctance, they must allow me to attend. What? Mr. Li, you intend to establish a factory on the mainland? That area currently permits only conditional, limited joint ventures. Do you mind? Many Xiongdao merchants have withdrawn upon hearing about this policy. However, rest assured, by next year at the latest, this policy should ease somewhat. Establishing a charitable foundation? I hadn't considered that. An educational one? That is indeed a splendid idea. Though I wonder how cumbersome the procedures might be. What? You wish to purchase my Dongxing football team? I am afraid, Yao, that is not for sale. Yet if you truly have a passion for football, I can introduce you to several excellent teams. I assure you, each one is a formidable contender and a favorite for the Xiongdao Premier League Championship. One older and one younger, one seeking camaraderie and the other eager for deeper conversation. They unexpectedly discovered their thoughts aligned, transforming into fast friends with an unquenchable enthusiasm for discussion. Observing from the side, Hua Yidong's eldest son, Hua Ting, along with Li Yao's 2 subordinates, were utterly astonished at the fervor with which their respective elders engaged. Hua Ting had never witnessed his father in such a light. In his mind, his father had always maintained a stern demeanor, speaking little. Dining in silence and sleeping without a word was the unspoken rule of the Hua household. He had never imagined that today, his father would passionately debate with a significantly younger man over football teams. Hua Jianing and Zhang Jingya, witnessing the rapport between Li Yao and the esteemed Hua Yidong, felt a profound admiration for their boss. Although Hua Yidong did not rank among the wealthiest in Hong Kong and was not widely recognized, anyone who had brushed shoulders with the upper echelons was aware that this slender, unassuming gentleman was indeed one of the most formidable figures in the city. For over 30 years, he had endured suppression in Hong Kong, yet rather than falter, he had thrived. Why? Beyond the support from the north, it was also due to the old gentleman's remarkable capabilities. Having dared to navigate vessels alone along the Guangdong coastline in his youth, he outwitted pirates and smugglers alike. Some claimed he was the most influential among Hong Kong's top tycoons. On the surface, his wealth might be less than that of the new four great families, yet in terms of underground influence in the city, he surpassed them. To witness such a figure now passionately contesting over football players with his own boss was indeed a surprise. No, not for sale. I would rather die than part with it. Don't even mention 100,000 Xiangdao dollars. Even for 200,000, I would not let go. Yang Feng is a star forward who has been nurtured by Dongsheng for 5 to 6 years. He is our treasure and cannot be sold. Li Yao observed Hua Yidong's fervor for football. This gentleman truly loved the sport. Much of his investments and donations had been directed towards football, the Olympics, and sports in general. Even his granddaughter-in-law had been a choice he imposed upon his grandson. At that moment, an idea struck Li Yao, and after contemplating for a while, he suddenly asked, "Mr. Hua, I would like to inquire if there is any possibility of purchasing Nanhua Sports Club." By this time, they had entered the governor's residence, and in a bustling corner of the banquet, Hua Yidong paused, taken aback. "You wish to buy Nanhua Sports Club? What prompted this thought?" he asked, furrowing his brow with curiosity. "I enjoy playing football. After our lively discussion today, I have decided to purchase a team myself to challenge your Dongxing team." Li Yao grinned. "I am the kind of person who either does nothing or strives for the best. Here, the best team is undoubtedly Nanhua football team. Am I correct?" Hua Yidong was momentarily speechless. "What do you mean by our debate? We hardly quarreled." "Well, I may have raised my voice a little." This was true. Nanhua football team was indeed a top-tier team. Hua Yidong conceded this fact. His own team had existed for nearly 30 years, but had only claimed the Xiangdao Premier League championship once, while Nanhua football team, with a history of over 70 years, had won the championship more than 30 times. Undeniably the elder brother of Xiangdao's football scene. Nanhua football team belongs to Nanhua Sports Club. If I express my desire to purchase their team, they will undoubtedly disapprove, for the football team is the most profitable, renowned, and powerful entity within Nanhua Sports Club. Li Yao replied, "Then why not simply acquire the entire Nanhua Sports Club?" Hua Yidong found himself at a loss for words. This assertion was indeed valid. Nanhua Sports Club would not sell the football team separately, as it had originally been Nanhua Football Association. For the sake of a football team, Li Yao was willing to spend over 300 million on an entity that incurred annual losses exceeding 10 million. This was undeniably in line with Li Yao's character. After pondering for a moment, Hua Yidong quietly remarked, "That may be so, but acquiring Nanhua Sports Club is no simple task. Despite its market valuation of around 3 billion and not yet publicly traded, it remains the largest and finest sports club in Xiangdao. The number of shareholders is countless, and the shares are widely dispersed. More importantly, these shareholders are not ordinary individuals. They are affluent and influential luminaries. Even Hua Yidong himself possesses a small stake in Nanhua Sports Club. Nanhua Sports Club is something that is not easily acquired, even with money. I am aware of the challenges involved." Li Yao shrugged, "But there is no harm in trying. Old master, please keep an eye out or inquire about it. If anyone wishes to sell their shares in Nanhua Sports Club, I am willing to acquire them all, and I assure you the price will be satisfactory." "Very well, I shall convey your message, but the likelihood of success is slim. If you truly wish to engage in football." Hua Yidong's mind raced, and an idea struck him. "Hey, why not invest some money into my Dongxing football team? I will offer you 49 of the shares. With your financial backing and my expertise in football, we can undoubtedly transform Dongxing into the strongest team in Xiangdao, and breaking through to Asia will not merely be a dream." As he spoke, the old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, it was Li Yao who found himself at a loss for words. "My financial resources are indeed quite substantial. But do you truly possess expertise in football? If you are indeed knowledgeable and skilled, How is it that Dongsheng, after 30 years, has only managed to secure a single championship? Do you not find such remarks somewhat embarrassing? Li Yao had begun to witness another facet of this self-proclaimed businessman, and he outright refused. How can you presume to be adept in football? From where I stand, you are utterly incapable. At your age, it is far more appropriate for us youths to engage in such pursuits. Do you doubt it? Then let us meet on the pitch and put it to the test. I shall grant you 2 goals, best of 5 matches. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Hui Yidong was incensed, jumping up and shouting, "You little rascal! Had you dared to speak to me like this 30 years ago, I would have broken your legs. Enough! Enough! Let us first enjoy tonight's banquet, and tomorrow come to my pitch. I shall give you a thorough lesson, so you may understand what true football is." Li Yao, without uttering a word, regarded him with a haughty glance, as if to say, "Go on, keep boasting. Let us see who believes you." Although Hui Yidong was furious, he could not help but feel quite pleased deep down. This young man truly piqued my interest. Speaking of tonight's banquet, it is hosted by Yodu Du, and the atmosphere is exceedingly formal. The attendees are the prominent figures of the city, the elite among the elite. Furthermore, this grand banquet boasts a vast scale with numerous guests. The format is a common buffet, primarily featuring cold dishes, though several hot dishes have also been prepared. The buffet table is laden with utensils, an array of delicacies, and an ample selection of beverages. Naturally, with the government hosting, the affair cannot be modest. Numerous waitstaff have been hired specifically to cater to the esteemed guests of the evening. The banquet takes place in the garden of the Du residence, where dozens of tables have been set up. Guests can take a seat to rest and engage in conversation. Li Yao, Hui Yidong, along with Hu Ting and Zhang Jingya, gathered around a table, engrossed in fervent discussion. Most of the time, it was Li Yao and Hui Yidong who animatedly conversed. As for Hu Ting and Zhang Jingya, they could only watch their fathers and the boss exchange boasts. Their positioning was somewhat off to the side. On the surface, this position seemed inconspicuous, as if no one had noticed them. However, in reality, this old and young duo had already become the focal point of the banquet attended by 200 or 300 people. First, let us discuss Hui Yidong. The government rarely invites him to such gatherings. His presence today is rather perplexing, making him particularly conspicuous. Now, regarding Li Yao, the young man is robust and handsome, and crucially, he appears to be enjoying himself in a lively conversation with Hui Yidong. Those in attendance, unaware of his identity, must certainly be curious. Those who recognize him as the son of Li Huanghua, the owner of the well-known vehicle, are even more bewildered by his close relationship with a figure like Hui Yidong, who is on the government's blacklist. It is worth noting that those tycoons who maintain close ties with Hui Yidong do not dare to display such familiarity in public settings, as they must consider the government's stance. A father and son pair, having recognized Li Yao as the son of the infamous Li Huanghua, sat at another table, secretly observing them. "Dad, why did the government invite Huasheng tonight? I remember you mentioning that they were not particularly fond of him," Li Ju whispered to his father. Li Huanghua lowered his voice and replied, "If they invited him, there must be some hidden motive. I never anticipated that he would be so amicable with that young man, engaging in such spirited conversation. I am unaware of any collaboration between them." Li Ju, still somewhat naive, was taken out by his father to broaden his horizons this evening, and Li Huanghua had specifically instructed him, "Your task tonight is to observe, listen, and ponder. Do not concern yourself with other matters, including anything regarding Huasheng and that Li Yao. Do not pry into them, understood?" "Understood," Li Ju quickly replied, although he felt a tinge of reluctance within. Chapter 58. Donation of 5,000 Shangdao coins. What do you mean I am still young? I am already 19 years old this year, well past the age of adulthood. That Li Yao, who has been lauded to the heavens in the newspapers, is only 18, a year my junior. As a fellow youth, Li Ju naturally felt a twinge of imbalance. Yet, out of respect for his father, he could only comply obediently. Apart from the father-son duo of Li Huanghua, numerous pairs of eyes were also fixated on Li Yao and Hui Yidong. Those foreign devils were watching them too. Before the arrival of the governor, tonight's banquet host, Xia Dingji, a senior official of the Hong Kong government, leaned over to inquire of the director of the Foreign Exchange Fund Management Bureau, William, who brought that young person. Haven't his elders taught him to maintain some distance in public settings? William, a 40-something Caucasian man with glasses, appeared quite scholarly. He glanced over at Li Yao but did not recognize him. Li Yao's rise had been so meteoric that, despite frequent appearances in the newspapers, Many remained unaware of his identity. William replied to Xia Dingji, "Let me find out." Immediately, he sought out a nearby secretary of Li Yao for information. The secretary whispered a few words to William. William's expression abruptly grew peculiar as he turned back to Xia Dingji, saying, "Mr. Chief Secretary, that young person is not anyone's relative, nor was he brought in by anyone else. He came on his own." Holding his favorite martini, Xia Dingji furrowed his brow at this revelation. Was there a mistake with the invitation? How could even someone from the entertainment circle have been invited? Li Yao, so young, tall, and handsome, had entered the banquet by himself. Xia Dingji instinctively thought he was one of the entertainment figures invited by the Hong Kong government. "No, it is not that way, sir. This young person is named Li Yao. He is the owner of the Perfect Group. According to the list you and the governor provided, he fully qualifies. Hence, we extended invitations to both him and his company for tonight's banquet," William explained. Upon hearing the name Perfect Group, Xia Dingji finally recalled who Li Yao was. He was the individual who had outsmarted the cunning old fox, Li Zhaojin, in the stock market. Indeed. Oh my, look at him. He appears so youthful. Individuals with yellow skin tend to look younger, Xia Dingji remarked. William's lips twitched slightly, continuing, "Honorable Chief Secretary, Li Yao not only looks young, he truly is only 18 years old. The civil records from the Hong Kong government state that he just turned 18 on March 1st of this year. 18? Are you telling me this kid is merely 18? Such a greenhorn managed to outmaneuver Li Zhaojin in the stock market?" Xia Dingji exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping his eyes out. William nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Moreover, last month, he quietly acquired 2 publicly listed companies, with a combined market value of around 1.2 billion Xiangdao coins. The newspapers claim that his net worth might now exceed 2 billion Xiangdao coins. 2 billion Xiangdao coins? How much would that be in pounds? My God, almost 160 million pounds, right? A mere youth possesses a fortune of 160 million pounds. William, you must be joking. Xia Dingji was genuinely taken aback. William shrugged, stating, "I have no time for jokes. It is printed clearly in black and white in the newspapers." Xia Dingji took a deep breath, forcing down the jealousy that bubbled within him. How could he be associated with that troublesome, fiery figure, Hua, mingling in the same circles? What was their relationship? I am unclear on that. Perhaps MI5 needs to investigate, William replied. Just as Xia Dingji was about to say something, his secretary quietly reminded him, "Sir, it is almost time. Sir Yud is about to make his entrance." Xia Dingji nodded and proceeded towards the microphone in the banquet hall. He was to deliver a speech to commence the evening's festivities. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, on behalf of the Hong Kong government and His Excellency the Governor, I warmly welcome you all. The world needs warmth and compassion. The welfare initiatives in Xiangdao rely on your generous support. Tonight is a rare blessing for those facing hardships. Because of your generous contributions, they will have the opportunity to overcome their difficulties. I believe that under the wise leadership of Governor Yud, Xiangdao will certainly usher in a brand new, glorious era, and we will. Finally, let us extend a warm round of applause and heartfelt respect to welcome Sir Yud, the 26th Governor of the British Empire, to the grand stage." As the sound of photographers clicking and the bright flashes filled the air, accompanied by thunderous applause, Governor Yud, with his wife, accompanied by several attendants and bodyguards, emerged from the garden hall, exuding an air of tranquility and grandeur. In a corner of the crowd, Li Yao smiled and clapped, suddenly hearing Hua Yidong mutter, "What a show-off. Does he think this is England? We will drive them out sooner or later." Li Yao listened, merely smiling silently. Returning to the main venue of the banquet, Governor Yud officially took over Xia Dingji's position and delivered a brief speech. The content of the speech essentially conveyed that Xiangdao would undoubtedly improve, that the development of Xiangdao relies on collective efforts, and of course, the guidance of the British Empire, among other sentiments. As soon as the speech concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Subsequently, Governor Yud announced the official commencement of the charity banquet. Typically, charity banquets hosted by wealthy individuals include an auction segment, where items donated by attendees are bid upon, with the proceeds going to charity. However, tonight's banquet was organized by the Hong Kong government, with the governor in attendance, thus lacking such auction elements. Before the banquet began, each guest who received an invitation was required to donate 5,000 Xiangdao coins to the charitable fund. Failing to contribute would lead to disdain, even whispers behind their backs. If one wished to donate more, they could directly contact the charity organization. Therefore, The donations were already settled before the banquet commenced. The ensuing festivities would be a celebration of revelry and enjoyment, a gathering of high society. The banquet hall was ablaze with lights, bustling with people. Li Yao observed from afar as Governor Yud was surrounded by a crowd, finding little enjoyment in the spectacle. The so-called gatherings of the upper class merely consist of individuals congregating to indulge in libations and engage in idle chatter. He murmured to the side, to Hua Yidong, that it was exceedingly dull. He could not fathom why everyone seemed to relish such soirees. He mused that a more delightful experience would be to converse, forge friendships, and find like-minded companions, settling in a serene locale to sip tea and engage in meaningful dialogue. Hua Yidong chuckled in agreement, remarking that such gatherings were particularly favored by those outside the circle. As the two conversed, a commanding voice suddenly broke through. "Old Hua, good evening. I did not realize you were acquainted with the now-renowned Li Sheng." Before Li Yao could turn around, he observed Hua Yidong remained stoic, directly responding, "Old Bao, good evening. I have just met Li Sheng today. However, you are correct. We are already good friends. Come, engage with him. You will surely take a liking to him. This lad, TSK. Li Yao turned to see none other than Bao Yugong, the current crowned king of the fragrant island's wealth, once dubbed a maritime tyrant and one of the world's 7 maritime lords by publications such as Fortune and Newsweek. Bao Yugong bore a serious expression, his countenance characterized by a typical square jaw, with thick brows that exuded authority. He held a glass of red wine, accompanied by a congenial middle-aged man, as they approached. What a handsome young man! Upon reaching Li Yao and Hua Yidong, Bao Yugong appraised Li Yao with a smile. Hua Yidong remarked, "He is particularly capable. His company's market value and assets are now quite comparable to mine." Bao Yugong chuckled softly, remaining silent as he handed his cup to the middle-aged man, extending his hand toward Li Yao. "Li Sheng, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bao Yugong." Li Yao shook hands with the maritime lord, smiling broadly. "The illustrious name of the maritime lord resonates with me. No introduction was necessary. I am Li Yao. This lad, neither servile nor arrogant, possesses a remarkable sense of propriety. I hope old Hua does not lead him astray. How could old Hua be so reckless with a young person's prospects?" Li Yao chuckled, finding the maritime lord rather amusing, as he seemed intent on aiding him. Indeed, from the moment he alighted from his vehicle, his 2 extraordinary abilities had been activated. One was the power of Leiting, utilized for offense, now capable of releasing energy akin to that of lightning. When used for assistance, he could emit a faint bioelectric charge to create an electromagnetic field, influencing nearby organisms to secrete specific hormones. As for his mind-reading ability, he wielded it with remarkable finesse. Can you guess why Hua Yidong and Li Yao developed such a close rapport after merely an hour of conversation, akin to old friends or even soulmates? Was it merely due to Li Yao's handsome visage? Or perhaps it stemmed from his extraordinary abilities. With the aid of his mind-reading prowess, those conversing with Li Yao found it impossible to conceal secrets. As long as Li Yao was inclined to befriend someone, his ability to perceive the depths of the human heart would render him a figure of utmost trustworthiness. During their dialogue, before the other party had formulated their thoughts, he would articulate their sentiments more accurately than they could themselves. Initially, this might evoke curiosity, but over time, even the most cunning individuals could not help but ponder, how does this lad understand me so well? He is as if he were a worm nestled within my belly. With such extraordinary capabilities, coupled with his ability to expand his bioelectromagnetic field to a radius of 2 to 3 meters, he possessed an undeniable advantage in interpersonal dealings, both psychologically and physiologically. Thus, when Bao Yugong approached and shook hands with Li Yao, he felt an immediate affinity for the young man. If one were to express it in gaming terms, Li Yao would possess attributes such as diplomatic skill at maximum, permanent increase in affection, passive charm effect active. Chapter 59. Establishing a factory in the mainland. The remarkable rapport between Hua Yidong and Li Yao was profoundly influenced by their extraordinary abilities. As Hua Yidong grew increasingly fond of Li Yao, Bao Yugong became more reluctant to allow Hua Yidong to lead Li Yao astray. But why would Hua Yidong wish to lead Li Yao astray? It was primarily due to the fact that old Hua had been on the Hong Kong government's watch list for over 30 years. Throughout these years, anyone associated with old Hua occasionally found themselves entangled in trouble. Over time, the wealthy elite of Xiangdao, who were actually on good terms with Hua Yidong, became wary of appearing too close to him in public. Now that Li Yao was developing such a close connection with Hua Yidong, Bao Yugong finding Li Yao quite agreeable, naturally worried that he might attract the government's ire in the future. Thus, he made a special trip to offer assistance to Li Yao. In all of Hong Kong, Bao Yugong, a globally influential tycoon, was among the few who could engage with Hua Yidong without fear of repercussions from the government. He had posed for photographs with numerous heads of state, including presidents and the British Queen, and during visits to various countries, he was often personally received by the highest-ranking officials. In terms of international influence, he was the foremost figure in Xiangdao. A man of such stature would certainly not be fazed by the government's petty maneuvers. Hua Yidong was well aware of this. After exchanging a few words with Li Yao, influenced by his demeanor, Old Hua also found Li Yao quite likable, yet he instinctively wanted to maintain distance. At least during this banquet, caution was paramount to avoid giving the government any leverage. However, Li Yao was utterly unconcerned about these matters. It was now 1983, a far cry from 1953 or even 1963. The days of foreign nationals in Hong Kong were dwindling. In another timeline, the following year, Long Ying would sign an agreement. Once the status of Hong Kong was settled, the government would no longer harass Hua Yidong. After being suppressed for over 30 years, the Hua family was finally experiencing a turnaround, becoming the most sought-after individuals in Xiangdao. For this reason, Li Yao was indifferent to the government's trivial actions. Consequently, Hua Yidong attempted to speak several times, only to be interrupted by Li Yao, who deftly shifted the topic. Eventually, the two found themselves in a spirited argument. Just as Bao Yugong was about to advise Hua Yidong to be cautious and prevent the youth from courting trouble, Li Yao interjected with a smile, taking advantage of the Ship King's dissatisfaction with Hua Yidong. Mr. Bao, you are the world's Ship King. Although you may not be sailing much these days, I presume you still have some vessels at your disposal? Bao Yugong paused, contemplating before responding. Vessels? Cargo ships? What do you ask this for? Li Yao replied, I plan to establish a toy factory in Pengcheng in the mainland next year, and I may also set up additional factories in other parts of Guangdong. I will need to transport a significant amount of goods, likely requiring numerous ships. Establish a factory in the mainland? Bao Yugong looked at Li Yao in astonishment. Hua Yidong's eyes widened as well. Previously, Li Yao had mentioned this to him, and he assumed it was merely a casual remark. He never anticipated that Li Yao was genuinely considering this venture. Bao Yugong scrutinized Li Yao, seemingly trying to discern his sincerity from his expression. Li Yao nodded, affirming his intentions. Bao Yugong was taken aback. This young man certainly possessed remarkable audacity. If Governor Yo Dai was the most prominent foreign figure at the gathering, then Bao Yugong was undoubtedly the most illustrious Longren present. Unlike Hua Yidong, who appeared exceptional due to his close ties to the mainland, Bao Yugong held his distinguished status in Hong Kong because of his wealth and international renown. Just a few years prior, before he departed from maritime life. By 1981, the fleet of the Ship King had reached an astounding total tonnage of 21 million tons. This figure surpassed the combined transportation capacity of both foreign governments at that time. In a different context, even if we fast-forwarded to the 21st century, no one in Xiangdao could replicate Bao Yugong's phenomenal reputation and influence in the international arena during the 1980s. Even such a distinguished figure could engage with Li Yao with a cheerful countenance. During tonight's banquet, both foreign guests and Longren began to regard Li Yao with newfound respect. Governor Yo Dai was whispering with Xia Dingji, deliberating on how to address the guests, and also took note of the unfolding situation. What is happening? Who is that young man? Why is he so familiar with Bao Yugong? Bao seems quite jovial, Yo Dai inquired curiously. Among the Longren of Hong Kong, Bao Yugong was undoubtedly someone who could earn the governor's esteem. When he launched a new ship or held a grand opening, even the British Prime Minister was invited. In the future, Yo Dai's successor, Wei Yisin, would also remark that Bao Yugong was the first and only Xiangdao man to achieve such international acclaim. As one of the wealthiest Longren in Xiangdao, if Yo Dai and Xia Dingji could secure Bao Yugong's support tonight, their plans would proceed much more smoothly. Xia Dingji also noticed this scene and felt uneasy. Earlier, he had observed Li Yao engaged in a lively conversation with Hua Yidong, which suggested a close relationship. This irked Xia Dingji, who intended to have relevant authorities teach that young man a lesson once the banquet concluded. However, before long, he witnessed Li Yao and Bao Yugong in a warm exchange, even with arms slung over each other's shoulders. The young Longren, named Li Yao, was the chairman of Wanmei Group. He maintained a favorable relationship with the insufferable Hua, but now it appeared he was also growing close to Bao. Xia Dingji remarked to Yo Dai. Wanmei Group? I believe I have seen that name in the newspapers. Yode shook his head, dismissing it. Forget it, let us proceed as planned. Phillips. Phillips was Xia Dingji's English name. He nodded and turned to instruct several attendants from the governor's office. The attendants immediately took action, heading towards the main venue of the banquet. Returning to Bao Yugong's side, Xia Dingji was not mistaken. Bao Yugong truly had his arm around Li Yao. This was because Li Yao had just suggested that he join Hua Yidong for a game of football the next day, challenging both of them single-handedly. Such words, to others, might seem like an audacious display of arrogance, lacking in prudence. However, for some unknown reason, Bao Yu found it particularly amusing upon hearing it, and with a chuckle, he patted Li Yao on the shoulder. Not only did he find this young man pleasing to the eye, but he also felt a remarkable affinity with him. Just as he was about to engage Li Yao in further conversation, his second son-in-law, Li Zhang, approached quietly and whispered a few words. Bao Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at Hua Yidong, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a composed demeanor befitting a ship king, Bao Yu paused momentarily before turning to Li Yao, a smile blossoming on his face. The master is pressing us for a visit. Lao Hua and I must make our way there. Yao, you and Zhenggu, Tinggu, please catch up here for a while. Hua Yidong chimed in. The main event is about to commence tonight. I am genuinely curious to see what new tricks these English gentlemen will conjure. Bao Yu and Hua Yidong exchanged knowing smiles, clearly in sync with one another. Li Yao responded, no problem. Zhenggu, Tinggu, we shall await your return here. With that, Bao Yu and Hua Yidong followed a stoic servant towards the direction of the master. The moment they departed, Hua Ting and Li Zheng appeared significantly more at ease. Li Yao smiled and extended his hand to the two, saying, Zhenggu, Tinggu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yao. Li Zheng. Since we share the same surname, we are indeed kin. I hail from the Li family of Jiangzheningzhou, Xixi Zhengyang. Li Zheng said with a smile as he shook hands with Li Yao, willingly disclosing his family background due to their shared surname. Li Yao replied, my hometown is Guangdong Chaoshan Wendatang. As for the specific lineage, my parents did not elaborate during their lifetime, so I am somewhat unclear. Wendatang? Let me think. Could it be the lineage stemming from the 12th generation of Dai Gong's development? We from Zhengyang Hall are descendants of Yang De Gong from the 10th generation. The conversation between Li Zheng and Li Yao delved into the family history of the Li surname. In his previous life, Li Yao was a Chaos Han native, and his elders placed great importance on such matters, so he possessed some understanding of his family history. However, after his rebirth, he took on the Li surname, and with his father leaving no related documents, he could only grasp the general outline. Nevertheless, engaging in conversation with Li Zheng was not an issue. As a former titan of commerce, he retained the wisdom and experience of successful individuals, naturally possessing a high emotional intelligence, ensuring that Hua Ting was not neglected in their dialogue. After shaking hands with Li Zheng, he extended his hand to Hua Ting, saying, Tinggu, pleased to meet you. I am Li Yao. You may simply call me Yao. In contrast to Li Zheng's enthusiastic demeanor, Hua Ting was much gentler, smiling as he shook hands with Li Yao. Yao, you truly possess remarkable skills. I have never seen Bao Sheng and my father engage so effortlessly in conversation with anyone else. This sentiment was genuinely heartfelt from Hua Ting. Individuals like Hua Yidong and Bao Yugang, being titans of the business world, were astute and knowledgeable, having traversed numerous storms and encountered a myriad of characters, dealing with countless intricate matters. Such individuals are rarely swayed by superficial flattery or insincere smiles. Yet, at this moment, the two elders displayed a remarkable ease and warmth towards Li Yao, as if he were their own son or son-in-law, while Hua Ting and Li Zheng felt like outsiders. This stirred a sense of jealousy within him. However, having been groomed since childhood by Hua Yidong as a successor, though not as exceptional as Lao Hua, he had widened his horizons and broadened his mind over the years. Thus he felt no resentment, but rather engaged in playful banter with Li Yao. Li Zheng, being the son-in-law of the ship king, was also being trained as a successor in the absence of male heirs. Both Li Zheng and Hua Ting were the legitimate heirs of Bao Yugang and Hua Yidong. These two young men, whether in intellect or emotional intelligence, were quite competent, certainly qualifying as elite figures. Compared to someone like Li Yao, who seemed to have an extraordinary life, they might appear slightly inferior, but when compared to the average person, there was a stark contrast. Therefore, once Hua Yidong and Bao Yugang departed, the three young men engaged in lively conversation. Yao, you truly have audacity. Laboring to bring silver thorns to Xiangdao must yield several 100,000 Xiangdao coins, Huiting said, his envy evident as he spoke. Chapter 60. The banquet concludes. Given the financial clout of the Hua family, acquiring this vehicle was hardly a challenge. At just 34 years of age, Huiting was in the prime of his life and naturally had a penchant for luxury cars. Although he harbored a strong desire for it, he dared not proceed with the purchase on his own accord. Should he take such a bold step, his father would undoubtedly have strong words for him, including taxes, shipping fees, insurance, and agent fees. The total expenditure amounted to 7.98 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Yao shrugged, remarking that if Ting liked it, he would have no qualms about gifting it. Just kidding, he added. Who would dare accept a vehicle worth nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars? Please, please, please. The car my father drives is merely ordinary. How could I presume to ride in such opulence? Huiting responded. Li Jing chimed in. Yao, you earn your own money and can spend it as you wish. At our age, if we were to spend so extravagantly, we would surely find ourselves making headlines tomorrow, only to be chastised by the elders. Indeed, Huiting laughed in agreement. Li Yao, however, expressed his perspective. Money is meant to be earned and spent. If one earns yet does not indulge, what is the purpose of the toil? In their hearts, both Huiting and Li Jing, being in their 30s, resonated with this sentiment. Yet, their agreement held little sway, as the older generation still wielded power, and their greatest disdain was for extravagance. It was peculiar that only Li Yao, a young maverick, could afford to be so lavish without inciting discontent. After their discussion on luxury cars, the trio embarked on whimsical conversations. When it came to the astonishing fact that Li Yao, despite his wealth, intended to personally produce a film, both Li Jing and Huiting were left speechless in astonishment. Li Yao chuckled and suggested, in the future, should the opportunity arise, I might invite you two brothers to join me. Do not decline. Huiting and Li Jing exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected proposition. Standing silently behind them, yet maintaining a smile, Hua Jianing and Zhang Jingya were equally surprised. However, upon further reflection, the idea seemed rather intriguing. The prospect of a scion of a top-tier tycoon in Xiangdao participating in a film, merely this angle could save a fortune in promotional costs. All right, as long as your invitation is sincere and my father has no objections, I shall agree to partake. Huiting utilized his father as a shield. To be honest, he was not particularly invested in the venture, as his wife, Zhu Lingling, was a former Miss Hong Kong and had some connections in the entertainment industry of Xiangdao. Li Jing scratched his head, expressing a hint of resignation. As long as Ting is willing to participate, I shall too. Implicitly, he indicated that if Huiting did not join, he would not either. Li Yao clapped his thigh, agreed. It is settled. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, the banquet officially commenced. The long-absent supervisor Yode returned, accompanied by a cadre of prominent tycoons and bankers from Xiangdao, rejoining the festivities. The attendees understood that these individuals had just convened to deliberate on the evening's main event. After conversing with Li Yao, Huiting, and Li Jing for over an hour, they noticed Bao Yugong approaching alongside Hua, walking toward them with calm expressions. Trailing behind were numerous luminaries from the business realm. Li Yao recognized them at once. They were some of the most esteemed business figures in Xiangdao, including Li Huanghua, Jing Yutong, Li Zhaoji, and Guodisheng. Just a mere flick of their fingers could send tremors through the commercial landscape of Xiangdao. In recent years, they had nearly consumed the remnants left behind after the British capital's withdrawal. Under Bao Yugong's guidance, these business magnates approached Li Yao's table. Bao Yugong turned to the group and suggested, "Let us sit here and discuss how to respond to Supervisor Yao." Not a single one of the 490 attendees opposed. They promptly sought seats. The table was already cramped, with 5 spots occupied by Li Yao and his companions. Observing the esteemed figures seeking seats, Li Jing and Hua Jianing promptly stood to offer theirs. However, Li Yao remained seated, while Bao Yugong gestured to his attendants to fetch additional chairs. "Go over there and bring a few chairs. Let us squeeze together for convenience in our meeting." The business luminaries glanced at Li Yao, noting his smile and composed demeanor, which exuded a certain courtesy. Li Zhaoji, who had only seen him in newspapers, thought, "This young man possesses quite a bit of audacity. Yet, old Bao seems to hold him in high regard. How curious." Before long, the Hua merchants were seated on the newly brought chairs, forming a circle around Bao Yugong. Whether by coincidence or design, Bao Yugong and Hua deliberately positioned themselves beside Li Yao, effectively placing him at the center of this assembly of business elites. This tableau did not escape the notice of keen observers, thereby enhancing Li Yao's stature in their eyes. In the distance, Xia Dingji, who had just returned from speaking with Supervisor Yo, stood beside Xiangdao's fire chief Andalusi, sighing, "Never mind, Andalusi, all is well." The fire chief, Andalusi, appeared bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Moments ago, he had been enjoying a drink when suddenly, Xia Dingji called him over. He hurriedly approached, for aside from Supervisor Yo, Xia Dingji was the second most powerful figure in the Hong Kong government. As a lowly fire chief, he could not afford to offend such a heavyweight. Upon arriving, Andalusi anticipated Xia Dingji would say something important, but he suddenly fell silent, leaving the chief perplexed. In truth, Xia Dingji had summoned Andalusi for a serious matter. He intended for the fire department to create some inconveniences for Li Yao's company. Suppressing Hua Yidong and those businesspersons seeking to curry favor with him had been a long-standing practice of the Hong Kong government for over 30 years. While no one dared to provoke Hua Yidong, a young entrepreneur with a few petty riches should know his place. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Xia Dingji observed the gathering of Hua merchants. The sight of Li Yao sitting beside Bao Yugong made him appear as if he were the leader of the Hua capitalists. At this tumultuous time in Xiangdao, the Hong Kong government sought the assistance of Hua tycoons to stabilize the plummeting currency exchange rates and soaring prices. Should complications arise due to Li Yao's actions, leading to dissatisfaction among the Hua business conglomerates, it would spell disaster. This generation of Hua merchants was particularly united. Without such unity, it was impossible to contend against the British capital backed by the Hong Kong government. Particularly when there were leaders among them, the government had little recourse. In any case, Li Yao was not going anywhere. Xia Dingji resolved to seek another opportunity to deal with him later, allowing him to escape for now. Thus, Andrew was summoned, said nothing, and was allowed to leave. The prominent figures from Huazi were engaged in discussion regarding the recent matter when the governor, Yuda, had called them in. Among those present, the hot-tempered Zheng Yutong was the first to speak. "Regardless of your thoughts, I vehemently disagree. It is the responsibility of the Hong Kong government to control prices and stabilize the exchange rate. Even if the government requires assistance, it should fall to the banks. We are merely merchants. How much foreign exchange can we possess? Moreover, I personally lack foreign exchange. Without it, how can I procure raw materials for Zhou Dafu?" The eldest among them, Gui Dashing, also expressed his dissent. "I am against this. It is a matter for the Financial Management Bureau and the Hong Kong government." Others followed suit, voicing their agreement. Li Yao quickly grasped the situation, confirming his initial suspicions. The Hong Kong government, witnessing relentless price increases and a plummeting exchange rate, sought to evade responsibility, instead looking to the enterprises and banks of Xiangdao for assistance. They wished for the banks and affluent merchants to utilize their foreign exchange to purchase Xiangdao currency in order to halt the currency's further decline. Simultaneously, they desired these magnates to suppress the prices, preventing them from surging excessively. The core issue was that the government had offered no incentives to the merchants present. Why would the prominent families agree to work without compensation? Li Yao scratched his head, contemplating how naive the newly appointed governor truly was. Furthermore, if the banks and enterprises of Xiangdao successfully collaborated to halt the decline of the exchange rate, it would spell bad news for him. He had originally intended to capitalize on the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar to reap substantial profits and subsequently extract concessions from the government. Should the depreciation cease prematurely, he would gain nothing. In that different world, it ultimately depended on the Hong Kong government and the management of the foreign exchange fund, which employed significant reserves to stabilize the currency's decline. People often say that it is not the fear of 1,000 things but the fear of a single unforeseen event. Should the butterfly effect truly manifest, the grand event Li Yao had meticulously planned for over 2 months would be rendered futile. Seeing the unanimous opposition from the gathered individuals, he felt a sense of reassurance. Thus, he sat quietly, a smile gracing his lips, listening to a group of prominent Huazi figures deliberating strategies. In truth, there was little to strategize. As long as everyone resolutely refrained from extending their hands, how could the government seize their pockets? This was 1983, not 1883, when Huazi merchants had no backing and were at the mercy of others. If they were truly pushed to the brink, they might even run north to lament, potentially celebrating the return in advance. This gathering of Huazi merchants yielded no significant conclusions. After all, the English were still in charge of Xiangdao. The governor of that time was markedly different from the later chief executive, who truly dared to adopt a hardline approach. One might wonder how those later figures became so audacious, gallivanting about. It was because the government at that time was lenient. It was indeed the realm of the Hong Kong people. However, the situation had changed. If the locals did not comply, the authorities would not hesitate to act. Should those later figures dare to cause trouble during this time, challenging the police, they would find themselves facing bullets. Hence, it is understandable why the older generation of locals often favored the English. They had genuinely experienced oppression from outsiders and had lived as second-class citizens. Unlike the current generation, who, born into privilege, were oblivious to their fortune and squandered their good fortune. Enough of this trivial talk. In any case, the merchants ultimately reached a consensus. If the government expected the Huazi merchants to contribute financially, the British merchants must also chip in. And the banks could not remain idle, while the government itself had to participate. Either everyone would witness the continuous depreciation of the Xiangdao currency and the decline of the property and stock markets together, or they would collectively contribute to stabilize the market. The days of solely exploiting the Huazi merchants were long gone. This was no longer 1883. Once consensus was reached, the banquet was drawing to a close. Governor Yu did not make another appearance. Having hosted a banquet without achieving his objectives, he surely felt frustrated. Subsequently, Xia Dingji emerged to announce the conclusion of the charity banquet. Chapter 61. Directing the play. Once the banquet concluded, the business moguls did not rush to depart. Instead, they flocked to the luxurious residence of Bao Yugong atop the mountain to indulge in tea and chatter. It wasn't until after 11 in the evening that they began to leave, one by one. That night, Li Yao's gains included an almost perfect impression from both Bao Yugong and Hui Yidong, along with several business cards from influential tycoons, marking his entry into their social circle. Henceforth, the elite of Xiangdao would come to recognize the name Li Yao, signifying his formal induction into high society. Although Li Yao had amassed considerable wealth prior to this, his humble origins and rapid rise had rendered him somewhat of an anomaly. In the realm of commerce, he found that few could genuinely be deemed friends or partners. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Bao Yugong's evident appreciation for this young man was unmistakable, as was Hui Yidong's attitude. This compelled everyone to acknowledge a new reality. A young individual had secured his place within this elite social sphere. With this moment, Li Yao truly stepped over the threshold into the upper echelons of Xiangdao's social elite. The following morning, as he directed the two assistant directors, Wang Jing and Xu Ke, to enhance the performances of the leading actors, he busily answered phone calls. The filming took place at the Mailihua Hotel, and he was using the hotel's landline. Although prototype mobile phones, colloquially known as Big Brothers, had emerged in laboratories a decade prior, the commercial viability of mobile telephony was only beginning to unfold, with network infrastructure still under development. At that time, the Big Brother was far from widespread. In a different temporal context, Xiangdao would not witness the advent of mobile phones until after 1987, with full-scale proliferation not occurring until post-1992. While answering a call, Li Yao was simultaneously contemplating a new initiative for Lin Onbong. He intended to preemptively introduce mobile technology, thereby securing local telecommunications licenses to lay the groundwork for future market entry. In that era, the Big Brother undoubtedly symbolized cutting-edge technology, aligning perfectly with the vision of his consortium, which melded technology with culture. Nonetheless, before assigning Lin Onbong his new task, Li Yao's primary concern was the exchange rate of the Xiangdao dollar. The voice on the other end belonged to Zhang Jingye, who had been closely monitoring the financial climate. When the Xiangdao dollar plummeted over 30 points in a single day, breaching the 9 yuan barrier, he promptly reported the situation to his superior. Li Yao recalled that in the original timeline, the Xiangdao dollar had depreciated to 9.6 Hong Kong dollars per $1. Currently sitting at 9.01, there remained a depreciation potential of approximately 0.6 Hong Kong dollars. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yao declared, "Since the decline has commenced, we must prepare ourselves. Our target is 9.4 yuan. When the exchange rate reaches this level, it will be our opportune moment to act." Understood. We are fully prepared and await the right moment. Zhang Jingye's voice brimmed with excitement. Since August, Li Yao's investment department had refrained from any maneuvers in the Xiangdao stock market. Following August, the Hong Kong stock market had experienced a steady decline, not catastrophic, but persistent drops of 2 to 3 daily had left investors restless. The market had yet to hit rock bottom. The signing of the Longying Agreement would signal the ideal time for Li Yao to engage in extensive bottom fishing. After ending the call with Zhang Jingya, Li Yao returned to the filming of Wu Shuang. The production had been underway for over a week, but progress had been sluggish as Li Yao focused on optimizing the crew dynamics and ensuring the actors' performances aligned with his vision. After a week of diligent effort, he was finally satisfied with their readiness, resulting in a notable increase in filming pace. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. With the actors and crew finely tuned, their efficiency naturally surged. Just as Li Yao hung up the phone, a woman approached him with a light step, holding a cup of iced coffee, and stood beside him. In somewhat halting Cantonese, she softly said, "Mr. Li, it's hot outside. Please enjoy this iced coffee." The woman was Higu Kananzi, who portrayed the nominal daughter, Shang Tianqingzi, in the film. A character originally named Li Xiuqing in the source material Wu Shuang. In the film, Shang Tianqingzi is an appraisal expert of Japanese descent, serving under General Zhengxian, and is the one responsible for developing the color-changing ink. General Zhengxian intended to exchange this technology with Li Wendi to produce counterfeit American currency, but the negotiations soured, leading to a tragic massacre of the entire village by Li Wendi's forces. Shang Tianqingzi survived the ensuing gunfight thanks to Li Wendi's intervention, which was motivated by her knowledge of the color-changing ink technology. Upon her rescue, her face was injured, and Li Wendi arranged for her to take on the appearance of Yuan Wen, a role played by Lin Qingxia. Though she was the second female lead, her screen time was limited, perhaps even less than that of the third female lead, Ziku Jingzi. Ziku Jingzi would later become one of the most celebrated stars of the Showa era, playing the role of a detective from Neon named Hu Yuanlan. Thus, in another version, what was originally He Weilan and Wu Shuang was adapted by Li Yao into Hu Yuanlan. Li Yao mandated that all actors speak Cantonese while filming in Xiangdao, prompting Higu Kananzi and Ziku Jingzi to diligently study the language, resulting in Higu Kananzi's current Cantonese, tinged with a Neon accent. Li Yao accepted the iced coffee from the lovely actress and smiled, saying, "Thank you. Your Cantonese is improving remarkably, Kananzi." She blushed and smiled shyly, resembling a blooming white orchid, her lips curving beautifully. "Oh, I still struggle. Cantonese is quite challenging," she murmured softly. "You can speak to me in Japanese, but do continue practicing your Cantonese. You will be filming here often." Li Yao encouraged her. "Certainly. I will diligently study UAU." Higuchi Kanako promptly switched to Japanese and exclaimed with a light-hearted tone. Li Yao gazed into the distance, observing that the crew had divided into Group A and Group B. Wang Jing and Su Ku each took charge of one group. One was filming in the hotel lobby while the other was inside the rooms. With the current pace, Li Yao mused, if all went smoothly, they could complete the filming within a month. Or perhaps 2 at most if things slowed down. Following that would be the editing, post-production, and the addition of music, after which the film would be ready for the audience. By that time, the splendid cinema under renovation would likely be over 70% complete, ready for screenings. Li Yao smiled at the Japanese actress and inquired, "Have we finished today's scene? If so, let us take a break." The foreign actors, such as Tamakaru and Yasuko Zako, were all residing at the Mei Li Hua Hotel. Once they became famous, the hotel would surely bask in their glory. "I have perused the script, and my scenes will wrap up in 3 days. After that, I must return to Neon, as their film project is set to commence soon," Higuchi Kanako gently stated. "Indeed, you are destined to become a great actress. Keep striving." Li Yao earnestly encouraged her. However, he was acutely aware of the underlying motives. Why had Higuchi Kanako brought him coffee and engaged in such lengthy conversation? It was as though he possessed the ability to read minds. Director Li, Higuchi Kanako hesitated. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and spoke softly. "What is it? Is there something else?" Li Yao feigned ignorance, finding amusement in his act of pretense. There is something." Higuchi Kanako finally mustered her courage, her face still red as she quietly said, "Mr. Li, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Additionally, I have some other thoughts regarding the role of Ueda Kyoko. I've written my ideas down in a notebook, which I left in my hotel room. After dinner, could you come to my room to guide me? This is a splendid idea." Very well, I accept your invitation." Li Yao understood that Higuchi Kanako had yet to experience romance. Thus, he agreed to visit her room after dinner to assist her with her performance. Chapter 62, 61 Viewership Rate, The Perfect Group, Gene Xian Building. This 28-story edifice, after over a month of meticulous cleaning and organization, has finally succeeded in evicting all its tenants. Now, the entire building is under the dominion of the Perfect Group. Following several days of cleaning and renovation, personnel from the Perfect Group began to move in gradually. Starting with the top floor, the first floor spans 800 square meters. Now entirely designated as Li Yao's private domain. Adjacent to the elevator entrance is a secretary's office of more than 100 square meters. Within this office, 5 executive secretaries and 1 executive assistant are dedicated to assisting Li Yao with the affairs of the group. These 5 executive secretaries, both male and female, hail from prestigious universities or possess extensive experience. The executive assistant, Anna, is both a senior and a classmate of Qiao Linlin. Both Anna and the secretaries are quite content with their lucrative positions. Since the economic downturn in Hong Kong began in 1981, securing employment has proven to be quite challenging, particularly for high-ranking white-collar workers like them. Having a stable job that provides a salary is indeed a rare blessing. Once the secretary's office was established, all matters requiring the chairman's approval had to first pass through their scrutiny, meticulously categorized before being presented to Li Yao for final decisions. This arrangement has allowed Li Yao to save considerable time, enabling him to concentrate on more significant endeavors. Consequently, despite the relatively modest status of the secretaries and assistants within the company, they are treated with considerable respect by the entire group, including senior executives like Zhang Jingya. After all, those who are close to the chairman are, in essence, regarded as minor leaders. Aside from the 28th floor, the remaining floors have been allocated to various subsidiaries of the group. Key departments such as human resources, finance, logistics, security, and public relations are clustered on the 27th and 26th floors. The 25th to 23rd floors are occupied by Perfect Real Estate, a merger of Jin Libao and Mei Li Hua Hotels, primarily responsible for hotel operations, real estate development, and property management. The star chain stores that Li Yao plans to establish will also fall under this subsidiary's purview. The 22nd floor serves as the headquarters for Perfect Culture within the group, housing the company's management and leadership. However, the bulk of Perfect Culture's operations is actually stationed in Chaiwan, where they have a printing factory and a cultural creative park, which are considered their prized assets. The 21st floor serves as the command center for the toy company. Similar to Perfect Culture, with the headquarters located here, though most employees work in the factory. From the 20th to the 15th floors, the management and executive personnel of Perfect Entertainment occupy the office spaces. Below the 15th floor, the first floor comprises the elevator hall and reception area, while the second floor has been transformed into a space for entertaining external guests, where visitors will be received in the conference rooms and lounges. The 4th to 6th floors are currently vacant. Li Yao is contemplating converting them into bars and relaxation lounges for mid to senior management and the stars of Perfect Entertainment, providing them with a space for leisure and entertainment. Floors 6 to 14 are reserved for the company's artists, as he intends to convert these levels into various sized private studios, ranging from 30 to 100 square meters. In the future, each contracted artist will be assigned a private studio based on their fame and the company's internal star rating, with sizes varying from 30 to 100 square meters. For instance, Lin Xingxia, a 5-star artist, will have a 100 square meter studio. Even without work, she will receive a monthly salary of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, along with an assistant, makeup artist, bodyguard, and chauffeur, as well as various other benefits. Income from film shoots, advertisements, and other commercial activities will be split, with artists receiving the larger share, 70%, while the company retains 30%. Chow Yunfat and Qin Pei, rated as 4-star artists, receive a monthly salary of only 120,000 Hong Kong dollars. Other benefits are similarly diminished, with a revenue share of 40% for the company and 60% for the artists. This pattern continues downwards. Currently, our company has a total of 48 signed artists, including 1 5-star, 2 4-stars, 15 3-stars, and a combined total of 32 star and 1-star artists. The private studios and lounges for 3-star artists are limited to 30 square meters. Artists rated below 2 stars do not even have private lounges and must utilize public spaces. The star rating system is governed by a complex set of regulations. A 1-star artist, if diligent or fortunate enough to gain popularity, theoretically has the potential to ascend to 5 stars or even higher. Prior to the establishment of this system at Perfect Entertainment, stars in Hong Kong received no benefits whatsoever. Those desiring bodyguards, assistants, or chauffeurs had to earn and pay for them independently. During idle periods, they received no salary, relying solely on savings. The benefits provided by Perfect Entertainment, while potentially seen as dispensable by those already immensely successful and wealthy, are invaluable to lesser-known artists who previously could hardly conceive of such advantages. Thus, when this hierarchical benefits system was introduced, it received widespread acclaim from the company's artists, especially those rated 3 stars and below. At Perfect Entertainment, even the least renowned artist receives a monthly salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, along with basic assurances. Even though these benefits are not as long-term as those enjoyed by higher-rated artists and must be requested from the company as needed, such as in legal matters. For 5-star artists, the company provides dedicated lawyers, covering all expenses. Those rated 4 stars and below also have access to this service, though it is not a personal lawyer, but rather a shared one for all 4-star and lower-rated artists. For ordinary artists, from medical care and insurance to legal assistance and dispute resolution, these are privileges that money cannot buy. Li Yao's design of this artist welfare system has garnered overwhelming support from the majority of employees. Throughout Hong Kong, unjust contracts are rampant, and wage arrears are commonplace. Perfect Entertainment has emerged as a breath of fresh air, bestowing a sense of pride upon its artists when compared to those from other companies. Observing artists from competing firms, they secretly revel in their superiority, thinking to themselves, "Humph, is that a contract? Are those stars? Compared to us, they are but mere subordinates." Just like that Zhou Xingxing, who once worked at TVB and recently auditioned unsuccessfully, but managed to secure a contract with our company. He is currently exceedingly satisfied. He is at the newly renovated bar in the company, designed for artists to relax and unwind, making a call to his former colleague, Long Bingji. Using a complimentary phone, "Longji, let me tell you, I am now a frontline artist at Wanmei Yule. Even if I don't work for a month, I can still earn 10,000 Xiangdao coins. If I fall ill, the company will reimburse part of my medical expenses. When filming on location, I even receive transportation allowances. For any designated productions, I get extra compensation for working in the heat during summer and heating allowances during winter." Oh, Li Xing is truly a master of business. Honestly, the heads of those charitable organizations can't match his generosity. These words from Zhou Xingxing made Long Bingji on the other end of the line feel a mix of envy and frustration. They had previously arranged to audition at Wanmei Yule's open casting call. Both emerged from the TVB training class with a solid foundation in acting, allowing them to pass the first round with ease. However, they were eliminated in the second round, as the upcoming films did not have roles that suited their images. Nonetheless, casting director Wang Jing recognized them, recalling their past as hosts of a TVB children's program. At that time, Wanmei Yule was just starting up and was in dire need of actors. Li Yao had previously instructed Wang Jing and Xu Ke that the company's initial demand for artists was abundant. Thus, considering they were both old colleagues from TVB, he decided to extend a helping hand. Even though Zhou Xingxing and Long Bingji did not pass the audition, Wang Jing still offered them a chance to sign a contract. Faced with this opportunity, Long Bingji, who had spent 2 years at TVB and had some experience, hesitated. However, Zhou Xingxing inexplicably agreed. Later, while Long Bingji did not sign with Wanmei Yule, Zhou Xingxing was secretly signed into the company by Wang Jing without Li Yao's knowledge. When the company officially announced its star benefits, Long Bingji was infuriated to learn the news. He knew that during his 2 years at TVB, he sometimes earned less than 10,000 Xiangdao coins in a month. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingxing, who had only been out for 2 months and had previously received a new artist's salary of 4,000 to 5,000 Xiangdao coins at TVB, was now earning 10,000 Xiangdao coins without doing anything. "Xingji, please stop calling me Gigi. Could you ask Director Wang for an opportunity? I want to work at Wanmei Yule. Please help me, I beg you." Long Bingji pleaded over the phone. The allure of the benefits was indeed tempting. Although Long Bingji's job at TVB was relatively stable, he was aware that Shixian Xiao Yifu, who managed the company and film productions, was notoriously frugal. Sir Xiao, who oversaw the wireless television station, had never been generous with salaries. Now, he had entrusted most of the station's affairs to his wife, Feng Yihua, who was even more miserly, managing the budget with an iron fist. To what extent? Wang Jing's father, Wang Tianlin, had once made significant contributions to the wireless television station. This distinguished director, crucial to TVB, had to personally procure 100 boxes of tissues as props during filming. When Wang Tianlin issued a note for someone to collect them from the logistics department, the result was Fang Yihua's actions nearly drove the stout Wang Tianlin to a fit of rage. The person he sent returned with only 50 boxes. Wang Tianlin, puzzled by the shortage, was met with a feigned innocent expression from the assistant, who explained, Manager Fang said to make do with less. 50 boxes are sufficient for the shoot as well. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianlin's temper flared, and he stormed off to complain to Xiao Yifu. Yet, Xiao Yifu did not reprimand Fang Yihua. Instead, he told Wang Tianlin to directly approach him for funds in the future, avoiding any further trouble with Fang Yihua. Thus, when Long Bingji heard how well Zhou Xingxing was faring, he felt a tumultuous mix of envy, jealousy, and frustration. As Long Bingji implored Zhou Xingxing for help, Zhou Xingxing felt a surge of delight but was hesitant to approach Wang Jing. Wang Jing was now the producer of Wanmei Yule's subsidiary, Wanmei Yingya, and held considerable power. Zhou Xingxing did not wish to offend this influential figure for Long Bingji's sake, for he feared it might backfire on him. While contemplating how to gracefully decline, he glanced up and spotted fellow artist Zhou Ruanfa, a 4-star talent sharing his surname, along with the ambiguous 5-star artist Lin Qingxia, and Wang Jing and Xu Ke emerging from the elevator, followed by a multitude of artists. Zhou Xingxing's eyes brightened. GG, let's discuss your matter later. I am quite busy right now. I must hang up. He quickly ended the call and hurried over. Director Wang, Director Xu, Sister Qingxia, Brother Fa, and everyone. Are you here at the bar? The renovations aren't complete yet, so please be careful not to dirty your clothes. This way, please. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xingxing, a frontline artist at the company. You may call me A Xing. The company's bigwigs were gathering at the Star Bar on the 4th floor, and Zhou Xingxing eagerly approached to greet them. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office on the 28th floor, Li Yao sat at one end of the long table, facing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Frenchman. Anna sat beside him, responsible for translation and recording the meeting's content. Li Yao was fluent in Japanese and English, but was not proficient in French. They were discussing the introduction of Transformers and Harry Potter to France. Today was August 25th. On August 12th, Transformers and Harry Potter had aired on both TVB and ATV. The moment they aired, they received an enthusiastic reception from children. It was reported that the following day, the phones at both television stations were inundated with calls, nearly overwhelming the telephone departments. Parents were also advocating for the stations to increase the airing frequency of these two animations from 1 episode a day to 2 or more. Later, both stations privately conducted surveys, revealing that during the airing of these animations, their respective ratings soared to 61 and 51. TVB fared relatively well, as their programs and dramas often surpassed a 60 viewership rating. A viewership rating of 61 is quite commendable, yet it does not stand out as particularly extraordinary. The situation of Yashur is truly remarkable. Ever since Lida Television underwent a transformation into Yashur, its ratings have struggled to surpass the formidable ratings of Wuxian. Surprisingly, a seemingly ordinary animated series managed to outshine